Chapter 759, Union of Ice and Flame. After Duan Ling Tian swallowed down a cup of blazer wine and spoke such casual words, the gazes of many of the customers on the 7th floor became slightly strange. This fellow is actually comparing the blazer wine with other wines. Moreover, he dared to swallow it in one go. After all, with the strength of the blazer wine and its special burning property, even an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist didn't dare swallow it directly. Truly an ignorant fellow, he actually dares to swallow down a cup of blazer wine in one go. He's simply courting death. An azure-clothed middle-aged man that sat at a tablet nearby Duan Ling Tian laughed in ridicule when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, and he couldn't refrain from mocking. Based on my estimations, his internal organs have surely suffered a heavy injury now, and he's only forcefully enduring before that woman and doesn't dare reveal it. Truly an idiot that values his face over his life. Another blue-clothed middle-aged man that sat with the azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but add on. The gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian was filled with contempt, and his face even had an expression that said, "Kid, stop acting, I've seen through you since long ago. Big brother Duan, have you really been injured?" Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to get angry when she heard the sarcastic ridicule of the two middle-aged men and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a worried expression as she spoke anxiously. "Big brother Duan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I told you how the blazer wine ought to be drunk since the beginning. It's all my fault." Duan Ling Tian's gaze that was slightly cold and indifferent flashed past the two middle-aged men, and when it moved onto Feng Tianwu, it transformed into a warm gaze. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, there's another wine that can be ordered here. That wine is called the glaze wine, right?" Duan Ling Tian recalled the other blue-colored half of the light barrier that appeared when the inscription formation was activated. Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Duan Ling Tian was fine, and she couldn't help but be slightly shocked when she heard what Duan Ling Tian had said. "Big brother Duan, how do you know? Could it be that you've come to this ice flame pavilion before?" Feng Tianwu knew that her question was unnecessary right after she spoke of it. Based on Duan Ling Tian's appearance earlier, it indicated that he'd utterly not come to this ice flame pavilion in the past. "Give me a jug of glaze wine." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded, then she withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones before placing them into the small holes, and along with the 10 origin stones flickering with a white light, the inscription formation was activated once more. The light barrier that was half red and half blue appeared once more. This time, Feng Tianwu pressed her hand down onto the blue side of the barrier. Instantly, another tray that carried a wine jug and wine cup arose from the center of the table, and then it was pushed by Feng Tianwu to stop before Duan Ling Tian. "Big brother Duan, this glaze wine and blazer wine are two extremes. Its strength isn't inferior to the blazer wine, so you must not drink it like before." Feng Tianwu warned hurriedly. Duan Ling Tian smiled and didn't reply. He naturally knew that the strength of the glaze wine wasn't inferior to the blazer wine. The glaze wine was similar to the blazer wine and contained a medicinal effect that was similar to a spirit fruit, yet was inferior to a spirit fruit. If drinking down the blazer wine was said to be like swallowing a ball of scorching flames, then drinking down the glaze wine was undoubtedly like swallowing a mouthful of bone-piercingly cold water. Moreover, the extremely cold water was different to ordinary ice water. Duan Ling Tian grabbed up the wine jug and poured a cup of glaze wine for himself. The glaze wine was so clear that the bottom of the cup was visible, yet it emitted cold air that was sufficient to cause one to feel fear from the bottom of one's heart. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian finished drinking the glaze wine in one gulp. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's crimson-red face was covered in a layer of frost. Duan Ling Tian's cheek instantly tensed up. At that moment, he felt cold energy pour into his body, and it was icy cold to the bone as if he'd been frozen into a popsicle. His internal organs, flesh, blood, and meridians were almost frozen into ice. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare dally and hurriedly used the special method in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor to utilize his origin energy to protect his internal organs, flesh, and meridians. But even then, when the glaze wine converged with the blazer wine in his stomach, it seemed to have caused a type of reaction, causing it to surge. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt as if blades were slicing up his stomach, and his body even couldn't refrain from trembling as cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Only when his origin energy poured in and covered the glaze wine and blazer wine according to the method within the rebirth martial emperor's memories did Duan Ling Tian feel the pain in his stomach ease up, at that instant earlier, even though it was satisfying, but it felt like he was playing with his life at the end. I was careless. If I used the rebirth martial emperor's method right at the beginning and then drank the wine, there would surely not be any problems. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and thought in his heart. Big brother Duan, are you alright? Feng Tianwu was stunned when she saw Duan Ling Tian swallowing the glaze wine in one go once again, and she asked anxiously. She was unable to wrap her head around it as she'd already specially warned Duan Ling Tian, yet why didn't Duan Ling Tian listen to her? Isn't he just playing with his own body's health? I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian smiled. But his extremely unsightly expression that hadn't eased up and was covered in both a red and pale color caused others to find it difficult to believe he was fine. I can be said to have widened my knowledge today. I truly never imagined that there's actually such an idiot in this world. For the sake of showing off before a woman, he actually doesn't care about being injured. The azure-clothed middle-aged man that ridiculed Duan Ling Tian earlier spoke out once more. Kid, watch out, perhaps you'll lose your life before you get the girl. At that time, you can't even die happily before a woman. Ha ha ha. The other blue-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but burst out in laughter as he finished mocking. Big brother Duan, are you really alright? Feng Tianwu asked once more. Duan Ling Tian's expression that was unsightly to the extreme at this moment caused her to be unable to help from feeling nervous and perturbed. I'm really fine. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his cold and indifferent gaze from the two middle-aged men, and then he smiled to Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, his expression finally recovered slowly. Kid, you're still acting at a time like this. Perhaps this woman by your side is unable to see through those little tricks of yours, but I've seen through it since long ago. The azure-clothed middle-aged man seemed to oppose Duan Ling Tian as he ridiculed a step further. Idiot, if I were you, I'd find an empty place without people to spit out the blood. Otherwise, if you delay for some time longer, it'll be useless even if you consume a grade 4 grade recovery pill. The blue-clothed middle-aged man echoed with the azure-clothed middle-aged man and ridiculed. Feng Tianwu was the closest to Duan Ling Tian, and when she saw Duan Ling Tian's expression recover, she knew that Duan Ling Tian was fine as he'd said, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. When she heard the two middle-aged men ridicule Duan Ling Tian once more, her beautiful face was instantly covered with rage as she instantly stood up to glare angrily at the two people. You too. But Feng Tianwu hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. Tianwu, sit down and drink your wine. Probably. They're just two clowns, there's no need to be so angry with them. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the 7th floor to become quiet. Subsequently, it was like a fuse had been lit, causing the two middle-aged men to completely explode out. Kid, say it one more time if you dare. Who did you call a clown? Kid, it looks to me that you feel your life is too long and you don't want to live anymore. The two middle-aged men were completely enraged, and the robes they wore fluttered without any wind as if they were ready to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson at any moment. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to them instead, and he slowly stood up before raising up the wine jug that held the glaze wine and directly opened its cover. Under the gazes that were filled with curiosity from the crowd including Feng Tianwu, Duan Ling Tian opened the cover of the wine jug that held the blazer wine, and then under the numerous dumbstruck gazes from the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian directly poured the glaze wine in the jug into the jug that contained the blazer wine. Instantly, the two types of wine that were mixed together had undergone a strange reaction, causing them to boil. They didn't combine together, and instead occupied half of the wine jug and didn't give into the other. A scorching aura and icy cold aura soared up and caused the people present to feel a chill run down their spines. Since the Ice Flame Pavilion was established, it wasn't that there was no one that drank wine like this, but they mostly paid the price of a heavy injury. Even a void interpretation stage expert wouldn't dare rashly try drinking like this. Big brother Duan. At the beginning, Feng Tianwu hadn't discerned what Duan Ling Tian wanted to do when she saw Duan Ling Tian holding up the wine jug that contained two types of strong wines that were mixed together, and when she reacted to it, it was already too late. She saw Duan Ling Tian alight the wine jug's opening with his mouth with a raise of his hand. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian directly swallowed the two types of wines that were combined together into his stomach. The blazer wine that was scorching like flames and the glaze wine that was icy cold to the extreme underwent a union of ice and flame within Duan Ling Tian's body. At this moment, even if Duan Ling Tian was prepared since long ago and utilized the method the rebirth martial emperor had discovered to protect his internal organs, flesh, and meridians, he still felt his meridians shake. Subsequently, his internal organs started throbbing as well. All of this caused Duan Ling Tian's face to flush red once more, and then Duan Ling Tian's face underwent a change and seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, causing it to be extremely pale. Red and white flickered indeterminately and unceasingly on Duan Ling Tian's face. Gulp, gulp. For a time, only the sound of Duan Ling Tian swallowing down mouthfuls of the blazer wine and glaze wine that was mixed together remained in the extremely quiet 7th floor, whereas, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body that protected his internal organs and meridians were resisting the baptism of the vast strength of the wines now. At this moment, at the same time that the insides of Duan Ling Tian's body shook, he could clearly feel that his origin energy was being ceaselessly tempered to the point of becoming extremely pure. Chapter 760, like what I did earlier. It's worthy of being a wine that contains a medicinal strength similar to a spirit fruit, as it has allowed my origin energy to become even purer. But unfortunately, my origin energy is already at the limits of the 9th level of the void initiation stage, otherwise, I could obtain a certain extent of improvement. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was instead slightly enjoying it. Because of the rebirth martial emperor's method to utilize origin energy to protect his internal organs, it allowed him to happily swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine. Even if the two types of wines were mixed together to form a union of ice and flame, he was similarly not affected much. Duan Ling Tian continued to swallow the wine within the wine jug in his hand with large gulps, and if one didn't know what he was drinking, one would think that he was drinking water and not wine. Including Feng Tianwu, the pupils of everyone in the 7th floor constricted when they saw Duan Ling Tian's face that flickered between a red and white color was gradually returning to normal. Some of them even couldn't refrain from gasping, whereas, those two middle-aged men that were ridiculing Duan Ling Tian earlier were completely dumbstruck at this moment, and their expressions were unusually brilliant to look at. Finally, Duan Ling Tian finished drinking the entire contents of the wine jug in his hand. Satisfying. A bright light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he burped and emitted a mouthful of air that was densely filled with the smell of wine. Instantly, a wave of scorching air that carried icy coldness assaulted the face of Feng Tianwu, who sat opposite Duan Ling Tian, and it slapped onto her beautiful face like two gusts of winds that were of two extreme elements had blew past her. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was stunned. Never had she imagined that Duan Ling Tian was so formidable to directly swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine that were mixed together. Moreover, he drank an entire jug full of it. It wasn't only Feng Tianwu, the other customers in the 7th floor were dumbstruck at this moment as well, and all of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with flabbergasted expressions. Exactly what sort of monster is this fellow? That was blazer wine and glaze wine, not a normal strong wine. On the other hand, the gaze of those two middle-aged men that had ridiculed Duan Ling Tian repeatedly earlier flashed as they glanced at each other, and then they turned around and didn't dare look at Duan Ling Tian again, let alone speak out with ridicule. Even though they felt their strengths weren't weak, yet not to mention drinking the blazer wine and glaze wine that was mixed together like Duan Ling Tian had done earlier, even if they were asked to choose only a single type to drink, they would probably suffer a heavy injury. At the same time that they were speechless when looking at Duan Ling Tian's appearance of enjoyment, they realized a problem, and it was that since the young man dared act like this, it undoubtedly indicated that the young man's strength was stronger than them. Both of them glanced at each other and arrived at a mutual view. Subsequently, both of them quietly stood up and glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly perturbed expression, and then they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before walking towards the exit when they noticed Duan Ling Tian seemed to be not paying attention to them. Meanwhile, they even didn't want the remaining wine on their table that was worth 10 mid-grade origin stones. Presently, they were only thinking of leaving as soon as possible, as who knew if the violet-clothed young man who'd been repeatedly ridiculed by them earlier would want to get even with them. The movements of the two were extremely light as they were deeply afraid of alarming the others. A light sound resounded out, shocking the two of them to the point their countenance went ghastly pale, and at the same time they glanced at each other, their heartbeats sped up and couldn't calm down for a long time. The sound was emitted from Duan Ling Tian casually placing the wine jug back onto the table. The two of them were like little children that had stolen candy, and they glanced at Duan Ling Tian once more to confirm Duan Ling Tian's back was facing them before being unable to help but heave a sigh of relief and continuing to walk toward the exit with light movements. When they saw they were about to walk out of the hall, their faces revealed pleasantly surprised expressions as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Stop. But, a sudden voice entered clearly into their ears, causing them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and they stood on the spot as if they were petrified. The two of them realized that they'd been noticed, and for a time, their hearts were filled with nervousness. Isn't it unfriendly if you leave without saying goodbye? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he had eyes on the back of his body and spoke slowly. If both of you give me face, then please sit down. Otherwise, I can only personally invite both of you back to your seats. At the same time, the other people on the 7th floor noticed that the two middle-aged men that ridiculed Duan Ling Tian earlier actually wanted to flee. The gazes of most people contained a feeling of taking pleasure in their misfortune. Who asked you two to offend him? Now you know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right? Duan Ling Tian's words caused the two middle-aged men's bodies to tremble slightly, and then they looked at each other and smiled bitterly, yet they didn't dare leave and obediently returned to their seats. Both of you seemed to be enjoying yourselves earlier. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two middle-aged men as his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed within, and it just happened to be noticed by the two middle-aged men, causing their expressions to go pale. Shouldn't both of you give me an explanation? Even though Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly, yet it carried an undisputable tone, and it seemed to have transformed into two sledgehammers that smashed fiercely onto the chests of the two middle-aged men. The expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim as their breathing hurried and their chests rose and fell, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Brother, the azure-clothed middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and was just about to speak when he was coldly interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. Brother, who's your brother? The azure-clothed middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed, and even though he was angry in his heart, yet he didn't dare display it. Sir. The other blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to Duan Ling Tian, we were only warning you kindly earlier. The blazer wine and glaze wine shouldn't be drunk like how you did earlier, and it should instead be savored in small sips so that one can enjoy the endless aftertaste it contains. Duan Ling Tian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed brilliantly. This caused the two middle-aged men to become even more nervous as they didn't know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. Even though Duan Ling Tian hadn't made a move now, since he dared drink the blazer wine and glaze wine like that and was fine right after, it undoubtedly indicated that Duan Ling Tian's strength was extremely strong. At the very least, he wasn't someone they could go against. If Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill them, they would really be unable to resist. Right when the two of them felt nervous, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu who sat opposite of him. Tianwu, give me 20 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu didn't say anything when she heard this and passed over the origin stones to Duan Ling Tian when she heard him. Since it's like this, then I hope both of you can teach me the correct method of drinking blazer wine and glaze wine. After he obtained the 20 origin stones, Duan Ling Tian walked over to the table the two middle-aged men sat at as he spoke slowly, and it caused the expressions of the middle-aged men to instantly go pale. Sir, it's us who didn't know our limitations and have eyes but couldn't recognize MT. Tai, sir, your way of drinking blazer wine and glaze wine is correct. It was us who were wrong. It was us who were wrong. Never had the blue-clothed middle-aged man imagined that the violet-clothed young man would reply to his words in such a way, and he explained in panic. Really? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was already standing before the table the two middle-aged men sat at, and with a raise of his hand, he placed 10 origin stones into the 10 small holes on the table. In next to no time, a jug of blazer wine appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Yes, how could the two middle-aged men dare deny it, so they hurriedly agreed. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian took the wine jug that contained the blazer wine from the tray before raising his hand once more and placing the remaining 10 origin stones into the 10 small holes. In next to no time, another jug of glaze wine appeared. The scene before them caused the two middle-aged men to be stunned, and they who had tensed nerves were unable to react to what Duan Ling Tian wanted to do for some time due to their minds being frozen stiff. On the other hand, everyone including Feng Tianwu were able to guess something, and they looked at the two middle-aged men with gazes of pity. Both of you are sure that my method of drinking wine is correct. Both of you didn't say it for the sake of making me happy and deceiving me, right? Duan Ling Tian held up the wine jug that was full of wine as he looked at the two middle-aged men with narrowed eyes, and then he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm it once more. No, both of them spoke out hurriedly, and they were on the verge of crying from nervousness. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction, and then he placed the wine jug that contained blazer wine before the azure-clothed middle-aged man before placing the wine jug that contained glaze wine before the blue-clothed middle-aged man. Since both of you think my method of drinking is correct, then, Please drink these 2 jugs of wine in one go just like what I did earlier, how about it? Duan Ling Tian's face was covered in a smile, yet this smile was no different to the smile of a devil when it entered the eyes of the 2 middle-aged men. After the 2 of them reacted to what had happened, their expressions went ghastly pale as their pupils constricted, and their bodies trembled intensely from fear. Now, they really wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. Drink just like how this violet-clothed young man did earlier. Wouldn't that kill us? What? Both of you think that only a single type of wine is too dull? If it's like this, then I'll help both of you add ingredients onto it. Tian Wu, give me another 20. Duan Ling Tian spoke as he looked at Feng Tian Wu. But, he hadn't finished speaking when the 2 middle-aged men hurriedly interrupted him. We'll drink, right now, even if it was only one type of wine. If they drank it by gulping it all down in one go, it would be more than enough to heavily injure them. If they were to drink 2 types of wine that were mixed together, then the charge from the union of ice and flame would most probably kill them. So, they didn't dare hesitate and made a choice. Both of them stretched out their hands and held onto a wine jug before opening the jug's cover. But after they opened the cover, their expression flickered between an ashen and livid expression, and the hand they held the wine jug with started to tremble, yet they didn't have the courage to drink it down. What? Both of you want to drink the wine with extra ingredients? When he saw both of them hesitating, Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as killing intent shot up into the sky from his body, and then it swept out to envelop the 2 middle-aged men, causing them to feel as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. Because of the slaughters he'd committed in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had developed a terrifying killing intent. Presently, when this killing intent was coupled with his aura at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, even if it was the other unrelated people that were slightly affected, they felt strands of coldness arise from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 761, The 9th Floor. At this moment, the 2 middle-aged men didn't dare hesitate to hurriedly align the wine jugs in their hands to their mouths. Subsequently, both of them raised their heads in unison and poured the wine within the jug into their mouths before drinking mouthful after mouthful in a fierce manner. Instantly, the face of the azure-clothed middle-aged man flushed red, whereas, the blue-clothed middle-aged man's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, and their pupils couldn't help but constrict, yet they still fiercely swallowed the wine within the wine jug and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Finally, the azure-clothed middle-aged man was the first to completely swallow the jug of blazer wine, and he emitted a shrill cry before hurriedly throwing away the empty wine jug in his hand. He held on tightly to his throat with both hands and felt as if a ball of flames was blazing within. It wasn't just that, the scorching feeling that he felt from the meridians and internal organs within his body even caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling intensely. At the same time, he roared with a low voice before spitting out a mouthful of the blood, and the blood even contained a scorching aura that caused one to feel fearful from the sight of it. Pooh! The other blue-clothed middle-aged man's body shivered as if he'd fallen into a pit of ice, and when the wine jug in his hand was just moved away from his mouth, he instinctively spat out a mouthful of blood before directly falling unconscious. Even if it was an ordinary void interpretation stage expert, the expert wouldn't dare drink a jug of blazer wine and a jug of glaze wine like this. They were mere 7th level void initiation stage martial artists, so they were naturally unable to endure it. Scram! Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly and indifferently at the azure-clothed middle-aged man, and then he returned to his own seat. The azure-clothed middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate and disregarded his injuries as he hurriedly carried up his companion and fled from the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Meanwhile, the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was deathly silent. The gazes of most people carried traces of terror as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Tian Wu, if I'm not wrong, the wine on the 9th floor ought to be the best in the entire Ice Flame Pavilion, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tian Wu, who hadn't returned to her senses, and he asked with a smile. Feng Tian Wu returned to her senses when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and she replied, "Yes, I want to go try it." Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. Feng Tian Wu was first stunned, and then she smiled. "Then we'll go up and take a look." Subsequently, both of them left their seats and ascended the stairway that led to the 8th and 9th floor. Presently, none of the customers of the 7th floor were shocked by this. Since that violet-clothed young man was capable of drinking a jug full of blazer wine and glaze wine that were mixed together without suffering the slightest injury, his cultivation was obviously profound. It was extremely likely that the violet-clothed young man was a void interpretation stage expert. As far as they were concerned, It was impossible for even a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to drink blazer wine and glaze wine like that without being injured in the slightest. Yet they didn't know that the reason Duan Lingtian dared drink like that was entirely because of the special method in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. That method seemed to be simple, yet it was extremely difficult to achieve. Tian Wu, have you been to the 9th floor? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Feng Tian Wu nodded. My father brought me there during the first time I came to the Darming dynasty. But, my cultivation was low at that time, and I only watched his drink wine there. As a person that had fused with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he naturally knew that some special wines couldn't be drunk by just anyone. Not to mention anything else, but just the earlier blazer wine and glaze wine in the 7th floor was something that would absolutely cause the death of a martial artist below the void prying stage. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu ascended the 8th floor and caused the inscription formation at the entrance to the stairway to emit 2 clear sounds, the 2 old men that stood on guard there were instantly petrified. They are both 8th level void initiation stage martial artists. The 2 old men couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu had shocked them. They instead weren't aware that after Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu ascended to the 8th floor, they didn't stop before directly heading towards the 9th floor. Only an old man stood before the entrance to the 9th floor stairway, and his calm expression was slightly moved when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu. Little kids, go get your seniors if you want to ascend the 9th floor. The old man spoke slowly. Obviously, he didn't think that either Duan Lingtian or Feng Tian Wu was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, as the 2 of them were truly too young, whereas, the 9th level of the void initiation stage was a threshold in order to enter the 9th floor. Thank you for your warning, senior. But there's utterly no need. Duan Lingtian took the lead and passed through the stairway, and a clear sound resounded out. The old man's expression instantly froze. Tian Wu. After he passed through the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian smiled as he gestured to Feng Tian Wu. As far as he was concerned, he'd already possessed the qualifications to ascend the 9th floor, so it was fine even if Feng Tian Wu was unable to pass through the inscription formation, as he could bring her in. But Duan Lingtian's smile froze in next to no time. A clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to be unable to refrain from revealing a shocked expression. Tian Wu, you've broken through. Never had Duan Lingtian imagined that Feng Tian Wu had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. I broke through a while ago. Feng Tian Wu smiled, lightly. Big brother Duan, let's go in. Where did these 2 little freaks come from? The old man looked behind him with a slightly dumbstruck gaze, and he stared blankly at the figures of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu that disappeared into the distance as he muttered. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu entered the 9th floor's hall. The 9th floor was also the highest floor in the Ice Flame Pavilion, and there were extremely few people drinking wine here, a total of less than 20 people. Most of these people were actually young men and young women. Of course, these young geniuses had gathered at 3 tables. Obviously, most of them were brought up by other 9th level void initiation stage martial artists. At the beginning, there weren't many people that noticed the appearance of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu, and they only noticed them after a young man in embroidered clothes unintentionally laid eyes on Feng Tian Wu and cried out in shock. What a beautiful woman! How did they come up? For a time, many people couldn't help but be slightly astonished. It was practically impossible to make them believe that this pair of young man and young woman possessed the strength to ascend the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, because the 2 of them were truly too young. It ought to be their seniors that sent them up before leaving. Someone couldn't help but guess, whereas, this guess obtained the recognition of most people. Duan Lingtian naturally heard these words, yet he disregarded it. As far as he was concerned, no matter if he relied on his own strength to ascend the 9th floor or not, it was utterly unrelated to anyone else. The tables on this 9th floor are slightly larger. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu walked towards a table, and they hadn't sat down when Duan Lingtian's pupils had already constricted. At the center of the tablet was actually a large number of round indents, and the center of these indents were empty. These wouldn't be all for placing origin stones, right? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. It would at least require around 100 mid-grade origin stones to fill all the indents on this table. When Duan Lingtian sat down and saw Feng Tian Wu withdraw a pile of origin stones to place into those indents, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. I truly never imagined that the wine in this 9th floor is so expensive. Tian Wu, At least 100 mid-grade origin stones are required to be placed here, right? It's exactly 99, said Feng Tian Wu. 99. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled slightly. 99 mid-grade origin stones was equivalent to almost 10,000 low-grade origin stones. This Ice Flame Pavilion's wine is simply seizing away one's money. No, it's seizing origin stones. Along with Feng Tian Wu placing 99 mid-grade origin stones, the inscription formation on the table was activated, and a light barrier slowly appeared in next to no time. It was still half red and half blue. Feng Tian Wu's hand pressed down onto the red-colored half of the light barrier. Instantly, a tray that held a wine jug and 3 wine cups appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. There are actually 3 wine cups given here. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he still remembered that the wine jugs in the 7th floor only came with a single wine cup. In other words, if a few people drank together, they had to buy a few wine jugs. Duan Ling Tian picked up 2 wine cups and placed them before himself and Feng Tian Wu respectively. Subsequently, he started pouring the wine. When he saw the wine that was red like blood that poured into the cup, his gaze couldn't help but light up. Red charm. At the same time, a strand of fragrance entered into Duan Ling Tian's nose, causing the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body to surge to the point it seemed almost ready to come out. Red charm. It truly deserves its reputation. Big brother Duan, you recognize this type of wine? Feng Tian Wu, who was about to brief Duan Ling Tian about the wine, couldn't help but be stunned and asked curiously. Feng Tian Wu's beautiful eyes flashed as she suddenly felt that this big brother Duan of hers was more and more unfamiliar. Exactly how many secrets does big brother Duan have? Her heart was filled with curiosity towards this. Some people say that when a woman becomes curious towards a man, it was usually the beginning of being halfway into a chasm. If I'm not wrong, the other type of wine is probably blue longing. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spoke. When she heard Duan Ling Tian was even capable of naming the other wine in the 9th floor, Feng Tian Wu was first stunned before being unable to restrain the curiosity in her heart, and she asked. Big brother Duan, where exactly did you hear of these 2 wines? Could it be that you've drank it in the past? According to her knowledge, even if it was the entire Darken dynasty, there was no wine like the Blazer wine of Glaze wine being sold, let alone the Red Charm and Blue Longing. I unintentionally saw it in an ancient book. Duan Ling Tian casually found an excuse. He couldn't tell Feng Tian Wu that it was because he possessed the memories of a formidable martial emperor that he knew of these 2 types of wine, right? Chapter 762, Vowing to Die. No matter if it was the Red Charm or Blue Longing, they were recorded in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. These were 2 types of wine that could be considered to be fine wine in the foreign lands. Firstly, the Red Charm could be said to be the improved version of Blazer wine, and its medicinal effect and taste far surpassed Blazer wine, whereas Blue Longing was instead the improved version of Glaze wine. This Red Charm and Blue Longing can't be drunk as how I did before. That method of the rebirth martial emperor can only be used on Blazer wine and Glaze wine that are comparatively lower in grade. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Feng Tian Wu didn't doubt him when she heard his explanation, and then she raised her wine cup and smiled towards Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Duan, try and see what difference this wine has compared to the Blazer wine. Duan Ling Tian replied as he picked up the wine cup and placed it by his mouth before taking a sip. A scorching aura spread out within his mouth and then covered his entire body, causing him to feel his entire body becoming hot as the origin energy within his body started to roil ceaselessly. The Red Charm is worthy of its reputation. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu were quietly drinking here, yet they didn't know that they'd already become the subjects of discussing of the young men and young women at the other 3 tables. Have all of you seen them before in the past? A young man asked. No, the others shook their heads. Truthfully speaking, that woman is really beautiful. She's even more beautiful than my concubines. Moreover, that figure, tisk tisk. It truly makes one's mouth water. A young man with a slightly wretched appearance laughed slyly, and his eyes were filled with lust. Damn monkey, I want this woman. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that sat on the opposite of the young man with a wretched appearance spoke indifferently. The white-clothed young man sat there and vaguely emitted a trace of the dignity of one in his position, and he was obviously born from extraordinary background. The expressions of the young man with a wretched appearance froze when he heard this, and then he revealed a flattering smile. Since Third Prince wants her, then I natural won't dare act wantonly. Third Prince, should I help you invite her over? Yes. The white-clothed young man nodded with approval, and his eyes revealed burning desire. You must not frighten that beauty, otherwise I'll hold you responsible. Yes, yes. The young man with a wretched appearance nodded hurriedly before leaving his seat and walking towards Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu had just finished drinking a jug of red charm and had bought another jug of blue longing, and they'd even drank a mouthful before noticing the young man with a wretched appearance walking over. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he continued to take a sip of blue longing, and as he felt the icy coldness in his entire body, he felt comfortable all over. What a good wine! Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows slightly frowned and then eased up, and she took a sip of blue longing before lightly closing her eyes to savor her delight at this moment. Young miss, the third prince wants to invite you over. The young man with a wretched appearance looked at Feng Tianwu as he squeezed out a smile that was even more unsightly than a crying expression, and then he looked at the white-clothed young man as if he was indicating to Feng Tianwu to look over. After the white-clothed young man noticed the actions of the young man with a wretched appearance, he looked over with a smile as well, but in next to no time, the smile on his face froze. When he saw the white-clothed young man's expression, the young man with a wretched appearance went slightly grim as he turned around, and only now did he notice that Feng Tianwu had utterly disregarded him. Young miss, I'm speaking to you. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath and exerted great effort to suppress the rage in his heart. He didn't dare act wantonly before the third prince, but this young man and young woman that he'd never seen in the capital of the Darming dynasty actually dared disregard him. If it wasn't because the third prince had taken a fancy to this woman, he would have flared up since long ago, but unfortunately, Feng Tianwu still didn't pay attention to him. Ha ha, right at this moment, a young man couldn't refrain from laughing. Monkey, looks like your face as the young master of the Hu clan isn't great. Third prince is still waiting for you, feel free to ask if you need our help. 1. Monkey, you've suffered a defeat. Looks like even though you usually boast about how great you are, I never imagined that you were only formidable at boasting. Monkey, come back if you're truly unable. You can afford to lose face, but the third prince can't afford to lose face. Numerous young men and young women couldn't refrain from ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath when he heard this, and his face was covered in a layer of ice as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Even though he knew his companions were only joking and weren't really mocking him, he still felt he'd lost face. The eyes of the young man with a wretched appearance revealed a ferocious light as he stared at Feng Tianwu and cursed via voice transmission. Stinking whore, third prince taking a fancy to you as your fortune, don't push your luck. If you don't follow me over to serve the third prince, all. Unfortunately, the young man's voice transmission wasn't finished in the end. A resounding slap sounded out, and the young man's head tilted as a crimson-red palm print appeared on his face. At this moment, Feng Tianwu glared angrily at the young man, and her beautiful face was covered in ice. A slap caused the entire 9th floor to fall into deathly silence. The young man with a wretched appearance was stunned, his companions were stunned, and the other middle-aged and old men in the 9th floor were stunned as well. As for Duan Ling Tian, his eyes emitted a cold light as he stared fixedly at the young man with a wretched appearance. He knew clearly in his heart that this young man had surely said something to Feng Tianwu via voice transmission, and it had infuriated Tianwu, otherwise, it was impossible for Tianwu to be so angry. Ha 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 ha. In next to no time, the deathly silent atmosphere was broken as some of the companions of the young man couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter. Monkey, did you say something you shouldn't have to this maiden? Third prince asked you to invite her over, how could you have infuriated her instead? Exactly. You can't even accomplish a small matter like this, how can you have the nerve to call yourself a friend of the third prince when you go out? The ridicule of his group of companions entered into the ears of the young man with a wretched appearance who was struck into a daze, and he completely recovered from his shock. Stinking whore, you dare hit me, die. The young man glared as he raised his hand to swing his palm at Duan Ling Tian. What the hell? Even my parents haven't hit me like this in my entire lifetime. How could he swallow his rage from being hit by a woman today? Feng Tianwu revealed a disdainful expression when facing the palm the young man struck at her. In her eyes, the speed of the young man's attack was truly pitiably slow. Right when she was about to make a move, she seemed to have noticed something and put down her hand that she'd just raised. Because a person had made a move before her, and it caused a trace of happiness to flash past her eyes. Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and it easily grabbed onto and tightly held onto the hand the young man swung at Feng Tianwu. His icy cold eyes looked straight at the young man. The young man's expression went grim and wanted to struggle free, yet he noticed that the strength of this violet-clothed young man that was younger than him seemed to be shockingly strong. Even if he exerted his entire strength, he was unable to struggle free. "Kid, you're courting death." Instantly, the young man with a wretched appearance shouted out explosively, and then his other hand formed a fist before smashing towards Duan Lingtian. Origin energy skyrocketed atop his fist as it smashed, and concept followed the origin energy like a shadow, and it seemed like a cannonball that flashed out swiftly while giving rise to a wave of jarring explosions of the air. At the same time, the energy of the heaven and earth surged in the sky above the young man before condensing into form. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first before another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level elementary concept. Duan Lingtian moved once more, instantly withdrawing his hand that held onto the young man's hand before grabbing out like a bolt of lightning that moved along a tricky angle towards the fist that smashed at him. After Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the young man's fist, his gaze went cold, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly exert force in his hand. Crack. Ah! Clear sounds of shattering that were accompanied by a wave of miserable shrill cries sounded out. Subsequently, the young with who had his fist crushed by Duan Lingtian was pushed flying before fiercely smashing to the ground and rolling on the ground in a sorry state. Practically at the instant the young man's fist was crushed by Duan Lingtian and was pushed out flying, his group of companions that originally carried ridiculing smiles on their faces all had grim expressions, besides the white-clothed young man, the third prince, that still sat on the spot. The other young men and women had left their seats. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw their actions. Weren't these people ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance earlier? Why did they seem to be concerned about the young man now? How could Duan Lingtian have known that these people ridiculed the young man earlier because they were familiar with the young man and were joking with him, as they wanted to see the young man make a fool of himself? Yet now, the young man was heavily injured, and as his companions, they naturally had to stand up for him. "Damn monkey, are you all right?" A young man squatted down, and he couldn't help but gasp after he checked the injuries of the young man with a wretched appearance. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. "What maliciousness! Do you know who he is? What's wrong?" Instantly, the other young men and young women looked at the young man. Monkey's hand, the tendons and meridians in his hand are shattered and are completely crippled. Even a grade 3 life recovery pill is probably unable to save him. The young man spoke with a heavy tone. "What?" Besides the white-clothed young man whose brows raised and glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, the expressions of the other companions of the young man with a wretched appearance instantly darkened. "Kid, you attacked so ruthlessly. Kid, unless you leave behind a hand and a leg today, otherwise, don't dream of leaving." "Exactly, leave behind a hand and a leg." 10 young men and young women surrounded Duan Lingtian's table and eyed Duan Lingtian with hostility as if they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would flee. "I don't want his hand and leg." Right at this moment, the young man with a wretched appearance consumed a healing medicinal pill and endured the intense pain to walk over with large strides, and he stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold and fierce gaze. "I want him dead. If I don't kill him, then I, Hu Jun, vow to die." A hand and a leg. Duan Lingtian's gaze was extremely calm as he swept the 10 young men and young women with his indifferent gaze, and then his gaze descended onto the young man with a wretched appearance in the end. "If you don't kill me, then you vow to die. Looks like you want to die." 1TL note. They call him monkey because the Hu in Hu clan sounds the same as the Hu in Huzi, which means monkey. Chapter 763, Zhao Weiyi. "Looks like you want to die." Duan Lingtian's short words caused all the 11 young men and young women including Hu Jun to become even grimmer, and all of them were enraged by Duan Lingtian. "Attack him together." It was unknown who shouted out abruptly, but the group of young men pounced at Duan Lingtian with tacit understanding, and for a time, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously in the sky. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and covered the sky, and they stood there in a threatening manner. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when facing the young men and young women that attacked him from all sides, and then his eyes squinted abruptly as a dim light flashed into appearance within his eyes. Instantly, Duan Lingtian executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. An illusory space appeared out of this air to envelop an area of over 10 meters with Duan Lingtian as the center. Even though it had enveloped Feng Tianwu within it as well, Yet it didn't act against Feng Tianwu. So Feng Tianwu wasn't affected by it. Subsequently, an unbelievable scene appeared. The group of young men and women that pounced towards Duan Ling Tian turned around when they were about to come into contact with Duan Ling Tian, and then they entered into a chaotic battle amongst themselves. "Kid, I'll kill you," Hu Jun shouted out explosively as his intact hand formed a fist and smashed onto his companion and injured his companion. Subsequently, Hu Jun was struck by another. The chaotic battle continued on like a raging fire. "Tian Wu, let's continue." Duan Ling Tian completely disregarded the 11 young men and young women that were in a chaotic battle, and he held up his wine cup and spoke to Feng Tianwu, whereas Feng Tianwu was shocked by the scene before her since long ago. What exactly did Big Brother Duan do? She was unable to wrap her head around it no matter how she racked her brains. At the same time that the scene before her caused her to feel shocked, she felt a chill run down her spine, because it was truly too peculiar. This situation feels to be almost the same as the situation when Big Brother Duan defeated Bai Hao. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but recall the scene she saw during the Darken Dynasty's martial competition. At that time, the scene of Duan Ling Tian defeating Bai Hao was peculiar like this as well. It wasn't only Feng Tianwu, the crowd of middle-aged and old customers in the 9th floor were dumbstruck now. What are this group of little ancestors that usually domineer over the capital playing at? Even if it was the third prince, his expression at this moment was extremely serious, and the spot between his brows was filled with fear. Who exactly is he? In next to no time, the third prince left his seat. He didn't leave the 9th floor, but walked inwards instead. There was a spacious room in the inner parts of the 9th floor, and it was usually provided for the use and entertaining of guests by the few people with the highest status in the Zhao clan. Ouch! Ah! Numerous miserable shrill cries rose and fell, and it wasn't long before only one of the 11 young men and women remained standing, whereas the others were spread all over the ground. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as the dim light in the depths of his gaze was restrained, and he withdrew his soul skill. Instantly, the illusory space shattered. What's going on? After the illusory space vanished, the group of young men and women that lay on the ground were completely dumbstruck when they saw Duan Ling Tian being utterly unharmed. Didn't I beat him down? I clearly punched him on the face and caused his head to swell up like the head of a pig. Huh, Huang Kui, you, why has your head swollen up like the head of a pig? The group of young men and young women finally realized a problem after looking at each other. The problem was the people they'd injured earlier wasn't Duan Ling Tian but their own companions instead. But why would such an incident occur? A demonic technique. He knows a demonic technique. Someone shouted out. Instantly, the group of young men and young women went pale, and their eyes were filled with terror when they looked at Duan Ling Tian once more. Earlier, they'd utterly not reacted to what had happened before they'd directly fallen into Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique. Do all of you still want a leg and a hand of mine? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the people before him with an indifferent gaze and spoke slowly. All of them looked at each other when they heard this, and then they lowered their heads in embarrassment. There were so many of them yet they weren't even capable of dealing with a little kid that was around the age of 25, and they'd really lost all face. You're called Hu Jun, right? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the young man with a wretched appearance that had one of his hands crippled. The young man's countenance went ghastly pale and he shrunk back slightly with fear when he saw Duan Ling Tian stared at him. You, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, I'm the son of the Hu clan's patriarch. My father won't let you off if you dare touch me. You seem to be carrying out a task for the third prince earlier, right? Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently, and then he raised his head to look at a nearby place before saying, but when all of you encountered trouble, he seems to have flown the fastest. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Duan Ling Tian's words caused Hu Jun to look back with a bewildered expression, and his expression darkened when he saw the third prince had left. The third prince has gone to the room. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man at a nearby table told Hu Jun via voice transmission. Ha 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 ha. Hu Jun's was stunned when he heard this, and then he started laughing loudly. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Hu Jun wouldn't have gone mad, right? Kid, don't leave if you have balls. Hu Jun stared resentfully at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke with a hateful tone. This caused his group of companions to be puzzled. Third prince has entered the room. Hu Jun spoke as he looked at the one and only room in the 9th floor, and his eyes were filled with reverence as if a terrifying thing was within there. Third prince has entered the room. Instantly, the other 10 young men and young women's gazes lit up. Kid, Continue staying here if you have the balls. Exactly. You're a bastard if you dare leave. You're my grandson if you leave. The group of young men and women spoke all at once, and all of them had a common goal, which was to goad Duan Lingtian into staying. Idiots. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at this group of young men and women before disregarding them, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, let's continue drinking. Feng Tianwu nodded. Since Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid, she would naturally not be afraid. Right when the hall on the 9th floor was extremely bustling, the third prince looked at the young man who sat upright in meditation within the room after pushing open the door and entering. Zhao Weiyi. The third prince spoke slowly. The young man wore green clothes and looked to be a little over 30, and he had a handsome appearance. When looked at from afar, he was like a delicate and pretty woman, yet the apple on his throat undoubtedly indicated his identity as a man. He was precisely one of the two most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty, the Zhao clan's Zhao Weiyi. So long as it was a member of the Darming dynasty, they knew that this young man whose name and appearance was like a woman possessed an extremely terrifying cultivation and possessed extremely ruthless methods beneath his delicate outward appearance. So long as Zhao Weiyi made a move, it was rare that there were survivors. Lu Hao, do you need something? Finally, Zhao Weiyi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white-clothed young man with a calm expression as he directly called out the young man's name as if he utterly didn't take the young man seriously. Lu Hao wasn't surprised by this. After all, even if Zhao Weiyi was facing his imperial brother, the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Zhao Weiyi addressed the crown prince directly by name, let alone him. Most importantly, Zhao Weiyi's strength was greatly stronger than him. Zhao Weiyi, if you still don't go out, then our Darming dynasty is going to lose face greatly this time. Lu Hao, the third prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, spoke slowly. Zhao Weiyi had a sense of bewilderment between his brows when he heard this. The sound insulation effects of the room were extremely good, and coupled with the fact that Zhao Weiyi was cultivating earlier, he didn't know what had occurred in the hall outside. A pair of young man and young woman arrived on the 9th floor of your Zhao clan's Ice Flame Pavilion today. The young man looks to be around the age of 25, and the woman is a little bit over the age of 20, said Lu Hao. And then, Zhao Weiyi asked with interest. And then, Hu Jun's arm was crippled by the young man, and that person attacked ruthlessly, to the point that even a grade 3 life recovery pill is incapable of saving Hu Jun. Lu Hao continued. Zhao Weiyi's brows frowned when he heard this. Since he's capable of crippling Hu Jun, then it shows that he's at least an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. An 8th level void initiation stage martial artist around the age of 25. Even Zhao Weiyi couldn't help but be shocked now. After all, even he had only broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage after the age of 30. Now, when he heard a young man at the age of 25 possessed a cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, he felt it was slightly difficult to accept. As a genius martial artist, he had his own pride, and it was difficult for him to bear the face that someone had a natural talent much greater than his. 8th level of the void initiation stage, Lu Hao said in disdain when he heard Zhao Weiyi's judgment. He isn't so simple as to be only an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. What would you think if I told you that Hu Jun's group of 10, 3 8th level void initiation stage martial artists, 5 7th level void initiation stage martial artists, and 3 6th level void initiation stage martial artists attacked him jointly, yet weren't even able to touch the corners of his clothes before falling? Zhao Weiyi instantly sat up right after Lu Hao finished speaking, and a bright light flashed within his eyes. Such a thing happened. Now that you've said this, I'm slightly interested in him. He's most probably from another dynasty and is passing through our Darming dynasty with the intention of participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Come, go meet him with me. Zhao Weiyi walked towards the exit of the room. Wait, Lu Hao stopped Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi looked at Lu Hao with a puzzled expression as he didn't know what Lu Hao still wanted to say. Zhao Weiyi, I have to warn you about something. Not only did Hu Jun's group of 11 not touch the corners of his clothes when they jointly attacked him. When he spoke up to here, Lu Hao paused for a moment before continuing. From the beginning until the end, he sat on the spot without moving. He seemed to have utilized some sort of peculiar ability that caused Hu Jun's group of 11 to fight each other, causing all of them to be injured. What? Lu Hao's words caused Zhao Weiyi, who'd always maintained his composure, to finally be unable to refrain from being moved. Chapter 764. Coincidental meeting. Zhao Weiyi's eyes flickered as his thoughts flew off. Such methods were astounding. It seems that only those formidable demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing a similar ability. That ability executed by spiritual force is related to the soul and commonly called a soul skill. At this instant, Zhao Weiyi thought of many things, and then he finally confirmed it. But according to rumor, soul skills belong to the ranks of abilities executed via spiritual force. Unless a human martial artist is at the martial emperor stage expert or above, otherwise, it would be impossible to comprehend. Only demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent and possess an innate soul brand were capable of executing an ability via spiritual force like that. All of these were things Zhao Weiyi had seen from an ancient book in the Zhao clan's library. Could it be that he's a demon? Instantly, Zhao Weiyi's pupils constricted as he revealed an astonished expression. If he's really a demon, then everything is easy to explain. Even though he looks to be only around the age of 25, but if he's really a demon that has taken human form, then it isn't rare remarkable no matter how young his outward appearance is. Zhao Weiyi's face was filled with fear when he thought up to here. If that person was really a demon, then that person was at least in existence at the first level of the void transformation stage, as demon beasts could only truly transform into demons and take human form after they broke through to the void transformation stage. When he thought about how the person was very likely a demon of rumor, Zhao Weiyi's heartbeat sped up, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. An existence at the void transformation stage. Even if it was his Zhao clan, there were only two of them, and both of them were at the first level of the void transformation stage. Zhao Weiyi took a deep breath and pressed down the fear in his heart, and his face gradually eased up as he slowly walked out of the room. The Darming dynasty's third prince, Lu Hao, frowned and followed him out. Duan Ling Tian quietly savored the blue longing in the hall of the 9th floor, and as he felt the piercingly cold feeling that spread throughout his body, he felt his entire body feel comfortable. Nice. The blue longing was an improved version of the glaze wine, and besides being capable of improving one's origin energy to a certain extent, it was also capable of condensing one's origin energy. Big brother Duan, someone has come out. Feng Tianwu just happened to be facing the direction of the room in the 9th floor, and she sent a voice transmission to warn Duan Ling Tian when she saw an unfamiliar young man walk out slowly from the room with the third prince. Actually, even if Feng Tianwu didn't warn him, he'd already noticed the two people behind him because their gazes had both descended onto him at this moment. Big brother Wei Yi, young master Wei Yi. In next to no time, those young men and women who'd consumed medicinal pills to more or less recover their injuries had greeted the young man that walked out of the room. Young master Wei Yi. Zhao Weiyi. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he'd guessed the young man's identity, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised because his spiritual force had already detected the young man's cultivation at the first possible moment. This Zhao Weiyi was a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. One of the two most outstanding young geniuses of the Darming dynasty had already stepped into the void interpretation stage, so the other young genius, the crown prince, would probably not be any inferior. As expected of the Darming dynasty, cultivation is so prevalent that it created many martial artists with extraordinary natural talent. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Actually, not to mention Zhao Weiyi, even those 11 young men and young women who didn't know what was good for them and attacked him had cultivations that similarly caused Duan Ling Tian to be shocked. 3 6th level void initiation stage martial artists, 5 7th level void initiation stage martial artists, and 3 8th level void initiation stage martial artists. Only these young geniuses of the Darming dynasty that were gathered together possessed cultivations that were so extraordinary, and if this was the Darkin dynasty, it was practically impossible. Young master Wei Yi. Presently, even if it was those middle-aged and old customers in the 9th floor's hall had bowed respectfully to Zhao Weiyi, who walked over slowly. From the beginning until the end, Zhao Weiyi had a carefree expression, and he walked slowly to arrive before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's table under the reception of numerous respectful gazes. A trace of astonishment flashed within his eyes when he saw Feng Tianwu, as he'd never seen such an outstanding woman in the Darming dynasty. Even though a gentle and graceful maiden was the best pair for a gentleman, Zhao Weiyi was someone who was infatuated with the martial Tao, and he didn't have the interest of a normal man towards women. Moreover, his marriage had already been decided on long ago before he was born. When the time came in the future, he would directly marry and have children. Love between men and women wasn't the slightest bit enticing to him, and only the martial Tao that seemed to have no end was what he pursued in his entire life. In his eyes, women were only tools used to carry on the family line. So, Zhao Weiyi only glanced at Feng Tianwu before his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, who sat opposite of Feng Tianwu. When he saw that Duan Ling Tian was really as young as Lu Hao had said, slight surprise couldn't help but suffuse his face, and then he said, "May I know your name?" Duan Ling Tian continued drinking his wine as if he didn't heart what Zhao Weiyi said. Zhao Weiyi didn't get angry when he saw this, but even if Zhao Weiyi didn't get angry, it didn't mean that the other people weren't. The group of young men and young women including Hu Jun, who'd suffered a loss at Duan Ling Tian's hands earlier, stared angrily at Duan Ling Tian. "Kid, Big Brother Weiyi is asking you something, did you not hear? Young Master Weiyi asking you something is a sign that he thinks highly of you, so quickly answer him if you're sensible. Otherwise, don't dream of walking out of this ice flame pavilion today." The group of young men and young women seemed to have found a mountain to rely on when they saw Zhao Weiyi appear, and they weren't the slightest bit worried when facing Duan Ling Tian. "Don't dream of walking out of the ice flame pavilion. All of you." Duan Ling Tian sipped the blue longing in his wine cup and didn't even raise his head to look at those young men and women, and his tone was filled with disdain. Duan Ling Tian's disdain was taken as an act of provocation by these young men and young women, and it caused them to become extremely enraged. "Young Master Wei Yu, this kid is too arrogant. You must teach him a proper lesson." The group of young men and women looked at Zhao Weiyi and took him to be their life-saving straw. But unfortunately, no matter how they urged him, Zhao Weiyi still didn't have the slightest intention to make a move, and his eyes concentrated onto Duan Ling Tian as he said via voice transmission, "If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a formidable demon, right?" Duan Ling Tian was first stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhao Weiyi's voice transmission. Zhao Weiyi was slightly at a loss when he saw the smile that appeared suddenly on Duan Ling Tian's face, and then he frowned as he continued to say via voice transmission, "Could it be that I'm wrong? The ability you executed that easily made them fight each other is probably a soul skill that some special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent possess innately, right? You even know about soul skills." Finally, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and glanced at Zhao Weiyi with slight surprise as he spoke via voice transmission. "Looks like you really are a demon." Zhao Weiyi glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian as he continued to speak via voice transmission. "I know you're trying to probe me, but if you say I'm a demon, then I am one." Duan Ling Tian smiled and replied via voice transmission. The expression of Zhao Weiyi, who'd already confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was a demon after he heard Duan Ling Tian admit to executing a soul skill, couldn't help but freeze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. What does this violet-clothed young man mean? Could it be that he isn't a demon? But if he isn't a demon, then how can he possibly execute a soul skill? And how can he possibly possess such terrifying abilities at such an age? Right at this moment, two light sounds of footsteps resounded. One of the footsteps in the lead was extremely steady, and every single footstep caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to be unable to help but shake slightly. A void transformation stage expert. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted abruptly. At the same time, his gaze descended towards the source of the footsteps. At that place was two people who were walking slowly into the hall of the 9th floor. The person in the front wore an azure-colored robe, and he was a robust middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and tousled hair. He seemed to be ordinary, yet his aura was actually restrained. Duan Ling Tian noticed an extremely dangerous aura on him. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the person behind the robust middle-aged man after that, and with a single glance, Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted as he recognized this person. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even spoken when Feng Tianwu had already noticed Su Li before him and couldn't refrain from exclaiming with surprise. Su Li, who heard Feng Tianwu's voice, noticed Feng Tianwu at the first possible moment as well, and then he noticed Duan Ling Tian, causing his face to be covered with astonishment. Obviously, he never imagined that he would encounter Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu here. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, a seeming unrestrained appearance, had already sat at an empty table, and Su Li headed towards Duan Ling Tian's table after notifying the middle-aged man. Even though the group of young men and young women were eyeing Duan Ling Tian with hostility at this moment, Su Li utterly disregarded these people and directly sat by Duan Ling Tian's side. "Young Miss Tianwu." Su Li first greeted Feng Tianwu before looking at Duan Ling Tian and smiling. "Duan Ling Tian, what are you and young Miss Tianwu doing here?" Passing by, Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly, and then he looked at the robust middle-aged man in the distance and suppressed his voice as he asked. Su Li, that's your master. The robust middle-aged man seemed to be slovenly, yet the feeling he gave Duan Ling Tian was even more terrifying than the darkened dynasties by Nan Shang. Bai Nan Shang had revealed his aura at the void transformation stage before Duan Ling Tian at any rate, yet Su Li's master didn't make a move and only stood and sat there, yet he gave Duan Ling Tian extremely great pressure. Yes, Su Li nodded, and then he said to Duan Ling Tian's group of 2, "Come, I'll introduce you to my master." As he spoke, Su Li stood up and brought Duan Ling Tian's group of 2 to walk towards the robust middle-aged man. From the beginning until the end, the 3 of them had completely disregarded Zhao Weiyi and the others. Hu Jun gnashed his teeth. Even though he was enraged to the limit, yet he who had suffered a loss at Duan Ling Tian's hands didn't dare make a rash move before Zhao Weiyi made a move. Duan Ling Tian, Zhao Weiyi frowned. This name seems to be slightly familiar. Chapter 765, Feel free to try. Master, this is the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu. As for this person, he's that good friend I mentioned to you in the past, Duan Ling Tian. Su Li introduced them after he arrived before the robust middle-aged man with Duan Ling Tian's group of 2. Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man's gaze flashed past Feng Tian Wu before locking onto Duan Ling Tian. You're the Duan Ling Tian that obtained the first ranking in the dynasty martial competition of the Darkened Dynasty half a year ago. Duan Ling Tian pays his respects to senior. It wasn't good for Duan Ling Tian to be disrespectful before this middle-aged man that was Su Li's master. Moreover, besides Qing Nu, who was by the side of the mysterious young woman, Han Shui Nai, and his father, this robust middle-aged man was absolutely the strongest person he'd met until now. Qing Nu wasn't a human martial artist and her strength was completely restrained, causing Duan Ling Tian to be completely incapable of seeing through her strength. As for his father, he was completely incapable of seeing through him. He does indeed possess great potential. After sizing up Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom for some time, the robust middle-aged man nodded. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly and notified Su Li before returning to his tablet with Feng Tian Wu. Presently, the gaze Zhao Weiyi shot at him was completely different. Earlier, he finally recalled it after he heard what the robust middle-aged man said. Not long ago, he'd heard of the final outcome of the dynasty martial competitions held by the nearby dynasties, and he was familiar with all the people that were ranked the first in the dynasty martial competitions of those dynasties. The number 1 ranked young genius in the Darkened Dynasty was a young man called Duan Ling Tian. Supposedly, Duan Ling Tian was a young man that looked to be around the age of 25. Now he'd completely confirmed it. The violet-clothed young man that sat before him was precisely that Duan Ling Tian. You're Duan Ling Tian. The third Prince Lu Hao frowned and glanced at Duan Ling Tian with slight fear. He'd heard of the number 1 ranked young genius in the Darkened Dynasty's martial competition in the past. As for Hu Jun and the other 10 young men and women, they'd heard the words of the robust middle-aged man and knew that Duan Ling Tian was the number 1 ranked young genius in the Darkened Dynasty's martial competition. Instantly, their expressions were slightly unsightly. No wonder this young man's strength was so strong, so it turns out that he's ranked at the top amongst the younger generation of the Darkened Dynasty. So you're the Darkened Dynasty's Duan Ling Tian. The fearful gaze Zhao Weiyi looked at Duan Ling Tian with had completely vanished, and replacing it was coldness and indifference. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Ling Tian was a formidable demon, he was filled with fear towards Duan Ling Tian and even didn't dare arouse the intention to go against Duan Ling Tian. Yet now, after he found out about Duan Ling Tian's true identity, his expression sank slightly. Duan Ling Tian, you injured so many members of my Darming dynasty within my Zhao clan's Iceflame Pavilion. Shouldn't you give my Zhao clan an explanation? And give the Darming dynasty an explanation? After he found out about Duan Ling Tian's identity, Zhao Weiyi instantly became overbearing and aggressive. What, you aren't afraid of me any longer? Duan Ling Tian slightly lazily raised his head and glanced indifferently at Zhao Weiyi before speaking lazily. Zhao Weiyi's expression darkened. Earlier, because he suspected Duan Ling Tian was a demon, so besides being courteous to Duan Ling Tian, he was even slightly afraid. Now when it was exposed by Duan Ling Tian, he couldn't help but turn angry out of embarrassment. Duan Ling Tian, let me say it one more time. You can either give me an explanation today, or you can fall to the ground. As he finished speaking, The clothes on Zhao Weiyi started fluttering without any wing and his eyes were covered in coldness. An explanation? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhao Weiyi. What explanation do you want? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Hu Jun and the others. Then I'll take charge of this matter and write it off. Zhao Weiyi spoke with a low voice. Kneel down. Kowtow 3 times. Duan Ling Tian hadn't said anything when Feng Tian Wu's expression had already darkened, and she stared angrily at Zhao Weiyi and said, what arrogance. When Su Li who'd just sat down heard Zhao Weiyi's words, his expression darkened, and he instantly stood up as his gaze that was sharp like a sword stared at Zhao Weiyi. He can do anything that you're capable of, yet you might not be capable of doing everything he is. The middle-aged man that sat by Su Li's side spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it was clearly heard by Su Li. Su Li laughed bitterly and sat down once more. He was naturally able to understand the meaning within his master's words. It was none other than saying Duan Ling Tian was able to deal with anything that he was able to deal with, yet he might not be able to deal with everything that Duan Ling Tian was able to deal with. Kid, did you hear what Big Brother Weiyi said? Quickly kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Hu Jun strode a step forward and ordered Duan Ling Tian about while assuming the influence of Zhao Weiyi. Practically at the instant Hu Jun spoke, a sudden howl of a sword resounded out briefly. Ah! In the next moment, Hu Jun let out a miserable shrill cry. His other hand was severed from the shoulder, causing blood to gush out in a column, and he was only barely able to stop the bleeding with his origin energy after some time. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian who had instantly struck out with his sword to sever Hu Jun's arm, and all of this didn't stop there. Duan Ling Tian struck out with his sword like a bolt of lightning, causing numerous sword lights to flash out and mincing up Hu Jun's severed arm that had fallen onto the ground in a short moment, and it was utterly impossible to be reattached. You, how ruthless. When he saw this scene, Hu Jun was angered to the point his face flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and then he was unable to catch his breath and fainted directly. After he fainted, his injury lost the origin energy that stopped the bleeding, causing blood to continue gushing out and taint the entire ground. Monkey. Hu Jun's companions hurriedly moved forward to help Hu Jun stop the bleeding. You dare injure another before I, Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi's expression was extremely gloomy as he strode forward as if he was capable of shrinking the distance before him, and he'd already arrived before Duan Ling Tian in the next moment. Terrifying origin energy instantly exploded out from him, and the vast energy of the heavens and the earth caused the sky to shake as it converged into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. A total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first. First level void interpretation stage. Feng Tian Wu's beautiful face went grim when she saw this scene, and she cried out with shock. On the other hand, before he had the time to utilize his concept, Duan Ling Tian, who saw Zhao Weiyi approach him, had already left his seat first and transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. The sound of lightning and wind exploded out everywhere Duan Ling Tian passed, and it reverberated in the ears of others. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared to first form 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 4th level lightning concept. At the same time, the milky white origin energy that skyrocketed on Zhao Weiyi had instantly transformed into a fiery red color and seemed to have formed into a ball of real flames. In the sky, another 20 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and coiled down at the side of the existing 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength Duan Ling Tian utilized when he dodged, it was an entire 5 ancient horned dragons worth of strength more. The concept you've comprehended isn't bad, but unfortunately, you're only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and you aren't a match for me. Zhao Weiyi's entire body was enveloped by flames and seemed like a god of flames, and he stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian as he said slowly, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, then cripple your own arm and leg. Out of respect for the Darkin dynasty being neighboring to our Darming dynasty, I'll spare your life. Zhao Weiyi finished speaking in a single breath. Based on your tone, you seem to be completely confident of defeating me. Duan Ling Tian met Zhao Weiyi's gaze without the slightest fear. I know you know a soul skill that some special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing with spiritual force. But I want to tell you that I'm a martial artist at the void interpretation stage and my spiritual force is stronger than yours. So your soul skill is utterly useless against me. Zhao Weiyi sneered. Zhao Weiyi's caused everyone besides himself and Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but be stunned. Soul skill. The middle-aged man looked at Su Li and asked. Duan Ling Tian knows how to utilize soul skills. I'm not sure. Su Li shook his head and then said, but Duan Ling Tian does indeed possess an extremely terrifying ability that's capable of affect another and causing one to seem as if one was bewitched. Many people call that ability of his as a demonic technique. Could it be that he really knows how to utilize a soul skill? The robust middle-aged man's brows raised, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest, and his eyes faintly contained slight anticipation. A human martial artist that was capable of executing a spiritual force ability like a soul skill before becoming a martial emperor was truly unbelievable. He wanted to know if Duan Ling Tian was really capable of executing a skill via his spiritual force. Looks like you have a rather good understanding of soul skills. Duan Ling Tian's expression still remained calm when facing with Zhao Weiyi, who possessed a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and he spoke indifferently. Zhao Weiyi revealed a complacent expression as if he was fully assured of defeating Duan Ling Tian. But, since you said my soul skill is useless to you, then feel free to try, said Duan Ling Tian. The complacent smile on Zhao Weiyi's face instantly froze, and his eyes seemed as if they were capable of spouting flames. Since it's like this, then I'll fulfill your wish. The number 1 ranked young genius in the Darken Dynasty's younger generation will perish here today. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Weiyi had moved out as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Ling Tian. Right at the instant Zhao Weiyi's figure moved, a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. His spiritual force that had been accumulating strength since long ago had instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed his soul skill. Instantly, an illusory space appeared and directly enveloped Zhao Weiyi within it. In the next moment, everyone in the 9th floor was stunned. They saw Zhao Weiyi, who approached menacingly, had actually strangely changed direction when he was about to get close to Duan Ling Tian, and then he flashed to the side and attacked the air. Presently, he seemed as if he'd lost his mind in the eyes of the others. Master, this is that ability of Duan Ling Tian's, said Su Li. If they aren't putting on a show, then perhaps this Duan Ling Tian really does know how to utilize a soul skill. The robust middle-aged man's eyes squinted as he muttered. Chapter 766, Overbearing. Instantly, the group of young men and women exclaimed loudly as they wanted to rouse Zhao Weiyi, who seemed as if he was bewitched. Unfortunately, no matter how they shouted or sent voice transmissions, Zhao Weiyi still attacked the air over there and remained completely indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side and watched coldly. This Zhao Weiyi was truly naive to think that his spiritual force would be similar to his cultivation and only be at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After all, his current spiritual force was already at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Not to mention Zhao Weiyi, who possessed a spiritual force at the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, even if it was a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist wasn't an inscription master. Then once the person fell into the illusory space created by his soul skill, 1000 illusions, it would be utterly impossible for the cultivator to leave his illusory space unless he himself stopped it. It's time to end it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed as he thought in his mind, and he moved to arrive behind Zhao Weiyi. Duan Ling Tian pushed out with his palm with a large movement to descend it onto Zhao Weiyi's back, and the vast origin energy poured into Zhao Weiyi before shaking the origin energy on Zhao Weiyi's body to dispersal and injuring Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi's body shook as he let out a muffled groan, and then he flew out like an arrow that left about a tumble to the ground in a sorry state and spit blood violently. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian retracted his soul skill, 1000 illusions, causing the illusory space to disperse. After Zhao Weiyi left the illusory space, his expression went ominous as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was completely unharmed. Impossible. You're only a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, and your spiritual force ought to only be at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. How can your soul skill possibly affect me? You still want to try? Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze stared at Zhao Weiyi as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Weiyi's face froze when he heard this, and his eyes flickered with fear. After he found out that it was impossible for him to escape being affected by Duan Ling Tian's soul skill, he knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Ling Tian, at least for now. At this moment, he was unable to wrap his head around why Duan Ling Tian's soul skill was capable of affecting him. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force has already attained the void interpretation stage? Now that he about thought of this, there was only this possibility. I admit that I'm not a match for you. But do you think that you can leave the Ice Flame Pavilion safely by defeating me? Zhao Weiyi sneered. Right at this moment, an old man walked out slowly from the room in the 9th floor. The old man wore gray clothes and had an emaciated figure. His expression was cold and indifferent and didn't possess the slightest emotion, as if he was a living corpse. The gray-clothed old man had come out from the inner room within the room. Even though there was only a single room in the 9th floor, yet it was divided into the inner and outer room. Zhao Weiyi would usually be at the outer room so long as he came to the Ice Flame Pavilion, whereas the inner pavilion instead had a Zhao clan expert residing in it, an expert that guarded the Ice Flame Pavilion. Elder Kun. After the old man came out, Zhao Weiyi bowed respectfully. Elder Kun. The other young men and women looked at the old man who walked out slowly with a perturbed expression, as all of them possessed extraordinary backgrounds and had heard of this old man. Not only was this old man one of the 2 strongest experts in the Zhao clan, he usually killed without batting an eye, and there were at least around 1,000 people that had died at his hands. The old man nodded to Zhao Weiyi, and he directly disregarded everyone else. In next to no time, he stood before Zhao Weiyi, and his muddy eyes suddenly emitted a sharp and bright light that flashed directly towards Duan Ling Tian. Second young master, how do you think I should deal with him? The old man asked. His words were obviously spoken to Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi stared at Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze when he heard this, and then he said with a low voice, Elder Kun, kill him. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Ling Tian died, then he would have one less formidable opponent during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held a few months from now. Okay. The old man nodded lightly, and his eyes flickered with a bright light as ghastly killing intent suffused them. Along with the gray robe on the old man fluttering, the energy of the heavens and the earth gradually started to roil, and when his entire body was covered in a layer of an origin energy light barrier, phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had appeared in the sky. 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared instantly, and they possessed a powerful impetus. A void transformation stage expert. Feng Tianwu and Su Li's expressions went grim. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's hand shook as a pearl made of jade had appeared in her hand. The pearl looked to be simple and plain, yet it was obviously useless as Feng Tianwu had taken it out at this moment. However, when Feng Tianwu's finger moved slightly and was about to crush the pearl, a voice transmission entered into her ears, and it first caused her to be stunned before he put away the pearl. This pearl was a pearl that had been inscribed with a detection inscription. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice it at the first possible moment, and he would rush over as quickly as he could. It was precisely because of the existence of this pearl that her father would feel at ease to allow Duan Ling Tian and her to come here. Kid, since Elder Kun is making a move, you're dead. You even dare touch young Master Wei Yi. You're truly courting death. The group of young men and women looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, remember it, the person that killed you is I, Zhao Kun. The old man laughed coldly before swiftly taking a stride out, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out in the form of a material palm that instantly appeared before instantaneously vanishing before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Of course, it didn't really vanish, and it instead moved at a speed that was difficult to be caught by Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Practically at the same moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a terrifying strong wind assault his face and moved closer and closer, and it seemed as if it would smash onto him in an instant. But even then, Duan Ling Tian still had a calm expression and was fearless. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded out for a brief moment. In the next moment, an explosion resounded out in the sky, and the old man's material palm strike that flashed out was blasted apart. Who? The old man's expression went grim, and his gaze was like a bolt of lightning as it swept towards the robust middle-aged man that sat at the nearby table. Another sword howl resounded out, and it still only appeared briefly. Ah! The group of young men and women went pale as they cried out in terror, and their pupils that had constricted were staring blankly at the old man. Elder Kun. Zhao Weiyi cried out sorrowfully. What a swift strike! Duan Ling Tian felt a slight chill run down his spine as he looked at the bloody hole on the old man's throat. He'd only heard a brief sword howl, and had completely not caught any trace of the sword light. The old man's corpse fell down as a column of blood gushed out from his throat, and it flowed out and seemed to form a small stream. When the gazes of everyone including Duan Ling Tian descended onto the robust middle-aged man who was also Su Li's master, Su Li's master didn't even spare a glance at the old man's corpse from the beginning until the end. A void transformation stage martial artist from a mere dynasty's clan dares to make a fuss before my master. He deserves death. Su Li glanced coldly at the old man's corpse and spoke indifferently. Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man and thanked him. Earlier, it was precisely because he'd noticed the aura of the middle-aged man had locked onto the old man that he stopped Feng Tianwu from crushing the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it, and he didn't take out one of the 2 talismans that his father left behind. The middle-aged man was an expert from a power in the foreign lands, and it was extremely easy for him to deal with the old man, but never had Duan Ling Tian imagined that the robust middle-aged man would directly kill the old man. It's said that those formidable sword cultivators are extremely ruthless. I can be considered to have experienced it today. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. There's no need for thanks. You're a friend of Su Li's, so you're naturally a junior of mine. As a senior, protecting one's junior is a matter of course. The middle-aged man waved his hand as he spoke indifferently. Presently, even though Zhao Weiyi was staring hatefully at the robust middle-aged man, he could only forcefully endure it and not dare make a sound. He believed that if the middle-aged man had the intention to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping one's hand. So he could only endure for the sake of surviving. Moreover, since the middle-aged man was capable of instantly killing the one of the 2 void transformation stage experts who were the strongest in their Zhao clan, it showed that the middle-aged man entirely possessed the strength to annihilate his Zhao clan. If he were to go head-on with an expert like this, their Zhao clan would lose for sure. Duan Ling Tian, all of this is because of you. Our Zhao clan can't seek revenge from him, yet we'll surely tear you to pieces before burning your bones and scattering the ashes. Zhao Weiyi's extremely hateful gaze moved onto Duan Ling Tian as he vowed in his heart. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Zhao Weiyi's gaze, yet he utterly did not care. After a short moment, the robust middle-aged man put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up before walking towards the stairway that led to the 8th floor with large strides, and he intended to leave. At the same time, Su Li stood up and followed closely behind the middle-aged man, and he didn't forget to bid his farewells to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I and my master are leaving. I'll see you during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Okay, Duan Ling Tian replied with a light smile, and he looked at the robust middle-aged man at the same time. Senior, goodbye. At the same time that Zhao Weiyi heaved a sigh of relief from seeing the middle-aged man leaving, he had a decision in his heart. So long as the robust middle-aged man left, he would return to the Zhao clan right away. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian must die. Duan Ling Tian's blood had to be used to repay the death of Elder Kun. But in next to no time, his expression couldn't help but darken. The middle-aged man slowly turned around and casually swept Zhao Weiyi with his gaze before saying indifferently, if I don't see Duan Ling Tian in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then I'll visit the capital of the Darming dynasty once more after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends to annihilate the entire Zhao clan. After he finished saying these extremely overbearing words, the robust middle-aged man left with Su Li. Thank you, senior. Duan Ling Tian started smiling. He knew that with these words that Su Li's master has left behind, not only would the Zhao clan not dare seek revenge for him, they would even have to protect him. Otherwise, once anything happened to him before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the Zhao clan would cease to exist. Tian Wu, let's return as well. After Su Li and his master left, Duan Ling Tian called out to Feng Tian Wu before swaggering out of the Ice Flame Pavilion's 9th floor and vanishing before the eyes of Zhao Weiyi and the others. Zhao Weiyi was angered to the point his body trembled intensely, and he was furious to the extreme yet was helpless. In the end, he was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 767, Void Interpretation Stage. When Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu walked out of the Ice Flame Pavilion, they didn't see a trace of Su Li and his master. I truly never imagined that we'd be able to meet Su Li here. Feng Tian Wu smiled. Yeah, I never expected it as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded and was shocked by this as well. After that, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Even more unexpected to me is that I was actually able to drink wines like the Blazer wine, Glaze wine, Blue Longing, and Red Charm in a mere Darming dynasty's capital. Looks like because the Darming dynasty is neighboring the foreign lands, besides cultivation being prevalent here, there are many more things that other dynasties don't possess. Big brother Duan, do you think the Zhao clan will send people to protect you? Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh when she recalled the scene from before. Duan Ling Tian started laughing as well. I truly never imagined that one of the two most outstanding young geniuses in the Darming dynasty, Zhao Weiyi, is actually already a void interpretation stage martial artist. Feng Tianwu sighed. Supposedly, the strength of the Darming dynasty's crown prince is superior to Zhao Weiyi. I presume that the crown prince is probably in existence at the void interpretation stage as well. After both of them returned to the inn, they rested for another 2 days before continuing on their journey. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 left the Darming dynasty's capital to arrive at the place they parted with the azure-eyed eagle that day, and the azure-eyed eagle was already waiting there. After they descended onto the back of the azure-eyed eagle, the azure-eyed eagle's wings spread out before seeming to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly vanished on the spot. Its objective pointed straight towards the ancient desert city in the northern desert, as that place was precisely the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held. On the way, Duan Ling Tian held the wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehended wind concept with concentration. Presently, he was only a step away from comprehending first-level intermediate wind concept. Once his concept advanced, his cultivation would instantly break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. 2 months of time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the azure-eyed eagle like a statue, had finally moved. Strands of material azure-colored energy gushed out from his body before coiling around him as if they'd transformed into gusts of clear wind that were pulsating. Suddenly, origin energy suffused out from Duan Ling Tian's body to converge with these azure-colored energy, and they formed real wind. The wind didn't blow out in all directions but instead coiled around Duan Ling Tian's body and revolved ceaselessly with a speed that grew swifter and swifter, and it seemed to have formed a vortex that revolved endlessly. Big brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu was jolted awake from her cultivation by the whirlwind on Duan Ling Tian's body. Father, what's happening to big brother Duan? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao, who sat nearby, and she asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, it's a good thing. He's about to break through. How shocking was Feng Wudao's discerning gaze. He'd long since seen through the change that was occurring on Duan Ling Tian, and it was a 9th-level elementary wind concept completing its final transformation. Once the transformation was successful, then a pheasant would become a phoenix, and the elementary wind concept would transform into intermediate wind concept. At that time, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation would advance a step further and break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Breakthrough. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes lit up and a smile suffused her beautiful face as she was happy for Duan Ling Tian. The revolving speed of the whirlwind that was formed around Duan Ling Tian grew faster and faster, and in the end, it even caused the origin energy barrier on the azure-eyed eagle to shake and seem as if it would be tore open at any moment. Qing, retract your origin energy barrier and allow him to be outside, said Feng Wudao to the azure-eyed eagle. The azure-eyed eagle nodded lightly before his origin energy barrier instantly retracted back and only protected Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu. As for Duan Ling Tian, he was completely exposed to the outside world, and he greeted the gusts of piercingly cold strong winds that assaulted his face. But these strong winds hadn't even approached Duan Ling Tian when they were completely destroyed by the whirlwind around Duan Ling Tian's body, and Duan Ling Tian was completely safe within the whirlwind. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's entire body and mind was immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and he himself didn't know how long had passed and only knew that he wanted to comprehend intermediate wind concept. Unknowingly, he'd touched the threshold of intermediate wind concept, and he only lacked placing his foot through the door, yet he was stuck at this last step. At the beginning, no matter how he tried, it was useless, and he gradually couldn't help but become slightly dejected. But later on, when he was disappointed to the point of wanting to give up, he instead obtained good fortune when he wasn't even trying, and it allowed him to stride past that last step. Once this step was taken, Duan Ling Tian felt as if he was suddenly filled with enlightenment, and gusts of refreshing wind fused into his body from all of his pores. After all the wind fused into his body, a single thought of his caused his entire body to be surrounded by gusts of piercingly cold azure-colored strong winds once more. Presently, even if he didn't fuse his origin energy into it, the wind concept wasn't much different to normal wind. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and a bright light flashed within. After he opened his eyes, the first thing Duan Ling Tian did was raise his head and look up into the sky above him. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had already condensed into form here. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes were gathered there, and they dashed along extremely swiftly with him, a total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level intermediate wind concept. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. He knew that he'd succeeded in smoothly comprehending intermediate wind concept, or as it's commonly referred to, void interpretation concept. Comprehending void interpretation concept also meant that he'd obtained the certificate of passage that led to the void interpretation stage. Big brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu smiled as she congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, and then he couldn't help but ask. How long has passed? It has been 2 months since we left the Darming dynasty. We'll be able to enter the northern desert very soon, said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding and looked down below, yet he noticed that everything that entered into his eyes was gray, because there no sunlight, his field of vision had been completely obstructed by the clouds and mist. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then signaled to Feng Wudao with a nod before closing his eyes once more, and the first level intermediate wind concept on his body was retracted along with this. Feng Tianwu was slightly puzzled by the scene before her. Hasn't Big Brother Duan's wind concept already broken through? Why has he closed his eyes again? Could it be? Seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted. Big Brother Duan wants to directly charge into the first level of the void interpretation stage. Never had Feng Tianwu imagined that Duan Ling Tian's ambition would be so great, and for a time, at the same time that she gasped in admiration because of this, she felt a shapeless force of motivation seeming to be urging her to quickly work hard and cultivate. Instantly, Feng Tianwu sat down cross-legged before starting to cultivate and comprehend fire concept. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu's body was suffused with origin energy, and when combined with fire concept, it actually transformed into material flames that seemed like real flames. If Duan Ling Tian saw this scene, he would surely be greatly shocked, because the fire concept that Feng Tianwu had executed at this moment wasn't an ordinary elementary fire concept any longer. Her current fire concept was already capable of becoming material, and it also meant that it wasn't far from advancing to become a first-level intermediate fire concept. It was possible for her to officially comprehend intermediate fire concept at any moment. Once that happened, when Feng Tianwu's cultivation advanced a step further, it would be the void interpretation stage. Feng Wudao stood at the side, and his gaze had always been on Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he faintly sensed that the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body actually had traces of being about to break through. This kid, Ling Tian, is truly shocking. He'd only just comprehended void interpretation concept, and he's about to break through to the void interpretation stage. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's entire body and soul was immersed in cultivation, and the origin energy within him was improving at an extremely swift speed. His origin energy that had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage was already capable of advancing once more because he'd comprehended void interpretation concept. I'll rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to break through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as his origin energy started to pull out the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated within his body to assist his origin energy to increase its speed of improvement a step further. Every single moment, Duan Ling Tian was able to clearly sense the origin energy in his body strengthening endlessly. A day passed. The 5th day. Under his lead and the push from the extremely overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body had finally smoothly charged through the final bottleneck of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After it charged through the bottleneck, his origin energy flowed throughout his body and underwent a transformation at an extremely swift speed. Not long after, his origin energy had completely transformed. After his origin energy transformed, the infant-shaped mist that was condensed from origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's dantian had become even more material, and it wasn't so illusory as before. This is the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and lightly clenched his fists. Instantly, origin energy flowed throughout his body and coiled around him in a short moment. The energy of the heaven and earth roiled, causing an extraordinary change to occur in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, and numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form before converging together to form a formidable array. Merely his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons when utilized, and it was precisely the symbol of the first level of the void interpretation stage. I've broken through. Duan Ling Tian smiled extremely brilliantly. In his original expectations, it was already not bad if he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, yet never had he imagined that he'd broken through almost an entire 2 months ahead of time. Perhaps, during this almost 2 months of time, I can rely on the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge into the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Chapter 768, Brother and Sister in Distress. You're really shocking, kid. You're only comprehended void interpretation concept for 5 days, yet have already smoothly broken through to the void interpretation stage. Such advancement is sufficient to cause any 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to blush with shame. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian as he sighed. My luck was just good. Duan Ling Tian grinned modestly, and he wasn't surprised that he'd broken through to swiftly in the void interpretation stage now. Not to mention his origin energy had attained the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Even the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated within his body was sufficient to allow him to swiftly break through to the void interpretation stage. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was no joke. Almost 2 months of time. My goal is the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes once more and continued cultivating. Even though he could rely on the concept fragment to comprehend concept while he cultivated, but he didn't do this because he had to concentrate on the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was called the Sword Dragon form. Besides being cultivated to advance in the void interpretation stage, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon technique, was also capable of assisting him in swiftly comprehending sword concept. Not only that, this Sword Dragon form also carried along a high-grade heaven rank offensive martial skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a martial skill that utilized sword concept at its foundation. My wind concept is already a void interpretation concept, and it satisfies the conditions to execute a heaven rank martial skill. But this 9 Dragons Radiant Flash instead requires sword concept as its foundation to be utilized. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. At the very least, I have to comprehend first level elementary sword concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian didn't think any further and started cultivating according to the mental cultivation method of the Sword Dragon form, and he quickly became completely immersed in it. At the same time that he improved his cultivation with the Sword Dragon form, he was able to comprehend sword force and even sword concept. Of course, it was only capable of assisting him to comprehend until first level elementary sword concept, and the following levels had to be comprehended by himself. In this way, I can't divide my attention to comprehend other concepts with a concept fragment until I've comprehended first level elementary sword concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian had no other choice. Now, he only hoped that he would be able to comprehend first-level elementary sword concept as soon as possible while advancing his cultivation. After he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Ling Tian had continued cultivating and had quickly become familiar with the mental cultivation method of the Sword Dragon form, allowing his cultivation to step on the right track. When he awoke from his cultivation, it was already half a month later. The rising sun rose high in the sky and sunlight poured down to the earth, and the sunlight enveloped Duan Ling Tian, causing his to be unable to help but narrow his eyes. This is the northern desert. Duan Ling Tian looked down towards the boundless ground beneath the azure-eyed eagle, and this ground was covered in desolate plains and hills that were uninhabited and boundless. Yes, Feng Wudao replied. Uncle Feng, you've come here in the past? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Once. Feng Wudao nodded. The furthest place I've gone is the ancient desert city of the northern desert. The ancient desert city is the city of the foreign lands that's the closest to our various dynasties. Duan Ling Tian nodded with understanding. Suddenly, a wave of jarring howls of the wind entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears from behind, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but turn around and look. He saw an extremely swift demon beast flying towards them, and he could faintly see 2 figures on the back of the demon beast. The demon beast was flying at full speed, and its speed wasn't inferior to the azure-eyed eagle. Coupled with it utilizing its void interpretation concept, it quickly closed the distance between itself and the azure-eyed eagle. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian saw the appearance of the demon beast clearly, and it was a flying demon beast that seemed like a vulture yet was extremely unsightly. A 7th level void interpretation stage demon beast. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force had extremely easily detected the cultivation of the vulture demon beast. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but search through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and he quickly found records relating to this type of vulture demon beast. Lightning Vulture, a void interpretation stage demon beast that's even more formidable than an azure-eyed eagle. Top figures of the Lightning Vulture family are even existences at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. It's even to the extent that a demon had once appeared in the Lightning Vulture family. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart when he found out about the Lightning Vulture. Meanwhile, the Lightning Vulture had approached the azure-eyed eagle before moving in parallel with the azure-eyed eagle after a short moment. The two figures on the Lightning Vulture had entered clearly into Duan Ling Tian's eyes. A young man a little over 30 years of age that wore a jade-green long robe, and he had starry eyes, sword-shaped brows, a handsome appearance, and a graceful bearing. However, at this moment, his face contained slight anxiousness on it. At the side of the young man was a young woman around the age of 15 or 16. The young woman had an appearance like carved jade, and she held the young man's sleeve tightly as her watery and large eyes revealed an expression of fear. Right when Duan Ling Tian was curious about why these two people would have an expression like this, another jarring howl of the wind sounded out from behind Duan Ling Tian. Another demon beast flew out to appear before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. This demon beast's speed was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it was much faster than the azure-eyed eagle and the lightning vulture. After a short moment, this demon beast surpassed the azure-eyed eagle and chased after the lightning vulture that had already flown far ahead of the azure-eyed eagle. Another lightning vulture. Duan Ling Tian saw the appearance of this demon beast clearly, and it was an exactly similar demon beast as the lightning vulture from before. But its body was even more enormous, and the oppressive feeling it emitted was much heavier than the previous lightning vulture. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the cultivation of this lightning vulture at the first possible moment. A 9th level void interpretation stage demon beast. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted instantly when he detected the cultivation of this lightning vulture. Even if it was in the lightning vulture family, a 9th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture was considered to be an extremely rare top figure, yet never had he imagined that he would encounter one. On the back of the lightning vulture stood a black-robed man, and this person was completely enveloped in a loose black robe, causing Duan Ling Tian to be utterly unable to see his appearance clearly. Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting the black-robed man's cultivation. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached the man before it seemed as if it had pierced into a ball of cotton and had no place to exert force on. Your spiritual force isn't bad for your young age. Right at this moment, an extremely hoarse voice suddenly entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it revealed a trace of gloominess. Obviously, it was the voice of the black-robed man. From the voice, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was an old man. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian broke out in cold sweat. He was practically able to confirm that this black-robed man was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. During this half a year of time, besides this black-robed man, he'd already successively encountered two void transformation stage experts. The first was the Darken Dynasty's imperial families by Nan Shang, the second was the Darming Dynasty Zhao clan's Zhao Kun. Both void transformation stage experts had two similarities. Firstly, they were both existences at the first level of the void transformation stage. Secondly, they were both dead. The former was killed by the miraculous talisman left behind by his father, Duan Rufeng, whereas the latter had been killed by Su Li's master. We've arrived at the northern desert. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was Feng Tianwu who'd awoken from her cultivation. Big brother Duan, you've awoken. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly to Duan Ling Tian, and in next to no time, she noticed the two demon beasts ahead that grew closer and closer together. What's that? Right at this moment, the two lightning vultures ahead had stopped. The black-robed man that rode the 9th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture had easily surpassed the 7th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture from behind and stopped it. The two lightning vultures were in confrontation, whereas the azure-eyed eagle that Duan Ling Tian's group of three rode was instead moving closer and closer to these two lightning vultures that were in confrontation. Lu San, are you really going to exterminate us, brother and sister? The young man that stood on the 7th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture spoke to the black-robed man, and it entered clearly into the ears of Duan Ling Tian's group of three. Second young master, I'm only carrying out my orders, I hope you don't blame me. The eldest young master has already spoken that he'll be uneasy in his heart until you're dead. The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded out. That animal. The young man was extremely angry yet was helpless, and he said with a low voice. You can kill me, but I hope you can let Ping Er go, she's innocent. Second brother, I won't leave you. If we die, we'll die together. Even though the eyes of the young woman by the side of the young man contained terror within it, her expression was extremely firm, and she was fearless at her young age. I'm sorry, second young master. The eldest young master said that both you and the seventh young miss must die. The black-robed man continued as the robes he wore fluttered with the wind. But the black-robed man didn't make a move for now, because his gaze had descended onto the azure-eyed eagle that grew closer and closer to him. More precisely speaking, his gaze had descended onto Duan Ling Tian's group of three. Even though Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu felt that this pair of brother and sister were pitiable, and they even felt sympathy for them, yet they didn't dare act rashly. That black-robed man was obviously an extremely terrifying expert, and even Feng Wudao might not be able to go against him. It was fine if they didn't interfere, yet once they interfered, they might even lose their lives. There was no need for them to take a risk for the sake of two strangers. Of course, perhaps if Duan Ling Tian utilized the talisman his father left behind for him, he would be able to kill this black-robed man, but there were only 2 talismans remaining in his possession. Using one would be equivalent to having one lesser life in the future. He wasn't magnanimous to the point of being willing to utilize such a precious talisman for the sake of 2 strangers, but unfortunately, something might not go as they wished. Don't move, the black-clothed man shouted out in a low voice as a terrifying aura swept out to instantly envelop the azure-eyed eagle, causing the azure-eyed eagle to stop, and it caused Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's expressions to turn grim. Chapter 769, Feng Wudao's Strength. The azure-eyed eagle didn't dare move rashly when he was enveloped by the aura of a void transformation stage expert, and he stayed on the spot and flapped his wings as he asked with a low voice. Sir, do you need anything? All of you stay behind. The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded out. Subsequently, he abruptly raised his hand, causing the origin energy in the sky to condense into form and transform into 4 arrows that flashed directly towards the azure-eyed eagle in Duan Ling Tian's group. Of 3 atop its back. The 4 arrows had only just appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu before it completely vanished from their field of vision in the next moment. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. 4 piercing howls that appeared briefly sounded out and were like muffled thunder that exploded out in the ears of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, causing their expressions to go grim. A talisman had even appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and he was ready to be shot out at any moment. Feng Wudao took a step forward to stand before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, and with a raise of his hand, his vast origin energy swept out along with his sleeve to easily stop those 4 arrows. Void transformation stage. The black-robed man originally thought that he would be able to annihilate the 3 people and the demon beast before him with a raise of his hand, yet he absolutely never imagined that there was actually an existence at the void transformation stage amongst them. It seems that I've misjudged. You 4 can leave. The black-robed man looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 and the azure-eyed eagle as he spoke slowly. At the same time, his aura that had enveloped the azure-eyed eagle was retracted after he finished speaking. It's easier to summon an evil spirit than to allay it. Could it be that you haven't heard this saying? Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. What, you want to fight me? If I'm not wrong, you ought to be the top martial artist from one of the dynasties in the south, right? According to my knowledge, the strongest martial artist in those dynasties is only at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage. Origin energy pulsated out from the body of the black-robed man as he spoke. In the next moment, 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above him, and they were accumulating strength while waiting to be deployed. 3rd level void transformation stage expert. The pupils of both Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu constricted. Possessing a strength comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons merely from origin energy was precisely the symbol of a 3rd level void transformation stage expert. If you leave now, I'll take it as nothing had happened earlier. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay behind. After the black-robed man revealed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage, he spoke out slowly. 3rd level of the void transformation stage. Unexpectedly, after he saw the cultivation the black-robed man revealed, Feng Wudao's calm gaze has lit up, and billowing battle intent arose from his body. In the next moment, Feng Wudao soared out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow, and he'd arrived nearby the lightning vulture below the black-robed man in the blink of an eye. A sword howl instantly resounded out for a brief moment. In the next moment, the pupils of Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and the pair of brother and sister on the other lightning vulture had constricted instantly. The lightning vulture that was ridden by the black-robed man had been split into two. A 9th-level void interpretation stage demon beast was instantly killed with a single strike of Feng Wudao's. As for the black-robed man, he'd already left the lightning vulture early on when Feng Wudao struck out, and he stood higher up in the air and looked down at Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao stood proudly in the sky as the sword condensed from origin energy in his hand gradually dispersed. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that had just condensed, the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky slowly vanished without a trace. Uncle Feng is a 3rd-level void transformation stage expert as well. Duan Ling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this scene. Even though he'd guessed since long ago that Feng Wudao might be a void transformation stage expert, but he'd never imagined that Feng Wudao would be a 3rd-level void transformation stage expert. Such a strength was greatly stronger than the Darken Dynasty's imperial families by Nanshang that he killed with the talisman. The number 1 expert of the Darken Dynasty ought to be this Uncle Feng of his. If I knew earlier that Uncle Feng's strength was so strong, I would have brought Uncle Feng along when I went to the Flying Rainbow sect that day. In that way, I could have saved a talisman. After his surprise, this was the first thought that emerged in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He recalled the talisman he'd used that day, and it was slightly difficult for him to get over it. That was his life-saving talisman. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Feng Tianwu's face was covered with surprise, and he instantly realized that Feng Tianwu didn't know about Feng Wudao's strength beforehand as well. You aren't from those dynasties as well. After he saw the cultivation revealed by Feng Wudao, the black-robed man's hoarse voice faintly contained slight fear. But unfortunately, Feng Wudao utterly disregarded him and instantly vanished before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others, and when he appeared once more, he was already not far away in front of the black-robed man. A sword howl that resounded out briefly was heard once again, and Duan Ling Tian noticed that the black-robed man had vanished before his eyes as well. Feng Wudao and the black-robed man were both existences at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. So once they started moving, Duan Ling Tian was utterly incapable of catching their movements with his current cultivation. He was unable to see anything, causing Duan Ling Tian to be slightly lacking in interest. In the sky, piercing howls that lasted for a brief moment rose and fell. Of course, these piercing howls weren't only from the 3-foot-long blade in Feng Wudao's hand, and a bow and an arrow had appeared in the hands of the black-robed man when he made a move. A bow that was of equal quality as the grade 3 spirit sword in Feng Wudao's hands. Besides that, the arrow used by the black-robed man was also a grade 3 spirit weapon, and because it was inscribed with a special inscription formation, the arrow would return to him at the first possible moment every time it was shot out, allowing him to take the next shot. The black-robed man was the first person that Duan Ling Tian had seen using a bow and arrow to do battle, and this sort of weapon that very few people utilized was utilized skillfully in his hands and possessed an extremely formidable might. This could be seen from the fact that he was capable of fighting evenly with Feng Wudao. But unfortunately, his speed was too swift, so it was extremely difficult for Duan Ling Tian to clearly see his movements, and Duan Ling Tian could only occasionally see his posture when he bent his waist and drew his bow. My current cultivation is still too low. It's fierce battle that's so difficult to come by, yet I'm actually baffled by it, and it's truly a pity. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Duan Ling Tian's gaze unconsciously moved slowly to descend onto the young man and young woman who were on the back of the other lightning vulture. The young man was looking at the battle before him with interest. He's able to see the movements of Uncle Feng and that old fellow. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked, and he felt slight disbelief. Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop the young man with the intention of detecting the young man's cultivation. This detection shocked Duan Ling Tian to the point his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Eighth level of the void interpretation stage. He couldn't help but be shocked because this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years of age was actually in existence at the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. Even if he took good care of his appearance, he's at most around the age of 35 now. Duan Ling Tian gasped. Amongst the younger generation that he'd encountered in this lifetime, it seemed that only that young girl, Han Shui Nai, could firmly dominate over this person in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. This little girl wouldn't be a little freak like Shui Nai, right? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force moved to detect the young woman's cultivation, and in the end, he noticed to his shock that the young woman was only a 2nd-level void prying stage martial artist. The difference in strength between the young man and young woman was like a chasm, and they utterly did not seem to be people of the same world. but these two people just happened to be a pair of brother and sister. Ha ha, thank you. Suddenly, a wave of hearty laughter entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's expression to be unable to refrain from freezing because this voice was familiar to him. This was of hearty laughter belonged exactly to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao stood in the air as the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky once more, and it condensed into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. First 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 140 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Uncle Feng has broken through. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he muttered. The scene before him undoubtedly indicated that Feng Wudao had smoothly broken through from the third level of the void transformation stage to the fourth level of the void transformation stage in the battle with the black-robed man. The fourth level of the void transformation stage possessed an extra strength of 200 ancient horned dragons when compared with the third level of the void transformation stage. When this extra strength was coupled with the amplification ability of the grade 4 spirit sword in Feng Wudao's hands that Duan Ling Tian had personally refined, it added another strength of 140 ancient horned dragons to him. Presently, Feng Wudao's entire strength had increased by an entire strength of 340 ancient horned dragons when compared to his strength from before. You actually broke through. The black-robed man's hoarse voice was filled with disbelief when he saw this. You actually used me carry out a breakthrough of your own. When the black-robed man saw cold lights suffuse Feng Wudao's eyes and Feng Wudao seemed to be ready to attack once more at any moment, he said in a low voice, no matter who you are. If you dare kill me, then the Northern Mountains Lu clan won't let you off. Northern Mountains Lu clan, Feng Wudao said indifferently, I've never heard of there being such a clan in the various dynasties. So in this way, you ought to be from a clan in the foreign lands. Exactly. The black-robed man spoke coldly. Lu San, don't forget that you're only a lowly servant of our Lu clan. A mere lowly servant daring to use the clan to pressure others is truly laughable. The slanted brows of the young man that stood on the back of the lightning vulture raised as he sneered. I've never heard of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, but I know that the Lu clan might not find out that I killed you here today. Feng Wudao spoke slowly. The black-robed man's countenance instantly went pale when he heard this. In the next moment, the expression on his face froze completely. Blood flowed out from the hole that appeared out of thin air between his brows. At the same time, Feng Wudao's body had appeared before the black-robed man like a shadow, and blood slowly dripped down from the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand. After Uncle Feng broke through, I'm even unable to hear the howl of his sword. Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened abruptly as he deeply realized how terrifying a 4th-level void transformation stage expert was. Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. Lu Bai will engrave it in my heart. The young man that stood on the lightning vulture pulled along the young woman by his side to bow with him as he thanked Feng Wudao respectfully. Chapter 770, Skywolf Fort. Feng Wudao glanced indifferently at Lu Bai before vanishing on the spot, and when he was already by Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu's side when he appeared once more. May I know Senior's great name so that Lu Bai can repay you in the future? Asked Lu Bai. There's no need, Feng Wudao said with a calm tone. If it wasn't for that person taking the initiative to provoke me today, I had no intention of saving you. Besides that, Cloud Continent is so vast that the two of us will probably not have the chance to meet again in the future, let alone repay me. When he finished speaking, Feng Wudao looked at the azure-eyed eagle. Ching, let's go. The azure-eyed eagle nodded before its wings swept out, and then its body flashed off into the distance. No matter what, Lu Bai will engrave your kindness today in my heart. Lu Bai spoke in a loud voice when he saw Feng Wudao leaving. At the same time, his gaze moved from Feng Wudao to flash onto the faces of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu as if he wanted to deeply remember their appearances. Lu Bai's gaze was extremely amiable, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but return a smile. Lu Bai looked from afar and only returned to his sense after the azure-eyed eagle flashed off into the distance and became hidden from view by the clouds and mist, and then his eyes flickered with cold lights. Lu Song, I didn't have any intention of competing you. But since you want to be ruthless by not only killing Mem but even wanting to kill 7th sister, then I have no choice but to compete with you. Second brother, who do you think that Senior from before is? Could he be someone from the dynasties in the south? The young woman that followed by Lu Bai's side asked curiously. It's possible, yet not entirely. Ping we ought to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bai looked at the lightning vulture. With a command, the lightning vulture transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished within the clouds and mist in the sky. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. After the azure-eyed eagle flew for a distance, Duan Ling Tian congratulated Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao's breakthrough to the 4th level of the void transformation stage was undoubtedly something worthy of congratulations. Father, I actually didn't know that you were a 3rd level void transformation stage martial artist in the past. You really took pains to conceal it from me. Feng Tianwu smiled bitterly. Feng Wudao smiled lightly yet didn't speak. Father, how did you suddenly break through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage? Feng Tianwu asked. I was already a step away from the 4th level of the void transformation stage, and I just happened to obtain the critical factor to break through after battling that black-robed man. Now that I speak of it, it's all thanks to him that I was able to break through, said Feng Wudao. Feng Tianwu came to a sudden understanding. Uncle Feng's battle intent was aroused when the black-robed man revealed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. Obviously, Uncle Feng had aroused the intention to utilize the black-robed man to undergo a breakthrough since that moment. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart as he recalled the scene from before. After this battle, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that even if it was in the 10 dynasties, Feng Wudao was probably a top expert, and perhaps only the foreign lands possessed people that could be a match for him. Time flew by in the twinkling of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 days before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. On this day, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the azure-eyed eagle while allowing the wind and rain to batter him, skyrocketed for no reason or rhyme, and it seemed like a ball of milky white flames. In the next moment, this milky white flame shook as if it had undergone some sort of change. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky before the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky, and they looked extremely magnificent. At the same time, the milky white flames shook and shot into the sky once more, and it actually faintly seemed to have transformed into an enormous sword. But unfortunately, this enormous sword didn't last for long. Along with the dispersal of the 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, the enormous sword that enveloped Duan Ling Tian had retracted itself instantly before transforming into a ball of flames that completely fused into his body. At practically the exact same time, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, and a sword light faintly flashed past his eyes and it revealed a sharp feeling. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was overbearing, yet never had he imagined that it was overbearing to the point it had assisted him to break through once more in such a short period of time. There's also the advanced sword force. Not only that, through the cultivation of the sword dragon form, Duan Ling Tian had taken a large stride on the path to comprehending sword concept. He who had comprehended advanced sword force was only a step away from comprehending sword concept. Freak! A voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle. You've broken through successively in a short period of 2 months. As expected of the man that Tian Wu has taken a fancy to. Not bad. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed Feng Wudao's gaze flash over, and the gaze Feng Wudao shot at him was filled with surprise. Has Tian Wu not broken through yet? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Feng Tian Wu, who sat cross-legged in cultivation nearby. She broke through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago, said Feng Wudao. Duan Ling Tian was instantly shocked when he heard this. His spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out, and it detected Feng Tian Wu's cultivation in the first possible moment. It was indeed at the 1st level of the void interpretation stage without a doubt. Tian Wu's improvement caused his to feel shocked. After all, Tian Wu didn't possess the rebirth pill. These 2 little freaks have already surpassed your achievements from all those years ago, said the azure-eyed eagle. His words were obviously spoken to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao didn't mind it, and his broad-minded gaze looked ahead. They aren't like me. Even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is only a starting point for them, and the entire Cloud Continent is the true stage that belongs to them. Feng Wudao's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. Of course, the precondition for all of this is that Tian Wu is able to live past the age of 30. As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao couldn't help but sigh, as the fire spirit body of his daughter had always been a worry of his. Don't worry, Uncle Feng. Tian Wu is so kind-hearted, so there'll surely be a way. Duan Ling Tian consoled. I believe in the prediction. Feng Wudao nodded. Duan Ling Tian was first stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He naturally knew what the prediction Feng Wudao spoke of was, and it was none other than the prediction that said he could help Feng Tianwu tide over the calamity she would face when she turned 30. Suddenly, 3 cold howls of the wind sounded out from their surroundings, and it entered clearly into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian noticed 3 flying demon beasts heading towards them with an extremely swift speed, and there were varying amounts of people on the backs of these demon beasts. Amongst them were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. They ought to be the young geniuses and representatives from the various dynasties. Just the amount of young geniuses from the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition are a total of 100, and coupled with the representatives of the various dynasties, there'll surely be many people that are gathering here this time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As they continued forward, they encountered another 2 demon beasts. At the same time, a small black dot in the distance had appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The small black dot was ceaselessly enlarging within Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, and in the end, it transformed into a city that grew closer and closer. A city like this stood in the boundless desert, yet it didn't give others the slightest feeling of unusualness, and it seemed as if it ought to be like this. The ancient desert city. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he guessed that the city ahead ought to be their destination and the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be carried out. What a large city! After they came closer to the ancient desert city, Duan Ling Tian was greatly shocked. In terms of the area it occupied, the city before his eyes was more than 10 times the size of the Darkin dynasty or Darming dynasty's capital. Large. Too large. This city seemed to be extremely ancient and had obviously experienced ages of time. This city didn't have a city gate, nor did it have guards, and anyone was able to enter and leave it freely. "Qing, go in," said Feng Wudao. Instantly, the azure-eyed eagle plunged down while speeding up, and in the blink of an eye, the azure-eyed eagle had entered into the ancient desert city from the sky, causing the streets of the city to appear before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. There were many martial artists flying in the sky above the city, and there were also many demon beasts flying past. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual force to detect another's cultivation, as slight carelessly could cause him to annoy an expert, and then he would undoubtedly be struck with misfortune. Even though Feng Wudao was in existence at the 4th level of the void transformation stage and could dominate over the 10 dynasties, in the foreign lands, existences that were similar or more formidable than Feng Wudao could be found everywhere. Not to mention anywhere else, just the ancient desert city probably had many existences that were stronger than Feng Wudao. This is the ancient desert city. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu woke up from her cultivation, and she curiously sized up this ancient city before her eyes. "Uncle Feng, where are we going now?" Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Wudao. "The Skywolf Fort." Feng Wudao's gaze descended towards the north of ancient desert city at the first possible moment. There was precisely a vast place similar to the imperial palace standing there. This place is even larger than the Darkin dynasty's imperial palace. Feng Tianwu's eyes squinted, and she couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Just the area it occupies is more than 2 times the size of the Darkin dynasty's capital or even the Darming dynasty's capital. "Uncle Feng, you said this is the Skywolf Fort?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The Skywolf Fort can be said to be the owner of the ancient desert city, and it's a formidable power of the foreign lands that's nearby to the 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is held by the Skywolf Fort. Feng Wudao's expression was slightly serious when he introduced the Skywolf Fort. This also caused Duan Ling Tian to deeply realize how formidable and terrifying this Skywolf Fort was, and it completely surpassed the 10 dynasties. "Let's go," Feng Wudao spoke out, and the Azure Eyes Eagle headed towards the Skywolf Fort. After they came close to Skywolf Fort, Duan Ling Tian could see that there were almost no people or demon beasts in the sky above Skywolf Fort, and all those human martial artists and demon beasts that flew in the air would circumnavigate it from afar before they even approached Skywolf Fort. It was as if the Skywolf Fort was a dreadful monster. Chapter 771, Trash. The Azure-Eyed Eagle carried Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 and had just approached Skywolf Fort when a person flew out of Skywolf Fort to directly stop the Azure-Eyed Eagle. This person was a middle-aged man that wore a green-colored uniform. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, and on the left chest of the green clothes was a special badge that possessed a savage skywolf pattern inscribed on it. The eyes of the skywolf were copper-colored. "Why have you come to our Skywolf Fort?" the middle-aged man asked. We're members of the Darken Dynasty, and we've come here to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Feng Wudao explained their reason for arrival here. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when he heard Feng Wudao, and then it finally locked onto Duan Lingtian while revealing slight surprise. As far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man ought to be one of the 10 young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and Duan Lingtian was so young that he couldn't help but be surprised. As for the red-clothed young woman, he thought that she'd come to join in the fun because her age was truly too young. Please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way ahead. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao asked the azure-eyed eagle to wait outside the ancient desert city before following the middle-aged man with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to head all the way west. All along the way, Duan Lingtian curiously sized up the surroundings. The Skywolf Fort was divided into 2 areas. The area they were in now was the area that was towards the south and was as large as the Darken Dynasty's capital, and there was a combat arena standing in this vast area. There were no spectating areas around this combat arena, and people could only stand in the air to watch for the surroundings. That place is the combat arena. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held on 10 days from now. The middle-aged man introduced. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 approached a continuous complex of buildings under the lead of the middle-aged man, and these buildings were all pavilions. Every single pavilion had a plaque hanging on it, like Chrysanthemum Pavilion, Osmanthus Pavilion, Peony Pavilion, and so on and so forth. There were high and low pavilions amongst them, and all of them were named with flowers. When he approached the pavilions, Duan Lingtian noticed that a middle-aged man that wore a similar green-colored uniform was leading 8 people to enter into a pavilion that had 4 floors. Those 8 people ought to be from one of the dynasties. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had arrived before a pavilion that had 2 floors under the lead of the middle-aged man. This Narcissus Pavilion will be your residence. Besides that, please register your name and your dynasty with me, little brother. The middle-aged man spoke as he took out a brush and paper. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke his name and his origins. You're registering people that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The nearby Feng Tianwu asked. Then add my name in, said Feng Tianwu. The middle-aged man was first stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted to Feng Tianwu's words, causing his gaze that was filled with disbelief to descend onto Feng Tianwu. Could it be, you're a young genius from the Darken Dynasty that's participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? At the beginning, he thought only Duan Lingtian was a young genius from the Darken Dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even then, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 actually being able to become eminent amongst the group of young experts in the Darken Dynasty was truly something that was rare and commendable. Yet now, when he realized that Feng Tianwu was a young genius that had come to participate in the martial competition as well, he was shocked. This red-clothed young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most, and even if she took good care of her appearance, she would be around 25 at most. Looks like there aren't any outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Darken Dynasty. Otherwise, how could they allow 2 people that are so young to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition? The middle-aged man registered Feng Tianwu as he thought as a matter of course. After he finished registering them, the middle-aged man gave Duan Lingtian's group of 3 a command token each. These 3 command tokens will allow all of you to move freely within the outer fort of our Skywolf Fort. As for the inner fort, it's prohibited to everyone but disciples of our Skywolf Fort. Gather on the combat arena in the outer fort 10 days from now. At that time, the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties will be gathered to carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left directly. Whereas Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered into Narcissus Pavilion. There was a total of 2 floors in the Narcissus Pavilion, and every single floor was extremely spacious and had 2 rooms and a balcony. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 settled down in Narcissus Pavilion. After he entered into his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and calmed his heart before starting to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Sword Dragon Form. Presently, Duan Lingtian only had a single urgent target, and that was to comprehend sword concept. So long as he comprehended sword concept, he would be able to cultivate the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 dragons radiant flash. If I'm able to successfully cultivate the 9 dragons radiant flash before the martial competition begins, then my strength will surely improve a step further. Duan Ling Tian immersed his entire body and mind into cultivating, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. Big Brother Duan. Big Brother Duan. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of anxious sounds entered into the room in Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to awaken from his cultivating. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian opened the door and looked at Feng Tian Wu, who stood outside the door. Has the martial competition started? Why do I feel that I've only cultivated for a short time? Big Brother Duan, there's still another 5 days before the martial competition. I called you out because Big Brother Zhang has come twice, and he has asked us out for a meal. Feng Tian Wu smiled. Duan Ling Tian walked out of Narcissus Pavilion with Feng Tian Wu, and he noticed Zhang Shouyang was already waiting outside. Big Brother Zhang. Brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyang returned a smile and said warmly, let's go have something to eat. I've arrived at this Skywolf fort for 3 days, yet I still haven't gone out to have a good stroll. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said to Feng Tian Wu, go tell Uncle Feng. Feng Tian Wu nodded, and then she went to notify Feng Wu Dao. Brother Ling Tian, you're really something. You even have a wife that follows you in everything. Zhang Shouyang joked. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Big Brother Zhang, you know that I have little Fei and the others. So, don't make this sort of joke in the future. I and Tian Wu are only ordinary friends, and we don't have the type of relationship that you imagine. Aren't you the son-in-law of Lord Wu Dao? It's spread all over the Darken Dynasty. Zhang Shouyang was stunned. It's difficult to explain. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Meanwhile, Feng Tian Wu had returned, so he didn't explain further. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 soared side by side into the sky, and they left the Skywolf fort in the blink of an eye before looking around to search for a nearby restaurant. In next to no time, they found a restaurant that was comparatively large in scale. After they sat down at a table that was by a window, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but stretch out his spiritual force to envelop Zhang Shouyang, and he detected Zhang Shouyang's cultivation at the first possible moment, first level of the void interpretation stage. Big Brother Zhang has broken through as well. Even though Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised by this, he was happy for Zhang Shouyang. He'd known Zhang Shouyang before he knew Feng Tian Wu, and Zhang Shouyang had saved his life once. So he'd always maintained his previous respect to Zhang Shouyang and took him as a big brother. Oh, aren't these the experts of the Darken Dynasty? You seem to be called Zhang Shouyang. Suddenly, an irritating voice approached from afar. At the same time, 2 young men around the age of 37 or 38 and were almost middle-aged man walked over side by side to stand before Duan Ling Tian's table, and the blue-clothed young man amongst these 2 people was looking at Zhang Shouyang with a ridiculing gaze. What? The lesson I taught you yesterday isn't enough? Zhang Shouyang glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then he shouted coldly. Fuck off. The expression of the blue-clothed young man went grim, and he said with a cold voice, Zhang Shouyang, I admit that I'm not a match for you. But your opponent today isn't me. When he spoke up to hear, he looked at the thin young man with a sedate expression who was by his side, and a modest expression suffused his face. Big Brother Kong, yesterday, it was he who said that all the young geniuses of our Darchu dynasty that have come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are trash and had suffered defeat at his hand. Zhang Shouyang frowned slightly. When did I say all this? But when he saw the icy cold gaze of the thin young man sweeping over, he couldn't be bothered to explain. If he were to explain at this moment, then it would undoubtedly cause his imposing manner to seem inferior to the other young man. Even though Duan Ling Tian who sat at the side didn't know what had happened, but he discerned some clues from the words the blue-clothed young man spoke. The young man was obviously slandering Zhang Shouyang. He knew Zhang Shouyang for more than a day or 2, so he naturally knew that it was impossible for Zhang Shouyang to say something like this. You yourself aren't a match for him, so you looked for another to help you at all costs. I don't know about everyone else, but you're surely trash. Duan Ling Tian slowly raised his head to look at the blue-clothed young man before speaking indifferently. What did you say? The expression of the young man in blue clothes darkened, and he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian as the origin energy on his body raged. However, he didn't dare make a move, and his fearful gaze swept past Zhang Shouyang. He knew clearly in his heart that unless Zhang Shouyang was held up by the person by his side, otherwise, it was impossible for him to injure this violet-clothed young man that called him trash. So, even though he was enraged, he could only endure it for now. "Kid, I'll tear you to pieces." The blue-clothed young man's voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness fiercely pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears. "A 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist wants to tear me to pieces. You said you want to tear me to pieces." A ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he looked at the blue-clothed young man. "Then why aren't you making a move? Or perhaps, you're afraid of my big brother Zhang, so you didn't dare make a move until now. If it's like this, I can guarantee that big brother Zhang will absolutely not interfere if you make a move." Duan Lingtian's words directly exposed the blue-clothed young man's thoughts. Chapter 772, Dongguo Clan. "You." The blue-clothed young man's face darkened, and then he ridiculed. "Kid, I never expected that you dared be so arrogant at such a young age. Just a little kid like you dares to fucking challenge me." A clear slap instantly resounded out, and a crimson-red palm print had appeared on the face of the blue-clothed young man. "Watch your mouth." It was Duan Lingtian who'd left his seat and given the young man a slap before sitting back down. The blue-clothed young man only felt something flash before his eyes before he was struck by a slap, and he was utterly unable to react to it. You. The blue-clothed young man was angered to the point his eyes turned crimson-red, yet even though he was angry to the limit, he utterly didn't dare make a move. He wasn't an idiot, and just the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was far from something he could compare to. On the other hand, when the gaze of the thin young man that was glaring fiercely at Zhang Shouyang descended onto Duan Lingtian, it was filled with fear as well. "You have such a cultivation at your young age. I wonder if you've come here to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to reply when facing the thin young man's question, and he carried on calling over the attendant to order food. For a time, the expression of the thin young man was livid, yet he didn't flare up in the end. The terrifying speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier had allowed him to faintly notice Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation, and he didn't have the slightest certainty of defeating Duan Lingtian. The thin young man took a deep breath before turning around and leaving, whereas, when he saw that even his backer had left, the blue-clothed young man hurriedly turned around and followed, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang would come get even with him. "Brother Lingtian, your cultivation." After the 2 young men of the Darchu dynasty left, Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Lingtian with a stunned expression. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's speed was so swift that even he wasn't capable of seeing it completely clearly. "Second level of the void interpretation stage." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Second level of the void interpretation stage." Zhang Shouyang was instantly dumbstruck. Only Feng Tianwu, who'd known about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to the second level of the void interpretation stage since long ago, wasn't surprised. "Even though I was mentally prepared long ago that your cultivation would sooner or later leave me far behind. I never imagined that you'd break through to the second level of the void interpretation stage from the 9th level of the void initiation stage in one go." After he recovered from his shock, Zhang Shouyang couldn't help but sigh as Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused him to feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. Even though he was considered to be a genius in the martial Dao amongst the younger generation of the Darken dynasty, his little bit of natural talent was nothing before Duan Lingtian. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they came to a common view that they would randomly walk around the ancient desert city before returning to Skywolf Fort. "I heard long ago that gold and silver aren't circulated in the foreign lands, yet I never imagined it was true. Just this meal cost a low-grade origin stone, it's truly too wicked." Zhang Shouyang sighed emotionally when they walked out of the restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything further. If Big Brother Zhang were to go have a meal in the best restaurant at some of the flourishing cities at the center of Cloud Continent, he might curse. Even if it was the most ordinary meal, it would still cost a few mid-grade origin stones there. A slightly good meal would even cost high-grade origin stones. After they left the restaurant, the 3 of them started to stroll the streets of the ancient desert city, and they felt the air here was different from the Darken dynasty. The spirit energy of the heavens and the earth seems to be much denser here. After a while, Zhang Shou couldn't help but exclaim with a light voice, and he seemed as if he'd noticed a new continent. Indeed, Feng Tianwu nodded as she felt the spirit energy in the heavens and the earth. Duan Lingtian didn't speak because he's noticed it long ago. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian, who had fused with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, wasn't surprised by this. In Cloud Continent, the closer one was to the central area of the continent, the denser the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth would be. Any place at the central area of Cloud Continent possessed a density of spirit energy that wasn't inferior to ordinary spirit points in the Darken Dynasty. All of this was because of the extremely rich amounts of origin stone veins in the central area of Cloud Continent. There were even many high-grade origin stone veins at that place, and they were controlled in the hands of some top powers in Cloud Continent. Those origin stone veins would emit extremely dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and when they were converged together, it caused the spirit energy in the air in the central area of Cloud Continent to become extremely abundant. Hiss. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and casually held up the wine gourd at his waist before pouring a few mouthfuls down his throat, and then he let out a breath of air with a delighted expression on his face. Big brother Zhang really can't stay without wine. Feng Tianwu laughed. Go. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard a chilly and grim shout sound out from behind him. Subsequently, hurried sounds of horse hooves swept over towards them. Duan Ling Tian's group of three couldn't help but turn around and look. They saw a Fergana horse galloping wildly on the street, and everywhere it passed, dust fluttered up into the skies and the people on the street moved to avoid it as they were deeply afraid they would be knocked by it. On the Fergana horse sat a young man. The young man was around 25 years of age, his white robe with golden edges fluttered in the wind, and the horsewhip in his hand flashed out like a spirit serpent dancing about. Fuck off. Suddenly, the young man shouted out coldly. A woman who was with a child wasn't in time to avoid him and still stayed at the center of the street, and she had an expression of panic as she looked at the Fergana horse that galloped swiftly towards her. The horsewhip tore through the sky and fiercely whipped onto the woman's body, causing her coarse linen clothes to be split open, and her skin and flesh were torn open. The woman let out a shrill cry and was directly whipped flying before heavily falling on the side of the street, whereas her child stood at the center of the street while looking at the Fergana horse that galloped swiftly over with an innocent gaze, and the child had completely not realized the arrival of danger. Watch out! A fiery red bolt of lightning flashed past, and it was Feng Tianwu who flashed out from Duan Ling Tian's side to bring the child to the side of the street. Halt! Right at this moment, the young man that galloped his horse forward had instantly stopped the Fergana horse, and he raised his head to look at Feng Tianwu. At the same time, another few more Fergana horses followed the actions of the young man and stopped behind him. Obviously, they were his lackeys, and this indicated that the young man's background was extraordinary. In the ancient desert city, even the weakest power wasn't really weak. Moreover, since the young man dared commit violence while galloping his horse on the streets, the power behind him was obviously not simple, otherwise, how could he dare act like this? Nosy woman. After the young man saw Feng Tianwu's peerlessly good looks, his eyes emitted an expression of greed, and he continued to shout out coldly. Bring her back with us. This young master wants to properly discipline her. With a few words, he wanted to forcefully seize a civilian woman. The lackeys behind him seemed to have become accustomed to it since long ago, and they galloped their horses forward with the intention of capturing Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian moved. Instantly, he chased up to the lackeys of the young man, and with a raise of his hand, a terrifying force swept out to directly throw them off their horses and cause them to emit waves of shrill cries. Kid, you actually dare poke your nose into my business? You're courting death. The young man instantly burst into rage when he saw someone meddling in his business, and he galloped his horse forward as the horsewhip in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that whipped fiercely at Duan Ling Tian. I think you're courting death. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, who'd sent the child to the side of the injured woman, flashed out as if she'd transformed into a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, she was already before Duan Ling Tian, and with a casual raise of her hand, she'd grabbed a hold of the young man's horsewhip. That whipped over. Bitch, you're courting death. The young man's gaze went cold as the horsewhip in his hand shook with the intention of retrieving his horsewhip from Feng Tianwu's hands. But unfortunately, no matter how much force he exerted, the other half of the horsewhip that was held by Feng Tianwu in her hand didn't move in the slightest. Committing violence with your horse, forcefully seizing civilian woman. A good-for-nothing son of the powerful like you deserves death. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with coldness as her hand shook, causing the horsewhip to shake and instantly fly out and fiercely smashing onto the chest of the young man, and it blasted the young man off his horse. Ah! The young man let out a shrill cry as he fell onto the ground in a sorry state, and he crawled up after some time and stared hatefully at Feng Tianwu as he shouted angrily. All of you kill this bitch. If she doesn't die, then all of you will die. Instantly, the lackeys that were thrown off their horses by Duan Ling Tian charged towards Feng Tianwu without any regard for their lives. Unfortunately, all of them suffered the same outcome. Before Feng Tianwu, who was a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, even though they possessed an outstanding strength at the void initiation stage, they were easily stopped and blasted flying by Feng Tianwu. After a short while, the lackeys of the young man lay scattered across the surroundings of the young man, causing the young man's expression to go livid from anger. A group of useless trash. The young man cursed at his lackeys before looking at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that was suffused with cold lights. Bitch, you actually dared hit me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You deserve death for committing violence and trying to forcefully seize civilian women. Feng Tianwu shouted out angrily and assumed a posture of launching another attack. Instantly, the young man was scared to the point his face went ashen, and he galloped his horse to flee swiftly, and he even disregarded his lackeys and arrived far in the distance in a short while. Just you wait, just you wait. The young man didn't forget the threatened Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu after he fled far away, and his voice that was filled with extreme coldness drifted over. I'll kill him. When she saw the young man didn't forget to threaten them, Feng Tianwu was instantly enraged, and she intended to chase after the young man. Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head. Don't pursue a desperate foe. If he dares come looks for us once more, I'll be the first to kill him. Since he dares cause trouble in the ancient desert city, the power behind that fellow is probably not simple. Zhang Shouyang arrived by Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's side, and he guessed. All of you should leave quickly. That person is the eldest young master of our ancient desert city's Dongguo clan, and he's the son the Dongguo clan's patriarch dotes upon the most. Since all of you have taught him a lesson, he won't be willing to let it go. After a while, some kind-hearted people couldn't help but advise them. Yes, leave quickly, many people advised. Chapter 773, Dongguo Han's Revenge. I'm afraid it's already too late. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he looked at the direction the young man left. At this moment, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out and moved closer and closer from high above in the sky in that direction. Not long after, 5 flying demon beasts flew over, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the above Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 before circling in the air in a threatening manner. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 raised their heads and saw that the young man who wore a white robe with golden edges from before was standing on the demon beast in the lead. His icy cold eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent as it flashed down to tightly lock onto Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. It's them, the young man shouted out coldly as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the demon beast beneath him started accumulating strength while waiting to attack as well. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes covered the skies as they coiled down with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 9th level void initiation stage demon beasts. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he never imagined that this young man, a mere 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, was actually capable of riding a demon beast that was 2 levels higher than himself. Looks like the Dongguo clan is really extraordinary. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other 4 demon beasts gathered together with the demon beast beneath the young man, and the 5 9th level void initiation stage demon beasts glared coldly at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. They were waiting for the command of the young man before they would pounce down and spare no effort to battle Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Duan Ling Tian didn't care about the 5 9th level void initiation stage demon beasts, and his gaze descended onto the backs of the 4 demon beasts. There were 4 middle-aged men with chilly expressions that stood respectively on one of the demon beasts, and all of the middle-aged men wore black clothes and were expressionless like 4 living zombies. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out to detect their cultivation in the first possible moment. They're all 4th level void interpretation stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian's couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that the resources and reserves of the Dongguo clan behind the young man Feng Tianwu had taught a lesson to would actually be so formidable. Only 4 normal generals of the clan possessed a strength at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. As for those top experts in the clan, it wasn't difficult to imagine, and it would surely be extremely terrifying. The people in the surroundings of Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 had moved aside, and their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at the people on the 4 demon beasts in the sky. As far as they were concerned, these 3 kind-hearted young people were about to be struck with misfortune. The Dongguo clan was one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, and amongst the various powers in the city, it was only inferior to the Skywolf fort that controlled ancient desert city. Of course, not to mention the ancient desert city, the Skywolf fort was considered to be an overlord even in the surrounding areas. If the Skywolf fort wanted to annihilate the 3 great clans of ancient desert city, it only had to send out a vice fort master to slaughter them completely. In the eyes of ordinary people, the 3 great clans of ancient desert city were extremely formidable, but in the eyes of Skywolf fort, they were like ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. The Skywolf fort was the overlord in this corner of the foreign lands. Even if all the experts of the 10 dynasties in the south moved out, and even the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city joined forces with them, it would be impossible for them to shake Skywolf fort in the slightest. Thus, the strength of Skywolf fort was obvious. However, even though the 3 great clans of ancient desert city were nothing before Skywolf fort, any one of these clans were existences that the 10 great dynasties in the south couldn't compare to. Once all the experts of any one of these clans were sent out, it would be sufficient to annihilate the 10 great dynasties. Clans in the foreign lands were absolutely not something the 10 dynasties could compare to. In ancient desert city, Skywolf fort occupied an area, and possessed an aloof status that was impossible to shake. However, it was precisely because of this that Skywolf fort very rarely interfered within the matters in ancient desert city. Everything in ancient desert city, like businesses in the mid-grade origin stone vein, were the shared responsibility of the 3 great clans and were controlled by them, whereas more than 90% of the benefits obtained by the 3 great clans in ancient desert city had to be handed over to Skywolf fort. If Skywolf fort was disregarded, the 3 great clans were the 3 overlords of ancient desert city that no one dared offend. While the tiger sleeps, the monkeys reign, it was nothing more than that. Today, the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans, the Dongguo clan, had led the generals of the Dongguo clan with the intention of killing 3 young people, so no one felt that they would be able to survive. They'd seen similar scenes many times, whereas the outcome was more or less the same. Not a single one of those people that offended the Dongguo clan's eldest young master would be able to survive. As far as they were concerned, there would be no exception today as well. Suddenly, a figure flashed out, and it was the woman that had been whipped flying by the Dongguo clan's eldest young master earlier. She'd brought along her child to kneel on the floor. "Young Master Han, you're a great man that doesn't harbor grievance for past wrongs, so let them off." The woman spoke as she kowtowed to beg for mercy for Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, and it wasn't long before her blood flowed from her head. "Kill this lowly commoner." Right when Duan Ling Tian's group were shocked by the woman's actions and weren't able to react to it, Dongguo Han had shouted out coldly, "Shit!" Duan Ling Tian was the first to react, and his face went grim. That Dongguo clan general that stood on the demon beast attacked instantly, and his vast palm print enveloped down to directly blast apart the woman and her child, causing blood to taint the ground. The terrifying palm print descended onto the ground and caused numerous hideous cracks to appear on the ground, and these cracks were dense and crisscrossed together like a spider's web. "You, damn it!" The scene before him caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. After a short moment, his eyes were suffused with crimson red as he stared fixedly at Dongguo Han, and he wished for nothing more than to burn Dongguo Han's bones and scatter the ashes. "I'll kill you." Feng Tianwu was enraged, and her beautiful face went ominous. Billowing flames skyrocketed on her, and she seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that swept towards Dongguo Han. Never had she imagined that the mother of the child she'd saved would kowtow and beg for forgiveness for their sake. What's more, she never imagined that Dongguo Han would actually directly command the generals under him to kill the mother and child. That child was only 4 or 5 years old, and hadn't even had the chance to properly see the world before being killed. Feng Tianwu's rage at the moment could almost set a prairie ablaze. "He doesn't even let a woman and child off. Animal." Zhang Shouyang's face went cold as ghastly flames of rage leapt about in his eyes, and then he stomped on the ground and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that moved to help Feng Tianwu. No matter if it was Feng Tianwu or Zhang Shouyang, they didn't know the terrifying strength of the 4 generals that Dongguo Han had brought along. But even if they did know about it, they wouldn't shrink back. One of the 4 generals by Dongguo Han's side struck out, causing a terrifying force to sweep over and instantly blast Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyang back. The 2 of them descended by Duan Ling Tian's side in a sorry state, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky. 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Ha ha ha. Dongguo Han laughed arrogantly when he saw the expression of Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyang. "Weren't all of you arrogant? Didn't all of you want to poke your noses in this young master's business? Come on, do it. How is it? Have all of you started to feel regret and fear in your hearts now? Dongguo Han stood on the demon beast and was surrounded by the 4 4th level void interpretation stage generals, causing him to seem supreme as he looked down at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyang didn't speak but only stared coldly and indifferently at Dongguo Han. Regret, fear. Duan Ling Tian, who hadn't made a move besides teaching a lesson to those lackeys of Dongguo Han, glanced indifferently at Dongguo Han. I've never known what regret and fear is. If you really want to speak about regret, I only regret I didn't chase up to you and cripple you earlier. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's voice became slightly colder. Duan Ling Tian's words stunned the crowd of spectators. Is this young man courting death? Based on the current situation, even if this young man begged for forgiveness, it would probably be impossible for him to survive with the temper of the Dongguo clan's eldest young master. Presently, his best choice is to protect his dignity before death, to rather die standing than live on his knees. Good, good. Dongguo Han's expression was livid when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he laughed out of extreme rage. Never had he imagined that even at a time like this violet-clothed young man actually still dared talk to him like this, and it was simply an act of courting death. Suddenly, Dongguo Han's eyes emitted cold lights as he directly commanded. Don't kill this woman, I want to bring her home and play with her properly. As for the other 2 men, kill them directly. At practically the instant Dongguo Han commanded, the other 4 demon beasts plunged towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 as pairs of sharp claws that flickered with cold lights struck towards the heads of Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang. As for the 4 4th level void interpretation stage generals on the demon beasts, one of them had locked onto Feng Tianwu, while the other 3 had instead locked onto Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang. Let's retreat, Feng Tianwu shouted out in a light voice. After she called out to Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang, a crystalline and translucent pearl had appeared in her hand, and it was precisely that pearl that had been inscribed with a detection inscription. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice it at the first possible moment and rush over. Tianwu. But Duan Ling Tian had instead stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head at her. Subsequently, under Feng Tianwu's dumbstruck gaze, Duan Ling Tian flashed out without the slightest bit of fear to greet the demon beasts that plunged down, and he faced the 4 4th level void interpretation stage experts head-on. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's face went pale, and she didn't listen to Duan Ling Tian and crushed the pearl in her hand without the slightest hesitation. Even though this pearl was precious, yet it was far inferior to Duan Ling Tian's life in her eyes. At this moment, her heart burned with anxiety, and she only hoped her father would be able to rush over as soon as possible. No. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu saw Duan Ling Tian was about to pass the 4 demon beasts, causing his beautiful face to be unable to refrain from revealing fear. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky without the slightest bit of fear to chase towards Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, she disregarded her life. Chapter 774. Dongguo Han's death. When Duan Ling Tian faced a dangerous situation, Feng Tianwu's mind went completely blank and she only knew that nothing could happen to Duan Ling Tian. That feeling seemed as if she was about to lose the thing most important to her. It was an awful and oppressive feeling. The sharp claws of the 4 enormous demon beasts tore through the sky and fiercely clawed towards Duan Ling Tian, who charged up towards them, and the depths of their eyes were filled with heartfelt disdain. As far as they were concerned, a human martial artist that was so young daring to be so arrogant before them was simply an act of courting death. The 4 4th level void interpretation stage generals on the 4 demon beasts looked with contempt at Duan Ling Tian, who charged towards them now. Kill him, Dongguo Han shouted out explosively from high above in the sky. Yes, eldest young master. Instantly, the 4 Dongguo clan generals flew out as if they'd transformed into 4 eagles that flashed menacingly towards Duan Ling Tian. You're courting death. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth, and then a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Along with his cultivation advancing to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force that had advanced to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage with his cultivation had instantly gushed into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly activated his soul skill. Instantly, an illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it expanded ceaselessly to directly envelop the 4 9th level void initiation stage demon beasts that were approaching menacingly and the 4 Dongguo clan generals. When the attacks of the 4 Dongguo clan generals were about to descend onto Duan Ling Tian, they instantly seemed to have lost their target, and they turned around. Subsequently, their eyes flickered with a fierce light as they each pounced towards the demon beasts that had carried them over. The eyes of the 4 demon beasts emitted fierce lights now as well, and they seemed as if they'd seen Duan Lingtian when facing the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists that pounced towards them, and they directly pounced over as well. In a single move, one of the demon beasts was killed by a Dongguo clan general. Subsequently, the other 3 demon beasts were killed by the other 3 generals. The 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals of the Dongguo clan killed the 4 9th-level void initiation stage demon beasts as simply as if they were killing chickens or cutting grass. The demon beasts didn't have the slightest ability to resist when facing the generals, and they were like lamb waiting to be slaughtered or fish on a chopping block and couldn't resist a single blow. Duan Lingtian stopped in mid-air and looked coldly at the scene before his eyes, and it was as if everything that occurred before him wasn't the slightest bit related to him. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao arrived by Duan Lingtian's side, and the scene before her eyes caused her to be astounded as well. "What are all of you doing?" High above in the sky, Dongguo Han's face went grim as he shouted out with rage. Everything before his eyes caused his scalp to go numb. Have these 4 generals gone mad? They actually launched a slaughter towards the demon beasts on our side. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar as well. What are they doing? Aren't they members of the Dongguo clan? Why are they attacking the demon beasts of their own clan? Have they gone mad? And they've even gone mad at the same time. Everyone felt shocked and puzzled. But in the next moment, something that caused them to feel even more puzzled had appeared, and it caused their pupils to be unable to help but constrict. They saw the 4 Dongguo clan generals that had just struck out to kill the 4 demon beasts actually had no intention of stopping after killing a demon beast each. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed as their void interpretation concept fused into their origin energy and caused it to completely materialize. Subsequently, they pounced towards their former companions and launched a bloody battle. A chaotic battle started at this moment. The 4 Dongguo clan generals seemed as if they'd gone mad as they attacked each other ferociously. After a short moment, all 4 of them had suffered a heavy injury. Even then, they still fought each other desperately, and it was as if they wouldn't stop until they killed each other. Everyone including Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyang was dumbstruck. Stop, stop. Presently, Dongguo Han, who stood on the last demon beast that was shivering, had an extremely unsightly expression, and he roared ceaselessly at the 4 generals as if he wanted to wake them up. Why is it like this? Can anyone tell me what the fuck is going on? Dongguo Han's expression was extremely unsightly as he utterly did not know what was going on and why the 4 generals of his Dongguo clan would kill each other. Could it be that they've all gone mad? In next to no time, Dongguo Han's expression went pale. Because Duan Lingtian had already appeared before him and was looking at him with a calm expression and said indifferently, "You're the Dongguo clan's eldest young master. Kill him." Dongguo Han shouted out explosively as he urged the demon beast beneath him to make it attack and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, the demon beast had just pounced out when it was killed by the 3-foot-long blade Duan Lingtian condensed with his origin energy. Since the beginning until the end, he only spent the time for a single move. The demon beast died and plunged to the ground, whereas Dongguo Han had been dumbstruck instead, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian and said with slight disbelief, You're actually a void interpretation stage martial artist." Obviously, he only truly felt Duan Lingtian's true strength that far surpassed him at this moment. "Now it's your turn." Duan Lingtian looked at Dongguo Han with a calm expression, and his eyes didn't contain any emotion. You dare kill me? Let me tell you, no matter who you are, no matter where you go, you're dead if you dare kill me. Let me tell you, my grandfather is." After Dongguo Han heard Duan Lingtian's words, his expression went ghastly pale and he threatened Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, his words couldn't be finished. Because the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had already penetrated his throat and covered the sky with beautiful and resplendent blood that sprayed into the sky and condensed into numerous red roses. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian killed Dongguo Han, a figure appeared out of thin air in the nearby sky. The person that had arrived was completely stunned when he saw the scene before him. "This is Father." Feng Tianwu flew out to arrive by the person's side. "Wu, you used the detection pearl I left you to let me watch the show." Feng Wudao couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the fight before him that was coming to an end. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh bitterly as well. "I never imagined that Big Brother Duan would actually be able to deal with these people as well. Those 4 people are all existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage." Feng Tianwu spoke as she looked at the 4 Dongguo clan generals who were battling each other. The 4 generals were heavily injured yet still fought ceaselessly and were completely immersed in the battle to the point they'd lost all reason. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Zhang Shouyang before moving to arrive by Feng Wudao in Feng Tianwu's side. Subsequently, the 4 of them left directly and returned to Skywolf Fort. On the way, Zhang Shouyang couldn't help but turn to look at Duan Ling Tian, and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he thought of the scene from before. Brother Ling Tian is actually so formidable now. Even 4 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists were instigated by him to the point of fighting each other. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief instead. Fortunately, those 4 fellows weren't inscription masters. Otherwise, the illusory space constructed by my soul skill would be utterly incapable of affecting them. Duan Ling Tian felt fortunate in his heart. Wu, what exactly happened? Feng Wudao couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu as when he arrived earlier, everything had already ended. It was precisely because of this that he hadn't had the chance to understand what had happened. It's nothing. Feng Tianwu shook her head. We just killed a good-for-nothing young man from a powerful clan. That young man even killed a weak woman and child, and his crimes deserved death. As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu revealed an enraged expression as if she recalled the scene from before again. At that time, if it wasn't for the woman having brought along her child to plead on their behalf, she wouldn't have been killed, and this caused Feng Tianwu's heart to be filled with guilt. When he sensed the atmosphere seemed to be slightly heavy, Feng Wudao didn't ask any further, yet the depths of his eyes contained slight fear. A good-for-nothing young man from a powerful clan. This place wasn't the Darken dynasty. Even though the ancient desert city was situated at the borders of the foreign lands, it belonged to the foreign lands at any rate, and the experts within it was numerous like the clouds. Even if it was an ordinary power, it possessed an extremely formidable strength. Moreover, the power behind a good-for-nothing young man like that was probably not simple. But when he thought about how they would be staying in Skywolf Fort in the near future, he felt relieved in his heart. No matter how strong a power of the ancient desert city was, it was only a dependent of Skywolf Fort, and it would absolutely not dare rashly cause trouble in Skywolf Fort. So he felt relieved. Of course, this was also because Feng Wudao didn't know that the person who died earlier was the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongguo clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed. Perhaps ordinary disciples of the Dongguo clan wouldn't dare march directly into the Skywolf Fort to take revenge, but their patriarch was able to get in touch with the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort. Along with Duan Ling Tian's departure, the illusory space constructed from his soul skill naturally dispersed as well. At the same time, those 4 Dongguo clan generals that were dragging along their heavily injured and dismembered bodies to fight each other had finally escaped from the illusory space. With a single glance, they saw each other who was heavily injured. All of you, what's going on? How did all of you get so seriously injured as well? I truly never imagined that kid was actually so terrifying. Something seems to be off. Unconsciously, the gazes of the 4 Dongguo clan generals first descended onto the 5 enormous corpses of the demon beasts before descending onto a human corpse. When they saw this corpse, their pupils constricted instantly, and they couldn't help but shout out in shock. Eldest young master. Subsequently, all 4 of them glanced at each other and saw terror in each other's eyes. If the patriarch finds out that the eldest young master was killed under our protection, yet we're still alive, we're dead for sure. Quickly, let's consume medicinal pills to heal our injuries before leaving far away from ancient desert city. Chapter 775. Dongguo Lei. Under the astounded gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators, the 4 generals of the Dongguo clan left directly after consuming healing medicinal pills. The direction they left towards wasn't the direction of the Dongguo clan. Presently, they only had a single thought in their mind, and it was to leave as far as possible and never return to ancient desert city. Only in this way would they be able to avoid the pursuit of the Dongguo clan. However, even though the 4 generals of the Dongguo clan had fled, the news of the Dongguo clan's eldest young master being killed was still sent back to the Dongguo clan. The Dongguo clan, one of the 3 great clans of ancient desert city that controlled a portion of the city. At this moment, at the vast lake within the Dongguo clan estate, an old man sat silently at the side of a pergola at the center of the lake, and he held a fishing rod and was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, yet his eyes were closed tightly and he seemed to be extremely relaxed. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and a bright light flashed past within. At the same time, the old man's hand that held the fishing rod shook and directly pulled it up, and an enormous fish was pulled up and just happened to be tossed into the nearby bamboo basket. If someone was here and saw the hook on the old man's fishing rod, they would surely be extremely shocked, because this fishing hook was actually straight. If Duan Ling Tian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be unable to help but recall the legend of Grand Duke Zhang fishing that was passed down since ancient times in the earth of his previous life. 1. Fishing like Grand Duke Zhang, allowing a fish to be readily caught. The fish hook of Grand Duke Zhang was a straight hook. I've finally hooked one. Han will get to enjoy nice food today. The old man smiled lightly as he muttered, and as he said the word Han, his muddy eyes seemed to reveal dense affection. His entire life was filled with troubles. His son had died early and only left behind a single grandson, and it could be said to be a single line of inheritance. It was precisely because of this that he doted on and loved that grandson of his, and he wished for nothing more than to give all the best things in the entire world to that boy. It was also exactly because of this grandson that he'd always been forcibly occupying the place of patriarch in the Dongguo clan, because he intended to pass on this position to his grandson in the future. He'd placed his greatest expectations onto his grandson, whereas his grandson didn't disappoint him. Even though his grandson was slightly spoiled, his natural talent and comprehension ability wasn't bad. As for the part of being spoiler, he didn't mind because everyone had a time that they were young and arrogant. Moreover, he had the ability to allow his grandson to act like this in ancient desert city, and he wasn't the slightest bit worried that someone would dare offend his grandson. Suddenly, the old man frowned as he saw a figure was dashing towards the pergola at the center of the lake in panic. Didn't I say that I don't like people disturbing me while I'm fishing? The old man's face sank, and as he spoke, an extremely formidable aura was emitted from his body before enveloping the person's body and pressing down onto the person to the point the person couldn't help but bend down. The person that had come was an old woman and was precisely the manager of the Dongguo clan. Presently, she had an extremely unsightly expression and was slightly hesitant to speak. The old man's face sank when he saw the old woman's expression. This old man had served the Dongguo clan for her entire lifetime, and he knew the old woman extremely well. If it wasn't for the occurrence of a terrible major event, it was impossible for the old woman to lose her composure. What, has something major happened? The old man asked. The old woman took a deep breath when she heard the old man, and she said with a trembling voice, "Pat. Patriarch, eldest young master. Eldest young master has. What happened to the eldest young master?" The aura on the old man instantly strengthened and pressed onto the old woman, causing her to break out in cold sweat and shiver. The old man's gaze was like a sword that seemed to penetrate the old woman's body. "Patriarch, you have my condolences." Finally, the old woman caught her breath and speak while having her head lowered. "Condolences." The old man's body trembled when he heard the old woman. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the old man. In the next moment, gusts of terrifying gales arose abruptly in the surroundings of the pergola, and the gale moved faster and faster to finally transform into numerous material blades of wind in the end. The old man's rage caused blades of wind to sweep out and instantly mince the entire pergola into pieces that crashed down into the vast lake. The entire pergola on the lake had instantly ceased to exist. Not only that, the water in the entire lake at this moment was enveloped by numerous gusts of terrifying violent winds that continued to sweep out as if they'd transformed into numerous roaring water dragons. At this moment, only the old man and old woman weren't affected by this. The old woman had her head lowered and didn't dare speak a word. She deeply felt the monstrous rage of the patriarch, and she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak at this moment, she would very likely become the person the patriarch vented his rage on. "Lead the way," the old man shouted out coldly, and with a raise of his hand, he brought along the old woman to vanish in the sky above the vast lake. Meanwhile, the lake water that surged in the lake had once again returned to calm. Who did it? Many Dongguo clan higher-ups were gathered in the audience hall of the Dongguo clan, and when they saw the old man roaring as he charged in, they couldn't help but sigh. Han. The old man stood by the side of the corpse that lay on the ground, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light as he looked at the corpse that was pierced through the throat by a sword. "Don't tell me that all of you haven't found out who did it." The old man's words were filled with extremely icy coldness that caused everyone present to be unable to help but shiver. "Patriarch, he's one of the eyewitnesses." In next to no time, the old woman that followed in behind the patriarch brought along a young man who carried a modest posture and spoke to the old man. The old man's gaze that was like swords descended onto the young man when he heard this, and his aura swept out right after. the young man's face instantly flushed red when from being enveloped by the old man's aura, and then he fell. Collapsed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the old man with a terrified expression. Speak. The old man's icy cold voice was filled with killing intent, causing the young man to feel as if he'd fallen into a pit of ice, and he didn't dare hesitate to hurriedly speak about the scenes he'd saw not long ago. At the beginning, young Master Han galloped on his horse and whipped a woman flying with his horsewhip. The woman's child stood on the street and was about to die under the hooves of the horse. At this moment, a red-clothed woman made a move to save that child. After that, young Master Han. The young man was exactly one of the people that had passed by and witnessed the entire course of events today, and he spoke of the scenes he saw without missing the slightest detail. Along with the young man finishing speaking, a terrifying aura gushed out from the old man and pressed down onto the Dongguo clan higher-ups present to the point they couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for the young man, he was directly blasted flying, and his head collided onto a pillar in the audience hall, depriving him of his life. Perhaps even the young man himself had never imagined that he would die so unjustly. After all, the reason he'd come to inform the Dongguo clan was precisely for the sake of the Dongguo clan's reward, yet now, he hadn't even obtained the reward he ought to have obtained, but he'd already died unjustly. Good, very good, he even dares kill the grandson of Dongguo Lei. It looks like that violet-clothed kid is getting tired of living. The voice of the old man, the patriarch of the Dongguo clan, Dongguo Lei, was like a thunderclap as it spread out, causing the eardrums of some of the Dongguo clan higher-ups with comparatively lower cultivations to tremble, and their faces went pale. Grand Elder, I'll give you a day of time. I want to see the heads of those 4 traitors by then. Dongguo Lei looked at a gray-haired old man and spoke with a low voice. Yes, Patriarch, the old man replied respectfully before turning around and transforming into a bolt of lightning that left to go carry out his work. The remaining people. Subsequently, Dongguo Lei looked towards the remaining Dongguo clan higher-ups, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. All of your missions are to investigate the identity of the violet-clothed kid that killed my grandson. Once you find out about his location, bring him back. I want him alive. As for his 3 companions, directly kill them. The first person to find out the identity of the violet-clothed kid will obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. The person that brings the violet-clothed kid back can obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Besides that, anyone who brings the head of any one of the companions of that violet-clothed kid will obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. Dongguo Lei issues the internal rewards of the Dongguo clan, and this was sufficient to show how urgently he wanted to take revenge for his grandson. Yes. The gazes of everyone lit up as they replied respectfully, and then left impatiently. Everyone hoped to be able to obtain the rewards promised by the Patriarch. The person that brought the violet-clothed kid back could obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Even if it was the Dongguo clan's 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and other elders with lofty status, 10,000 mid-grade origin stones were something they similarly were anxious to obtain. Along with Dongguo Lei issuing his orders, the entire Dongguo clan was mobilized. The entire ancient desert city had gone completely mad. Yet the person concerned, Duan Ling Tian, was silently staying within the Narcissus Pavilion of Skywolf Fort and cultivating with great efforts, as the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill spread out in his body. Duan Ling Tian's origin energy advanced at an extremely terrifying speed, and this speed was sufficient to cause any martial artist in Cloud Continent to perspire from embarrassment and even feel a sense of inferiority. According to this speed, I ought to be able to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage in another 2 or 3 months at most. As he felt the swift advancement of his origin energy, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Along with the advancement of my origin energy, the advanced sword force seems to be almost at the time of transformation. There are another 3 days before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate for the sake of achieving sword concept. Finally, another day passed. On this day, Duan Ling Tian awoke from his cultivation, and when he opened his eyes, it faintly seemed as if a sword light that was filled with a sharp and fierce aura flashed within his eyes. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian's origin energy condensed into a sword, and strands of fierce aura leapt about on the sword and emitted a wave of light sword howls. At the same time, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air beside the existing 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 1st level elementary sword concept. Chapter 776, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. I can finally cultivate the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Duan Ling Tian revealed a smile, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade that was condensed into form from origin energy shook suddenly. For a time, besides containing strands of sharp and fierce aura, there were strands of deep azure-colored energy, and violet-colored energy, and earth and yellow-colored energy was mixed within it. The deep azure-colored energy seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and it fused into one with the 3-foot-long blade that was condensed from origin energy, causing the milky white-colored 3-foot-long blade to gradually become a true 3-foot-long blade that revealed an azure color. Presently, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he was holding a 3-foot-long blade that was condensed into form from actual wind. Materialization of concept. The 3-foot-long blade itself contained Duan Ling Tian's origin energy and first-level intermediate wind concept, and it emitted the sharp and fierce aura of the first-level intermediate sword concept. Besides that, 4th-level elementary lightning concept and 1st-level elementary earth concept were coiled in the surroundings of the blade. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Duan Ling Tian and converged to form phenomenon of the heavens and the ears. The first 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared belonged to Duan Ling Tian's origin energy. After that, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and these drawn from his first-level intermediate concept. Finally, another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 1 ancient horned dragon silhouette, and 1 more ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. They respectively belonged to the 4th-level elementary lightning concept, 1st-level elementary earth concept, and the 1st-level elementary sword concept. A total of 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The strength of 56 ancient horned dragons was the strongest force Duan Ling Tian could exert without utilizing a spirit weapon. Once he utilized a spirit weapon, his strength would be even stronger. Of course, it could only amplify his origin energy, the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he fought with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword or the devil-seal tablet, it could amplify strength by 100% and provide the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he fought with a grade 3 spirit sword, it could amplify strength by another 70% and provide a strength of 21 ancient horned dragons. I'm surely unable to utilize the quasi-royal grade spirit sword during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I can utilize the devil-seal tablet, but the precondition is that I can't expose its amplification ability. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed as he thought in his heart. No matter if it was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword or the devil-seal tablet, both of them were existences that could provide an amplification of 100%. Once they were exposed, he would surely become the target of all. Perhaps even the members of Skywolf Fort would arouse feelings of greed in their hearts. Duan Ling Tian knew his own limitations. The current him didn't have the strength to defend the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and the devil-seal tablet. Besides that, the grade 1 spirit sword he obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day couldn't be utilized either. This was only the border of the foreign lands, and not to mention a grade 1 spirit sword, there might not even be a grade 2 spirit sword. The spirit weapons possessed by the young geniuses that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will at most be a grade 3 spirit weapon. So besides being unable to utilize the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the devil-seal tablet, and the grade 1 spirit sword, I can't use a grade 2 spirit sword either. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. After Duan Ling Tian broke through to the void interpretation stage, his origin energy had undergone a tremendous change when compared with his origin energy at the void initiation stage. At the same time that his origin energy had transformed, he could condense a stronger weapon flame as well. In the past, Duan Ling Tian could only condense a grade 3 weapon flame, a violet copper weapon flame. Now, Duan Ling Tian was already capable of condensing a grade 2 weapon flame, a violet silver weapon flame. Relying on the lifetime's worth of weapons refinement experience and technique of the rebirth martial emperor, he could easily refine a grade 2 spirit weapon. While he was still in the Darkened Dynasty, Duan Ling Tian had already more or less gathered all the materials required to refine a grade 2 spirit weapon. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a large pile of materials and intended to start refining. A strand of violet-colored flames abruptly shot out from the center of Duan Ling Tian's palm, and there were strands of silver edges coiled around its surroundings, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian started smelting the pile of materials, and profound weapons refinement techniques came readily to him. After around 3 hours passed, a jade-green flexible sword that was thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand, and its design was extremely similar to the violet myrtle flexible sword. The origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's hand flickered, causing the jade-green flexible sword to instantly straighten. along with his origin energy fusing into it, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled into the sky above him to first form into 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before another 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. An amplification of 80%. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian put away the grade 2 spirit sword in his spatial ring with satisfaction, and then he opened his room door and left. He arrived at the balcony of the pavilion and sat there catching some fresh air silently. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered as he looked at Skywolf Fort that occupied an extremely vast and spacious area. All along the way to this point since walking out of Fresh Breeze Town, he'd unknowingly grown to such a height from an ignorant youth, and he was even about to represent the Darken dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In a flash, I've already arrived in this world for over 10 years. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. After being here for more than 10 years, he'd already completely fused into this world, and everything of the earth in his previous life had become an eternal memory. He was already not the cold and merciless king of weapons specialist from all those years ago, and he was instead a true genius martial artist of Cloud Continent. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he started to search through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and the records related to the high-grade heaven rank offensive martial skill. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, that was within the sword dragon form appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was powered by sword concept and could be executed together with other concepts. When cultivated to the limit, it could develop 9 divine dragons. 9 dragons striking in unison in an ultimate flash. This was the perfection stage of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Like Earth rank martial skills, Heaven rank martial skills were divided into the rudiment stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage as well. When 1 divine dragon could be formed when the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was executed, it was considered to be at the rudiment stage. When 3 divine dragons could be formed, it was at the initial stage. When 5 divine dragons could be formed, it was at the mastery stage. When 9 divine dragons could be formed, it was at the perfection stage. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was formed by the Rebirth Martial Emperor from combining 2 heaven rank offensive martial skills. The Rebirth Martial Emperor had cultivated both those high-grade heaven rank martial skills to the perfection stage. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he searched swiftly through the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. A heaven rank martial skills is different from the martial skills of cultivated in the past. Heaven rank martial skills rely more on comprehension ability and experience. I have to rely on myself in terms of comprehension, but I can absorb the Rebirth Martial Emperor's experience. Even though he didn't cultivate the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, yet he'd cultivated the 2 types of martial skills that formed the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. As the saying goes, all roads lead to the same destination. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian started cultivating the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, and he quickly found the feeling of it. Of course, all of this was because of the Rebirth Martial Emperor's experience. 1 hour later, Duan Ling Tian pointed out his fingers that were formed into a sword with a raise of his hand. Instantly, his origin energy faintly condensed into a divine dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced out. It tore through the sky and caused the air to be compressed, and a wave of ear-piercing sounds of the air exploding resounded out. All of this wasn't the end. Flash. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed, and the eyes of the divine dragon instantly shot out 2 material flashes that whistled out under Duan Ling Tian's guidance to pierce into an enormous rock outside Narcissus Pavilion. Instantly, 2 bottomless holes appeared on the enormous rock, and the flashes that entered it easily had vanished without a trace. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out to arrive at the side of the enormous rock before casually pushing the enormous rock aside. Rumble. After the enormous rock was pushed aside, Duan Ling Tian saw 2 bottomless holes on the ground, and his spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out with the intention of finding out its depth. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out along the 2 little holes for 15 minutes, yet didn't notice its bottom. As expected of a high-grade heaven rank offensive martial skill, what a strong might. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. A divine dragon is capable of instantly shooting out 2 flashes. Wouldn't 9 divine dragons be capable of instantly shooting out 18 feet flashes? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp when he thought up to here. He'd clearly seen the might and speed of the flashes. Even if he executed a high-grade Earth rank martial skill with a similar strength and condensed his origin energy into form to attack, it would be far inferior in terms of speed to the flash shot out from the eyes of the divine dragon formed from the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 2 flashes from before were too fast and too overbearing. A heaven-rank offensive martial skill. Suddenly, a slightly astounded voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Suddenly, Feng Wudao had appeared on the balcony of the pavilion, and he was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a shocked gaze. Uncle Feng. After pushing the enormous rock back to its original place, Duan Ling Tian flew out and descended by Feng Wudao's side. I originally intended to choose a heaven-rank martial skill suitable for intermediate wind concept for you. Now it would seem like it was unnecessary. The heaven-rank martial skill you executed earlier is probably a mid-grade heaven-rank offensive martial skill, right? As he finished speaking, the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian with burned with anticipation. A heaven-rank martial skill was extremely difficult to come by. Even if it was the Darken Dynasty's Feng clan he was from, there were only a few low-grade heaven-rank martial skills, whereas, because he wandered about the world throughout the years, he'd gathered many heaven-rank martial skills, but they were all low-grade heaven-rank martial skills. According to his knowledge, even the Darken Dynasty's imperial family didn't possess a mid-grade heaven-rank martial skill, yet never had he imagined that he could see one in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Feng Wudao. The Nine Dragons' radiant flash he executed earlier wasn't a mid-grade heaven-rank martial skill but a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill. In the end, he nodded and didn't reveal the truth. Chapter 777, Xianxia's Scheme. An unexpected guest arrived in the Dongguo clan estate today. In the audience hall, the Dongguo clan's second elder, Dongguo Zong, looked at the white-clothed young man before him and asked directly. I heard from my subordinates that you know where the person that killed my Dongguo clan's young master is. The white-clothed young man glanced indifferently at Dongguo Zong. You're the second elder of the Dongguo clan. I'm sorry, but I've come to see your Dongguo clan's patriarch. I'll speak once he arrives. You. Dongguo Zong's face went grim as he said with a low voice, Kid, do you think you can see our Dongguo clan's patriarch just because you want to? Haven't you taken a look at yourself in the mirror? When facing the enraged Dongguo Zong, the white-clothed young man had a calm expression and directly disregarded Dongguo Zong. Send this guest out. The expression of Dongguo Zong, who was disregarded, sank, and he spoke with rage. Instantly, two Dongguo clan generals walked in from outside the hall, and they walked towards the white-clothed young man before gesturing with their hands. Please leave. Second elder, I'll just put it at this. Once I leave the Dongguo clan today, it isn't so easy to make me come over again. The white-clothed young man glanced deeply at Dongguo Zong before turning around with the intention of leaving. I won't bother to send you out. Dongguo Zong grunted. He, Dongguo Zong, had lived half his lifetime, yet when had he been disregarded by a little kid like this? Not to mention the young man might not know where the person who killed their Dongguo clan's young master was. Even if the young man knew, he wasn't willing to allow the young man to continue being here for the sake of his face. Wait. Right at this moment, an aged and sonorous voice sounded out from afar and approached. In next to no time, an old man strode in the audience hall. Behind the old man was an old woman that followed like a shadow. Patriarch. Dongguo Zong's expression went slightly pale when he saw the old man, and he hurriedly bowed as his forehead broke out in cold sweat. Leave. The expression of the old man, the patriarch of the Dongguo clan, Dongguo Lei, sank, and he shouted out with rage. Dongguo Zong's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression, yet he still left obediently. As for the other two generals, when they saw Dongguo Lei's fierce gaze sweep over, they hurriedly left behind Dongguo Zong without daring to hesitate in the slightest. For a time, only the young man, Dongguo Lei, and the old woman remained in this spacious audience hall. Patriarch Dongguo. The white-clothed young man nodded to Dongguo Lei with a calm expression as if he wasn't facing the patriarch of one of the three great clans of ancient desert city, the Dongguo clan, but was facing an ordinary old man. What's your name? Dongguo Lei's eyes revealed a trace of praise. Patriarch Dongguo, you can call me Xianxia. The white-clothed young man smiled lightly. You aren't from the ancient desert city? Dongguo Lei asked. No, I'm from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Darken Dynasty. I've come here this time to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort. Xianxia didn't conceal his origins because he knew that even if he concealed it, with the ability of this old man before him, the old man would very quickly investigate his origins clearly. In this way, it was better to speak truthfully as it would be more beneficial to his scheme. Dongguo Lei nodded, and then his white brows raised as his face tightened slightly. You said earlier that you know where the person that killed my grandson is. You know him. These past few days were full of torment to Dongguo Lei. His Dongguo clan's members had spent a few days of time, yet were actually unable to find out who or where the person that killed his grandson was. This caused him to be both enraged and anxious, and he wished for nothing more than to go out and search himself. Today, when he heard someone had come over with information about the person that killed his grandson, he'd rushed over impatiently. Yes. Xianxia nodded. So long as you can confirm the person you speak of is the person I'm looking for, then I can agree to any condition of yours that's within the ability of myself and the Dongguo clan. Dongguo Lei's muddle eyes lit up abruptly as he spoke frankly. Patriarch Dongguo, you're too kind. It will be disrespectful if I declined. Xianxia started smiling as he was waiting for exactly these words. Speak. Dongguo Lei spoke again with an anxious tone. What he wanted to do the most now was to drag out the violet-clothed kid that killed his grandson, and then torture the kid extremely to the point that he would be better off being dead. Patriarch Dongguo, before I speak of that person, I want to ask you to make a vow under the 9 heavenly tribulation. The vow is. Xianxia looked at Dongguo Lei and spoke slowly, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the old woman that stood behind Dongguo Lei, and she said angrily, Kid, you dare coerce our patriarch? You look to me like you're tired of living. Xianxia paid no attention to the old woman and instead looked at Dongguo Lei with a serious expression as he revealed a spurious smile. Dongguo Lei stopped the old woman and then looked at Xianxia. Continue. I hope Patriarch Dongguo can forgive me, I'm doing this for safety's sake. Beside that, I'm willing to vow with my blood that if I don't help you find the person that killed your grandson, I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 9 heavenly tribulation. Xianxia spoke resolutely. As he spoke and before Dongguo Lei could reply, he'd pinched open his finger, causing a drop of blood to soar into the sky, and he directly made a vow. After a short moment, 9 thunderclaps descended. At the same time that it startled the entire Dongguo clan estate, it entered into the ears of Dongguo Lei as well, causing Dongguo Lei to reveal a smile on his face. Little fellow, you're really not bad. Since you're so sincere, then go ahead and speak. What do you want me to vow under the 9 heavenly tribulation? Dongguo Lei glanced deeply at Xianxia. Patriarch Dongguo, I'll be frank. I hope that Patriarch Dongguo can vow that once I help you drag out the person that killed your grandson, you must pass his spatial ring to me untouched. Moreover, you must not use any methods to take revenge on me. Xianxia spoke frankly. All right. Dongguo Lei didn't care why Xianxia would be interested in the spatial ring of the person that killed his grandson. What he wanted to do now was only to take revenge for his grandson. As for anything else, he didn't care. In next to no time, Dongguo Lei pinched open his finger and made a vow under the 9 heavenly tribulation according to Xianxia's request. Subsequently, 9 resounding thunderclaps descended once more, and it bared witness to the vow Dongguo Lei made. You can tell me now, right? Dongguo Lei looked at Xianxia. Of course. Xianxia nodded hurriedly, and then he said, Patriarch Dongguo, during this past few days, I've corroborated it many times and have finally confirmed. The person that killed your grandson is an enemy of mine in the Darken Dynasty. Just like me, he's representing the Darken Dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the ancient desert city. His name is Duan Ling Tian. Presently, he's staying in the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. Xianxia finished speaking in a single breath. After he finished speaking, Xianxia didn't wait for Dongguo Lei to reply before leaving with large strides. After he walked out of the audience hall in the Dongguo clan's estate, Xianxia revealed a brilliant smile and muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian, you're really brazen. You've just arrived at ancient desert city, yet you've offended a colossus like the Dongguo clan. But I still have to thank you for helping me to achieve my aim. Presently, Xianxia seemed to have already seen the scene of him obtaining the piece of the devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession. So long as that piece of the devil-seal tablet fell into his hands, his future would be completely illuminated. Xianxia, needless to say, this scheme of yours is very good. But making a deal with that Dongguo clan is no different than asking a tiger for its skin. Even if that Dongguo clan's patriarch doesn't do anything to you, it doesn't mean that others would have a good opinion of you. A ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated in Xianxia's mind. Don't worry, eldest ghost, I have a grasp of the situation and know what to do. Xianxia had a confident expression. After Xianxia left, a gust of violent wind swiftly arose in the audience hall of the Dongguo clan estate, and it blew to the point the various furniture and decoration moved from their positions, and the paintings on the wall even fell down. Duan Ling Tian, Skywolf Fort, along with the raging aura on Dongguo Lei's body gradually being restrained, the waves of violent winds in the audience hall gradually died down. No wonder my Dongguo clan members have been searching through more than half of the ancient desert city yet have been unable to find you. So it turns out that you're hiding in Skywolf Fort. Dongguo Lei's eyes flickered with cold lights that seemed ready to swallow up his enemies. Patriarch, the old woman behind Dongguo Lei said, if the person that killed the eldest young master is really in Skywolf Fort, then I'm afraid you can only go to Skywolf Fort and ask for him yourself. Even the outer fort of the Skywolf Fort was a place that not anyone could act wantonly at. Even if it was Dongguo Lei, the patriarch of the Dongguo clan, if he didn't obtain the permission of the people in charge of Skywolf Fort and rashly attacked another in Skywolf Fort, he would similarly be unable to escape death. The Skywolf Fort had a rule: so long as anyone from the outside dared touch a guest or disciple of Skywolf Fort within Skywolf Fort itself, then that person's fate would be death. Dongguo Lei didn't give a reply to the old woman, and he left the audience hall in the Dongguo clan estate with a pair of crimson-red eyes before heading directly towards the direction of Skywolf Fort. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian, who was within the Narcissus Pavilion of Skywolf Fort, didn't realize that danger was gradually closing in on him. Presently, he stood on the empty ground outside Narcissus Pavilion and was working hard in cultivating the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash. Of course, at the same time he was cultivating the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash, he didn't forget to hold on to the wind concept fragment and comprehended wind concept. His wind concept was still advancing ceaselessly, and according to his estimations, it wouldn't be long before it ought to be able to smoothly break through into second-level intermediate wind concept. At that time, his strength would rise greatly once more, and it was directly increased by an entire 10 ancient horned dragons worth of strength. Presently, when Duan Ling Tian executed the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash, he was already capable of developing 2 divine dragons. But the body of the second divine dragon wasn't material enough, causing its eyes to have not appeared and rendering it incapable of condensing the flashes to attack. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly exhausted and stopped his cultivation. Of course, it wasn't exhaustion of the body, but of the spirit. He was able to sense that even if he continued cultivating, it would be difficult for him to achieve any breakthroughs right now, and it would instead accomplish the exact opposite. So, he stopped cultivating in a timely manner. After he stopped, Duan Ling Tian left the Narcissus Pavilion and strolled around the outer fort. Chapter 778, Vice Fort Master. He'd arrived at Skywolf Fort for a period of time, yet Duan Ling Tian had never really strolled about in it. Even if it was the outer fort, Duan Ling Tian had passed by many pavilions all along the way. All of these pavilions were used to entertain the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties that had come from afar, and amongst them included the young geniuses that had come from the darkened dynasty like him. Suddenly, figure descended from the sky and attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. Zishang. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit when he saw the white-colored figure before his eyes. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian saw Zishang, Zishang obviously had seen him as well. After a short moment, Zishang's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, I truly admire you. You dare do anything and dare kill anyone. Ha 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 ha. As he finished his voice transmission, Zishang laughed loudly as he returned to the pavilion he stayed at during this period of time. He's speaking about the matter with the Dongguo clan's eldest young master. This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess, but Duan Ling Tian didn't care. Since he dared kill the eldest young master of the Dongguo clan that day, he was prepared to deal with the matters that would arise after that. He's heard of the rules of the Skywolf Fort. It was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried that someone would dare seek revenge from him in the Skywolf Fort. As for what happened later, he already had a plan. So long as he became eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even obtained the honor of number 1, he would surely be able to obtain the high regard of Skywolf Fort and even become a disciple of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, he would be a disciple that was given emphasis in fostering. After all, no power would allow a disciple with extraordinary natural talent to be covered by dust. He had extreme confidence towards this. He believed that with his worth, he would surely be able to make the Skywolf Fort protect him after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and protect him from being persecuted by anyone and any power. Frankly speaking, he wanted to rely on the power of Skywolf Fort. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian hadn't walked a few steps when he heard a familiar voice. On the balcony of a nearby pavilion within his field of vision was a familiar figure. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up as he soared up to arrive by Su Li's side in the blink of an eye. Su Li, when did you arrive? I just arrived yesterday. Su Li smiled. Senior has come as well? Duan Ling Tian asked. He'd always felt respectful in his heart towards that master of Su Li's because Su Li's master had once saved his life. Yes, Su Li nodded. Master is cultivating in silence in the room. Then I won't disturb Senior. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Su Li, you're really something. So little time has passed, yet you've actually broken through 3 levels in one go to directly break through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. The second level of the void interpretation stage was precisely Su Li's current cultivation, and it was detected by Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force at the first possible moment. Duan Ling Tian, your eyes are venomous, as always. Su Li couldn't help but sigh as he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Your current cultivation is surely not inferior to me, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled but didn't answer. Su Li instead seemed to have discerned something, and he cursed with a smile. You're really a freak. I remember that during the Darkened Dynasty's martial competition that day, I was already at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, whereas you were only at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Now, even if I've broken through to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage as well, who do you think is a bigger freak amongst the two of us? Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Su Li, causing Su Li to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. My circumstances are different. After that day, Master gave me another 2 more spirit fruits, and one of them was a spirit fruit utilized by Void Interpretation stage martial artists. It assisted me to break through in one go from the 1st level of the Void Interpretation stage to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage in a short period of time. Can I take it as you showing off? At the same time that Duan Ling Tian was speechless, he deeply felt the benefits of possessing a master with a deep background. Why don't I have such good fortune? Even though the rebirth martial emperor had left behind a great treasure in his 2nd lifetime for his 3rd lifetime, and Duan Ling Tian could rely on the memories of the rebirth martial emperor to retrieve it, but he didn't possess a map of the entire Cloud Continent in his possession, so he didn't know exactly which area of the Cloud Continent he was at exactly. So, even if he wanted to retrieve that great treasure, he had no way to find it. While Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were catching up, there was an old man standing in mid-air in the sky nearby the outer fort of Skywolf Fort, and he waited there silently as if he was waiting for something. A figure flashed out from the inner fort and arrived nearby the aged old man after a short moment, and he stood stably in the sky. This was a middle-aged man that wore the uniform of Skywolf Fort, but the badge on his chest, the pattern of a skywolf, had a pair of golden eyes. In Skywolf Fort, uniforms that carried Skywolf badges with copper eyes were ordinary disciples. Those that carried silver-eyed skywolves were core disciples and ordinary elders, whereas those that carried gold-eyed skywolves were uniforms that only the 5 Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear. In this way, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious. He was precisely one of the 5 great Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Vice Fort Master Feng. The old man bowed slightly when he saw the middle-aged man. Perhaps his age was much greater than the middle-aged man before him, yet in terms of strength, he was far inferior. Moreover, the middle-aged man's status was sufficient to make him look up to the middle-aged man. If it wasn't for him having helped the middle-aged man in some things all those years ago, the middle-aged man might not give him face and come see him. The middle-aged man was called Feng Wei, and he was one of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Is there something you need? Feng Wei asked with slight impatience when facing the patriarch of one of the 3 great clans of ancient Desert City, the Dongguo clan. Perhaps the Dongguo clan's patriarch could command the clouds and reign in ancient Desert City, yet he was no different to an ant in the eyes of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. So long as he wanted, not to mention the Dongguo clan's patriarch, even the entire Dongguo clan would cease to exist. If it wasn't for the Dongguo clan's patriarch having helped him many years ago, it would be impossible for him to have come out and met the Dongguo clan's patriarch today. Vice Fort Master Feng, my grandson was killed by another a few days ago. I obtained information today and have confirmed that the person who killed my grandson is precisely a kid from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Darkened Dynasty. When he spoke up to hear, Dongguo Lei slightly gnashed his teeth. Get to the point. Feng Wei spoke with slight impatience. Yes, Dongguo Lei was slightly in panic when he perceived Feng Wei's impatience, and he said hurriedly, "Vice Fort Master Feng, that kid who killed my grandson is one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Presently, he's in your respected fort's outer area's Narcissus Pavilion." Dongguo Lei implores Vice Fort Master Feng. "I hope that Vice Fort Master Feng will allow me to drag him out myself and take revenge for my grandson." Dongguo Lei made clear the reason for his arrival. "You want to kill in my Skywolf fort?" Feng Wei's face seemed to be instantly covered in a layer of frost, and his voice revealed extreme coldness that caused Dongguo Lei to feel as if he'd fallen into a pit of ice. "I only need to take him away, and I'll absolutely not allow the Skywolf fort to be tainted with even a single drop of blood. I hope that Vice Fort Master Feng can help me achieve this out of thanks for that thing from all those years ago." Dongguo Lei took a deep breath and took out his biggest trump card. This trump card was precisely that the Vice Fort Master Feng owed him a favor from all those years ago, and he'd originally intended to leave this favor to his grandson, Dongguo Han. Yet now, his grandson had been killed, so he didn't have any more worries and directly used it for the sake of taking revenge for his grandson. Feng Wei's eyes flashed when he heard Dongguo Lei. "Are you sure you want to use that favor I owe you from all those years ago? Let me tell you, once you use this favor, there'll be no connection between you and me any longer. Even if you die or the Dongguo clan is annihilated, it's unrelated to me." Feng Wei spoke his words clearly and resolutely. Dongguo Lei took a deep breath before nodding fiercely. "I understand. Good." Feng Wei nodded. "Follow me, and I'll pass him to you. From today onwards, both of us will take each other as strangers." After he finished speaking, Feng Wei flew out and headed directly towards the entire row of pavilions that were used to entertain the people from 10 great dynasties. The favor he owed from all those years ago had always been a worry for him. Being able to return this favor today was undoubtedly a type of release to him. In his eyes, the life of a kid from the Darken Dynasty was lowly like a blade of grass, and since the kid is able to help him return the favor he owed, it was the kid's fortune that was accumulated since the kid's previous life. Dongguo Lei followed behind Feng Wei with a delighted expression and flashed out. Herbaceous Peony Pavilion was the pavilion where Su Li was staying. "I truly never imagined that you've practically traveled through all the other 9 dynasties during this year of time." Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard of Su Li's experiences during this almost 1 year of time, and he felt that compared to his life, Su Li's life was truly too fantastic, causing him to be unable to help but feel slightly envious. "What about you? What have you been doing in this 1 year of time?" Su Li asked with a smile. "Me? I didn't have such a leisurely time like you, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, but he hadn't finished speaking when his face went grim, because a sonorous voice had sounded out from outside. "Darken Dynasty's Duan Ling Tian, come out here." This voice was precisely looking for him. Who? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but frown when he heard this voice. He could be sure that he'd never heard this voice in the past, and in other words, he utterly didn't know the owner of this voice. Duan Ling Tian flew out while carrying a bewildered expression. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's bewildered expression, Su Li, who noticed that the matter was unusual, had hurriedly followed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li flashed up into the sky and arrived in the sky above Herbaceous Peony Pavilion in a short moment, and they looked from afar at the 2 figures that stood in the distant sky. One was a middle-aged man that wore the uniform of Skywolf Fort, and the other was an old man that wore casual clothes. Chapter 779, Crisis. Presently, it wasn't only Duan Ling Tian and Su Li who'd come out, even the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties had come out from the surrounding pavilions. Amongst them included Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyang, and it also included the Darken Dynasty's emperor, the second prince, Bai He, and the young prince Bai Hao. As for Zi Shang, he stood in the sky with a black-clothed old man. The black-clothed old man was precisely his master, Bai Nan Yin, the imperial uncle of the Darken Dynasty's emperor, and he was brothers of the same father but different mother with Bai Nan Shang, who Duan Ling Tian had killed with a talisman that day. The members of the Darken Dynasty looked at each other. "They're looking for Duan Ling Tian. Has Duan Ling Tian committed something?" Right when the members of the Darken Dynasty were deeply bewildered. Looks at the Skywolf badge on the chest of the uniform this middle-aged man is wearing. The eyes of that Skywolf are actually golden. It really is. I wonder if a golden-eyed Skywolf carries any special meaning. I still remember that the middle-aged man who led us into Skywolf Fort a few days ago had a Skywolf badge that possessed copper eyes. I heard a Skywolf Fort disciple mention it that day. In Skywolf Fort, the eyes of the Skywolf on the badge represents the status of every single member of the Skywolf Fort. The members of the other 9 dynasties shot their gazes towards Skywolf badge on the chest of the middle-aged man in the distances, and the golden-eyed Skywolf gave them an indescribable feeling of oppression. HMPH. A group of bumpkins. Right at this moment, everyone noticed that the old man who seemed to be extremely humble when standing by the middle-aged man's side had actually glanced at them with a gaze of disdain and insulted them as bumpkins. Instantly, the various representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties looked angrily at the old man, and they wished for nothing more than to cut the old man up into pieces. Right when everyone couldn't help but want to reply with insults, 3 figures flashed up into and arrived in the sky in a short moment. These were 3 middle-aged men that wore green-colored uniform, and they were obviously disciples of Skywolf Fort. During the most recent period of time, they'd entertained the young geniuses and representatives of the 10 dynasties while making preparations for the martial competition. It was he who led us into Skywolf Fort that day. All the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as up until now, he still didn't know what had happened, because he utterly didn't know this middle-aged man and old man that had put up a big show when coming to look for him. But he had a slight impression towards one of the 3 Skywolf Fort disciples that had made an appearance now. If he wasn't wrong, when he, Feng Wudao, and Feng Tianwu had arrived at Skywolf Fort for the first time that day, they were received by this person. Vice Fort Master. The Skywolf Fort disciples with a copper eyes Skywolf badge looked at the middle-aged man with a gold eyes Skywolf badge and bowed respectfully and reverently. This scene caused the expressions of the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties including Duan Ling Tian to be covered in shock. Vice Fort Master. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Everyone, this is our Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng. Before long, one of the Skywolf Fort disciples looked around at the members of the 10 dynasties and directly introduced the middle-aged man. Vice Fort Master. For a time, everyone from the 10 dynasties either bowed to Feng Wei or nodded. Besides Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and some proud and arrogant young geniuses, there were also Feng Wudao, the Darken Dynasty's emperor, and a few others that nodded. All of them were well-renowned experts in their own dynasties and possessed an extraordinary status. Since they obtained their current status, they'd never bent down to anyone, so even if they were facing the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort today, even though they were afraid of his strength, yet they didn't bend their backbone that contained their dignity. To them who were in high positions for a long time, dignity was more important than anything. But Feng Wei obviously didn't have the intention of fussing about it with them. Or perhaps, in Feng Wei's eyes, he utterly didn't care. This old fellow's movements are rather fast. But I never imagined that a mere Dongguo clan patriarch like him is able to get the help of a Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Zisheng thought in his heart as the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, and his gaze that contained a smiling expression looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed. Duan Ling Tian noticed Zisheng's strange gaze, and he couldn't help but frown. What exactly is going on? Earlier, it was this Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master that called me out. What's he looking for me for? Duan Ling Tian's brows knit tightly as he looked at Feng Wei, and he didn't know why Feng Wei had come. Who's Duan Ling Tian? Feng Wei spoke out once more. His gaze was calm, and his expression remained unchanged like water in an ancient well as if he was speaking about something that wasn't related to himself. Why is Vice Fort Master Feng looking for Duan Ling Tian? For a time, many people from Darken Dynasty turned to look at Duan Ling Tian who stood by Su Li's side. Subsequently, it was like a chain reaction as the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties shot their gazes at Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. In the Darchu Dynasty's group, a blue-clothed young man's eyes flashed as his face went slightly grim. Isn't he just a young genius from the Darken Dynasty? He's actually able to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort personally come look for him. What great prestige. As the blue-clothed young man muttered to himself, his eyes were filled with envy. Duan Ling Tian, the thin young man that stood at the side of the blue-clothed young man, shook his head when he heard this. This matter isn't so simple. His gaze descended onto the old man behind Feng Wei as he noticed that the old man's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. If Duan Ling Tian saw these two people, he would surely recognize them in the first possible moment, as they were exactly the people that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shouyang in a restaurant in ancient Desert City. Both of them were young geniuses from the Darchu dynasty. Not good. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao noticed that something was off with the old man behind Feng Wei, as at the instant the old man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, the killing intent in the old man's eyes almost shot out. Feng Wudao noticed the hostility the old man had towards Duan Lingtian, and it was hostility that wouldn't end without the death of one party. In next to no time, many people noticed this, and this included Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he'd a member of the Dongguo clan? But even if it's the patriarch who has the highest status in the clan, a mere member of the Dongguo clan is probably unable to make the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort assist him, right? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and his eyes flickered as he realized he might have miscalculated. Never had he imagined that a member of a mere Dongguo clan would actually be able to make the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort come look for him personally. As for the purpose, it was obvious. Perhaps there's some sort of relationship between them. A single wrong move caused every move to be wrong. I only hope that I'll be able to smoothly escape this calamity. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as bright lights flickered in his eyes, and his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts and ideas. Meanwhile, numerous methods to deal with the problem flashed within his heart. The first, seek assistance from Su Li's master. But even if Su Li's master was willing to help him, but the Skywolf Fort wasn't the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan after all. There were experts that were as numerous as the clouds in Skywolf Fort, and even if it was experts at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, there probably would be quite a few. Su Li's master might not be able to deal with a colossus like this. The second, use the last 2 talismans his father left behind to kill this Skywolf Fort vice fort master and the Dongguo clan's member before fleeing ancient Desert City. But in this way, he would perhaps be able to escape ancient Desert City, yet might not be able to escape the Skywolf Fort's pursuit. Moreover, once he did this, it would possibly implicate Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, and this was something he wasn't willing to see. For a time, Duan Lingtian could only think of these 2 methods to deal with the difficult problem before him, yet both these methods seemed to not be reliable. Could it be that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to perish here today? Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of bitterness, indescribable bitterness. He's Duan Lingtian. In the Darming dynasty's group, a young man who wore a silver robe with gold edges looked at the young man by his side as he asked with a spurious smile. If Duan Lingtian looked over here at this moment, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that the young man who was questioned was exactly a person he'd once met in the Iceflame Pavilion of the Darming dynasty's capital. Zhao Weiyi, the Zhao clan's #1 expert in the younger generation and one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming dynasty. Zhao Weiyi's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression when being questioned by his rival, and he disregarded it. Imperial brother, he's Duan Lingtian. But it would seem that he's going to be struck with misfortune today. Lu Hao laughed. Lu Hao was precisely the 3rd prince that Duan Lingtian had encountered in the 9th floor of Iceflame Pavilion that day, and he was also the one and only young genius from Darming dynasty that hadn't attacked Duan Lingtian that day. Obviously, the young man that wore a silver robe with gold edges was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Yong. Elder Qian, it was the master of that person by Duan Lingtian's side that killed Elder Kun. Zhao Weiyi's burning gaze stared at Su Li, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he recalled the scene from that day, he still felt a slight chill run down his spine even until today, as that robust middle-aged man that looked ordinary had used a single move to kill one of the 2 strongest experts in their Zhao clan. The expression of the gray-clothed old man that stood nearby couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhao Weiyi. Of course, he didn't arouse the intention to take revenge, because he knew clearly in his heart that since that expert was capable of kill that old friend of his in a single move, that expert was similarly capable of killing him in a single move, as the both of them had equal strengths. In the sky, the atmosphere was extremely heavy, and the sound of danger could be heard in the wind and cries of the birds. Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. You're Duan Lingtian. Finally, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes revealed slight surprise. Chapter 780, Grade 2 Alchemist. Obviously, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was capable of becoming eminent in the Darken dynasty and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he'd even killed that good-for-nothing disciple of the Dongguo clan, so it was truly shocking. Yes, Duan Ling Tian replied when facing Feng Wei's question, as he had to admit he was Duan Ling Tian now even if he didn't want to. If the numerous burning gazes that shot towards him were transformed into sword lights, they'd probably have left a myriad of holes on his body since long ago. You, follow Patriarch Dongguo. The surprised in Feng Wei's eyes vanished quickly and recovered its calm, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. Patriarch Dongguo. As expected, Duan Ling Tian's face went grim, as it would seem like his guess was correct. That old man that wished for nothing more than to swallow him up when looking at him was really a member of the Dongguo clan, and the old man was even the patriarch of the Dongguo clan. In other words, the old man was the grandfather of the good-for-nothing disciple of the Dongguo clan he'd killed, Dongguo Han. But when faced with Feng Wei's indisputable order, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he hadn't heard it, and he instead glanced indifferently at Feng Wei. Vice Fort Master Feng, if I didn't remember wrongly. Presently, since I'm in your Skywolf Fort, I can be considered to be a guest of Skywolf Fort, right? Feng Wei frowned. What do you want to say? I just want Vice Fort Master Feng to know that I'm a guest of the Skywolf Fort and not a disciple of Skywolf Fort. So you don't have the power to order me around. Duan Ling Tian spoke word by word, and his words were neither humble nor arrogant, and yet they were filled with a proud and unyielding nature. Duan Ling Tian's words caused everyone from the 10 dynasties to be dumbstruck. Does Duan Ling Tian want to die? He dares speak with the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort like this. Those people that hated Duan Ling Tian to the extreme burst into joy in their hearts, and they seemed as if they'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed under Feng Wei's rage. Presumptuous. The 3 Skywolf Fort disciples had grim expressions, and they denounced Duan Ling Tian angrily. A kid from the countryside dares be disrespectful to our Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master. You're courting death. As they spoke, the origin energy on their bodies soared, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth gradually appeared in the sky above them. 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above each of the 3 Skywolf Fort disciples. Obviously, all 3 of them were 7th level void interpretation stage martial artists. All the members from the 10 dynasties couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The status of these 3 Skywolf Fort disciples seemed to only be the lowest in Skywolf Fort, yet it was exactly existences like this that were actually 7th level void interpretation stage martial artists. At this moment, they deeply realized the resources and reserves of Skywolf Fort, and it caused them to feel shocked from the bottom of their hearts. It was worthy of being the overlord in this border of the foreign lands that was closest to the 10 dynasties. Even if only a few elders left Skywolf Fort, they would probably be sufficient to annihilate any dynasty. If a Vice Fort Master personally made a move, then annihilating the 10 dynasties by himself would probably only require the slightest effort. 3 figures seemed as if they'd discussed it earlier and arrived to stand by Duan Ling Tian's side in a short moment. Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyang. Even though Duan Ling Tian's heart was greatly touched when he saw these 3 people, he still couldn't help but persuade Uncle Feng, Tianwu, and Big Brother Zhang. This matter isn't related to all of you should leave. He would share wealth and fortune with them, but he wouldn't share misfortune with them. Big Brother Duan, don't forget that it wasn't only you that was in conflict with that good-for-nothing disciple of the Dongguo clan that day. Feng Tianwu spoke seriously. Exactly, since we got into trouble together, then we'll bear it together. Zhang Shouyang had a candid expression and spoke fearlessly. So you 3 were his accomplices that day? Dongguo Lei's gaze flashed past Feng Wudao's group of 3, and his killing intent was frightful. Subsequently, he looked at Feng Wei who was beside him as he suppressed the rage in his heart and said humbly, Vice Fort Master Feng, if it's possible, I want to take them with me as well. Feng Wei didn't look at Dongguo Lei and said indifferently, you can only take 1 person with you, as this was our agreement earlier. As for the other 3 people, so long as they aren't in my Skywolf Fort, then whatever you do in the future is naturally unrelated to my Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei's words were extremely clear. You, Dongguo Lei, can only take Duan Ling Tian with you and leave today, as that's me returning a favor to you. As for the other 3 people, so long as they're in Skywolf Fort, then you can't touch them. But once they leave Skywolf Fort, the Skywolf Fort won't interfere no matter what you do. Dongguo Lei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Fort Master Feng. Duan Ling Tian, Vice Fort Master Feng ordered you to leave with me, yet you aren't leaving. Could it be that you really want to disobey Vice Fort Master Feng's order? Dongguo Lei revealed a cold gaze as he stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a low voice. Old goat, is something wrong with your ears? Duan Ling Tian sneered. I've already said it earlier. I'm not a disciple of the Skywolf Fort and don't have to obey the order of a Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master like him. Of course, if a Vice Fort Master like him wants to push out a guest the Skywolf Fort invited over all the way from the Darken Dynasty, I don't have any objections. But at that time, I'm afraid people will say that for the sake of his own selfish desires, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort disregarded the reputation of Skywolf Fort and wanted to force to death a guest invited over by Skywolf Fort. Duan Ling Tian emphasized the word, guest. What a way with words. Feng Wei's calm expression finally changes as a wisp of imperceptible cold light flashed within his eyes. Kid, you're courting death. When they saw Duan Ling Tian still dared be presumptuous before the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, the three Skywolf Fort disciples were instantly greatly enraged, and they pounced at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Duan Ling Tian was utterly unable to fight back when facing the attack of three 7th level Void Interpretation stage experts. HMPH. Right at this moment, Feng Wudao made a move. With a raise of his hand, his sleeve swept out as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he directly blasted flying the three Skywolf Fort disciples that had struck out with all their might. In the sky above Feng Wudao, 600 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down. 4th level of the Void Transformation stage. Instantly, everyone from the 10 dynasties, including the Darken Dynasty, were greatly shocked. Feng Wudao is actually a 4th level Void Transformation stage expert. The expression of Bai Nanyin, Zishang's master, went grim. The pupils of the Darken Dynasty's emperor couldn't help but constrict as he muttered. I truly never imagined that he concealed his strength so deeply. In this way, Grand Imperial Uncle that hasn't been heard from until today is extremely likely to have died at his hands. At this moment, the second Prince Bai He, the young Prince Bai Hao, Zishang, and the other young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty revealed shocked expressions. Never had they imagined that the strength of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, would be so strong. 4th level of the Void Transformation stage. Such a strength was sufficient to look down upon the entire Darken Dynasty. Even if it was to look down upon all the 10 dynasties, it would probably not be a problem. This was something that could be completely seen from the disbelief that covered the faces of all the members of the other 9 dynasties. Even though I'd heard of the Darken Dynasty's Feng Wudao in the past, yet I never imagined that he would be such a terrifying expert. The experts of the various dynasties sighed. Such an expert has actually appeared in the Darken Dynasty. The young geniuses of the various dynasties were greatly shocked as well. 4th level of the Void Transformation stage. Needless to say, as a member of the 10 dynasties, your natural talent is sufficient to allow you to be arrogant. But, you attack the disciples of my Skywolf Fort in my Skywolf Fort. Do you take me to be non-existent? Feng Wei looked coldly at Feng Wudao as he spoke. In the next moment, no one saw clearly what had happened before Feng Wudao was blasted flying as the origin energy on his body almost died out, causing his aura to droop, and he was on the verge of collapse. Pooh! After Feng Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, he looked at Feng Wei with a gaze filled with fear. An expert at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage is strong indeed. Your ability of insight isn't bad. I only gave you a small punishment earlier. If you dare commit an offense once more, I'll surely cripple your cultivation. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and as his words showed that he entirely didn't take Feng Wudao seriously. So what if Feng Wudao was at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage? Feng Wudao was still no different than an ant before him. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly went grim, and she stared angrily at Feng Wei when she saw her father was injured heavily. But she hadn't spoken when she was stopped by Feng Wudao, who was in panic, as he was deeply afraid his daughter would vent her anger on Feng Wei. If Feng Wei struck with a killing blow, then even 10 of him wouldn't be able to protect his daughter. Uncle Feng. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wudao with a worried expression, and with a raise of his hand, he directly withdrew a medicinal pill and placed it in Feng Wudao's hand. This is. Feng Wudao was stunned when he saw the medicinal pill before him. Grade 3 life recovery pill, said Duan Ling Tian. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly consumed the grade 3 life recovery pill. After a short moment, his injuries recovered by more than half, and his ghastly pale countenance had recovered slight rosiness. Grade 3 life recovery pill. For a time, Many people from the 10 dynasties looked at Duan Ling Tian with surprise. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, a grade 3 life recovery pill could be considered to be a rare thing. Duan Ling Tian refused to comment when facing these surprised gazes. It was because he wasn't prepared, otherwise, he was even able to refine a grade 2 life recovery pill. Wait, grade 2 life recovery pill. Right at this moment, a flash of inspiration arose in Duan Ling Tian's mind, and he thought of a way to escape this predicament. The way was to expose his identity as a grade 2 alchemist and make the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master be unwilling to lay a hand on him. Perhaps there were grade 3 alchemists in Skywolf Fort, but it was absolutely impossible for there to be grade 2 alchemists in Skywolf Fort. This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to know via the 2 lifetimes of memories of the rebirth martial emperor. The Skywolf Fort was only a power that was situated at the border of the foreign lands, and it was utterly nothing in the entire foreign lands. Any one of the first-rate powers in the central area of the foreign lands only had to send out a martial monarch stage expert, and they would be able to easily annihilate the Skywolf Fort. A martial monarch stage expert was a legend in the 10 dynasties, yet it was a rumor in the borders of the foreign lands, and at the central area of the foreign lands, it really existed instead. So long as it was at least a first-rate power of the foreign lands, then there would be many martial monarch stage experts present. Chapter 781, Sword 13. Even if it were second-rate powers in the foreign lands, they would more or less possess 1 or 2 martial monarch stage experts. Perhaps the Skywolf Fort was a local tyrant at the border of the foreign lands, but in the entire foreign lands, it could only be considered to be a third-rate power. It was even to the extent that it was even inferior to many third-rate powers at the central area of the foreign lands. Even second-rate powers of the foreign lands would fight for the sake of a grade 2 alchemist. So there were very few grade 2 alchemists that would willingly lower themselves to a third-rate power like the Skywolf Fort. After all, no one wouldn't hope to move to a higher position. If a grade 2 alchemist was willing to join Skywolf Fort, the Skywolf Fort would utterly not refuse, nor did it have any reason to refuse. I've really been thinking in such a limited way, to the point I actually forgot this. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. At the critical moment, he'd actually forgotten that he was already a grade 2 alchemist and grade 2 weapons craftsman. No matter if it was Feng Wei or Dongguo Lei, they weren't surprised when they saw Duan Ling Tian take out a grade 3 life recovery pill. Not to mention the Skywolf Fort possessed many grade 3 alchemists, even the Dongguo clan had one. So long as one possessed sufficient origin stones, one was completely capable of easily buying many grade 3 medicinal pills in ancient desert city, and they included the grade 3 life recovery pill that Duan Ling Tian had given Feng Wudao earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng, looks like this Duan Ling Tian is really turning a deaf ear to your words. Why don't I make a move myself and take him with me? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can be at ease. I'll absolutely not allow your Skywolf Fort to be tainted with a trace of blood. Dongguo Lei looked at Feng Wei with a reverent gaze and was awaiting Feng Wei's reply. He didn't dare act on his own before Feng Wei. In the end, Feng Wei nodded. Dongguo Lei started smiling when he saw Feng Wei nod. Zishang started smiling, Zhao Weiyi started smiling. Everyone that wished for nothing more than for Duan Ling Tian to be struck with misfortune were smiling. Including Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyang, all the people that were concerned about Duan Ling Tian held grim expressions, and their expressions were as unsightly could be. Dongguo Lei flew out and flashed directly at Duan Ling Tian. Feng Wudao appeared once more before Duan Ling Tian and protected Duan Ling Tian behind him. HMPH. A mere 4th level void transformation stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before this patriarch. You're courting death. Dongguo Lei grunted angrily as the origin energy on his body swept out. Instantly, the energy of the heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly condensed into form, and they dashed out alongside him with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 6th level of the void transformation stage. Many people went pale. In the entire foreign lands, the Dongguo clan was only a power that couldn't be rated in the foreign lands, yet the patriarch of a power like this actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation, and it was truly shocking. Such strength was completely capable of sweeping through the 10 dynasties, as expected of the foreign lands that caused people of the 10 dynasties to pale just from mentioning it. It was indeed far from something that the 10 dynasties who occupied a remote place could compare to. Even a clan that couldn't even be rated in the foreign lands had the strength to sweep through the 10 dynasties. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he intended to directly voice out his identity as a grade 2 alchemist. Yet right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. It wasn't only Duan Ling Tian, even Feng Wudao and the other people present were stunned as well. They felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the scene that had suddenly occurred before them. Dongguo Lei, who was pouncing at Feng Wudao in full fury, was still on the way when his arm was severed at the shoulder and fresh blood that was dazzling and resplendent sprayed out. From the beginning until the end, all the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, including Duan Ling Tian, didn't notice that anything was amiss. Suddenly, Dongguo Lei's arm was severed. As for Feng Wudao and the others, they had clearly had a brief howl of a sword instead, and because the duration the sword howl appeared was too short, if it wasn't for their strength being extraordinary, they would be utterly incapable of hearing it. The body of Dongguo Lei, who had his arm severed, shook, and he revealed a pained expression, yet forcefully endured it and didn't make a sound. He grabbed his severed arm hurriedly and tightly pressed it onto the place his arm was severed, and then his origin energy flickered with the intention of connecting his severed arm. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head to look up high into the sky with an expression that was filled with terror. Earlier, he'd faintly caught that sword light that descended from the sky and severed his arm. The strength of the person was so strong that it was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. He utterly couldn't afford to offend an existence like this, so from the beginning until the end, he didn't dare make a sound as he was deeply afraid of annoying that expert that was concealed in the shadows. Damn it, that expert wouldn't be helping Duan Ling Tian, right? Dongguo Lei's expression was extremely unsightly. His greatest worry right now was that the expert was helping Duan Ling Tian, as if it was like this, it would undoubtedly be more difficult than ascending the heavens for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. Dongguo Lei took a deep breath and looked at Feng Wei, as he knew that Feng Wei would absolutely not let off the experts that were concealed in the shadows so easily. Now, he only hoped that Feng Wei would be able to drag out and kill that expert. In this way, that bit of worry of his would vanish like mist and smoke. The calm expression of Feng Wei had finally changed. However, his gaze wasn't looking high up in the sky, but it was instead looking at the herbaceous peony pavilion that was beneath Duan Ling Tian. Feng Wei, long time no see. Under numerous focused gazes, a robust middle-aged man suddenly flashed out from within the herbaceous peony pavilion. After a short moment, the middle-aged man vanished before the eyes of most people, and when he appeared once more, he was already by Su Li's side. Master. Su Li couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the appearance of the robust middle-aged man. Earlier, even though his heart burned with anxiety when Duan Ling Tian was facing a crisis, yet he didn't take useless action, and he instead contacted his master endlessly. Because he knew that unless his master stood out, otherwise, even if everyone from the Darkened Dynasty sought to protect Duan Ling Tian, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to survive. It was he who severed the arm of the Dongguo clan's patriarch. This expert severed the Dongguo clan's patriarch's arm so easily. I presume he's at least in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. In this way, his strength isn't inferior to Vice Fort Master Feng. He's the master of that young genius from the Darkened Dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. That young man is standing by Duan Ling Tian's side and seemed to be a friend of Duan Ling Tian's. The members of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. The scene before them had taken another twist, causing them to be dazed as their feelings rose and fell, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Su Li's master. Zishang's expression went grim. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Su Li's master would actually be an expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above and would make an appearance at a time like this. Duan Ling Tian was just about to be taken away by Dongguo Lei, and the interference of Su Li's master had caused Zishang's heart to be filled with a disgruntled feeling. Now he only hoped that Feng Wei, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, would be capable of suppressing Su Li's master. On the other hand, the expressions of those people that wished for nothing more than for Duan Ling Tian to die had exceedingly unsightly expressions. Only a little bit more and Duan Ling Tian would have died. All of them felt extremely regretful. On the other side, besides Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Long Yun, everyone from the Darkened Dynasty, including Feng Wudao, were shocked by Su Li's master's strength. He was still in the pavilion yet was able to condense a sword from a distance and sever the arm of the Dongguo clan's patriarch. How formidable an ability was this? The Dongguo clan's patriarch was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage at any rate. Even a 7th level void transformation stage expert probably might not be able to possess such a formidable strength, right? Senior. Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Li's master with a surprised expression. Even though he'd always known that Su Li's master was present, because he didn't know Su Li's master's strength clearly, so he didn't know if Su Li's master would be able to save him from the hands of this Skywolf Fort's vice fort master. Now when Su Li's master made a move overbearingly and severed the arm of the Dongguo clan's patriarch, it allowed him to see the light of hope. Even though he'd already had a method to deal with it, doing that would undoubtedly cause him to have to work for the Skywolf Fort. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. Working for a power that had once wanted to deliver one-to-one's death was something that he believed no one would do willingly. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and bowed as he thanked Su Li's master. He'd seen Su Li's master twice, and Su Li's master had saved his life twice. He felt respect that came from the bottom of his heart towards an existence like this. Su Li's master nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wei with a gaze that was like a sword. Sword 13. Feng Wei's expression was extremely ominous, and he said angrily, "When has it been your place to interfere in how my Skywolf Fort does things?" Even though Feng Wei was enraged, yet he didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. It was even to the extent that a trace of fear was faintly mixed within the depths of his gaze. Obviously, he was afraid of the strength of Su Li's master, Sword 13. Sword 13, a formidable sword cultivator of Blade Sect, and the second-ranked expert in the House of Swords in Blade Sect. Many years ago, Feng Wei had fought Sword 13 once, and in a single move, he'd lost at Sword 13's hands. The Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that was on par with Skywolf Fort. But even if he knew he wasn't a match for Sword 13, Feng Wei wasn't the slightest bit afraid. After all, this was the Skywolf Fort and not the Blade Sect. Not to mention his strength could only be ranked slightly below average amongst the 5 vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. There was still another fort master that was the most formidable in Skywolf Fort. I naturally can't be bothered to care about your Skywolf Fort's things. But this little brother is the friend of my closed-door disciple. It's fine if I wasn't present, but since I am, I'm truly afraid this disciple of mine wouldn't acknowledge me as his master if I stood idly by. Sword 13 said indifferently, "Besides that, do you think I don't know the purpose your Skywolf Fort is holding this martial competition of the 10 dynasties? I'll just tell you right now. Our Blade Sect wants half of the young experts that become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. Sword 13, you don't go too far. Feng Wei's face darkened, and he was extremely furious. Chapter 782, House of Swords Elder. Going too far. Sword 13 started laughing. Feng Wei, this isn't my own decision but the decision of our entire Blade Sect. Of course, our Blade Sect won't take advantage of your Skywolf Fort for nothing. According to my knowledge, besides our Blade Sect, those baldies know about your Skywolf Fort grandly holding the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Do you want our Blade Sect to cooperate with them? Or do you want our Blade Sect to cooperate with Skywolf Fort? Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath. Because of what Sword 13 said, the angry expression of Feng Wei's face vanished like the clouds and mist, and it was replaced with an ominous expression. Never had he imagined that this matter would actually be found out by those nasty baldies. Since you're the friend of Sword 13's closed-door disciple, then we'll drop this matter here. Feng Wei glanced indifferently at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. Feng Wei's words caused the expression of Dongguo Lei who stood nearby to go grim, and he said hurriedly. Vice Fort Master Feng, you promised me, you can't. Dongguo Lei was anxious when he saw Feng Wei wanted to go back on his words. HMPH, is it your place to interfere with what decision I, Feng Wei, make? You can leave. I'll return that favor to you sooner or later. Dongguo Lei's words were like a fuse that completely ignited Feng Wei's rage, and it caused Feng Wei's face to seem to be covered in a layer of ice. Dongguo Lei's expression went grim when he heard Feng Wei. Never had he imagined that this dignified vice fort master of Skywolf Fort would go back on his word on a whim. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that even if Feng Wei went back on his word, he was helpless against Feng Wei, because he was utterly not a match for Feng Wei. Dongguo Lei took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian, and he left a voice transmission before leaving. Duan Ling Tian, you're lucky today to have escaped calamity. But having good luck for now doesn't mean that your luck will be so good for your entire lifetime. This was the voice transmission Dongguo Lei sent into Duan Ling Tian's ears before he left, and his words were filled with threats and displayed his resolutions. So long as he was able to take revenge for his grandson, he was willing to pay any price besides his own life. Even if Duan Ling Tian had Sword 13 as his backing, Dongguo Lei didn't care, and so long as he found an opportunity, he would kill Duan Ling Tian at the first possible moment. After killing Duan Ling Tian, he would flee far away from ancient desert city, and it was even to the extent that he didn't care if Sword 13 vented his rage on the Dongguo clan. If it wasn't for him having the certainty of being able to make Feng Wei help him deal with Duan Ling Tian when he came to Skywolf Fort this time, he would have killed Duan Ling Tian privately long ago. But never had he imagined that even if Feng Wei helped him for the sake of returning the favor, he was still unable to kill Duan Ling Tian in the end. Sword 13 that appeared out of nowhere had completely disrupted his plans. When facing Dongguo Lei's threats, Duan Ling Tian didn't care and seemed as if he'd utterly not heard Dongguo Lei's voice transmission. After Dongguo Lei left, Feng Wei swept Sword 13 with a cold and indifferent gaze before leaving. For a time, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties descended onto Sword 13. Based on what was said earlier, he seems to be from the Blade sect. In terms of strength, the Blade sect is surely not inferior to Skywolf Fort. Aren't you talking nonsense? If it wasn't for that, would that Skywolf Fort's vice fort master make a concession? I wonder what the words they spoke earlier meant. Many people whispered in discussion, especially the members of the Darken dynasty. Besides Duan Ling Tian and Long Yun, all of them looked at Sword 13 with a slightly dumbstruck expression. Even though Feng Tianwu had seen Sword 13 kill in the Iceflame Pavilion of the Darming dynasty, she never imagined that Sword 13's strength would actually be so terrifying and even far surpass her father. An expert at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above. Moreover, he seemed to not simply be a 7th level Void Transformation stage expert. In other words, it was extremely likely that Sword 13 was a formidable existence at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage or even the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Sword 13 was completely indifferent to all these gazes, and he slightly raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian before smiling. Duan Ling Tian, you're really good at causing trouble. If Su Li was like you, I'm afraid I'd have broken his legs long ago. Even though Sword 13 spoke like this, Duan Ling Tian was instead able to clearly notice that when Sword 13 mentioned Su Li, his eyes were filled with a smiling expression. Obviously, Sword 13 extremely favored his closed-door disciple, Su Li. Su Li smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. No matter if it was most of the young geniuses from the Darken dynasty or the young geniuses from the other 9 dynasties, all of them looked at Su Li with gazes that were filled with envy. They envied Su Li for having such a formidable master and such strong backing. With backing like this, not to mention the ancient desert city, so long as Su Li didn't offend the Fort Master and Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, it was more than enough for him to move around unhindered. Damn it, just a little bit more. Zishang's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart was filled with a disgruntled feeling. Earlier, he couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the Dongguo clan's patriarch, Dongguo Lei, was about to take Duan Ling Tian away. But right at that critical moment, Sword 13's appearance had caused everything to go up in smoke. This was difficult for him to accept. Once I have sufficient strength, the first person I kill will be this Sword 13. Zishang's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he looked at Sword 13. Zishang was the first to leave, and he returned to the pavilion he stayed at. Just a little bit more. Those people that wished for nothing more than for misfortune to befall Duan Ling Tian, like Zhao Weiyi, similarly felt disgruntled. The people at the scene dispersed gradually. Not long after, only the group of people from the Darken dynasty remained in the sky. Su Li, aren't you going to introduce us? The Darken dynasty's emperor looked at Su Li and lightly smiled as he asked. Obviously, the emperor of the Darken dynasty wanted to get acquainted with Su Li's master, Sword 13, through him. Even though he didn't know what the Blade sect that Sword 13 mentioned was, but as the emperor of the Darken dynasty, his thoughts were sharp and could easily discern that the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Feng Wei, was rather afraid of Sword 13 and the Blade sect behind Sword 13. He could know from this that the Blade sect was probably not inferior to Skywolf Fort. Originally, as far as the emperor was concerned, Su Li was from his Darken dynasty no matter what, and Su Li had to give him face and introduce the mysterious Sword 13 to him. But he was doomed to be thinking too much. In next to no time, his expression became extremely unsightly. Am I very familiar with you? Su Li glanced indifferently at the emperor, and then he called out to Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, Feng Tian Wu, and Zhang Shouyang before returning to the herbaceous peony pavilion with Sword 13. The expression of the Darkened Dynasty's emperor was as unsightly as could be as he gazed at the figures of Duan Ling Tian and the others that were disappearing into the distance. However, even though he was enraged, he didn't dare let it show. If Su Li's master, that expert called Sword 13, wanted to deal with him, Sword 13 would probably only need a single strike to kill him. As for Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zishang's master, Bai Nanyin, all of them were silent and speechless. They felt a wave of powerlessness before an expert like that. Duan Ling Tian and the others followed Su Li to enter the herbaceous peony pavilion, and then Su Li introduced his master to Duan Ling Tian and the others in a spacious room. Sword 13, an expert in the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, and practically all its disciples were martial artists that utilized swords or sabers, so they were further divided into the House of Sabers and the House of Swords. Sword 13 was the vice sect master of Blade Sect. After Su Li introduced Duan Ling Tian and the others to Sword 13 nodded and squeezed out a trace of a rare smile. You're really not bad. If you're willing, I can make an exception and allow you to enter the Blade Sect and become an elder of the House of Swords in our Blade Sect. Sword 13 looked at Feng Wudao. Obviously, he was rather shocked by an extraordinary genius in the martial Dao like Feng Wudao had come from the Darkened Dynasty. He was extremely clear about the cultivation environment in the 10 dynasties. It was extremely rare that Feng Wudao was capable of breaking through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage before the age of 50 while under the adverse cultivation environment in the 10 dynasties. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up when he heard Sword 13, and he emitted strong battle intent. Are they many experts at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in the Blade Sect? Of course. Sword 13 nodded. There are no less than 7 people at the 7th level of the void transformation stage of above in our Blade Sect. As for people at the 4th level of the void transformation stage to the 6th level of the void transformation stage, there's more than 20 people. I'm willing to join the Blade Sect. Feng Wudao smiled lightly. He was addicted to the martial Dao in his entire lifetime, and he liked to challenge experts and break through his limitations in the line between life and death. Besides his natural talent, his current accomplishments were mostly because of this. Now when he heard Sword 13 say there were many existences at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above in Blade Sect, Feng Wudao was moved. Once he entered Blade Sect, then wouldn't he have many opponents to train with? Very good. Sword 13 nodded once more when he heard Feng Wudao agree. Since you're willing to become an elder of our Blade Sect's House of Swords, return to the Blade Sect with me after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Duan Ling Tian congratulated Feng Wudao. To Feng Wudao, joining the Blade Sect was undoubtedly a great turning point in his life. Duan Ling Tian believed that with Feng Wudao's natural talent and ability, once he arrived at the Blade Sect, he would surely yield unusually brilliant results and even have the chance to become one of the few experts of the Blade Sect. With the memories of the rebirth martial emperor in his mind, he felt he was capable of discerning the ability of people accurately. As far as he was concerned, perhaps Sword 13 was stronger than Feng Wudao now, but it might not be the case in the future. Because Feng Wudao possessed the potential to become an expert. Perhaps, Uncle Feng has the chance to become a martial monarch stage expert. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Congratulations, father. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. After Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang congratulated Feng Wudao. Chapter 783, Sanguinary Competition. In next to no time, Feng Wudao and Sword 13 left Su Li's room successively. Only Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, Zhang Shouyang, and Su Li remained in the room. The gazes of Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 descended simultaneously onto Su Li. They had too many questions in their hearts that urgently required Su Li's answers. Su Li, Sr. said earlier that the Blade Sect wants half of the young experts that become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What did he mean by that? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He kept having the feeling that when Sword 13 said those words, it was absolutely not simply that the Blade Sect wanted to compete for disciples with Skywolf Fort. I don't know either. Su Li laughed bitterly. I only know that Master asked me to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he would take me back to Blade Sect once the martial competition ended. Even though Su Li had become the disciple of Sword 13 for a period of time already, he'd never returned to the Blade sect with Sword 13. Then what about the baldies your master mentioned earlier? Why did it cause the expression of Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master to darken? Are those baldies so terrifying? Feng Tianwu asked. Actually, I'm not really clear about those baldies either. I've only heard Master mention that those baldies represent a power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to our Blade sect. Su Li spoke with slight helplessness as what he knew was too little. We can be sure that there's surely a reason why the Skywolf Fort held this martial competition of the 10 dynasties suddenly. Moreover, that reason caused the Blade sect and another power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to the Blade sect to pay attention to it. Zhang Shouyang guessed. His guess obtained the unanimous agreement of Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Right, Su Li, why is your master called Sword 13? It's probably not his real name, right? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang looked at Su Li as well, and they had the same question in their hearts. Sword 13 didn't seem like a regular name, and it seemed more like a code name. I know the answer to this, Su Li said, because I've asked Master this question once. According to Master, there's a tradition in our Blade sect. The Master of the House of Blades and House of Swords in the Blade sect had to be chosen from an extremely horrifying selection. Moreover, a selection like that would be held every 30 years. During that selections, no matter if it was the House of Sabers or House of Swords, both of them would carefully select 18 outstanding disciples that had the intention of becoming the sect master. From the moment these outstanding disciples of the House of Sabers agree to undergo the selection, their past names would cease to exist, and only a new name would remain. It would respectfully be Saber 1, Saber 2, Saber 3, until Saber 18. As he spoke up to here, Su Li paused for a moment. For example, Long Yun's master is precisely Saber 5 of the current generations, and in another few years, he'll officially take over as master of the House of Sabers in the Blade sect. Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. Long Yun's master. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. He was naturally familiar with Long Yun, the Saber young master of the formed 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the foster son of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, and Long Yun could be considered to be half an enemy to him. Of course, after he killed Long Wei, they could already be considered to be true enemies. Once Long Yun found out that he'd killed Long Wei, Long Yun would surely wish for nothing more than to fight him to the death. Originally, after he crushed Long Yun in the martial competition of the 5 great sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian had never taken Long Yun seriously any longer, because he felt that Long Yun would be left far behind by him and was nothing to be feared. Only when the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom held the genius competition and he saw Long Yun once more was he unable to refrain but be greatly shocked. At that time, Long Yun seemed as if he'd been reborn, and a tremendous change had occurred on him. Even though Long Yun was still inferior to him, he wasn't much inferior to him. Later on, he'd obtained fortuitous encounters in succession, allowing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, whereas Long Yun's strength still followed neither swiftly nor slowly behind him, and this caused him to be filled with admiration towards the fortuitous encounter behind Long Yun. According to his knowledge, Long Yun's fortuitous encounter was similar to Su Li's, and both of them had a master that came from the foreign lands. Moreover, their masters were from the same sect. Su Li called Long Yun's master as Martial Uncle Saber, and Long Yun called Su Li's master as Martial Uncle Sword. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled when they addressed their masters in that way. Do people address their seniors like that? Now he came to an understanding. One was called Saber 5, the other was called Sword 13, how else would they address them? So in this way, your master is representing the Blade sect's master? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, Su Li nodded. Long Yun's master, Saber 5, is the one and only disciple amongst the 18 disciples from the House of Sabers that passed through the selection and survived. The other 17 House of Sabers disciples are dead. It can be said that Saber 5 stepped on the corpses of those 17 House of Sabers disciples to possess his current status and accomplishments. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew why Su Li was sighing. Because Su Li's master, Sword 13, was the same, he'd stepped on the corpses of the 17 disciples from the House of Swords to be able to become the inheritor of the House of Swords. Your Blade sect is truly terrifying. My father won't face any danger from joining the Blade sect, right? When she heard of the tradition to compete for position in the Blade sect, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went pale and she asked with slight fear. Of course not. Su Li laughed bitterly. It's only the competition for the position as master in the House of Swords and House of Sabers that's comparatively tragic. Normally, the disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious with each other. Moreover, the House of Swords is almost the same as well. The disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious with each other. The disciples of the House of Swords are almost the same. Zhang Shouyang smiled spuriously. Based on what you said, there seemed to be something wrong between the disciples of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Actually, there's nothing wrong. According to my master, it's just that both are unconvinced of each other's strength, so there would occasionally be some competition and friction between both sides. Su Li spoke with slight embarrassment. He'd found out slightly about the situation in Blade sect, yet he himself wasn't so clear about it. You call that nothing wrong? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Li. In his heart, he fairly approved of the management method of keeping the House of Swords and House of Sabers independent. As for the sanguinary competition in the House of Swords and House of Sabers for the position of master of the respective houses, he didn't feel anything was wrong with it. The Cloud Continent was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to become an extraordinary figure, there would naturally be no lack of hardships and dangers. Only by traversing through these layer upon layer of hardships and dangers would one truly stand at the peak. This was something that Duan Ling Tian felt strongly about, because he possessed the 2 lifetimes worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, whereas, the rebirth martial emperor had walked step by step to achieve the accomplishments he attained in those 2 lifetimes and became a martial emperor stage expert that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent in the end. Su Li, in this way, if you want to compete for the position of master of the House of Swords in the future, then you have to undergo a sanguinary competition with another 17 outstanding disciples of the House of Swords. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian thought of this, and his brows knit tightly as he was worried for Su Li. Yes, Su Li nodded. This is the normal process. Of course, master isn't forcing me to go compete to become the master of the House of Swords. Senior is really good to you. Duan Ling Tian smiled. After chatting idly for some time, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 bid their farewells to Su Li before leaving the herbaceous peony pavilion. After he returned to the Narcissus pavilion, Duan Ling Tian didn't return to his room but stayed outside the pavilion instead as he earnestly cultivated the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. After the series of encounters from earlier, Duan Ling Tian's state of mind had been changing constantly, and he'd long since forgotten the feelings he had from cultivating the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash earlier. So when he cultivated it once again now, he didn't have that feeling of desiring speed yet achieving nothing. Duan Ling Tian's fingers formed into a sword and struck out, and then 2 divine dragons condensed from origin energy bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they whistled out. The comparatively more material divine dragon amongst the 2 suddenly shot out 2 flashes from its eyes. The flashes tore through the sky and flashed out with an extremely terrifying speed before striking onto the enormous rock outside the pavilion. During the past few days, Duan Ling Tian had frequently cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, so this enormous rock had long since been covered in holes. After cultivating for a while, Duan Ling Tian stopped, and then he held the wind concept fragment as he meditated in cultivation. His wind concept improved ceaselessly. The incident that occurred today was very quickly tossed to the back of his mind by Duan Ling Tian. In his world, only the wind concept that was like a meditating monk when silent and was like a frenzied rabbit when moving remained. Time slowly flowed by and the date the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began grew closer and closer. During these last 2 days, not a single young genius of the 10 dynasties left Skywolf Fort, and all of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding to stay in their respective pavilions and cultivate. Every single one of them felt extremely great pressure. Perhaps they were considered to be extraordinary existences in their respective dynasties, but now, they weren't competing with only the young geniuses from the dynasties they were from. They were also competing with the young geniuses from another 9 dynasties. Even if one was the number 1 expert in the younger generation of one's dynasty, one wouldn't dare say that one would surely be stronger than the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, the day before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began had arrived. Dusk descended and the setting sun was blood red, causing the entire Skywolf Fort to seem as if it was tainted with blood, and it looked to be extremely magnificent and beautiful. Time has really flowed quickly. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian leaned on the pavilion's balcony as he looked at the red glow that covered the sky and muttered. He'd already made his preparation to welcome the competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Big brother Duan. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Tianwu flying over from afar, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Tianwu, where did you go? Big brother Duan, I went to inquire about the rules in the first round of the martial competition tomorrow. Feng Tianwu smiled mysteriously. Chapter 784, Life and Death Selection. The rules for the first round of the martial competition. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and showed neither approval or disapproval. What's there to inquire about? It's simply advancement by battle, the usual. All along the way here, Duan Ling Tian had experienced many martial competitions, and he was extremely familiar with this usual method of advancement by battle. Big brother Duan, the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't a battle between two people to advance. Feng Tianwu's gaze emitted mysteriousness. It isn't advancement by battle. Then what is it? Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was really slightly curious when he heard Feng Tianwu. I heard that during the first round of the selections in the martial competition, all 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties will enter a place in the Skywolf Fort. After that, all of us will be locked within and asked to carry out a battle royal. Once a certain amount of people have died, the battle royal will stop. Without exception, besides protecting oneself properly, everyone that enters must kill others. Feng Tianwu caught her breath before slowly speaking. Chaotic battle. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. What does the Skywolf Fort think we are? Machines of slaughter. Needless to say, this rule was extremely brutal. At least, it was brutal in Duan Ling Tian's opinion at this moment. It was only the first round of the selections, yet the corpses of many had to be used to pave the way for a few, and it was something that was difficult to accept. Moreover, in the eyes of many young geniuses, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually only an ordinary stage. Even though some of them didn't think that they would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, yet they wanted to use it to temper themselves. Duan Ling Tian was sure that once this rule was announced, there would surely be many young geniuses amongst the 100 young geniuses from the 10 dynasties that would refuse to participate. It was only the first round of the selection, yet it was already a life and death selection, and elimination was tightly bound together with death, causing one to have no other choice. Besides that, I also heard that up until now, exactly how the battle royal will be carried out it's something only the few fort masters of Skywolf Fort know. I wonder if there will be any special restrictions in battle royal of the first round of the selections. Feng Tianwu continued. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then his eyes flashed. If it's possible, it's best to seek cooperation. Moreover, it must be people we trust. If they were to cooperate with people they didn't trust, then who knew if the other person would silently stab you in the back? So if only people that couldn't be trusted remained to be chose, it would be better to act alone. I've thought it through. I'll cooperate with Big Brother Duan, Big Brother Zhang, and Su Li to form a small team. At that time, let me see who dares offend our group. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes flickered with a bright light, and her words were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian's strength. That's a good idea. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and then he flew out to leave Narcissus Pavilion. Let's go. We'll go see Big Brother Zhang and Su Li. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian, and Zhang Shouyang had once again arrived at the herbaceous peony pavilion, and then they entered Su Li's room and joined Su Li once more. Duan Ling Tian, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. What are all of you so anxiously looking for me for? Su Li asked curiously. Yeah, Brother Ling Tian, what exactly has happened? Zhang Shouyang asked. Zhang Shouyang was called over by Duan Ling Tian, yet Duan Ling Tian hadn't had the time to explain before bringing Zhang Shouyang to arrive at Su Li's place. So Zhang Shouyang still didn't know why Duan Ling Tian had gathered all of them together. Tian Wu, you tell them. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu and smiled lightly. Feng Tianwu agreed before slowly telling Su Li and Zhang Shouyang about the rules of the first round of the selections in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that she told Duan Ling Tian earlier. Instantly, their expressions couldn't help becoming grim. All 100 of us have to enter a place and undergo a battle royal in the first round of the selections. Su Li couldn't help but gasp. Who exactly set such a crazy rule? At that time, there'll probably be at least half of the people that would be unwilling to play, with Skywolf Fort. Indeed, Zhang Shouyang said with a serious expression, once this rule is exposed, more than half the people will surely take the initiative to forfeit themselves. After all, they only have a single life. Unless it was someone who was especially confident of his own strength, otherwise, it was almost impossible for them to be willing to participate in a life-and-death selection like that. If what Miss Tian Wu said is real, then the first round of the selection in the martial competition is practically capable of comparing to the competition in our Blade sect for the position of Master of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Su Li's eyes flashed as he spoke with a serious tone. Tian Wu heard from a Skywolf Fort elder. That person had a silver-eyed Skywolf badge on his chest. Duan Ling Tian said, so this information ought to be true. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but smile when he saw Su Li and Zhang Shouyang gazes flickered and clearly seemed to be filled with fear towards the martial competition tomorrow. I and Tian Wu came looking for the two of you mainly to discuss how to deal with the life and death selection in the first round tomorrow. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison when they heard this. I and Tian Wu intend to form a small team with the two of you to face the remaining 90-plus young geniuses of the various dynasties and survive the first round of the selections tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian spoke of the suggestion he'd discussed with Feng Tian Wu. This can be done, I agree. Su Li's eyes lit up. I agree as well. Zhang Shouyang had no objections. It was because they mutually trusted Duan Ling Tian, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for them to so quickly arrive at a common view. After all, once they decided to cooperate, it would be equivalent to handing over their unguarded backs to the other, and it required mutual trust to be done. In Su Li's room, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 came to a common view, and they would form a small team that would face the first round of the selections together in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held tomorrow. In next to no time, the 4 of them dispersed. The veil of the night sky gradually descended, and the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were either trying to improve their cultivations, comprehending concept, or cultivating martial skills. An atmosphere that was serious and carried along slight oppression seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow morning. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by the Skywolf Fort for the 10 dynasties. No matter which dynasty a young genius was from, so long as the young genius was capable of becoming eminent and standing out in the martial competition, then the dynasty would obtain the rewards of the Skywolf Fort. Besides a grade 3 spirit weapon, numerous medicinal pills, and high-grade origin stones, the rewards also included concept fragments left behind by deceased void transformation stage experts. The concept fragments were the most precious amongst all the rewards, and anyone from the 10 dynasties wanted to obtain them. It was precisely because of this that the 10 dynasties would be so diligent towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it was even to the extent that they'd prepared for an entire 4 years plus for it. 4 years, it wasn't long, yet wasn't short either, and it was sufficient for many things to occur. For example, when the Duan Ling Tian from 4 years ago was compared with the current him, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and it was difficult to connect the two of them together. Of course, it was in terms of cultivation. As for appearance, there wasn't much difference between the current Duan Ling Tian and the Duan Ling Tian from 4 years ago. He normally paid attention to taking care of his appearance, and coupled with his deep cultivation, the aging of his appearance was next to nothing. It was even to the extent that if Duan Ling Tian was capable of breaking through to the martial monarch stage in 10 years, he would forever retain his youthful look. At that time, he would be able to maintain his current appearance for eternity. No matter if it was 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years from now, even if the internal organs in his body gradually grew old, his appearance wouldn't change in the slightest. The myriad of beings in the world awoke at dawn, and the entire Skywolf Fort became bustling. The representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties left their respective pavilions and headed towards the vast combat arena in the outer fort. After a short moment, most of the people stood in the sky above the combat arena and waited silently. 8 figures flashed past and arrived at a side of the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. And that's Blade Sect Sword 13. That's the Darkened Dynasty's Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, and the unrivaled beauty by his side ought to be his daughter, Feng Tianwu. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but whisper in discussion when they saw these 8 figures descending. The 8 people that had just arrived was Duan Ling Tian's group. Besides Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang, there was also Su Li's master, Feng Wudao, and another pair of master and disciple. The younger one amongst them was Long Yun, whereas before Long Yun stood a slovenly and bearded man with a broad saber carried on his waist, and the clothes he wore were old clothes, causing him to seem like a bandit. He's Saber 5, Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he vaguely guessed the identity of this bearded man. Saber 5, the vice sect master of the House of Sabers in the Blade sect. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to become the master of the House of Sabers, and his status in the Blade sect would become something only the master of the House of Swords could compare to. The other members of the Blade sect could only look up to him from afar. Duan Ling Tian's group of 6 had met Saber 5 on the way here, and at that time, Saber 5 brought Long Yun to fly towards them before joining them without saying a single word. Of course, whether Saber 5 said anything to Sword 13 via voice transmission was something Duan Ling Tian was unable to know. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you didn't do anything to my foster father. Otherwise, no matter which corner of the world you go to, I'll still not let you off. Suddenly, a voice transmission filled with ruthlessness clearly entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he glanced indifferently at Long Yun. He was able to discern that it was Long Yun's voice. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Yun and replied indifferently via voice transmission. Long Yun, do you think that you can firmly defeat me just because your cultivation has broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage now? Chapter 785. Ningcan. Early on when Long Yun had just come over with Saber 5, Duan Ling Tian had already utilized his spiritual force to detect Long Yun's cultivation, second level of the void interpretation stage. Even though Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked by this, yet he wasn't really surprised. After all, no matter if it was Su Li's master, Sword 13, or Long Yun's master, Saber 5, both of them were members of the Foreign Lands Blade sect. Perhaps the Blade sect was only a third-rate sect in the entire Foreign Lands, yet the cultivation resources it possessed was far from something the various powers in the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the eyes of the members of the 10 dynasties, spirit fruits utilized by void interpretation stage martial artists could only be chanced upon by luck, yet in the Blade sect, there was instead quite a good amount of stock. As the vice masters of the House of Swords and House of Sabers, no matter if it was Sword 13 or Saber 5, it wasn't difficult for them to take spirit fruits utilized by void interpretation stage martial artists. So even if Long Yun's cultivation had stepped into the second level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Ling Tian wasn't really surprised, but if he was to carefully count it, then Long Yun's improvement was undoubtedly the greatest amongst the group of young geniuses of their Darken dynasty. After all, during the dynasty martial competition of the Darken dynasty that day, Long Yun was only a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. In other words, he'd only used a year of time to transform into a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist from a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. Such improvement was sufficient to make anyone feel shocked. How could you possibly know? Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission that entered Long Yun's ears caused Long Yun's face to go grim, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, he'd never fought since breaking through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. Moreover, logically speaking, besides his master, it was impossible for anyone else to know that he'd broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage a few days ago. When faced with Long Yun's terror and uneasiness, Duan Ling Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it, and he instead shot his eyes at the other people from the 10 dynasties. Not long after, all the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties including himself had already gathered together. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he muttered. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is about to begin. As if it was setting off Duan Ling Tian's muttering, 2 extremely ear-piercing howls of the wind suddenly sounded out from the direction of Skywolf Fort's inner fort, and it sounded out briefly as it approached. At practically the exact same time, 2 figures had appeared out of thin air in the air above the combat arena in the outer fort. The 2 people that had arrived wore the green-colored uniform of Skywolf Fort, and the eyes of the Skywolf badges on their chests were both golden in color. Their identities were obvious. They were 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. One of the vice fort masters wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian and the others, and it was Feng Wei who'd just come looking for Duan Ling Tian 2 days ago with the Dongguo clan's patriarch. As for the other vice fort master, his status in Skywolf Fort was clearly higher than Feng Wei. When Feng Wei stood in the air, the position where he stood was faintly a bit behind this person, and it imperceptibly revealed Feng Wei's reverence towards this person. This was an old man with an emaciated face, yet his eyes flickered with bright lights, and it was entirely not like something an old man possessed. I'm the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. The person by my side is also a Vice Fort Master of our Skywolf Fort, he's called Feng Wei. The old man's gaze flashed past everyone from the 10 dynasties, and he spoke with a calm tone and introduced himself in Feng Wei. Greetings, Vice Fort Masters. Instantly, many people bowed and nodded in greeting. Of course, there were a few people that refused to care. These people were precisely Duan Ling Tian's group that stood silently at the side. After Ning Kan smiled lightly to the others, his squinted eyes descended onto Duan Ling Tian's group before flashing up and down on 2 people amongst Duan Ling Tian's group. Sword 13, Saber 5. I truly never imagined that you two would actually come to my Skywolf Fort together. I hope you can forgive my breach of etiquette. The people Ning Kan's gaze was on was precisely Sword 13 and Saber 5. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were respectively the Vice Master of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Most importantly, both of them were already set as the next Masters of the House of Swords and House of Sabers, so they were the 2 great leaders of the Blade sect in the future. So even if it was Ning Kan, he didn't dare be the slightest bit disrespectful when facing Sword 13 and Saber 5. Old man Ning, go about your business and take it as we don't exist. We've come here today mainly for the sake of testing the cultivation results of 2 brats. Saber 5 glanced indifferently at Ning Kan as he spoke. Saber 5, I've only heard that Sword 13 has taken a disciple. Could it be that you've taken a disciple as well? Ning Kan was slightly surprised as he asked. Greet him. Right at this moment, Saber 5 looked at Long Yun. Greetings, Vice Fort Master Ning. Long Yun didn't dare dally when he heard his master's command, and he hurriedly took a step forward before bowing to Ning Kan. Ha, not bad, not bad. Ning Kan smiled as he nodded to Long Yun, and then he looked at Su Li. You ought to be Sword 13's disciple, right? According to my understanding of Sword 13, normal people are utterly unable to enter his sights, let alone become his disciple. I can know from this that you're surely extraordinary. Vice Fort Master Ning, you're too kind. Su Li replied modestly. At the same time, besides descending onto Su Li, the gazes of all the young geniuses of the various dynasties including the Darken dynasty had descended even more onto Long Yun. They'd once seen Su Li 2 days ago, and they knew that he was the closed-door disciple of an expert from a power in the foreign lands. At that time, they were filled with jealousy and envy towards Su Li, and all of them wished for nothing more than to replace Su Li. Now, when they found out that Long Yun had a status similar to Su Li, all of them looked at Long Yun with gazes that were similarly filled with jealousy and envy. Long Yun is actually the disciple of an expert from a power in the foreign lands. His and Su Li's luck is really good, to actually be able to take an expert from a power in the foreign lands as their master. They seem to only be from that Darkstone Empire, now they can be considered to be pheasants that have transformed into phoenixes. Why don't we have such good fate? Some of the young geniuses from the Darken dynasty couldn't help but whisper in discussion, and there were even many young geniuses from other dynasties that joined in later on. So this is Long Yun's fortuitous encounter. Zisheng's gaze flashed as he muttered. Before he'd encountered Duan Ling Tian and before Duan Ling Tian had made a name for himself in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zisheng, who was similarly one of the 5 great young master that were most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had been acquainted with Long Yun long ago. It was precisely because of this that when he saw Long Yun at the dynasty martial competition of the Darken dynasty that day, he'd guessed that Long Yun ought to have obtained some fortuitous encounters just like him. It was precisely because Long Yun had taken an expert from a power in the foreign lands as his master that he possessed his extraordinary cultivation. Amongst the former 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it's probably only me and Long Yun that have gone the highest and furthest. Crazy Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Sword Master have already been left far behind by us. Zisheng couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the other 3 great young masters that were equally famous to him all those years ago. Firstly, on behalf of our Skywolf Fort, I, Ning Kan, welcome everyone that has traveled far to arrive in the ancient desert city. No matter what the outcome of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is, our Skywolf Fort will give the 10 dynasties a gift for our first meeting. Ning Kan spoke in a clear voice. At the same time, he looked at the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Representatives of the various dynasties, please take a step forward. Instantly, 10 people that included the Emperor of the Darken dynasty that stood in the sky took a step forward. At practically the exact same time, With a raise of his hand, Ning Kan shot out 10 flowing lights that flashed directly towards the 10 people that had stood out. The 10 of them hurriedly stretched out their hands to grab it, and when they looked at their hands, all their faces instantly flushed red. Concept fragment, someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. These 10 first-level advanced concept fragments are the gift of our Skywolf Fort to all of your respective dynasties for our first meeting. Ning Kan spoke slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 10 dynasties took a deep breath and suppressed their excited feelings before thanking him. Even though Ning Kan had only given them the lowest concept fragment, even this lowest concept fragment was sufficient to assist one to comprehend advanced concept. A concept fragment like this even had an over 50% possibility of producing a void transformation stage expert for their respective dynasties. The gazes of the other people that knew what a concept fragment meant lit up now, and their breathing couldn't help but become hurried. What extravagance! The Skywolf Fort gave out 10 concept fragments as a mere meeting gift. A concept fragment is the condensation of a void transformation stage expert's comprehension in void transformation concept, and it's extremely valuable. Concept fragments have always been existences of legend in our dynasties. Yeah, the amount of void transformation stage experts in our various dynasties can be counted with the fingers on our hands, not to mention the concept fragments left behind by these experts after their deaths. In next to no time, those young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that had never heard of concept fragments in the past were moved after they understood what a concept fragment meant. Presently, besides the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, only Duan Ling Tian, Sword 13, Saber 5, Su Li, and Long Yun were able to maintain their composure. Even if it was Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tian Wu, both of them were slightly moved now, as they were shocked by the Skywolf Fort's extravagance. The reason Duan Ling Tian and the others were able to be so composed was that they knew that a mere first-level advanced concept fragment was utterly nothing to the Skywolf Fort. In next to no time, everyone returned to their senses because Ning Kan had already started speaking once more. Chapter 786, Age Measuring Peril. So long as the young geniuses of your respective dynasties become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later, you'll be able to obtain various other generous rewards. Ning Kan continued. Ning Kan's words caused the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties to glow, and most of the young geniuses even rubbed their fists together and were prepared to show their capability and make a great display in the martial competition. Now, all the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, please come out and stand together with the young geniuses from your own dynasty, said Ning Kan. Instantly, the young geniuses present soared up into the sky, whereas Duan Ling Tian's group was the same as well, and they flashed up into the sky before converging with Zisheng, Bai Hao, and the other young geniuses of the Darken dynasty. Duan Ling Tian, I'll sooner or later trample on you beneath my feet and make you kowtow while begging for mercy before me. A familiar and gloomy voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Is that so? In the first possible moment, Duan Ling Tian discerned the owner of this voice transmission. His gaze instantly descended onto his old rival, Zisheng, and he replied with a disdainful tone. According to my knowledge, you seem to have said these words more than once, right? You. Zisheng's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian, and the origin energy on his body roiled as if it would whistle out at any moment. In the end, Zisheng took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart, and he didn't flare up in the end. Not to mention he didn't have much confidence in going against Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian was far from being a match for him, he wouldn't dare act rashly at this moment. This was Skywolf Fort, and it wasn't a place that he could act wantonly. After Duan Ling Tian retorted to Zisheng and caused Zisheng to be angry out of embarrassment, he paid no further attention to Zisheng and instead looked towards the young geniuses from the other 9 dynasties that had gathered together. These young geniuses were gathered into 9 groups now, and they represented the other 9 dynasties. Those are the members of Darming Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the 10 young geniuses nearby at the first possible moment. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked onto one of them. It was precisely because of this person that he was able to recognize that these 10 young geniuses were from the Darming Dynasty at the first possible moment. Zhao Weiyi, one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming Dynasty, and he was as equally famous as the Darming Dynasty's crown prince. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Weiyi just happened to be looking at him as well. But when Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept over, Zhao Weiyi had avoided his gaze instead, and it seemed as if Zhao Weiyi didn't dare meet his gaze. Perhaps battling Duan Lingtian the other time had already caused a great psychological effect on him. Besides that, Duan Lingtian also saw the Darming dynasty's imperial family's third prince, Lu Hao, and those few young geniuses that had attacked him that day. Presently, all of them had extremely unsightly expressions when they looked at him. That person ought to be the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. The young man that stood before the third prince Lu Hao attracted Duan Lingtian's gaze. The young man had an imposing bearing, and every single move of his emitted the aura of one in high position at every possible moment. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian extremely easily guessed this person's identity. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the young geniuses of the other dynasties before quickly locking onto two people. These people were precisely the people that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shouyang at the restaurant nearby Skywolf Fort a few days ago, and they seemed to be from the Darchu dynasty. These people ought to be members of the Darchu dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, all the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties took their places, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Ningkan in unison. 10 figures flashed out from Skywolf Fort's inner fort, and they arrived in the sky above the combat arena to stand by Ning Chan and Feng Wei's side in the blink of an eye. These were 10 old men that wore green-colored uniform. The Skywolf badges on their chests have a skywolf with silver eyes. They're elders of Skywolf Fort. Many people present guess the identities of the old men via the Skywolf badges on the old men's chests. Only core disciples and elders of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear Skywolf badges with silver eyes. Moreover, all of these old men seemed dignified and extraordinary, and they were obviously elders of Skywolf Fort. Next, the 10 of them will respectively go to the young geniuses of one dynasty. At that time, they'll take out an age-measuring pearl, and all of you have to place your hands on it. Ningkan looked around at the 100 young geniuses from the 10 dynasties. I presume that all of you know beforehand that our Skywolf Fort only allows young geniuses below the age of 40 to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Ningkan's words weren't surprising to many people, because this restriction had long since been spread out to the kingdoms that were at the lowest level of the dynasties, and the young geniuses present were naturally extremely clear about it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that some young geniuses of a few dynasties went pale, and they seemed to be slightly uneasy. Could it be that they've concealed their true age? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, each of the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort flashed out to the young geniuses of one of the 10 dynasties. One of them had arrived before Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses of Darkin Dynasty. A milky white pearl appeared out of thin air in his hand, and this pearl's surface emitted a faint white light, causing one to know it was extraordinary with a single look. Age-measuring pearl. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this milky white-colored pearl, and it was precisely the age-measuring pearl that measured one's age. Of course, this age-measuring pearl wasn't almighty, and it could only measure the age of people below the age of 70. So long as someone below the age of 70 placed their hand on it, it would be able to provide a different reaction. When a 1-year-old child placed his hand on it, a crimson-red ribbon would appear on it. A 2-year-old child would cause 2 crimson-red ribbons to appear. A 10-year-old would cause 10 crimson-red ribbons to appear. Once a 11-year-old youth placed his hand on it, it wouldn't produce 11 crimson-red ribbons, but an orange-colored ribbon. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, violet. The ribbons of every single color would at most appear in the number of 10. A 20-year-old would cause 10 orange ribbons to appear. A 21-year-old would cause a yellow ribbon to appear. A 30-year-old would cause 10 yellow ribbons to appear. A 31-year-old would cause a green ribbon to appear. A 40-year-old would cause 10 green ribbons to appear. So on and so forth until the age of 70, 10 violet-colored ribbons would be produced. Once one above the age of 70 placed their hand on the age-measuring pearl, an anomaly would appear in the age-measuring pearl and cause it to be unable to measure age as normal. In next to no time, the young geniuses of the Darkin Dynasty, including Duan Lingtian, placed their hands successively onto the age-measuring pearl. The ribbons that appeared out of thin air on the age-measuring pearl caused their eyes to be unable to help but light up. Most people had ages above 35. In next to no time, it was Su Li's turn. Su Li placed his hand onto the pearl and 10 yellow ribbons instantly appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it measured Su Li's age at 30 years old. Su Li's only 30 years old. Instantly, the group of young geniuses from Darken Dynasty that didn't know Su Li's true age couldn't help but be moved. In other words, during the dynasty martial competition that was held 1 year ago, Su Li was only 29. And younger than 30, as expected of Sword 13's disciple. This scene was noticed by the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Ning Kan, causing his eyes to light up, and he couldn't help but praise. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, yet it still entered into the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the young geniuses and representatives of the other 9 dynasties shot their gazes onto the age-measuring pearl that Su Li had placed his hand on. All of them were shocked when they saw the 10 yellow-colored ribbons on it. He's only 30 years old. As expected of the closed-door disciple taken by the expert from the power of the foreign lands, Blade Sect. Such natural talent is shocking. To think I thought it was only because of his good luck earlier. Now it would seem like there was a reason why that expert of the Blade Sect took him as his disciple. The young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. You're 40 years old already. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded out, causing the gazes of everyone present to move from Su Li in unison and descend towards the distance. It's from the Darchu dynasty's group. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he concentrated his attention and looked towards the source of the voice. Presently, there was a problem amongst the young geniuses of the Darchu dynasty. Precisely speaking, it was a great problem. There was a young man that looked to be almost middle-aged with his hand on the age-measuring pearl, and 10 green ribbons had appeared on the age-measuring pearl. 10 green ribbons represented that the person who placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl was already 40 years old. 40 years old. The expression of the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort sank instantly when they saw this scene. In the next moment, strands of gloomy auras swept out with them as the center, and it caused the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties to feel a chill run down their spines. Under the gazes of everyone present, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, vanished into thin air, and when appeared once more, he'd already arrived before the young man that was measured to be 40 already. You're 40 years old. Feng Wei stared at the young man as a gloomy aura swept out from his body, and then it enveloped the young man, causing the young man's face to go pale as his body shivered. At this moment, he felt as if it wasn't a person that was standing before him, but it was instead a bloodthirsty skywolf that would open its bloody mouth and swallow him up at any moment. Yes, Vice Fort Master, I just turned 42 days ago, and it ought to not be a problem, right? The young man's voice started trembling as he asked with an extremely perturbed tone. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he looked at this scene. This young man from Darchu dynasty was one of the few people that instantly went pale when Vice Fort Master Ning Kan spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. He'd already turned 40, and it also meant that he didn't conform to the requirements of martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort this time. He's probably going to be struck with misfortune. At the instant that this young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian acutely sensed the killing intent emitted from Feng Wei, and it was an extremely icy cold killing intent. Chapter 787, The Biggest Winner. Practically at the instant Duan Ling Tian thought this, Feng Wei moved. In the next moment, the head of the young man from the Darchu dynasty that was measured to be 40 split open suddenly, causing fresh blood to spray out, and he plunged down without any signs of life. The young man's corpse hadn't even descended on the combat arena when it was completely destroyed by the extremely violet wings emitted from Feng Wei's palm, and it transformed into powder that covered the sky and vanished into thin air as if it had fused completely into the heavens and the earth. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point that only Sword 13 and Saber 5 were able to react to it. After a short moment, the young geniuses of the various dynasties reacted, and they couldn't help but go pale. There was also a portion that frowned and felt the members of Skywolf Fort were truly too overbearing. Isn't it just because he's 40 years old? Wouldn't it be over by giving him slight punishment and removing his qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Did it require going so far as to kill him? This was the thoughts of the various young geniuses and the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Even though the expression of the Darchu dynasty's representative was unsightly, he dared be angry but didn't dare voice it out. Not to mention this wasn't the Darchu dynasty. Even if this was the Darchu dynasty, he could only stand aside obediently and put on an act of humbleness before an expert like Feng Wei. Lord Vice Fort Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have concealed my true age. Right when most people couldn't bear the sight of the scene from before, a person walked out from the young geniuses of Darming dynasty, and he knelt in midair with his head lowered as his body shivered. Vice Fort Masters, please spare my life. Please spare my life. This young man that walked out from the Darming dynasty's group begged endlessly for mercy. For a time, he'd successfully moved the attention of everyone present, causing the gazes of every present to descend onto him in unison. It's him. Duan Ling Tian noticed with a single glance that this person was one of the people who instantly went pale when Ning Can mentioned the age-measuring pearl. There seems to be another 3 people. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed past the young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. Practically at the exact same time, one of the young geniuses dashed out from each of those 3 dynasties and similarly knelt in midair, and he knelt before the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort with a shivering body as he pleaded for mercy with a sorrowful voice. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare my life. 4 people knelt in midair and ceaseless kowtowed as they begged for mercy without end. If they knelt on the ground, they'd probably have already caused their skulls to split open and bleed from their kowtowing. They knew clearly in their heart that if they didn't stand out right now, they would similarly be exposed when it was their turn to have their age measured by the age-measuring pearl. They would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to admit their mistakes earlier, and perhaps they would be able to plead for a chance at survival. Obviously, the scene of Feng Wei's move to kill the young man from the Darchu dynasty that was already 40 years old and greatly terrified them. Meanwhile, the representatives of the 4 dynasties including the Darming dynasty went grim, as they'd never imagined that an incident like this would occur. Besides the Darchu dynasty, there were actually people that were at the age of 40 and didn't conform to the requirements of Skywolf Fort when holding the martial competition of the 10 dynasties concealed within amongst the young geniuses of their respective dynasties. HMPH. Feng Wei grunted coldly. Since all of you are standing here today, you undoubtedly had the intention of deceiving our Skywolf Fort. I probably don't have to tell all of you what's the consequence for deceiving our Skywolf Fort, right? Killing intent that shot into the sky rose on Feng Wei's body as he spoke. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. The bodies of the 4 young men from different dynasties started trembling intensely, and all of them were terrified to the point their countenance went ghastly pale and their voices trembled. Vice Fort Master Feng, the representative of Darming dynasty, looked at Feng Wei with the intention of pleasing on the young man's behalf, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was terrified to the point of not daring to continue speaking by Feng Wei's icy cold gaze that swept over. What, you, the representative of Darming dynasty, wants to bear this responsibility? Feng Wei smiled spuriously as he looked at the representative of Darming dynasty, and it was one of the former 2 great void transformation stage experts of the Zhao clan, Elder Qian. The reason it was said to be former was because the other void transformation stage expert of the Zhao clan had been killed in the Iceflame Pavilion at the Darming dynasty's capital by Sword 13 a few months ago. If you want to bear this responsibility, I'll allow you to use your life to exchange for his. As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed frightful killing intent, and his terrifying aura swept out to press onto Elder Qian to the point it caused Elder Qian's expression to go pale. Right when the gazes of most people had moved onto Elder Qian, a fierce piercing howl briefly sounded out. In the next moment, everyone saw that a line of blood had appeared out on thin air on the throat of the young man from Darming dynasty that was kneeling in midair. The line of blood ceaselessly grew thicker before spraying out dazzling and resplendent blood, whereas the young man's body was completely devoid of signs of life as it plunged down from midair. Right at this moment, a figure flashed out from the group of Darming dynasty young geniuses and slapped out with his palm to blast the young man's corpse into powder. After a short moment, the young man that stood in the distance had become the center of attention. Most importantly, there were actually 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above the young man, and such a phenomenon was only drawn into existence by the origin energy that exploded out from within his body. 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression when he saw this scene. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who had his aura targeted at Elder Qian, couldn't help but be slightly moved when he looked at the young man. Of course, besides the young man's cultivation, the reason he was moved was mostly because of how resolutely the young man acted. This resoluteness obtained the resonance and praise of Feng Wei from the bottom of his heart. In next to no time, Feng Wei looked at the young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Yong." The young man returned to the group of young geniuses from Darming dynasty before nodding to Feng Wei, and from the beginning until the end, there wasn't a slightest discernible change in his expression. Lu Yong, the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family and one of the 2 great young experts of the Darming dynasty's younger generation. His strength was obviously far above Zhao Weiyi, who was equally famous to him. "Lu Yong, good, very good. Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" Feng Wei revealed a rare and brilliant smile, and he stared at Lu Yong with a burning gaze as he asked with a smile, "Personal disciple?" "The personal disciple of the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master." A single sentence from Feng Wei had caused the eyes of all the remaining 8 young geniuses from Darming Dynasty to go red. "We can obtain the acknowledgement of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort just by killing that person that concealed his own age. Besides that, we can even become his personal disciple." All the 8 young geniuses of Darming Dynasty including Zhao Weiyi felt a wave of regret in their hearts. They regretted why they didn't make a move to kill that fellow earlier. Otherwise, the person that became the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Feng would be them and not the Crown Prince, Lu Yong. "Master." After feeling shocked from Feng Wei taking the initiative to take him as a disciple, Lu Yong hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Feng Wei as the formality when taking Feng Wei as his master. "Ha ha. Good, good." Feng Wei laughed loudly with delight, and then he asked, "My good disciple, what concepts have you comprehended?" "Master, disciple has already comprehended the concepts of wind, fire, and lightning." Lu Yong spoke respectfully. "Wind, fire, and lightning." Feng Wei nodded, and with a raise of his hand, 3 concept fragments had appeared in his hand before directly throwing it to Lu Yong. These 3 concept fragments are respectively a 4th level wind concept fragment, a 3rd level fire concept fragment, and a 3rd level lightning concept fragment. "Take it as Master's gift to you." "Thank you, Master." Lu Yong stretched out his hands in delight to receive the 3 concept fragments. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that Lu Yong's hands were trembling intensely, and it was trembling from excitement. The face of the group of young geniuses of Darming Dynasty whose eyes had gone red from envy earlier had flushed red now, and their gazes descended onto the other 3 young men who'd concealed their true ages. For a time, the origin energy on their bodies surged, and they were prepared to attack those 3 people at any moment. But unfortunately, they were too late. The young geniuses from the dynasties that those 3 young men who knelt in midair belonged to copied Lu Yong and pounced towards their former companion when they saw Lu Yong had so easily taken the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort as master and obtained 3 concept fragments that caused envy in the hearts of others. Instantly, the 3 young men that knelt in midair hadn't even reacted when they were blasted into powder by a ground of people and completely vanished in this world. Mad. All of them have gone mad. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly pale when she saw this scene. Never had she imagined that these people would be so cruel and heartless, and they were willing to kill their former companions for the sake of personal benefit. This is the heart of man. Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm, and he seemed to not be surprised by the scene before him. His gaze descended onto Lu Yong instead. Lu Yong was a 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist and the crown prince of Darming Dynasty, and the resoluteness of Lu Yong's action caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but feel apprehensive. Earlier, when the attention of most people was drawn by the representative of the Darming Dynasty, Lu Yong had actually made a move to kill the young man at the first possible moment. Not only did his actions help the representative of the Darming Dynasty, it also revealed the resoluteness he handled matters with, causing the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, to take a fancy to him and even take him as a personal disciple. Needless to say, Lu Yong was the biggest winner up to this point. Not only had he obtained formidable backing, he'd even obtained 3 concept fragments that others dreamt of, and even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be moved by those 3 concept fragments. As for the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties, if the gazes they looked at Lu Yong with now could be transformed into sharp blades, then they'd probably have sliced Lu Yong into pieces since long ago. Feng Wei, congratulations on taking a good disciple. Ning Can looked at Feng Wei and smiled. Thank you, martial uncle. Feng Wei was respectful and reverent when facing Ning Can. Ning Can is the martial uncle of Feng Wei. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Chapter 788. Lack of qualification. But only Duan Ling Tian was surprised by this now. The attention of almost everyone had been drawn by the group of young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. Earlier, these young geniuses had attacked in unison to kill the other 3 young men that had concealed their ages to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Originally, they'd learned from Lu Yong with the intention of obtaining favor of the Vice Fort Master and obtain the extremely precious concept fragments, but now, they were bound to be dreaming. Not to mention it was impossible for so many people to be taken as a disciple by the Vice Fort Master. It was impossible that the Vice Fort Master would take their actions of copying Lu Yong's actions seriously. Continue. In next to no time, Ning Can's stern voice sounded out, and it caused the young geniuses of the three dynasties to return to their original positions in succession, whereas when Liu Yong returned to the group of young geniuses from Darming dynasty, he was greeted by numerous burning gazes. Zhao Weiyi stared at Liu Yong with eyes that contained flames of envy that leapt out into appearance and was practically capable of burning anything into ash. At this moment, his heart was filled with unwillingness. On what basis has Liu Yong suppressed me in the past and has even obtained an extremely great fortune now, causing him to have the momentum to forever stand above me? But no matter how unwilling he was, this matter had already become inevitable. When the gazes of everyone was placed on Feng Wei and Elder Qian, who were in a short moment of confrontation, Liu Yong had moved resolutely and won a fortune for himself. Sometimes, fortune was so opportune. An opportunity was momentary and only lasted for an instant. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of the 100 young geniuses from the 10 dynasties had perished. The people that hadn't had their ages measured amongst the remaining 95 young geniuses placed their hands successively on the age-measuring pearl in the hand of the Skywolf Fort Elder. At the side of the Darken dynasty, everyone successively underwent the test. After Su Li, Bai Hao, Zisheng, and Long Yun became the temporary centers of attention, because their ages were below 35 and Long Yun was even only a little over 30 years old, causing him to be even younger than Bai Hao and Zisheng. Saber 5, looks like you've taken a good disciple. Ning Kan, who saw Long Yun's test results, smiled as he spoke to Saber 5. Slight complacency suffused Saber 5's face when he heard this. Meanwhile, only Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu on the side of the Darken dynasty hadn't undergone their test. Big brother Duan, you go first. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse and moved forward to arrive before the Skywolf Fort Elder. The Skywolf Fort Elder couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Just from outward appearance, the violet-clothed young man before him was only around the age of 25. When Duan Ling Tian's hand was placed on the age-measuring pearl, besides Su Li, the gazes of all the other young geniuses from Darken dynasty descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Even the 2 vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort were no exception. Amongst the group of young geniuses present, it was undoubtedly Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu who looked the youngest. Moreover, both of them were similarly from the Darken dynasty, so it was difficult for them to not draw attention. Even some of the representatives and young geniuses of the other dynasties couldn't help but turn and look at Duan Ling Tian now, as they wanted to know Duan Ling Tian's true age. The reason Su Li wasn't surprised was because he'd known Duan Ling Tian since long ago. All those years ago when he'd seen Duan Ling Tian for the first time in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, he was 18 and Duan Ling Tian was 16, and it was precisely because of this that he'd always remembered that Duan Ling Tian was younger than him by 2 years. Age-measuring pearl. Duan Ling Tian stretched his hand out to touch the age-measure pearl. Instantly, he felt a warm energy being emitted from the age-measuring pearl, and it flowed through his entire body in the blink of an eye. In next to no time, this warm energy returned to the age-measuring pearl. Meanwhile, 8 yellow ribbons appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it indicated that Duan Ling Tian's current age, 28 years old. Instantly, many people that were paying close attention to Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even though they could determine that Duan Ling Tian ought to be below 30 years old from his outward appearance, when they really saw the outcome measured by the age-measuring pearl, they still couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. I truly never imagined that there's an existence below the age of 30 amongst the 10 young geniuses from the Darken dynasty. Even young people like this have come. Looks like the Darken dynasty really has nobody else. Many people looked at Duan Ling Tian and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. HMPH. When they saw Duan Ling Tian in the limelight, the face of all of the people that weren't on good terms with Duan Ling Tian like Zisheng, Zhao Weiyi, and the others sank, and their eyes flickered with cold lights. What's your name? Meanwhile, the vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a light smile. The question of Ning Kan's caused many young geniuses to reveal envious expressions as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They were able to discern that this vice Fort Master had aroused quite an amount of interest towards Duan Ling Tian. Looks like this Duan Ling Tian is going to be taken as a disciple by the vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. I think it might not necessarily be like that. Even though Duan Ling Tian is young, he hasn't revealed his cultivation, and before his cultivation is revealed, his value is undetermined, so it ought to be insufficient to make Vice Fort Master Ning take him as a disciple. Many people whispered in discussion and spoke similar words. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ning Can and looked at him neither arrogantly nor humbly. You're really not bad. So long as you're able to pass the first round of the selections, then I, Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, will be willing to take you as my personal disciple. Ning Can raised his voice and spoke. According to Ning Can's tone, it was as if him being willing to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple was fortune that Duan Ling Tian had accumulated for 3 lifetimes, and at the same time, he didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would refuse. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but frown when he heard Ning Can, and he neither agreed nor disagreed. Want to take me as your personal disciple? That will depend on if I'm willing. Duan Ling Tian was unhappy here, whereas those young geniuses instead revealed envious expression as they looked at him, and all of them wished for nothing more than to swallow him up. Even though Ning Can didn't directly take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple, the promise Ning Can made still caused the group of young geniuses to be unable to help but feel envious in their hearts. Why didn't we get such treatment? If they found out about Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts, they would probably have the intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, Sword 13, who stood silently at the side, glanced indifferently at Ning Can before he said, Ning Can, it isn't that I'm looking down on you. But you probably don't have the qualifications to take Duan Ling Tian as your disciple. Don't have the qualifications. Sword 13's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 waves, and it caused the atmosphere at the scene to go deathly silent. All the young geniuses that revealed envious gazes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian were completely dumbstruck. Every single one of them wished for nothing more than to become the personal disciple of Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Yet now, someone said that Ning Can didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple, and at the same time that it caused them to feel disbelief, their gazes descended successively onto Sword 13. If these words were spoken by anyone else, they might have already spoken out in ridicule. But these words were spoken by Sword 13, an expert from Blade Sect, a power in the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Sword 13, what do you mean by this? Ning Can's face sank as Sword 13's words had undoubtedly slapped him on the face in public, so how could he endure it? Sword 13, this is the Skywolf Fort and not your Blade Sect. Feng Wei spoke angrily as well. What do I mean? Sword 13 disregarded Feng Wei and looked at Ning Can as he said indifferently, Ning Can, didn't you clearly hear what I meant? You don't have the qualifications to take Duan Ling Tian as your disciple. Ning Can's expression became even darker when he heard this. Sword 13, today is the day of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so I won't argue with you. But this doesn't mean that I, Ning Can, am afraid of you. Whether I have the qualifications to become Duan Ling Tian's master isn't something you can interfere in. After he finished speaking, Ning Can paid no further attention to Sword 13. It's good to be confident, but I'm just afraid some people are overestimating their ability. Am I right, Duan Ling Tian? As he finished speaking, Sword 13 intentionally glanced at Duan Ling Tian and caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly, yet he didn't answer Sword 13. If he were to speak the truth now, it would undoubtedly offend Ning Can. If he lied, then not to mention he wouldn't do it, but even if he did, it would offend Sword 13. Moreover, Sword 13 was a senior that he respected, so it was impossible for him to offend Sword 13. So, he chose to keep silent. Subsequently, the measuring continued. On the side of the Darkened Dynasty, only Feng Tianwu remained, and after Feng Tianwu walked out, it once again drew the gazes of many people present in the surroundings. Heavens, could it be that the Darkened Dynasty really has nobody else? This person is even younger than Duan Ling Tian, and she's even a woman. Looks like the Darkened Dynasty has really declined. The young geniuses and representatives of the various dynasties sighed with emotion, and their words seemed as if they looked down extremely upon Feng Tianwu. When facing these emotional sighs, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If these fellows knew Feng Tianwu's strength now, they'd probably not think like this. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu's hand had already been placed on the age-measuring pearl, and 5 yellow ribbons appeared on it to indicate her current age, 25 years old. This age was also the youngest age amongst the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it was sufficient to shock anyone. 25 years old. I hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage when I was 25. Even though it shows that there's no capable people in the younger generation of the Darken dynasty, since a woman like this has obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But I presume this woman is a martial artist at the void initiation stage as well. This natural talent can be considered to be not bad, especially because she's a woman, and she's much better than I was all those years ago. In next to no time, a wave of discussion arose in the surroundings, and besides the group of people from the Darken dynasty, at least 90% of the people present doubted Feng Tianwu's strength, whereas Feng Tianwu didn't mind as well. She would use her strength to make all these people who looked down upon her shut their mouths. A crowd of short-sighted people, pitiable. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he glanced indifferently at those people that looked down on Feng Tianwu. Chapter 789, Illusory Purgatory. But truthfully speaking, her appearance is still not bad. A woman with such an appearance is rarely seen in the world, and it's the first time in my life that I've seen such a beauty. The eyes of a young genius from the Darming dynasties narrowed as he looked at Feng Tianwu with a covetous gaze. Her appearance is drop-dead gorgeous, and she possesses a cultivation at the void initiation stage. A woman like this is rarely seen, and it would surely be fortune the person that obtained her had accumulated from his past lifetime. Another person spoke out, "If I can ride a woman like this under my legs, then it would surely be an extremely wonderful thing." Another young genius from Darming dynasty looked at Feng Tianwu and stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and he spoke with a lustful expression. "You're courting death." At the instant that Feng Tianwu's face went livid, Duan Ling Tian's expression went grim as he shouted out furiously before flashing out to sweep towards the young genius from Darming dynasty that spoke rudely. But even though Duan Ling Tian's speed was swift, someone was even faster. A brief sword howl resounded out abruptly. Before everyone could react, a bloody hold had already appeared on the neck of the young genius from the Darming dynasty. Blood sprayed out ceaselessly, and the Darming dynasty's young geniuses that spoke rudely earlier still maintained his original actions, yet his entire body was completely devoid of signs of life. Along with this Darming dynasty's young genius's corpse crashing on the ground, a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding resounded out. In the next moment, a terrifying gale that swept out from a palm blasted the corpse into powder that dispersed into the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a tall red-colored figure appeared and stood in the sky. It was precisely Feng Wudao. Duan Ling Tian stopped moving when he saw Feng Wudao had killed the person that disrespected Feng Tianwu, and his expression eased up slightly, yet his eyes still contained frightful coldness. His eyes that were filled with coldness flashed past the 8 remaining young geniuses of the Darming dynasty one by one. "Feng Wudao, you actually dare kill a member of my Darming dynasty." The Darming dynasty's Zhao clan's elder Qian went grim in expression as he stared at Feng Wudao, yet he didn't dare make any movements, because he knew that he was far from being a match to Feng Wudao. 2 days ago, when the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Feng Wei, and the Dongguo clan's patriarch, Dongguo Lei, had come looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao had once revealed his cultivation. At that time, he was present. He deserved death. Feng Wudao glanced indifferently at Elder Qian. The instant he spoke disrespectfully to my daughter, his life didn't belong to himself any longer. You. Elder Qian was instantly exasperated when he heard this, yet he was unable to say anything, because everyone had heard that it was their Darming dynasty that was in the wrong. But never had he imagined that Feng Wudao would make a move and kill a young genius of their Darming dynasty just because of something the young genius had said. The Darken dynasty's Feng Wudao was really as overbearing as the rumors said. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as his gaze descended onto all the young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and at the first possible moment, he noticed that the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong, had suddenly looked towards Feng Wei. Feng Wei was currently the master of Lu Yong. It wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that Lu Yong was surely saying something to Feng Wei via voice transmission now, and the biggest possibility was that he was asking Feng Wei to stand out for the Darming dynasty. After Feng Wudao returned to their group, Feng Wei took a step forward, and his cold gaze descended onto Feng Wudao as he said in a low voice, "Killing a guest of our Skywolf Fort in our Skywolf Fort. A void transformation stage martial artist from just a tiny dynasty actually dares be so brazen. You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wei took a step forward as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of raging flames that enveloped him within it, causing him to seem overbearing. Besides that, his gaze locked onto Feng Wudao at the first possible moment. Right when he intended to make a move, a figure instantly vanished on the spot, and when it appeared once more, it was already before Feng Wudao and had firmly protected Feng Wudao behind it. This person's appearance caused Feng Wei's expression to go grim, and he shouted out furiously at the same time. Sword 13, what's the meaning of this? The person that had appeared before Feng Wudao was exactly Sword 13. Sword 13 had a calm expression when facing Feng Wei's question. Feng Wei, you're intending to make a move against an elder of my House of Swords right before my eyes. Could it be that I can't interfere? Everyone present had clearly heard and seen what happened earlier, and you know who was right and who was wrong in your heart. If you really want to make a move against an elder of my House of Swords because of this, then even if you have the Skywolf fort behind you, my House of Swords will similarly not stop until one of us dies. Not stop until one of us dies. As Sword 13 finished speaking, his tone was filled with coldness, indifference, and killing intent, and it caused Feng Wei's expression to be exceedingly livid. The House of Swords won't stop until either one of us dies. Not to mention anything else, just these words of Sword 13 had caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. In this border area of the foreign lands, everyone knew that House of Swords in the Blade sect was filled with a group of sword cultivators that were complete madmen. Supposedly, 100 years ago, there was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, yet because it offended the master of the House of Swords at that time, it was slaughtered by the group of madmen sword cultivators to the point of completely going into decline. Presently, that power had already fallen to become a power that wasn't rated in the foreign lands. Sword 13 was already the internally decided next master of the House of Swords in the Blade sect, and his words were completely capable of representing the House of Swords. Once the entire House of Swords went against him, Feng Wei, then even the Skywolf fort might not be able to protect him. So when faced with Sword 13's threats, Feng Wei really didn't dare continue doing anything to Feng Wudao. Alright, this matter stops here. Ningkan spoke out to break the deathly silent atmosphere at the scene, and at the same time, he gave Feng Wei a way out. Feng Wei took a deep breath and glanced coldly at Sword 13 and Feng Wudao before retreating back to the place he stood earlier. At the same time, all the people that were discussing Feng Tianwu without restraint had shut their mouths successively, and they looked at Feng Tianwu as if she was a dreadful monster. Vice Fort Master, there's no problem with all of them. In next to no time, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort put away the age-measuring pearls before returning to stand behind Feng Wei and Ning Kan, and then they reported respectfully. Ning Kan nodded, and then he looked at all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties in the surroundings. Now, I announce that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties officially begins. Instantly, the gazes of all the young geniuses present lit up successively, and their faces were filled with anticipation. They'd traveled a long distance to come here for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Supposedly, the people that become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were even able to obtain generous rewards like grade 3 spirit weapons, medicinal pills, concept fragments, and other things bestowed by Skywolf Fort. The first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held here. Suddenly, Ningkan raised his head to look even higher above in the sky of the combat arena as he spoke slowly. For a time, the gazes of everyone converged over, and in the end, they weren't able to see anything. The horizon was filled with the blue sky and white clouds, and they couldn't discern anything was amiss. Only a single person noticed an inkling. What a complicated inscription formation! Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. When Ningkan had spoken and raised his head to look even higher in the sky, Duan Ling Tian had followed Ning Kan's gaze to look up, and then his spiritual force flashed out, allowing him to notice an inkling. It turned out that a complicated inscription formation was concealed there, and it was difficult for even Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force to fuse into it. This inscription formation is obviously the work of an expert at the martial monarch stage. With my current spiritual force, I'm utterly unable to peek into it. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed this. How formidable was the spiritual force of a martial monarch stage expert, and an inscription formation formed from inscriptions that were inscribed from this spiritual force was utterly not something his current spiritual force could peek into. Even if he possessed a lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor that related to the Tao of inscriptions, he was still helpless. Even though his spiritual force was currently at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, but it was still too weak before an inscription formation constructed by an expert at the martial monarch stage. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed other formidable spiritual forces stretching out, and it caused him to have no choice but to hurriedly withdraw his own spiritual force. The other 9 dynasties really people with unusual ability concealed within. These spiritual forces are obviously the spiritual forces of inscription masters at the void transformation stage. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and he couldn't help but feel fearful in his heart. Obviously, the representatives of the 10 dynasties were inscription masters, and even if their level in the art of inscription was limited, they were inscription masters after all, and could roughly control their spiritual force. In next to no time, everyone including Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that the Vice Fort Master Ning Clan withdraw an ancient copper mirror. The copper mirror seemed ordinary, yet Duan Ling Tian was able to guess that it was surely extraordinary. Subsequently, origin energy bloomed out from Ning Can's hand and fused into the copper mirror. Instantly, a material red light shot out explosively from within the copper mirror, and the red light illuminated the sky and actually caused the winds and clouds above to roil before finally converging into a ball of material clouds and mist. An inscription formation. Instantly, many people discerned the profundity of the ball of clouds and mist, and amongst these people included Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, who'd once seen a similar inscription formation. Exactly. This is an inscription formation. Ning can put away the copper mirror in his hand that had activated the inscription formation, and then he looked at the young geniuses in the surroundings. This inscription formation is the place all of you will be undergoing the first round of selections. All of you will enter into it and enter an illusory realm that belongs to all of you. Ning Can's words were obviously spoken to the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were present. Illusory realm. Ning Can's words caused most people to be slightly puzzled, whereas Duan Ling Tian's gaze couldn't help but light up instead. Illusory realms weren't unfamiliar to him as the sole skill, thousand illusions, that he possessed was capable of constructing an illusory space at will. Within that illusory space, anyone who had a spiritual force that was inferior to him would be equivalent to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by him. Within the illusory space he created, he was the absolute ruler. In our Skywolf Fort, that illusory realm has another name. Illusory Purgatory. Ning Can continued. Illusory Purgatory. The people present felt panicked in their hearts for no reason or rhyme when they heard this name. Chapter 790, Soul Suppression Formation. Illusory Purgatory is like its name. Once you enter it, it would be equivalent to entering a world that's like purgatory. After all 94 of you enter into it, only 50 people can survive in the end and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selections. Right when everyone was terrified by the illusory purgatory, Ning Can spoke once more, and he revealed the rules of the first round of the selections. Only 50 people can survive from the 94 that enter. Instantly, many young men couldn't help but go pale. Doesn't that mean that 44 people had to die? Some young geniuses that were at the bottom in their respective dynasties were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale, and for a time, they slightly regretted coming to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Vice Fort Master, can we withdraw ourselves? In next to no time, a young man asked with a trembling voice. He was in existence at the bottom amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, and he knew that he would most probably die once he entered the illusory purgatory. Along with this young man raising this question, many people looked at Ning Can and Feng Wei with expressions of anticipation. Obviously, they had the intention of withdrawing as well. Even though the rewards of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were extremely generous, if they were asked to fight for it with their lives, then it was impossible for them to be willing to do that. As far as they were concerned, there was nothing that was more important than their own lives, as once they'd lost their lives, then no matter how generous the rewards were, it would be useless because they were utterly unable to use it. Withdraw. Feng Wei glanced indifferently at this young man and nodded. You can. Right when the gazes of many young geniuses lit up, Feng Wei's following words caused their expressions to go pale in unison. But the person that withdraws must withstand an attack of mine on their own. So long as you're able to survive it, then you can leave safely. Withstand a strike from Feng Wei. Feng Wei was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and seemed to be in existence at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above. Not to mention all of them who weren't confident in themselves, it would be impossible for even the most outstanding young geniuses in the 10 dynasties to withstand a strike of Feng Wei's and survive. Instantly, the bodies of many people started to tremble, and they were filled with terror towards what was going to happen next. Seeming to have realized that the atmosphere wasn't right, Ning Can continued. Of course, it's not completely reliant on strength when you enter the illusory purgatory. If you're capable of smoothly avoiding all the other martial artists, then even if your strength is the weakest, you'll similarly be able to survive once the other 44 people are killed. Ning Can's words caused the young geniuses that felt despaired to return to their senses, and their eyes lit up. This works as well. We don't have to undergo a battle royal as soon as we enter. Perhaps he discerned the bewilderment of these young geniuses. Ning Can continued. The illusory purgatory was constructed a few thousands of years ago via an inscription formation by a martial monarch stage inscription master who was a friend of the fort master of our Skywolf fort at that time. Once you enter into it, it's equivalent to entering a vast world. At that place, mountains and forests cover the land, and there are many places that you can use to conceal yourselves. Ning Can finished speaking in one go, an inscription master at the martial monarch stage. Ning Can's words caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian to be shocked. Never had they imagined that this illusory purgatory had such great origins, and it was actually constructed by a martial monarch stage expert of legend. Not to mention martial emperor stage experts, even martial monarch stage experts were existences of legend to the members of the 10 dynasties, and they were existences that were far beyond their reach. Vice Fort Master, will all of us appear in the same place after we enter? Someone couldn't help but ask. Instantly, his questions resonated with many people, and they were filled with curiousness towards this. If they were to appear in the same place, then wouldn't the weakest people amongst them become lambs that were waiting to be slaughtered? That was something that they weren't willing to see. Don't worry, once all of you enter the illusory purgatory, even though all of you will appear in the same world, yet all of you won't appear in the same place. Every single one of you will at least be 500 kilometers away from the closest person to you, and there's perfectly enough time for all of you to conceal yourselves. Ning Can continued. So, in the first round of the selections in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the young experts with confidence in themselves would control the battlefield, and they had to find the weak people that are concealed and kill them. Only after they kill 44 people would they be sent out from the illusory purgatory. Of course, all of you can choose to cooperate with someone you trust inside the illusory purgatory. For example, a few comparatively weaker people can join forces to deal with a stronger person. Ning Can's words caused the gazes of many young geniuses with weaker strengths to light up. If we join forces, I'm afraid we can only join forces with people from the same dynasty. Yeah, if we join forces with people from the other dynasties, we might be stabbed from the back. Unless we make a vow under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Right, I have to warn all of you of something. You're unable to make a vow with your blood in the illusory purgatory, as the 9-9 heavenly tribulation is unable to sense your existences within the illusory purgatory. Ning Can added. Instantly the faces of many people sank, and some of them wore distressed expressions. Looks like we're really only able to choose to join forces with people from the same dynasty. Even if it's a person from the same dynasty, who dares say that everyone is worthy of being trusted? Unless it's someone you yourself can trust, anyone else can't be trusted. Yeah, after all, only after waiting for 44 people to die would the other people be able to leave the illusory purgatory and survive while passing through the first round of the selections. For the sake of passing through the first round of the selections, there'll surely be many people that would stop at nothing. After all, every increase in casualties meant that their own safety would be even more guaranteed. Many young geniuses with comparatively weaker strength had slightly distressed expressions for a time. Looks like our plan to join forces from before has failed. I never imagined that after we enter that illusory purgatory, we'll actually be split up. Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li as he sighed. After we enter, all of you must try your best to protect yourselves. So long as we're able to meet each other inside the illusory purgatory, then joining forces at that time wouldn't be too late. If all 4 of us are able to gather, then passing through the first round of this life and death selection would be extremely easy, said Su Li. As far as he was concerned, so long as the 4 of them gathered together, then with Duan Lingtian's unfathomable, demonic technique, the young geniuses of the various dynasties would absolutely be unable to get the upper hand against them. Exactly. After we enter, everyone must be sure to be careful. If you don't have sufficient confidence, then you must absolutely not make a move. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Once they entered the illusory purgatory, it would be equivalent to entering into a purgatory in the mortal world. Even though it didn't contain vicious and ferocious monsters, yet it contained young experts of the various dynasties that would possibly appear at any moment to kill them. A single mistake would be extremely likely to cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss and perish within it. Feng Tianwu didn't speak, but she'd listened to what Duan Ling Tian and Su Li said, and she directly nodded to indicate she understood. All of you, enter. The copper mirror appeared once more in Ning Can's hands as he spoke, and his origin energy fused into it, this time, the blue-colored. Strong light shot out from the surface of the mirror, and it just happened to hit precisely on the ball of material clouds and mist in the sky. Instantly, the clouds and mist roiled as they split open to reveal a rift, and it seemed as if a door had been opened. Right when most young geniuses were hesitant, a figure had instantly entered into the illusory purgatory like a bolt of lightning. Feng Wei, this disciple of yours is not bad indeed. No matter if it's strength or courage, he's extremely outstanding in both. Ning Can praised. The first person to enter was precisely the crown prince of Darming dynasty, Lu Yong. Martial uncle, you're too kind. Even though Feng Wei spoke modestly, yet his face revealed a brilliant smile. Go on. Sword 13 and Saber 5 looked respectfully at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li and Long Yun nodded, and then they seemed as if they were competing and entered the illusory purgatory at practically the exact same time. We ought to go as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong before entering the illusory purgatory with some of the young geniuses from the various dynasties that had returned to their senses. After Duan Ling Tian entered, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and the remaining group of young geniuses entered successively. After a short moment, a total of 94 young geniuses had all entered the illusory purgatory. The group of experts of the older generation stood silently outside as they waited for the outcome. After Duan Ling Tian stepped into the illusory purgatory, the area before him was covered by a layer of mist, and even if his spiritual force stretched out, it would be directly blasted to dispersion by a shapeless force within a short period of time. After flying for an unknown period of time, the mist before Duan Ling Tian's eyes dispersed, allowing him to be able to look straight at the world before him. This is the illusory purgatory. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the high mountains and lofty peaks that covered the complex terrain. If someone has the intention of hiding in a place like this, I presume that it'll be even more difficult than ascending the heavens to drag the person out of his hiding place. But, luckily, I can rely on my spiritual force. With my spiritual force, I can envelop an area of 100 meters and anyone that's concealed in the shadows will be unable to escape. When I came here earlier, there was a pressure that blasted my spiritual force into dispersal. This place ought to not have that pressure, right? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian stretched his spiritual force out. In the next moment, his spirited face sank completely. His spiritual force had once again been blasted into dispersal by the pressure. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian frowned and had a puzzled expression as he utterly didn't know what was going on, nor did he know where this pressure originated from. Only after Duan Ling Tian searched through the lifetime's worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor did Duan Ling Tian find the answer. Looks like the illusory purgatory within this inscription formation constructed by the martial monarch stage expert also has a soul suppression formation set up within it. As its name soul suppression says, it suppresses the energy of the soul. Spiritual force was the energy of the soul. In this way, even my soul skill, 1000 illusions, can't be utilized in this damnable place. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's expression sank slightly. When his spiritual force fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul with the intention of trying to utilize his soul skill, 1000 illusions, he instead noticed that he was utterly unable to construct the illusory space. Every single time his spiritual force intended to construct the illusory space, it would be blasted to dispersal by the indescribable pressure at the first possible moment. Chapter 791, The Might of the Quasi-Royal Grade Spirit Sword. As expected, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help take a deep breath. Being unable to utilize the soul skill, 1000 illusions, also meant that he could only rely on his strength to battle the other young geniuses in this unknown illusory purgatory. When relying on the soul skill, 1000 illusion, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of any of the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties. But the problem was that he was unable to use his soul skill now. Not to mention he didn't know the ability of most of the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties, just the cultivation the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong, revealed earlier had caused him to be extremely shocked. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian initially thought that with his cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage, it was sufficient to be ranked in the top amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, but he didn't dare think like this any longer after he witnessed Lu Yong's cultivation. There are always mountains beyond mountains, heavens beyond heavens. Perhaps in the other dynasties, there were young experts that possessed a cultivation at the third level of the void interpretation stage like Lu Yong, or even a fourth level void interpretation stager young expert. The pressing matter at the moment is to first kill those young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have comparatively weaker strengths. So long as 44 out of the 94 people are killed, I can smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and advance successfully. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed, and he didn't continue thinking about it. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale that tore through the sky and headed towards the distance to search for his prey. I wonder where Tian Wu, Big Brother Zhang, and Su Li are. I can only go step by step in this unknown illusory purgatory, and I can only hope to encounter them as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, if I'm able to encounter that Xianxia, then I must kill him no matter what. After that, I'll use the devil-seal tablet to completely annihilate the incomplete soul that seems to belong to a martial emperor stage expert in his body. On the way, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with cold lights when he thought about Xianxia. Even though the devil-seal tablet was capable of temporarily suppressing the incomplete soul that seemed to belong to a martial emperor stage expert in Xianxia's body, who knew if Xianxia would obtain some benefits because of that martial emperor stage expert. As far as he was concerned, if Xianxia was eliminated, then Xianxia would sooner or later become a great calamity, as the situation between him and Xianxia had long since become a situation that wouldn't end without the death of one party. Xianxia, I only hope your luck isn't that good, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Presently, he wasn't worried about anything else, and he was only worried that he wouldn't be able to encounter Xianxia. After flying for some time, Duan Ling Tian slowed down because he noticed that a wave of sounds of the air exploding was sounded out from far ahead in the distance. Obviously, someone was battling. It wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that people had encountered each other and started to fight. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian maintained a low profile as he moved to conceal himself behind a faraway precipice, and then he silently watched the intense battle in the distance. 2 young men were battling each other, and they were evenly matched. When he saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky when the 2 of them fought, it wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to discern their cultivations. 2 9th-level void initiation stage martial artists. After he confirmed their cultivations, Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate any longer and directly left the precipice to transform into a gal that arrived nearby the battlefield in a short moment. Duan Ling Tian didn't have an impression of the 2 young men that were in battle, but he could be sure that they weren't members of the Darken Dynasty, Darming Dynasty, and Darchu Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian knew all the people from the Darken Dynasty, whereas, because of Zhao Weiyi, he'd carefully looked at all the members of Darming Dynasty, so he had a deep impression of them. As for the members of the Darchu Dynasty, because of the young men that had come into conflict with him and Zhang Shouyang at the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day, he'd also looked carefully at them and remembered their appearances. After Duan Ling Tian appeared, he didn't attack directly, but stood silently at the side instead as he looked at the scene before him with a calm gaze. The 2 young men who were deeply absorbed in the battle fought for a while longer before successively realizing something had changed. When they noticed someone was standing nearby out of the corners of their eyes, both of them were grim and split apart with tacit agreement, and then they retreated to stand in the distance before hurriedly withdrawing healing medicinal pills at the same time and consuming them. After they consumed the medicinal pills and slightly absorbed its medicinal strength, the 2 of them looked over at the same time towards the person that was suddenly standing nearby. With a single glance, their pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Ling Tian, the violet-clothed young man before them, wasn't unfamiliar to them, and he could even be said to be extremely familiar to them. 2 days ago, they'd clearly seen the Skywolf Fort's vice-fort master, Feng Wei, and the Dongguo clan's patriarch, Dongguo Lei, come look for Duan Ling Tian. Besides that, they'd paid attention to Duan Ling Tian before they'd entered the illusory purgatory, and they knew that Duan Ling Tian was a young expert of the Darken Dynasty and was only 28 years old now. Even though Duan Ling Tian was young and they hadn't witnessed Duan Ling Tian's ability, yet somehow, traces of terror arose in their hearts for no reason or rhyme. Let's join forces and kill him first before continuing our battle. How about it? Suddenly, one of the young men asked the other young man, and he wanted to join forces and deal with Duan Ling Tian. All right, the other person didn't refuse and agreed resolutely. The pressure Duan Ling Tian gave him was far greater than his opponent, and it caused him to have no choice but to be cautious. You take the left, I'll take the right, we'll jointly launch a pincer attack on him. The young man that put forward the suggestion to join forces communicated with the other young man via voice transmission before directly pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian's left side with the intention of attacking from there. The other young man didn't dare dally and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly shot towards Duan Ling Tian's right. One used a sword, the other a blade, and they attacked Duan Ling Tian from both sides. Origin energy sword lights and saber lights raged and contained fierce and sharp sword concept and saber concept as they arrived before Duan Ling Tian like shadows. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression when facing the two young men that joined forces, and he seemed as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mt. Tai collapsed before him, causing him to possess the bearing of an expert. Only after both the two people arrived from left and right, and their dazzling sword lights and fierce saber lightly approached closely on either side did vast origin energy gush out from Duan Ling Tian's body. Terrifying origin energy whistled out from Duan Ling Tian's body and seemed to have transformed into a ball of milky white flames that shot into the sky. At the same time, the milky white flames shook before transformed into waves of material strong wings that coiled around Duan Ling Tian's body as they flashed out as if they'd transformed into a layer of a defensive barrier. The dazzling sword light and fierce saber light arrived like shadows and descended onto the material strong wings that surrounded and flashed about around Duan Ling Tian's body before being annihilated successively. The strong winds around Duan Ling Tian's body were like an impregnable wall before the sword light and saber lights. The strength of the sword light and saber light were utterly not on the same level when compared with the strength contained within this wall, and it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth. After their strike came to nothing, both the young men didn't continue launching attacks, and they instead stood nearby Duan Ling Tian's side with expression that went pale. Materialization of concept, both of them exclaimed in shock at the same time. Materialization of concept was the symbol of the void interpretation stage. Even though a similar scene could appear when void initiation concept was comprehended to the limit, there was a difference. They were extremely sure that the wind concept Duan Ling Tian utilized now was precisely a void interpretation concept. Subsequently, they seemed as if they'd discussed it earlier as they raised their heads to look at the sky above Duan Ling Tian in unison, and they seemed as if they wanted to confirm something. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Duan Ling Tian before transforming into material phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down, and their number was so numerous that it terrified the two young men, to the point their faces went ghastly pale as their bodies started trembling. 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This is only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth formed after he merely utilized his origin energy in one type of concept. Second level of the void interpretation stage, first level intermediate wind concept. Duan Ling Tian's strength is actually so strong. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian, who was only 28 years of age, would actually possess such a formidable strength that far surpassed them. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill them with extreme ease. Now, it ought to be my turn. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two young men that jointly attacked him and grinned, and with a raise of his hand, a sword that emitted a terrifying aura appeared in his hand. This sword, as soon as the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand appeared, it caused the hearts of the two young men to palpitate, and the aura that was faintly revealed from this sword caused them to be unable to help but be terrified. After Duan Ling Tian's origin energy fused into the sword in his hand and another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Duan Ling Tian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and when his entire origin energy exploded out, it would be comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragon. Yet now, just this sword had allowed his origin energy to obtain an amplification of 30 ancient horned dragons. Wasn't this an amplification of 100%? Even if it was the first-grade spirit sword of legend, it seems to only provide an amplification of around 88%, right? Right when both of them felt deep disbelief, Duan Ling Tian attacked. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. As soon as his sword struck out, he utilized his sword concept to execute the high-grade heaven rank offensive martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, that he'd just mastered not too long ago. 2 material divine dragons whistled out and contained the strength of 81 ancient horned dragon, and their eyes flashed as 4 dazzling flashes instantly flew out. Before both of them could react, the 4 flashes had penetrated between their brows and on their throats, causing their origin energy to instantly be extinguished. In the next moment, two corpses crashed down to the ground. Duan Ling Tian chased up and removed their spatial rings from their hands before taking possession of them. At the same time, he looked at the 3-foot-long blade in his hand as a brilliant smile suffused his face. This quasi-royal grade spirit swords amplifies strength by 100%. That instant when I struck out was really satisfying. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword was precisely the sword he's obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure that day. The sword was refined by the rebirth martial emperor and had passed through a few hands before falling into Duan Lingtian's hands, and it could be said that he indeed possessed extremely strange fate with the rebirth martial emperor in his lifetime. Of course, this fate was something that the rebirth martial emperor would surely not want if he was still alive. Chapter 792, The Heart of the Strong. I wonder what's the results of the battles of others. 2 people have died here, so there are another 42 people left. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he flew towards the distance and continued searching for his next target. Of course, he'd maintained a low profile and was careful all along the way. He rarely took the initiative to attack and mostly concealed himself at the side of the other person, and he only made a move after he noticed that the other person wasn't a threat to him. All along the next part of the way, another 3 young men had died at Duan Ling Tian's hands. Amongst them was a member of the Darming dynasty that had once attacked him at the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion in Darming dynasty, and the person could be said to be an old acquaintance of his. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash, causing 4 bloody holes penetrated by the flashes to appear on another young man before he perished. The lives of man are really lowly like weeds in this world. After he put away his opponent's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that if he encountered an existence that was stronger than him now, then his life would similarly be lowly like a blade of grass and be nothing worth mentioning. It was precisely because of this that every time Duan Ling Tian attacked and killed someone, slight fear would arise in his heart. Only by standing at the peak of this work and surpassing everyone would I not have to worry that someone would trample upon me beneath their feet or take my life to be lowly like a weed. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's heart of the strong became even more firmer, and his gaze that stared concentrated into the distance became even fiercer. He wanted to become one that was strong. One that stood above everyone and stood at the peak while looking down onto the myriad of beings in the world. This was his greatest aspiration, and he wouldn't have any regrets even until his death. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding towards this illusory purgatory as well. It was a place that was completely constructed from inscription formations, and everything within it was an illusion. Of course, to people that were within the inscription formation, everything was no different than real things. Up until now, there were a total of 5 young geniuses of the various dynasties that had died at his hands, whereas, after the corpses of these young men fell onto the ground, all of them would strangely vanish. Duan Ling Tian knew that those corpses hadn't vanished, but had instead left the illusory purgatory and appeared outside the inscription formation of this illusory realm. Just like Duan Ling Tian had thought, after every short period of time, there would be a corpse that would fly out from the inscription formation that looked like a ball of mist and clouds that had converged together, and then the corpse would fall heavily on the combat arena. Every time a corpse appeared, it was caused the faces of the representatives of the various dynasties to sink. Up until now, every single dynasty had casualties, and the only difference was the amount. The corpses on the combat arena were piled up in 10 different places, and amongst them, the corpses of the Darkin dynasty were the least, as there was only a single corpse. The person that had died was a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist that had entered the top 10 by luck during the dynasty martial competition on that day. But unfortunately, even though he'd obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he died far away from home. Even though his cultivation had improved greatly after a year of time, it had only improved to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he was in existence at the bottom amongst the group of young geniuses from the 10 dynasties. This also caused him to be bound to the fate of being a prey in the first round's life and death selection in the illusory purgatory. Once a prey didn't conceal himself well, he would be bound to be hunted down and killed. Which dynasty is over there? In the sky above the combat arena, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the corpse that lay alone at the side of the combat arena. Vice Fort Master, that's a member of the Darkin dynasty. An elder of Skywolf Fort spoke respectfully. Darkin dynasty, the dynasty that Duan Ling Tian is from. Ning Can's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, the elder nodded. Up until now, there are already 23 people that have died. Only another 21 people are required before the remaining people can pass through the first round of the selections. Ning Can looked at the corpses that were divided into 10 areas and said slowly, if Duan Ling Tian is really capable of making it through this first round of the selections, then no matter what method he used to make it through, he has the qualifications to become my personal disciple. Even though Ning Can's voice wasn't loud, yet it entered into the ears of everyone present. But besides the representatives of the Darken dynasty, the others seemed to be slightly absent-minded, and they didn't continue being envious or jealous of Duan Ling Tian. Because of the successive deaths of the young geniuses from their dynasties, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties had unsightly expressions and utterly didn't have the mood to care about anything else. HMPH. A cold snort resounded out, and Sword 13 glanced at Ning Can with disdain. Ning Can, you face is really thick-skinned. I'll say what I said earlier, you don't have the qualifications to take Duan Ling Tian as your disciple. Sword 13, whether I have the qualifications or not isn't up to you. Ning Can refused to show weakness and looked Sword 13 in the eyes. As far as he was concerned, if someone as respected as him, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, wanted to take a young man from a tiny dynasty as his personal disciple, then wouldn't the young man be extremely excited as he knelt down and kowtowed before him? We'll see. Sword 13 spoke indifferently, and the space between his brows was filled with strong confidence. Martial uncle. Right at this moment, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Can's side, seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned before sending a voice transmission to Ning Can. There's something I forgot to tell you. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be a good friend of Sword 13's disciple. 2 days ago, subsequently, Feng Wei spoke of the matter about him and the Dongguo clan's patriarch, Dongguo Lei, going to look for Duan Ling Tian, including the matter about him wanting to allow Dongguo Lei to take Duan Ling Tian away, yet Sword 13 had stood out to protect Duan Ling Tian. What? Feng Wei's words caused Ning Can's expression to be unable to help but go grim. If it wasn't for Feng Wei speaking of it now, he would be utterly unaware of this incident. Never had he imagined that their Skywolf Fort had already given Duan Ling Tian such a bad impression before this. Meanwhile, he finally realized why Sword 13 would be so confident that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be willing to become his disciple. So it turns out that all of this has a cause and effect. You've very likely kept out a rare genius martial artist for the sake of a tiny Dongguo Lei. Ning Can's eyes contained a trace of rage as he looked at Feng Wei. Feng Wei neither agreed nor disagreed. Martial uncle, perhaps Duan Ling Tian's natural talent isn't bad, but with his age, I presume it's impossible for him to have any great accomplishments. Moreover, once he enters that place, he's bound to fall to the fate of being cannon fodder. It's utterly impossible for him to survive. So, even if you can't take him as your personal disciple, martial uncle doesn't have to feel regretful about it, said Feng Wei. That depends on the situation at that time. If I give up like this, it would instead cause Sword 13 to look down on me. As for Duan Ling Tian, if he really isn't sensible, then he's bound to perish. As Ning Can finished speaking via voice transmission, a cold light flashed within his eyes. Suddenly, another corpse flashed out from the inscription formation and plunged down from the ground before smashing heavily on the ground. Yi Xiao, the pupils of the Darken dynasty's emperor, constricted. Even though he wasn't surprised that a second young genius of the Darken dynasty would be killed, yet he never imagined that the second person would be Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was a person that was ranked in the top 10 in the dynasty martial competition at any rate, and in terms of cultivation, he seemed to be even above the emperor's son, Presently, Yi Xiao even had a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, yet had still died. Of course, he thought that it was because Yi Xiao was unfortunate. As far as he was concerned, Su Li, Long Yun, and Feng Tianwu were all weaker than Yi Xiao. But all 3 of them hadn't died, yet Yi Xiao had, so it was surely because Yi Xiao's luck wasn't good and had encountered an existence stronger than himself. If the emperor knew that Su Li, Long Yun, and Feng Tianwu's strength wasn't inferior to Yi Xiao now, he would probably not think in this way. Tianwu. Feng Wudao looked at the inscription formation, and his eyes obviously contained slight worry. Even though his daughter's natural talent and strength wasn't bad, but she was facing the young experts of the various dynasties now, and there was no lack of existences that were stronger than her amongst them. Once she encountered them, she would have a slim chance of survival. I hope that kid, Ling Tian, can converge with Tianwu as soon as possible. Feng Wudao thought in his heart. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Ling Tian converged with his daughter, then his daughter would be safe. Presently, amongst the group of experts of the older generation in the sky above the combat arena, only Sword 13, Saber 5, Ning Kan, and Feng Wei were composed, whereas all the others had worried expressions. Ning Kan, Sword 13, Saber 5, and Feng Wei had disciples that were within the illusory purgatory, and the reason they were able to be so composed was undoubtedly because they were filled with confidence towards their disciples. Even though the illusory purgatory could be considered to be different than purgatory in the realm of mortals, yet it was no different to a purgatory in the realm of mortals to those weaker martial artists that encountered stronger martial artists, because their end would practically be one of death. 3 figures flashed out to surround a young man that had a wine gourd hanging at his waist, and one of the blue-clothed young men sneered. Zhang Shouyang, enemies really are bound to meet. You, this void interpretation stage young expert of the Darken Dynasty is probably going to die here today. It's you. The person that was surrounded was precisely Zhang Shouyang. Zhang Shouyang glanced disdainfully at the blue-clothed young man, and then his gaze descended onto the other thin young man as a trace of fear faintly flashed past his eyes. He was more or less slightly afraid of this young genius from the Darchu dynasty. At that day in the restaurant outside the Skywolf Fort, he'd already met this person once, and at that time, he'd noticed how terrifying this young man was, and that this young man was probably not inferior to him in cultivation. As for the blue-clothed young man, he utterly didn't take the young man seriously. Zhang Shouyang, you're dead for sure today. Let me tell you, amongst the 3 of us, besides me, Big Brother Kong and Big Brother Shao are both existences at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Especially Big Brother Kong, he has even comprehended second-level void interpretation concept, so killing you is extremely easy. The blue-clothed young man laughed coldly as he looked at Zhang Shouyang. Second-level void interpretation concept. Zhang Shouyang took a deep breath, and he felt his intuition was really not wrong. This thin young man was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 793, at the critical moment. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. The blue-clothed young man had a complacent expression from borrowing the might of others when he saw the change in Zhang Shouyang's expression. Even if I'm afraid, it isn't of you. Zhang Shouyang glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then he raised the wine gourd from his waist, had poured wine down his mouth as he gulped down large mouthfuls of wine. When he saw Zhang Shouyang still had the mood to drink wine when being surrounded by them, the blue-clothed young man couldn't help but laugh coldly. Drink, drink, you're bound to drink for the last time in your lifetime. You're too noisy. Zhang Shouyang, who was drinking wine, suddenly shouted out explosively. Right when the 3 young men that surrounded him couldn't help but be shocked for a moment, he struck out swiftly. At the instant Zhang Shouyang shouted out explosively, he raised up the wine gourd that he'd accumulated strength in since long ago before fiercely smashing it down. Origin energy coiled around the wine gourd's surroundings, and it quickly fused with his earth concept to materialize and envelop the wine gourd. The wine gourd that had a layer of clothes put on it tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of explosions that resounded out like thunderclaps as it flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man. In the sky, 64 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out behind him. Watch out! The thin young man and the other robust young man's expressions went grim as they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man with the intention of rescuing him. But unfortunately, their reactions were still too slow. Zhang Shouyang's strength wasn't inferior to the 2 of them, and he attacked at the same short period of time that both of them were stunned, allowing him to gain the initiative. The wine gourd smashed onto the head of the blue-clothed young man that revealed a terrified expression, and it blasted his head apart. The blue-clothed young man that was being complacent a moment ago had become a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Zhang Shouyang moved. Every time his legs flashed, they would step onto an enormous brick that appeared out of thin air, allowing him to gain momentum and flash out before grabbing the wine gourd that he'd smashed out in his hand. At the same time, the headless corpse plunged down to the ground and vanished within the illusory purgatory. When the headless corpse appeared outside, it caused all the experts of the older generation outside to be unable to help but feel terror in their hearts. Who exactly did this? His methods are actually so brutal. Many people gasped. I wonder from which dynasty this unfortunate fellow is from. The representatives of many dynasties frowned as they were worried this blue-clothed young man was from their dynasty. Because blue clothes were truly too ordinary, practically every dynasty had a young genius that wore clothes with this color. On the other hand, in the illusory purgatory, Zhang Shouyang who'd killed their companion under their noses caused both of the other young experts to be infuriated. I never imagined that you've already comprehended second-level void interpretation concept. The thin young man stared at Zhang Shouyang with a gloomy expression as the origin energy on his body raged, and then it transformed into red-colored flames that enveloped his entire body within it. In the sky above the thin young man, first 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. First level void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate fire concept. Besides that, it isn't only you who possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon. The eyes of the thin young man narrowed as a 7-foot-long spear appeared out of thin air in his hand, and at the instant the spear appeared, it was coiled around by the flames and started to tremble slightly. Subsequently, another 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. Obviously, the 7-foot-long spear in the thin young man's hands was a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, but its amplification strength was far inferior to the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyang's hands. After all, the grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd in Zhang Shouyang's hands was personally refined by Duan Ling Tian, and it was capable of providing an amplification of an entire 70%, causing it to be far from something the grade 3 spirit spear in the hands of the thin young man could compare to. Remember on the road to hell that it was the Darchu dynasty's Kong Feng that killed you. The grade 3 spirit spear in Kong Feng's hands shook and seemed like an agile python that was swinging its tail. With just the two of you. Disdain suffused the corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth. Kong Feng's strength was not bad indeed, yet the difference in spirit weapon caused Kong Feng's strength to be an entire 6,000 ancient mammoths inferior to him. Even though the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths wasn't much, yet it was a chasm that was difficult to surmount. Most importantly, Kong Feng's other companion seemed to only be a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level void interpretation concept according to the blue-clothed young man that was killed earlier. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist like this was inferior to him by the strength of an entire 10 ancient horned dragons or more and posed no threat to him. What, you're looking down on me? The other robust young man sneered as the origin energy on his body raged before transforming into numerous material violet-colored bolt of lightning that coiled around his body, causing him to seem as if he was the god of lightning that had descended into the mortal world. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. First 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Second level void interpretation stage. First level intermediate concept. Second level void interpretation stage. Zhang Shouyang's face went grim when he saw the strength revealed by the robust young man. To him, this second level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first level void interpretation concept was far more dangerous than the first level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended second level void interpretation stage concept, because the strength contained in origin energy could be amplified via spirit weapons. Even though I don't have a grade 3 spirit weapon, but I think that even if it's only a grade 4 spirit weapon, it's sufficient to make my strength surpass you in all respects. The cold smile on the robust young man's face grew wider as a thick and broad saber appeared in his hands. Along with the material violet-colored bolts of lightning fusing into the saber, another 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. When the robust young man exerted his full strength, it had already surpassed the strength of 67 ancient horned dragons, whereas Zhang Shouyang's strength was only comparable to the strength of 64 ancient horned dragons. Xiao Feng, you suppress him. I'll take his life. Kong Feng seemed to be not surprised in the slightest by the strength revealed by the robust young man, and he obviously knew very well about the robust young man's strength in his heart. Perhaps, it was precisely because of this that he would speak those words to Zhang Shouyang earlier. Remember on the road to hell that it was the Darchu dynasty's Kong Feng that killed you. Xiao Feng and Kong Feng moved from the front and back to seal Zhang Shouyang's paths of retreat. Zhang Shouyang's gaze flickered, and his face darkened completely. If Kong Feng was joining forces with a martial artist that was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended first level void interpretation concept, he wouldn't be worried in the slightest. Yet now, he felt he didn't have the slightest confidence of winning. Since he didn't have the confidence to win, he didn't have the intention of going head-on with them. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Shouyang stomped down and instantly stepped onto the enormous brick formed out of thin air by his origin energy and earth concept before utilizing this force to fly out. Zhang Shouyang's entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed directly towards the distance, and he wanted to flee far away from here. Chase him, but unfortunately, Kong Feng and Xiao Feng were prepared long ago, and at the instant Zhang Shouyang stomped on the brick, they'd moved out to stop Zhang Shouyang a step before him. Kill. When he saw this, Zhang Shouyang realized that he had to slaughter his way out, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to flee. In the first possible moment, Zhang Shouyang chose Kong Feng, who possessed a comparatively weaker strength, and he raised his wine gourd before smashing it down right away, causing terrifying and heaven-shaking explosions of the air to resound out. Xiao Feng. Kong Feng didn't dodge when he saw this, and the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand shook yet didn't move to stop Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd, but instead started to ceaselessly accumulate strength. At the critical moment, the thick and broad saber in Xiao Feng's hands that was coiled with violet-colored bolts of lightning fiercely descended onto the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyang's hands, and it blasted it away from its trajectory that would flash towards Kong Feng. Now, Kong Feng's eyes lit up and seized the opportunity that Zhang Shouyang temporarily didn't have a spirit weapon in his hands to rely on, and the grade 3 spirit spear in Kong Feng's hands that had been accumulating force since long ago swept out abruptly. The fiery red-colored 7-foot-long spear swept out like a flaming dragon that left its cave, and it pierced towards Zhang Shouyang with a speed so swift that it far surpassed the speed of Zhang Shouyang's movement technique. Zhang Shouyang had just moved when the 7-foot-long spear had already carried along a dense aura of death to arrive nearby, and it intended to pierce through his body. Am I going to die? At the critical moment, Zhang Shouyang's heart shook, and the figure of his wife, Wang Chong, appeared in his mind at the first possible moment. Chong, if I'm reborn in the world, Zhang Shouyang's thoughts hadn't finished speaking when a brief sword howl instantly pierced into his eardrums, and it caused his mind to shake and the beautiful figure in his mind vanished, whereas, the grade 3 spirit spear that was about to penetrate to him was blasted to the side and pierced nothing but air. Who? Along with Kong Feng and Xiao Feng's grim shouts entering into his ears, Zhang Shouyang saw a familiar face appear before him, and it caused his eyes to light up. Brother Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. When he heard Zhang Shouyang and saw the familiar violet-colored figure, Kong Feng's face went grim. If it was the young genius of another dynasty, perhaps the young genius wouldn't know Duan Ling Tian's strength, but Kong Feng had seen Duan Ling Tian make a move in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day. At that time, Duan Ling Tian slapped his companion with a speed so swift that even caused him to feel ashamed for his inferiority. At that time, he understood that Duan Ling Tian was at least in existence at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Feng's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Never had he imagined that the young genius from the darkened dynasty that had been in the limelight 2 days ago would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. He seems to be only 28, right? A casual strike of his sword blasted away the grade 3 spirit spear in Kong Feng's hand. In terms of strength, I'm afraid he isn't inferior to me. Such natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. Big brother Zhang, aren't you too ferocious? Going against the joint forces of a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist and a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist with a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage, only you can do such a thing. Duan Ling Tian completely disregarded Kong Feng and Xiao Feng as he smiled to Zhang Shouyang. Zhang Shouyang felt a wave of speechlessness when he heard this. Do you think I wanted to? If he knew since long ago that there was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist amongst his enemies, he would have fled at the instant he killed that blue-clothed young man. If he fled at that time, Zhang Shouyang had the confidence to not allow Kong Feng and Xiao Feng to chase up to him. Chapter 794, Instant Kill. Alright, we'll speak about other things later. The urgent matter at hand is to first deal with these unrelated people. Duan Ling Tian spoke to Zhang Shouyang as he turned around to look at Kong Feng and Xiao Feng. Presently, Kong Feng and Xiao Feng had already retreated into the distance, and their expressions instantly sank when they heard Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian actually called us as unrelated people. Zhang Shouyang nodded. The appearance of Duan Ling Tian caused his confidence to rise greatly, and he didn't have the intention of fleeing any longer. His burning gaze locked onto Kong Feng at the first possible moment. Brother Ling Tian, leave this fellow that uses a spear to me. Then leave the other one that's holding a lousy saber to me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lousy saber? Duan Ling Tian's words caused Xiao Feng to burst into rage, and he shouted out coldly. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think you can defeat me just because you were capable of stopping Kong Feng's attacks? Defeat you. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Is it very difficult to defeat you? Kong Fang. Right when Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Feng were in confrontation, Zhang Shouyang had already attacked straight towards Kong Fang, and in a short moment, he'd already occupied an advantageous position in the battle. Before two people that possessed comparable ability, the difference of a few thousand ancient horned mammoths was still extremely large. So, Kong Fang was practically fighting Zhang Shouyang from a passive position. Xiao Feng. Kong Fang felt more terrified the more he fought, and he didn't doubt in the slightest that he would sooner or later be defeated by Zhang Shouyang if this continued, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to seek rescue from Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's face sank when he heard this, and the origin energy on his body surged out before swiftly transforming into numerous material violet-colored lightning that coiled around his body. The grade 4 spirit saber in the hands of Xiao Feng, who was like a god of lightning that had descended to the world, shook, and this lightning saber that was covered in bolts of lightning seemed to be ready to attack at any moment. Instantly, 67 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Xiao Feng. Besides that, another fierce aura soared from Xiao Feng's body and fused into the grade 4 spirit saber in his hands, and it emitted frightful coldness. Subsequently, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Third-level elementary saber concept. At this moment, Xiao Feng didn't hold back in the slightest and utilized all of his ability. Not only had he completely exploded out with his strength at the second level of the void interpretation stage, the amplification of the grade 4 spirit saber was completely revealed as well. Besides that, he exerted the first-level intermediate lightning concept and third-level elementary saber concept. Once the grade 4 spirit saber in Xiao Feng's hand struck out, it would be comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons and 4,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that appeared in the sky above Xiao Feng, and then he said, I presume your strength can be considered to be at the top amongst the 10 young geniuses of the Darchu dynasty that have come this time. But Duan Ling Tian didn't continue speaking. Origin energy coiled and flashed on his body before finally transforming into strands of strong winds that twined around him, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a god of wind. In the sky, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. First-level intermediate wind concept. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, he still couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart when he really saw Duan Ling Tian reveal a strength that wasn't inferior to him. How old was Duan Ling Tian? Yet how old was he? He knew that when he was at the same age as Duan Ling Tian, he wasn't even worthy of carrying Duan Ling Tian's shoes. Ha. Good. Today, I, Xiao Feng, will enjoy the chance of kill a genius in the martial Dao like you. I presume it'll be the achievement I'm most proud of in my entire life. Xiao Feng grinned as the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand shook, causing the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky to start surging. Obviously, he was already prepared to attack. But unfortunately, your dream can't come true. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice sounded out. At the instant Xiao Feng was stunned, he clearly saw that another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, strands of violet-colored energy had appeared in the material gale that swept around Duan Ling Tian's body, and there were faint sounds of lightning leaping about within it. Fourth-level elementary lighting concept. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. The concept Duan Ling Tian revealed now wasn't the slightest bit unfamiliar to him, and it was precisely the lighting concept that he comprehended primarily. Subsequently, he saw the phenomenon in the sky above Duan Ling Tian change once more, and another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more. These 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared separately. First-level elementary sword concept. First-level elementary earth concept. Xiao Feng's expression finally went grim. Never had he imagined that not only had Duan Ling Tian comprehended void interpretation concept at such a young age to break through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Ling Tian had actually comprehended another 3 extraordinary concepts. Was this a natural talent and comprehension ability that ordinary human cultivators were capable of possessing? Xiao Feng doubted it deeply. Presently, Duan Ling Tian hadn't utilized a spirit weapon, yet the phenomenon of the heaven and earth already revealed 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down from the sky with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Once Duan Ling Tian utilizes a spirit weapon, wouldn't his strength far surpass me? Xiao Feng was anxious. Duan Ling Tian, receive a strike of mine. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Feng struck out like a bolt of lightning with the intention of killing Duan Ling Tian and getting rid of all future troubles before Duan Ling Tian could withdraw a spirit weapon and accumulate force. But unfortunately, at the instant Xiao Feng attacked, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he could predict it and dodged to the side. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed about high above in the sky. At the same time that he stopped moving, a sword had appeared in his hand, and it was a sword that emitted a wave of terrifying aura. As soon as this sword entered his hand, the gale that twined around Duan Ling Tian's body instantly gushed into it. Instantly, another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky beside the existing 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. How can this be possible? The scene before him caused Xiao Feng's pupils to be unable to help but constrict. Amplification. An amplification of 100%. Duan Ling Tian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and when his origin energy exploded out completely, it was comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Presently, by relying on a sword, he'd obtained an amplification of the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons, and this caused Xiao Feng to have an expression of disbelief at the same time he felt exceedingly astounded. Even if it was a grade 1 spirit sword of legend, it would possess an amplification that was far less terrifying than this, right? Exactly what is this sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession? Xiao Feng was afraid, utterly afraid. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had utilized all his ability, and 86 ancient horned dragons had appeared in the sky above him, whereas, there were only 70 ancient horned dragons and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him. How was it possible to fight when the difference between them was almost the strength of 15 ancient horned dragons? Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Feng raised his saber to hang above his head as the material violet-colored lightning on his body flashed out swiftly to envelop his entire body within an enormous, lightning saber. The lightning saber tore through the sky and soared up with the intention of fleeing. Want to flee? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile of disdain when he saw Xiao Feng wanted to flee, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash with his sword concept, and it transformed into 2 material divine dragons that chased up to Xiao Feng. The divine dragons charged into the sky with a speed so swift, they were even faster than Xiao Feng, who'd seemed to have transformed into a lightning saber, and they chased up to him in a short amount of time. Duan Ling Tian, spare me! Spare me! Xiao Feng obviously noticed the arrival of danger and hurriedly pleaded for mercy in a loud voice that revealed strands of misery, and it shocked Zhang Shouyang and Kong Feng, who were in a fierce battle to the point of temporarily stopping. Both of them looked up into the sky in unison when they heard this. Under their gazes, the eyes of 2 material divine dragons abruptly shot out 4 extreme flashes that instantly entered into the lightning saber that charged into the sky. In the next moment, the lightning saber shattered and a corpse plunged to the ground. Subsequently, they saw that when the 2 divine dragons dispersed in the air, a violet-colored figure had chased up to the corpse that was falling down in midair before blatantly taking the spatial ring on the corpse's hand. The corpse continued falling before vanishing within the illusory purgatory along with the grade 4 spirit saber in its possession. Brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyang was completely stunned as he looked at the violet-colored figure high above in the distant sky. Even though he was filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian, yet never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian had killed Xiao Feng, who was at the second level of the void interpretation stage, in only a short amount of time. How can this be possible? Kong Feng's face was ghastly pale as he looked at the violet-clothed figure in the distance with an expression of disbelief. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill Xiao Feng in such a short period of time. Could it be that he's a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Suddenly, a thought that even he felt was absurd arose in Kong Feng's heart, yet once this thought arose, it was impossible for him to suppress it any longer. Earlier, after Duan Ling Tian withdrew the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and utilized his entire strength to kill Xiao Feng, he'd put away the spirit sword right away, whereas, the 86 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky had vanished along with this and wasn't seen by Zhang Shouyang and Kong Feng. So they utterly didn't know exactly what had happened earlier. Outside the inscription formation that formed the illusory purgatory, a corpse that held a grade 4 spirit sword fell down and fiercely plunged onto the combat arena. Xiao Feng, the representative of the Darchu dynasty, went grim in expression when he saw this person, and he cried out in shock. Xiao Feng. Instantly, a nearby representative of a dynasty looked at the representative of the Darchu dynasty with surprise. He's your Darchu dynasty's Xiao Feng. Supposedly, this Xiao Feng was already a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist 1 year ago. Xiao Feng already broke through to the second level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. The representative of the Darchu dynasty spoke with a gloomy expression. What? Instantly, the representatives of the various dynasties that had aloof expressions because the matter was of no personal interest to them revealed expressions of disbelief. Even a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist has been killed. Chapter 795. Colluding. After all, up until now, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were killed in the illusory purgatory were only at the void initiation stage, whereas, void interpretation stage martial artists couldn't be counted on one's hands and all of them were martial artists at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Yet now, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist was killed, and it caused the representatives of the various dynasties to feel slightly perturbed. Up until now, a total of 35 people have died. Another 9 people have to die before the remaining 50 people will be able to smoothly pass the first round of the selections and walk out from the illusory purgatory. Many representatives muttered to themselves and felt deep anxiety. Within the illusory purgatory, when facing Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang by himself, Kong Feng didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Unknowingly, the clothes behind his back had already been completely drenched by cold sweat. Big brother Zhang, want me to do it for you? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Kong Feng as he spoke to Zhang Shouyang, and his words caused Kong Feng's face to go ghastly pale. No. Zhang Shouyang shook his head as he dashed out to charge towards Kong Feng once again. The gourd tore through the sky and descended with overwhelming might, causing Kong Feng's face to darken as he hurriedly blocked with the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. But unfortunately, because Xiao Feng had been killed and Duan Lingtian who killed Xiao Feng was standing nearby, Kong Feng's mind was in chaos, and he was utterly unable to exert his full strength. After 15 minutes passed, Kong Feng was finally heavily injured under Zhang Shouyang's continuous attacks. The wine gourd descended from the sky like a mountain that pressed down from the sky and smashed Kong Feng to death. After Kong Feng died, Zhang Shouyang took away Kong Feng's spatial ring and grade 3 spirit spear before stomping onto Kong Feng's badly battered head and utilized the repulsive force to flash to Duan Lingtian's side, whereas, Kong Feng's corpse instead sped up as it flashed down and completely vanished from the illusory purgatory. Brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyang passed the spatial ring and grade 3 spirit spear to Duan Lingtian, yet was refused by Duan Lingtian. Big brother Zhang, what are you doing? These are your spoils from the battle and have nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for you, I'd have been killed by them since long ago. So how could I possibly obtain these spoils from the battle? Take it. Zhang Shouyang spoke resolutely. In the end, Duan Lingtian took the grade 3 spirit spear only. I can still return this grade 3 spirit spear to the cauldron and refine it once more to refine a spirit weapon with a higher quality. As for the spatial ring, you keep it, big brother Zhang. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian flashed forward. Zhang Shouyang kept away the spatial ring helplessly before following up to Duan Lingtian. I wonder how many people have died up until now. But, based on the time, at least more than 30 people have already died. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess on the way. I wonder where Su Li and young Miss Tian Wu are, said Zhang Shouyang. So long as they don't encounter those figures from the other dynasties that are difficult to deal with, then they ought to be fine with their strength. Even though he spoke like this, Duan Lingtian was still slightly worried in his herd. Su Li was fine as he possessed a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage, so he possessed the strength to protect himself. Even though Feng Tianwu possessed a fire spirit body, and her natural talent and comprehension both far surpassed ordinary people, but she was still too young after all. Moreover, she was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage, so there were many people that were capable of defeating and even killing her. In the illusory purgatory, even if one died, one would have died for nothing. Because unless someone had witnessed the scene with their own 2 eyes, otherwise, no one would know who was the one that killed a certain person. If something really happens to Tian Wu, then once Uncle Feng goes mad, I'm afraid he'd kill everyone besides the few of us who have a good relationship with Tian Wu. If something happened to Tian Wu, Duan Lingtian believed that Feng Wudao would absolutely not stand idly by, and he would surely avenge Tian Wu like a madman. Even though Feng Wudao always revealed a serious appearance before Feng Tianwu, it was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian was able to deeply feel the fatherly love Feng Wudao had for Feng Tianwu. It was a selfless fatherly love, a fatherly love that made him able to give everything for the sake of his daughter. Feng Wudao would even be willing to give up his own life for the sake of Feng Tianwu, and this was something Duan Ling Tian didn't doubt in the slightest. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he sped up to flash forward. He wanted to find Tianwu as soon as possible, because he was worried something unexpected would happen if he was too late. Zhang Shouyang followed closely behind him. An hour passed, yet Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang hadn't met a single young genius from the various dynasties all along the way. Duan Ling Tian. Right when Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang were continuing forward, they suddenly heard a grim shout sound out from afar. Duan Ling Tian stopped moving, and his fierce gaze directly flashed towards the source of the voice. It's him. Zhang Shouyang stopped along with Duan Ling Tian before looking over, and when he saw the figure that was approaching gradually, his brows couldn't help but raise because he'd recognized this person. This person was similarly a young genius that had come from the Darken dynasty to the ancient desert city to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, just like himself and Duan Ling Tian. Zishang. But when he thought of this person's unfathomable secret technique, Zhang Shouyang's pupils constricted gradually, and he had an expression of fear. After a short moment, when he recalled that the Duan Ling Tian who could undo Zishang's secret technique was just by his side, Zhang Shouyang heaved a sigh of relief and returned to normal. As for Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were suffused with pleasant surprise when he saw Zishang, and then they flickered with traces of cold lights. If he were to say who was the person he wanted to kill the most after entering the illusory purgatory, then it would be Zishang without a doubt. I was originally worried that I'd be unable to encounter Zishang. Yet never had I imagined that he would come looking for me himself. It's truly an effortless search. But in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Zishang was actually approaching directly towards him, and a brilliant smile clearly suffused Zishang's face. Duan Ling Tian saw the piercingly cold lights in Zishang's eyes clearly, and this caused him to be unable to help but be slightly bewildered. Zishang is actually not fleeing after seeing me. Logically speaking, he knows that the devil tablet in my possession is capable of suppressing the soul in his body that seems to belong to a martial emperor stage expert, so he ought to not dare fight me head-on. Could it be that he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter during this short 1 year of time? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, we ought to end everything between us, and this end will be done here. Zishang spoke indifferently. Looks like you're extremely confident of yourself. I wonder where you're getting his confidence from. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. I presume you're extremely clear about where my confidence comes from. You, Duan Ling Tian, ought to be unable to utilize that illusory realm soul skill in this place, am I right? Zishang sneered. Looks like that old fellow that's concealed in your body isn't a simple figure. He actually knows that I'm unable to utilize soul skills here. Duan Ling Tian's eyes slowly narrowed, yet he wasn't so surprised. If the owner of the strand of incomplete soul in Zishang's body was really a martial emperor stage expert in the past, then even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would surely have a certain level of understanding towards inscriptions. Because even if it was a martial emperor stage expert, once the expert entered a soul suppression formation constructed by an inscription master that possessed a spiritual force that was stronger, the expert would similarly be unable to utilize any abilities via spiritual force. But, even if I can't utilize soul skills here, do you think you're a match for me? After all, I have something that can counter that old fellow, and he can't help you, said Duan Ling Tian. He'd long since detected Zishang's current cultivation, and it was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage. If Zishang didn't have the assistance of the incomplete soul that seemed to belong to a martial emperor stage expert, it would be impossible for Zishang to defeat him. Zhang Shouyang stood at the side and was puzzled as he listened to the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Zishang, and he was utterly unable to discern what exactly the two of them were saying. Illusory realm soul skill. Old fellow, he knew nothing about it. HMPH. Zishang grunted coldly. Do you think I have to make a move myself to kill you? Zishang's words caused Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang to be unable to help but be stunned. Right at this moment, a swift figure flashed out from behind a faraway precipice, and it arrived to stand by Zishang's side in the blink of an eye. Zishang, I truly never imagined that you have someone that can counter you. No wonder you didn't kill me earlier and gave me a favor instead. So it turns out that it's for the sake of dealing with Duan Lingtian. The person that arrived spoke to Zisheng as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lu Yong. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he never imagined that Zisheng would collude with Lu Yong. If he were to say which young genius in the illusory purgatory he didn't have any certainty in obtaining victory against, then Lu Yong would undoubtedly be one of them. After all, he was unable to utilize his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, here. Lu Yong, the Darming dynasty's crown prince, was a martial artist at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Even if he only comprehended first-level void interpretation stage concept, his strength would far surpass Duan Lingtian after it was amplified by a spirit weapon. Even though he had the high-grade heaven rank offensive martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to rely on, but as a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist and the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, Lu Yong had surely cultivated a heaven rank martial skill. Even if his 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was more formidable than the heaven rank martial skill cultivated by Lu Yong, but Lu Yong's strength was far from something Duan Lingtian was capable of shaking, so he didn't have the slightest certainty when going against Lu Yong. Lu Yong, don't underestimate Duan Lingtian. It's only because we're here. If it was in the outside, then perhaps you wouldn't even have touched the corners of his sleeve before being killed by him, said Zisheng. I know, our Darming dynasty's Zhao Weiyi has already suffered a loss at his hands. Lu Yong nodded as his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and icy cold lights flickered within. Duan Lingtian, you caused trouble in my Darming dynasty's capital a few months ago and humiliated the young geniuses of my Darming dynasty before causing the death of the Zhao clan's elder Kun. I'll properly get even with you for this today. As Lu Yong spoke, the origin energy on his body swept out and abruptly shot into the sky before enveloping his entire body within it, causing him to transform into a great ball of flames. Chapter 796. Heaven-defying luck. Phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky above Lu Yong, and numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. First, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before another 30 condensed into form. That wasn't the end. Along with strands of material azure energy and violet energy leaping about within the flames, another 5 and 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively. 5th level elementary wind concept. 3rd level elementary lightning concept. A total of 78 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down aggressively from the sky, and it brought out a type of visual impact to others. This strength was still before the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong, utilized a spirit weapon. With a raise of his hand, a fan made of unknown materials appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the fan only possessed a frame and the leaves that covered it. Along with the flames on Lu Yong's body gushing into the fan was enveloped by a layer of flames and transformed into a flaming fan that ceaselessly flickered with scorching flames. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled once more in the sky as a group of ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and if one looked closely, they totaled at 27. Besides these 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another 2,000 ancient horned mammoth silhouettes had appeared. The strength of the third-level void interpretation stage when completely exploded out is comparable to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragon. An amplification of 27 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. The spirit fan in Lu Yong's possession is a grade 3 spirit weapon that's capable of providing a 68% amplification. Duan Lingtian saw through the ability of the spirit fan in Lu Yong's hand in the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Lu Yong possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon like this. At any rate, Lu Yong was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, so how could he possibly not possess a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on? The strength of 105 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Lu Yong. With Lu Yong's strength, not to mention he'd only comprehended first-level intermediate wind concept, even if he'd comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept, it would still be impossible for him to be a match for Lu Yong. Amongst all the young geniuses of the various dynasties that I know of up until now, perhaps only Zisheng is capable of defeating Lu Yong after he's possessed by the incomplete soul within his body that seems to belong to a martial emperor stage expert. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that Lu Yong had said Zisheng didn't kill him when he'd just made an appearance earlier. Obviously, Lu Yong had fought Zisheng, and Zisheng ought to have allowed the incomplete soul to possess his body, allowing him to defeat Lu Yong with overwhelming might, yet he didn't kill Lu Yong. Of course, it wasn't because Xianxia was merciful that he didn't kill Lu Yong, but was instead because he wanted to use Lu Yong to deal with Duan Lingtian. How scheming of Xianxia! Duan Lingtian's expression completely darkened as he looked at Xianxia, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light that seemed like it was waiting for a chance to swallow Xianxia up. At this moment, he even more urgently wanted to kill Xianxia. So long as Xianxia wasn't eliminated, Xianxia would sooner or later turn into a great calamity. What? Want to kill me? After he noticed the gaze filled with killing intent that Duan Lingtian shot over, he revealed a brilliant smile on his face. But unfortunately, you don't have the chance. You're bound to die here today at the hands of Lu Yong. If you have another lifetime, then remember this properly. Don't offend me, Xianxia. I, Xianxia, am not someone that you, Duan Lingtian, can afford to offend. As he finished speaking, beamed cheerfully, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Yong. Xianxia, are you so sure that Lu Yong can kill me? A talisman appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's right hand, and it was precisely one of the 3 talismans that his father had give him that day, and he'd utilized one in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. That talisman killed the Void Transformation stage expert of the Darken Dynasty's Imperial family. Presently, only 2 of these talismans remained in his possession. Truthfully speaking, he didn't want to utilize the talisman on Lu Yong, as even though Lu Yong was the Darming Dynasty's crown prince, as far as he was concerned, Lu Yong wasn't worthy of him using the talisman. It was no ordinary talisman, but a talisman that caused even Void Transformation stage experts to be killed instantly when facing it. The unwillingness in Duan Lingtian's heart to utilize this talisman on a mere 3rd-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist was obvious. Never mind. After I kill Lu Yong, Xianxia will be unable to escape death. Using a single talisman in exchange for their lives, even though I'm still suffering a loss, I'll be able to protect my life at any rate. Duan Lingtian consoled himself ceaselessly, otherwise, he was really worried that he wouldn't be willing to throw out the talisman in his hand and annihilate Lu Yong. HMPH. Stop deliberately being mystifying. Lu Yong, kill him. Xianxia regarded Duan Lingtian's words as beneath his notice, and he shouted out with a light voice. Lu Yong's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment when he heard this, and then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, watch out. Zhang Shouyong's face went grim as he shouted out explosively. Even though he knew he was far from being a match for Lu Yong, yet he still took out his gourd and intended to stop Lu Yong. You're courting death. Xianxia grunted in a low voice as killing intent arose in his eyes, and then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a ruthless wild beast that pounced towards Zhang Shouyong in a flash. When facing Lu Yong, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand that held the talisman, and he intended to toss out the talisman and directly annihilate Lu Yong. Right when he was about to toss out the talisman, he felt the scene before his eyes shake, causing him to instinctively grab tightly onto the talisman in his hand, and he didn't throw it out. At the same time, the scene before his eyes went black, as if the entire heavens and earth had suddenly undergone some sort of unusual movement. Haha, I never imagined that my luck was so good. In this instant, Duan Lingtian completely came to a realization, and he understood what had happened. Right when Duan Lingtian's delighted thoughts had just arisen within his mind, an expanse of light arose before his eyes, and he'd appeared in the sky above a vast combat arena. We've come out. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile as he casually put away the talisman in his hand. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what had happened when he saw everything before him. When Lu Yong made a move against him with the intention of killing him and he intended to toss out the talisman to annihilate Lu Yong, the 44th person had been killed within the illusory purgatory. Since 44 people had been killed and 50 remained, it also meant that the first round of the selections had come to an end, whereas they would be sent out from the illusory purgatory formed from the inscription formation in a timely manner, and this also allowed him to save an extremely precious talisman. This luck of mine is simply heaven-defying. Even though he wasn't able to kill Lu Yong and Xianxia, yet Duan Lingtian didn't feel the slightest bit regretful. So long as he left the illusory purgatory, his spiritual force wouldn't be restricted any longer, and he was able to utilize his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, as he pleased. Now he was completely capable of killing both Lu Yong and Xianxia without the talisman. Ha 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 ha. After a short moment, Zhang Shouyong's loud laughter resounded out, and it was filled with joy. Obviously, he'd realized what had happened as well. Originally, he'd already held the thought that he would die without a doubt, yet at the critical moment, a scene like this had occurred, and it caused him to have no choice but to sigh with emotion about their luck. Of course, the reason he would think like this was because he utterly didn't know that Duan Lingtian had another way to kill Lu Yong. Zisheng and Lu Yong appeared nearby, and after feeling a wave of confusion, they realized what had occurred, causing their faces to go grim. You got lucky. The icy cold gaze that Zisheng shot out flashed past Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang as he grunted coldly. If I knew earlier, I'd have attacked earlier. If I'd attacked as soon as possible, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. Lu Yong sighed and felt slightly regretful. Lu Yong knew that since they'd left the illusory purgatory, it also meant that Duan Lingtian could utilize his illusory realm soul skill. According to the information he obtained from Zisheng, once Duan Lingtian utilized that illusory realm soul skill against him, then the outcome will surely be one of no survival for him. We've come out. Haha, we've come out. Meanwhile, the groups of young geniuses that had appeared out of thin air in the sky above the combat arena with Duan Lingtian had started laughing, and some even lost their composure and starting cheering. The time they experienced within the illusory purgatory was simply like a form of torture to them, as they were worried if they would encounter an existence stronger than them and be killed at every single moment. Now, they'd come out and had survived through the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, they'd obtained the qualifications to advance and participate in the second round of the selections. But in next to no time, the group of young geniuses that were cheering seemed to have noticed something, and all of them seemed as if their throats were choked tightly and were unable to make the slightest sound any longer. The numerous corpses that lay on the combat ring ceaselessly impacted their eyes and caused them to feel a wave of horror. Just like them, these people were living people before entering the illusory purgatory, yet now, while they'd come out from the illusory purgatory still alive, the others had become numerous icy cold corpses. Many of these people were their friends and companions, and it was precisely the death of these people that won a chance for them to survive. Suddenly, the sky above the combat arena was deathly silent. Yi Shao, Bai He, Bai Hao. All of them died. Duan Lingtian looked at 4 corpses that were piled up together, and they were 4 of the 10 young geniuses that came from the Darkened Dynasty this time. 3 of these people were existences with extraordinary strength, and they weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. The Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao, the Darkened Dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, and the young prince Bai Hao. I never expected that even Bai Hao would die. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. He knew of Bai Hao's strength, and it was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Bai Hao to obtain the third in the dynasty martial competition of the Darkened Dynasty 1 year ago. Only Zisheng remains amongst the members of the imperial family. All the blood relatives of the emperor have died. I presume he isn't feeling well. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at the Darkened Dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the face of the Darkened Dynasty's emperor was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were even suffused with a scarlet red color. Chapter 797, Wishful Thinking. Duan Lingtian could understand the feelings of the Darkened Dynasty's emperor. The emperor's most outstanding son and the nephew that was even more outstanding than his son had died just like that, and they'd died far from home. This was indeed something that was difficult to accept. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that after the Darkened Dynasty's emperor took a deep breath, his expression recovered to normal, and his face actually revealed a smile when he looked towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. At the same time, the emperor's voice transmission that was filled with an intention of congratulating entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body become slightly cold. It was said that emperors are heartless, and today, he could be considered to have completely understood it. Perhaps in his eyes, if his son died, he could give birth to another, whereas, his nephew didn't matter even more. To him, the most important thing was the benefit the Darkened Dynasty could obtain during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Amongst the 50 people that had survived the first round of the selection, the Darkened Dynasty occupied 6 of these positions, causing it to be firmly ranked at the front amongst the 10 dynasties. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang returned to the area where Feng Wudao, Sword 13, and Saber 5 stood, whereas, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun were already standing in the air there since long ago. Big Brother Duan, Big Brother Zhang. When Feng Tianwu had just come out from the illusory purgatory and returned to Feng Wudao's side, Her gaze had searched urgently for a trace of Duan Ling Tian, and she only heaved a sigh of relief after she saw Duan Ling Tian was completely unharmed. Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang nodded, and then Zhang Shouyang ridiculed. Young Miss Tian Wu, you didn't see it in the illusory purgatory earlier. Brother Ling Tian was looking for you extremely anxiously. Big brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian didn't expect that Zhang Shouyang would sell him out in the blink of an eye, and he instantly glared angrily at Zhang Shouyang. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed bright red when she heard this, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. I and young Miss Tianwu encountered each other early on, and we didn't encounter any formidable enemies. So after we killed a few people, we concealed ourselves at the side and waited for the first round to end. Su Li said with a smile, I saw both of you coming out together. Could it be that you encountered each other in there? Yes. Zhang Shouyang nodded, and then he heaved a sigh of relief with a slight lingering fear in his heart. Both of you were lucky. I and brother Ling Tian were almost killed by Zishang and Lu Yong. The expressions of Feng Tianwu and Su Li couldn't help but darken when they heard Zhang Shouyang, and Su Li said with a frown, how did Zishang come to collude with Lu Yong? Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for big brother Duan, right? Feng Tianwu had a certain level of understanding towards Duan Ling Tian's strength. Brother Ling Tian seemed to be unable to execute that secret technique that's capable of confusing his enemies in there. Zishang could be disregarded, as brother Ling Tian had a method to counter Zishang's secret technique, and even if he didn't utilize the secret technique, brother Ling Tian wasn't afraid of him. But once Lu Yong exerted his full strength combined with the strength amplified from his grade 3 spirit weapon, it was comparable to the strength of 105 ancient horned dragons. I and brother Ling Tian wouldn't be a match for him if we went head-on against him. Zhang Shouyang spoke with slight fear. Then what happened in the end? Feng Tianwu's expression went slightly pale when she heard this. Even though she knew Duan Ling Tian had already tided over the difficult situation, yet she still broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian in her heart. As for Duan Ling Tian, who was the concerned party, he instead stood at the side with a calm expression. He knew clearly in his heart that even if he and Zhang Shouyang weren't sent out of the illusory purgatory in time, they would still be fine. The talisman in his possession was sufficient to easily annihilate Lu Yong. At this moment, no matter if it was Su Li or Long Yun, or even Feng Wudao, Sword 13, and Saber 5, all of them couldn't help but look at Zhang Shouyang. Obviously, they were all curious about what happened next that allowed Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang to tide over that dangerous situation. In the end, Zhang Shouyang suddenly started laughing, and he laughed brilliantly. In the end, when Lu Yong made a move against brother Ling Tian, the scene before our eyes went black, and then we were sent out of the illusory purgatory. Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this. Even that can happen. This luck of yours. Su Li felt speechless towards Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang's luck. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a sonorous voice broke the clamorous atmosphere at the scene, and it caused the scene to become quiet, whereas, the owner of the voice became the center of an attention. The Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master, Ning Kan. The gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Kan, and some of the people even faintly guessed what Ning Kan wanted to do. Looks like Vice Fort Master Ning really wants to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple. Duan Ling Tian is really lucky. Once he becomes the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning, he'll be completely capable of walking unhindered in Skywolf Fort, the ancient desert city, and even the area around the ancient desert city. Many young geniuses from the 10 dynasties that had survived the first round of selections looked at Duan Ling Tian with envious gazes. HMPH. The corners of Sword 13's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile, and he seemed to be ridiculing Ning Kan for not knowing his limitations. Since the beginning, he'd repeatedly declared that Ning Kan didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple, and Sword 13's words had even indicated that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to take Ning Kan as his master. Vice Fort Master Ning, do you have any comments? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Ning Kan and spoke frankly. Before the first round of the selections began, I promised that once you passed through the first round of the selections and no matter what method you utilized to pass through it, you can become the personal disciple of Ning Kan. Ning Kan spoke slowly, and then, Duan Ling Tian yawned and asked with a slight lack of interest. Ning Kan frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's attitude, yet he still said with a low voice, now. I, Ning Kan, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, intend to take you, Duan Ling Tian, as my personal disciple. From today onwards, the Skywolf Fort will foster you into greatness with its full strength, whereas you must give everything to the Skywolf Fort, including your life." When he finished speaking, Ning Kan said indifferently, "All right, you can kneel down and carry out the formalities of taking me as your master." From the beginning until the end, Ning Kan was putting on a one-man show, and he didn't even ask Duan Ling Tian's opinion. Moreover, when as he finished speaking, he even asked Duan Ling Tian to kneel down and carry out the formalities of taking him as master. It was as if he utterly didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would refuse him, whereas most of the people present didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would refuse. As far as they were concerned, taking Ning Kan as master was only beneficial and not harmful in the slightest. So, Duan Ling Tian didn't have any reason to refuse. Vice Fort Master Ning. Right when the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Ning Kan. "You seem to have not understood something, right?" Ning Kan frowned as his expression sank slightly. "Could it be that Duan Ling Tian is really going to refuse me? For the beginning until the end, your wish of asking me to take you as my master seemed to only be your own wishful thinking, right? You first asked me to take you as my master, and under the circumstances of not even asking for my opinion, you brazenly asked me to kneel down and conduct the formalities of taking you as my master. Yet I wonder, where did you get such great confidence from? Are you sure I wouldn't refuse?" When Duan Ling Tian spoke up to hear, he glanced deeply at Ning Kan, and his eyes contained a slight mocking expression. Not to mention Ning Kan's tone of superiority from the beginning caused him to be extremely annoyed. Even if Ning Kan begged him to take Ning Kan as his master, he wouldn't be willing. It was just as Sword 13 had said, a vice fort master of a mere third-rate sect of the foreign lands truly didn't possess the qualifications to be his master. He, Duan Ling Tian, possessed the memories of the 2 lifetimes experienced by the rebirth martial emperor when he came to the foreign lands. As far as he was concerned, only those experts that stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent, martial emperor stage experts, had the qualifications to be his master. A mere old fellow that hadn't even stepped into the martial monarch stage dared talk nonsense before him and wanted to take him as a disciple. Truly laughable. Duan Ling Tian's truthful words caused most people present to break out in cold sweat for him. Has Duan Ling Tian gone mad? He actually dares to brazenly refuse Vice Fort Master Ning, and he didn't hold back with his words in the slightest, nor did he leave any room for discussion. Don't forget that he has the experts of the Blade sect by his side to support him. Duan Ling Tian is simply looking for death. Zishang revealed a cold smile. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually openly go against the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. After all, this was the territory of the Skywolf Fort. Perhaps the Blade sect wasn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, yet as the saying goes, a mighty dragon is no match for a serpent in its home. Sword 13 might not be able to protect Duan Ling Tian in Skywolf Fort. What exactly does Duan Ling Tian want to do? The Darken Dynasty's emperor was slightly going crazy. He'd led the young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties precisely for the sake of the Skywolf Fort's rewards. He seemed to have already seen innumerable Grade 3 spirit weapons, Grade 3 medicinal pills, and even concept fragments arriving in his possession when the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Ning spoke out with the intention of taking Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple. But at the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured over his head, and it caused him to sober up completely. At the same time that he sobered up, traces of coldness arose in the heart of the Darken Dynasty's emperor. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian doesn't know he's representing our Darken Dynasty now? If he infuriates Vice Fort Master Ning, then our Darken Dynasty will have a hard time as well. Numerous gazes descended in unison onto Ning Kan, whose expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression and was angered to the point he was infuriated to the extreme. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Kan's side, abruptly took a step forward, and his icy cold and bone-piercing gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian as he said in a low voice, "Duan Ling Tian, my martial uncle wants to take you as personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful, Vice Fort Master Feng, according to what you said. If I want to take you as a personal disciple, it's also because I think highly of you." Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of Feng Wei in the slightest as he calmly met Feng Wei's gaze and spoke word by word. "Who do you think you are to dare compare yourself with my martial uncle? You." Feng Wei's eyes were filled with extreme rage as he spoke coldly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was stopped by the nearby Ning Wei with a raise of his hand. Ning Wei's gaze that didn't contain any emotion descended calmly onto Duan Lingtian. All right, then I'll ask you, are you willing to take me as your master? Chapter 798, 8th Level Fire Concept Fragment. Vice Fort Master Ning, I'm truly sorry. I'm not willing. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke out unhurriedly to answer Ning Can's question. For a time, many people present felt their scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian really dares to refuse him. Good, good, good. Ning Can took a deep breath and spoke the word, good, 3 times in succession before finally asked in a low voice. In this way, you've already taken Sword 13 as your master. As far as her was concerned, since Sword 13 had repeatedly said that he didn't have the qualification to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, then there would surely be a reason. The most likely reason was the Sword 13 had already taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Ning Can. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken yet when Sword 13 had already looked at Ning Can. You wouldn't be thinking that I've taken Duan Lingtian as my disciple earlier, and that's why I ridiculed you as not possessing the qualification to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple, right? HMPH. Ning Can grunted coldly, and he obviously admitted it in an implied manner. Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I, Sword 13, feel that I'm just like you and don't possess the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as a personal disciple either. Sword 13 continued. Sword 13's words was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone present to go into an uproar. Sword 13, an expert from a power of the foreign lands, the Blade sect, that wasn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, and an existence that was on equal standing with these 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had actually openly said that he didn't possess the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as a disciple. A young genius from a mere dynasty, so on what basis was he able to make Sword 13 speak words like this? Besides Su Li, most of the people felt deeply perplexed. Only Su Li knew extremely clearly about what his master was thinking in his heart. Because the reason his master would speak like this was entirely because he'd told his master about Duan Lingtian's background. Just like him, Duan Lingtian was from a kingdom that was beneath an imperial kingdom that was beneath an empire that was beneath the Darken dynasty. A kingdom was the smallest subordinate power that was of the lowest level and most remote amongst the subordinate powers of the Darken dynasty. Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it was the Darken dynasty, that tiny little kingdom was no different than a remote village in the eyes of the Darken dynasty. Yet it was precisely a young man from a remote village that had moved step by step to traverse a path of his own and possess his current shocking strength, according to Sword 13's guess. There seemed to only be 2 types of possibilities to explain why Duan Lingtian was able to possess such accomplishments in such a short period of time. The first, Duan Lingtian possessed a master of extraordinary origins, and his master ought to be an expert that possesses terrifying strength. The second, Duan Lingtian didn't possess a master, and he'd relied on himself and the various fortuitous encounters he'd obtained to arrive at his current accomplishments. No matter which possibility it was, as far as Sword 13 was concerned, Ning Can didn't possess the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master. Because even if Ning Can had taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple while Duan Lingtian was young, Duan Lingtian might not be able to possess his current strength. Moreover, according to his knowledge, Duan Lingtian also possessed a secret technique that was utilized with spiritual force, and it was an ability that even martial monarch stage experts might not be able to come into contact with. Not to mention Ning Can, even a martial monarch stage expert was unable to teach Duan Lingtian this. I truly never imagined that you, Sword 13, would give such a high evaluation to a little kid. Ning Can laughed coldly, yet his expression had eased up slightly. To a certain extent, Sword 13's words could be considered to have given him a way out. After he glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian, Ning Can didn't say anything further because he knew that no matter what he said, he would only bring insult to himself. Of course, in his heart, he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning Duan Lingtian's bones and scattering his ashes. But he knew that for the sake of the Skywolf Fort's face, and because of the presence of Sword 13 and Saber 5 who were experts from the Blade sect that he was afraid of, he didn't dare act rashly. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was only an ant, and it wouldn't be too late even if he waited for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to end before thinking of a way to kill Duan Lingtian. Moreover, who could guarantee that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive in the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The first round of the selections has ended. Gather here tomorrow morning as well, and at that time, I'll lead all of you towards the place where the second round of the selections will be held. Ningkan looked around at the remaining 50 young geniuses and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body had vanished on the spot, and he'd left. HMPH. Feng Wei's gaze that was filled with killing intent flashed towards Duan Lingtian as he snorted coldly, and then he brought along the personal disciple he'd just taken today, Lu Yong, and left to enter the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. Most of the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal expressions of envy as they looked at Lu Yong's disappearing figure. The representative of the Darming dynasty this time, the Zhao clan's Zhao Qian, revealed a rare trace of a smile on his face. The crown prince of their Darming dynasty being able to become the personal disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was utterly beneficial to their Darming dynasty. Wei Yi, properly display your ability in the following selections. You might have a chance to take the other fort masters of Skywolf Fort as a master. Based on the current situation, Vice Fort Master Feng is only an ordinary Vice Fort Master, and even Vice Fort Master Ning has a higher status than him. After Elder Qian noticed that Zhao Weiyi's expression was gloomy, he guessed what Zhao Weiyi was thinking, so he consoled. Moreover, don't forget that the one with the highest position in Skywolf Fort isn't those Vice Fort Masters, but is instead the elusive Fort Master. Zhao Weiyi's dim eyes finally contained a glow when he heard this, and his face contained an extra sense of resolution. But when his gaze accidentally descended onto the distant violet-clothed young man, his expression couldn't help but darken. The violet-clothed young man wasn't unfamiliar to him and had even caused him to suffer deep humiliation. To him, when the violet-clothed young man used an unfathomable and peculiar ability to defeat him in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion that day, it was the greatest humiliation he suffered in his entire lifetime. When he recalled how the violet-clothed young man had refused to take Vice Fort Master Ning as master, his expression became even more unsightly. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, that Duan Lingtian disdained to take as his master just happened to be someone he wanted to take as his master even in his dreams. For a time, an indescribable bitterness arose in his heart. At this instant, he suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian, who was already ahead of him, seemed to have thrown him even further into the distance, and it caused him to be unable to catch up. Could it be that I, Zhao Weiyi, will be unable to defeat him and wash away the humiliation I suffered for my entire life? No, I'm not resigned to this fate. Zhao Weiyi roared endlessly with unwillingness in his heart. I truly never imagined that one day has passed just like this. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sunset glow in the horizon. Day and night couldn't be distinguished within the illusory purgatory, so he was unable to sense the change in time. Unknowingly, an entire day had already passed during the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, selections. Let's go have dinner. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people by his side and suggested. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid that Sword 13 would refuse, so his gaze directly descended onto Sword 13. Senior, come with us as well. Unexpectedly, Sword 13 didn't refuse, and it was even to the extent that even Saber 5 and Long Yun had come along to have food, causing Duan Lingtian to feel speechless. Is the skin of this pair of master and disciple so thick? After Duan Lingtian's group left, the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena finally made a move. Some of them helped the elders of Skywolf Fort clear up the corpses on the combat arena, while the remaining people either headed out of Skywolf Fort or headed towards the pavilion Skywolf Wolf arranged for them. On exactly what basis did that Duan Lingtian obtain such a high level of acknowledgement from that expert of the Blade Sect? Yes, that expert from the Blade Sect is obviously an expert at the same level as Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng, yet he actually said that he doesn't possess the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, and it's truly unbelievable. Perhaps the Blade Sect expert is intentionally being mystifying. Duan Lingtian, that had become known well by all the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties 2 days ago, had once again become the center of their discussions. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. Martial Uncle, Duan Lingtian was so presumptuous before you today. Could it be that you're going to let it go like that? In a vast courtyard, Feng Wei frowned as he looked at Ning Kan. Ning Kan's eyes narrowed as a strand of cold light flashed past his eyes. Then what do you think I should do? Kill him directly, not to mention that Sword 13 will stop me. Even if I really kill him, what would the people outside say about me? They would say the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, wanted to take a young man as his personal disciple, but he turned angry from embarrassment because the young man refused him. Then he used his might to bully and kill the young man. As he finished speaking, Ningkan snorted coldly. Could it be that we're going to just let this matter go? Feng Wei's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he said with an unwilling expression, he undoubtedly looks down at our Skywolf fort by treating martial uncle like that. I'm not willing to let him off like that. Let him off. Impossible. Ningkan sneered. Martial uncle, what do you mean it? Feng Wei's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't forget that there are still another 3 rounds of selection in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Go tell that personal disciple you just accepted that so long as he's able to kill Duan Lingtian and help me vent my anger, I'll give him an 8th level fire concept fragment. Said Ningkan. 8th level fire concept fragment. Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp when he heard Ningkan. Even though he'd given a 3rd level fire concept fragment to his personal disciple, yet there was a difference like the difference between the heavens and the earth between it and the 8th level fire concept fragment in his martial uncle's possession. A 3rd level fire concept fragment was only capable of assisting a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to advance swiftly until the 3rd level of advanced fire concept. After the martial artist comprehended 3rd level advanced fire concept, the 3rd level fire concept fragment would transform into powder and vanish. Cultivation after that would require the martial artist to rely on the martial artist's own comprehension, or perhaps rely on finding another fire concept fragment of an even higher level. On the other hand, an 8th level fire concept fragment was sufficient to allow a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly attain the state of 8th level advanced fire concept within a short period of time. Even if it was in the Skywolf fort, there were very few 8th level advanced concept fragments. Chapter 799, Colluding Again. Never had Feng Wei imagined that his martial uncle would actually take out the 8th level fire concept fragment he'd kept for a long time for the sake of killing Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Feng Wei deeply felt his martial uncle's hatred towards Duan Lingtian, and it was hatred that came from within the bones. Don't worry martial uncle, I'll tell Yang. Feng Wei's gaze flashed, and he felt happy in his heart for the personal disciple he'd just taken. After all, an 8th level fire concept fragment wasn't so commonly seen. An 8th level fire concept fragment came from a void transformation stage expert that had comprehended 8th level advanced fire concept, and a void transformation stage expert like this was usually in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. If one wanted to obtain an 8th level fire concept fragment, then one had to either wait for an existence like this to die from the depletion of lifespan, or kill an existence like this. Thus, it was obvious how difficult to come by an 8th level fire concept fragment was. In next to no time, Feng Wei had returned to the courtyard he lived in, and the personal disciple he'd just taken was arranged to stay within a room in this courtyard. Young, Feng Wei cried out as soon as he entered. Master. There was a total of 3 rooms in the courtyard, and a person walked out from the leftmost room before looking at Feng Wei with respect and reverence. It was the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. Even though Lu Yong was a supreme crown prince in the Darming dynasty, yet this place was the Skywolf fort, and it was a formidable power of the foreign lands that could annihilate the Darming dynasty by casually sending out an elder with deep cultivation. He didn't dare put on any airs before a power of the foreign lands like this. Ha ha. Yang, come, master has something to tell you. Feng Wei called Lu Yang over before going straight to the point. You ought to have seen how Duan Lingtian treated your martial ancestor, right? Yes. Lu Yang nodded, and he couldn't help but feel slightly afraid when he recalled the scene he saw in the outer fort not too long ago. Even though he didn't hope for Duan Lingtian to take that martial ancestor as master because once Duan Lingtian took Ningkan as master, he would be inferior by Duan Lingtian in seniority for his entire lifetime and had to call Duan Lingtian martial uncle. But never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be so audacious, and not only had Duan Lingtian directly refused his martial ancestor, Duan Lingtian's words didn't leave any room for discussion. Master, what do you want to tell me? Lu Yang asked curiously. Feng Wei didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke of what Ningkan had told him. So long as you're able to kill Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, your martial ancestor will give you an 8th level fire concept fragment. Lu Yang gasped as greed instantly suffused his eyes. However, this greed quickly vanished and a wisp of a bitter smile suffused his face. Feng Wei had noticed the changes in Lu Yang's expression from the beginning until the end, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Lu Yong reveal a bitter smile. Master, Lu Yong sighed. Actually, I was almost able to kill that Duan Ling Tian during the time we were within the illusory purgatory. But unfortunately, right when he was about to die at my hand, the illusory purgatory sent us out. His luck is so good. The corners of Feng Wei's mouth twitched, and he felt disbelief towards Duan Ling Tian's luck, then said, "Don't worry, there'll still be a chance later on." Later on, Lu Yong shook his head. Master, there's something you don't know. Duan Ling Tian isn't a simple figure. I heard from Xianxia that came from the Darkened Dynasty just like Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, Lu Yong spoke of everything Xianxia had told him about Duan Ling Tian's illusory realm soul skill. Illusory realm soul skill, soul skill. Feng Wei's pupils constricted, and he revealed an astonished expression. Are you sure it's a soul skill? Besides variants and demon beasts that possess extraordinary natural talent, how can a human martial artist possibly execute a spiritual force technique similar to soul skills without becoming a martial emperor? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. As the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei understood soul skills extremely well, and he knew that it was an ability of variants and demon beasts that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Even though human martial artists were also capable of utilizing spiritual force techniques similar to soul skills, yet they had to break through to the martial emperor stage before being capable of utilizing it. When I heard Xianxia speak of this matter, it didn't seem to be fake. Lu Yong continued. Even if it was now, when he recalled the strand of black-colored flame brand that appeared between Xianxia's brows and the strength capable of completely crushing him that suddenly exploded out from Xianxia, he still couldn't help but feel a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, if Xianxia really wanted to take his life, then he would be dead for sure. So he felt that Xianxia had utterly no reason to deceive him. This Xianxia you mentioned is a member of the Darkened Dynasty. You were acquainted with him before this? Feng Wei frowned. I got to know him in the illusory purgatory. Lu Yong laughed bitterly. Illusory purgatory? You didn't kill him? Feng Wei was stunned. Kill him? Lu Yong stared blankly for a moment before laughing bitterly. Master, I wanted to kill him, but the problem is I'm utterly not a match for him. What? You're not a match for him? Feng Wei was shocked slightly. There's someone stronger than you in the Darkened Dynasty. Lu Yong nodded, and then asked. Right, Master, there's something I want to ask you. Do you know why a black-colored flame brand would appear between a person's brows? Moreover, after this black-colored flame brand appeared, the person's strength would instantly rise greatly. Black-colored flame brand? Feng Wei frowned. What's that? Lu Yong continued. Master, Xianxia was originally only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist and wasn't a match for me. But when a strand of black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows, he instantly possessed a strength comparable to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage and caused me to be unable to even fight back before him. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist instantly possessed a strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. A black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows. Feng Wei's frown grew even deeper, and then he guessed. Could it be a secret technique? I don't know. Lu Yong shook his head. Looks like I have to meet Xianxia. You go call him over, said Feng Wei to Lu Yong. Yes, Lu Yong replied and left. In a restaurant near Skywolf Fort, Duan Ling Tian's group were sitting around a table and enjoying fine wine and good food. After being hungry for an entire day, everyone was immersed in eating and drinking voraciously. Before long, the fine wine and delicacies on the entire table were swept clean. After eating their fill and Duan Ling Tian paying the bill, their group left the inn and soared up into the sky with the intention of returning to Skywolf Fort. Suddenly, Sword 13 and Saber 5's figures stopped moving as they turned around to glance at the side of the restaurant, and when they didn't notice anything unusual, the two of them continued forward. After Duan Ling Tian's group left, an aged figure walked out from the shadows at that place when Saber 5 and Sword 13 glanced at earlier. Duan Ling Tian, you got lucky. I don't believe that Sword 13 will be able to follow by your side at all times. The old man's eyes emitted a gleam of hatred as he gnashed his teeth. The old man was the patriarch of the Dongguo clan, Dongguo Lei. For the sake of finding a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian with a single blow, he'd always been laying in ambush outside the Skywolf Fort while waiting for a chance, and even though Duan Ling Tian had finally come out today, he didn't have a way to make a move. The expert of the Blade sect, Sword 13, had always been following by Duan Ling Tian's side, and he was utterly unable to find a chance to make a move. Could it be Dongguolei? Even though the actions of Sword 13 and Saber 5 were brief, yet it was still noticed by Duan Ling Tian, who possessed an extremely great observational ability, and he couldn't help but guess in his heart. Within the ancient desert city, it was undoubtedly the Dongguo clan's patriarch Dongguolei that would want to take his life, whereas, now that he suspected someone was observing them from the shadows, he guessed that the person was most probably Dongguolei. It's easy to dodge a strike in the open, yet an arrow from the shadows is difficult to avoid. Dongguolei will eventually become a great trouble if he isn't killed. Duan Ling Tian pondered in his heart on the way back. But, Dongguolei was a 6th level void transformation stage martial artist after all, and there was only one way he could take to kill Dongguolei, and that path was to utilize the talisman his father had left behind for him. However, only 2 of those talismans remained, and if it wasn't a necessity, he was really unwilling to utilize them. Never mind, I won't take the initiative to go against him, but if he really comes looking for me, then even if I have to utilize a talisman, I'll still kill him to get rid of any future troubles. Duan Ling Tian resolved in his heart. Isn't that Lu Yong? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but look along his gaze, and Duan Ling Tian noticed that Lu Yong was heading towards a pavilion. Isn't that the pavilion Zishang resides in? Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows slightly knit together. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian's group saw that after Lu Yong stood in the sky outside a pavilion for a short moment, a figure shot out from within the pavilion and converged with Lu Yong. Zishang. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as extremely cold lights flickered within his eyes. If this wasn't the Skywolf fort and attacking others was prohibited strictly, otherwise, he'd wish for nothing more than to charge up and directly kill Zishang now. Lu Yong brought Zishang to the inner fort. What do they want to do? Zhang Shouyang frowned when he saw Lu Yong and Zishang swiftly entering the inner fort, and he spoke with a slightly worried tone. As far as he was concerned, nothing good would come from these 2 fellows being together. Lu Yong, do you know why Vice Fort Master Feng is looking for me? Zishang asked Lu Yong after they entered the inner fort. It's mainly for the sake of asking you about Duan Ling Tian's illusory realm martial skill. My martial ancestor wants me to kill Duan Ling Tian during the later selections of the martial competition, and he didn't spare to give out an 8th level fire concept fragment for this, said Lu Yong. 8th level fire concept fragment. Zishang's gaze lit up brightly and a sheen of greed flickered faintly within his eyes, yet it quickly died down. What a pity. Zishang, actually, there's always been something that I've been curious about. Exactly what is Duan Ling Tian using to counter you? After all, you're completely capable of instantly killing him with the strength you possess after the flame brand appears between your brows. Lu Yong had always been puzzled by this, and he was always unable to wrap his head around it. Chapter 800, a variant, innate ability. Even though he'd vaguely discerned from the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Zishang in the illusory purgatory today that Duan Ling Tian seemed to be capable of countering Zishang, yet he didn't know how Duan Ling Tian countered Zishang. Zishang glanced indifferently at Lu Yong, yet didn't say anything. He wasn't stupid to the point of revealing his weak point. Lu Yong seemed to have discerned the deep meaning within Zishang's gaze and he smiled embarrassedly while gesturing to Zishang. Let's go, I'll take you to see Master. Zishang met the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, once again in a spacious courtyard. Vice Fort Master Feng. Zishang nodded lightly to Feng Wei and it wasn't very warm. Even though Feng Wei was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, and Feng Wei was a supreme existence to him now, yet since that strand of incomplete soul had resided within his body, he knew that even an existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above was still like an ant before a true expert. On the other hand, the future of he, Zishang, was far from something a mere void transformation stage could restrain. He was an existence that would become a martial monarch and even a martial emperor. You're Zishang. Feng Wei's face sank instantly when he saw Zishang actually revealing such an arrogant attitude when facing him. Instantly, a terrifying aura swept out from him to press onto Zishang, and he wanted to make Zishang lower his arrogant head. But unfortunately, he quickly noticed that Zishang seemed to have utterly not felt his aura, and from the beginning until the end, Zishang had a calm expression and was looking at him with a spurious smile. Instantly Feng Wei's face sank, and he didn't hold back any longer, urging out his strongest aura to sweep out with the intention of making Zishang bend his body. Regretfully, no matter how his aura swept out like waves of a violent storm, Zishang still remained firm as a rock. Vice Fort Master Feng, don't waste your strength. Let's get to the point. Zisheng spoke impatiently. A mere void transformation stage martial artist wanted to suppress him with his aura. He wasn't a single person now after all, and there was another formidable soul hiding within his body. Even though it was only a strand of an incomplete soul, yet it wasn't something the aura of a mere void transformation stage martial artist could suppress. Zisheng. Right when Feng Wei's eyes revealed killing intent, Lu Yong's expression went grim as he glared at Zisheng. Please be respectful when you're talking to my master. Respect. Zisheng glanced indifferently at Lu Yong and ridiculed with disdain. Lu Yong, are you even worthy of speaking about respect with me? If I knew earlier that you weren't capable of killing Duan Ling Tian in the illusory purgatory today, I'd absolutely not have let you off. Good. Very good. Feng Wei glanced deeply at Zisheng as he suppressed the flames of rage in his heart and said in a low voice, I heard from my disciple that after a black-colored flame brand appeared between your brows, your strength would rise explosively. And it would instantly rise from the first level of the void interpretation stage to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed an expression of greed. If I'm not wrong, you ought to have executed some sort of secret technique, right? Secret technique. Zisheng was stunned before laughing with disdain. I know you won't admit it, but I advise you to obediently hand over that secret technique. Otherwise, this day next year will be the day of your anniversary. Feng Wei completely shed all pretenses, and a terrifying killing intent arose from him to sweep towards Zisheng. In next to no time, Feng Wei was stunned, because he noticed that Zisheng's expression didn't change in the slightest when facing his killing intent, and it was as if Zisheng was fearless. Aren't you afraid of death? Feng Wei's face sank. No one is unafraid of death. Zisheng shook his head. Then why are you so composed when faced with imminent death? Feng Wei asked with a low voice. The reason I'm composed is because I firmly believe that Vice Fort Master Feng won't kill me. Because once you kill me, not only will you be unable to obtain that secret technique you guessed about, you'll even be unable to obtain a treasure that's easily within your reach. Zisheng spoke confidently. Stop trying to deceive me. Feng Wei grunted coldly. If I'm not wrong, the reason Vice Fort Master Feng looked for me is mainly for the sake of finding out about Duan Ling Tian's ability, right? Actually, now that I speak of it, we're on the same boat with regards to dealing with Duan Ling Tian. All of you want Duan Ling Tian dead, and I want him dead as well. Zisheng spoke frankly. You're very intelligent, but compared to killing Duan Ling Tian, I'm more interested with the secret technique you possess. Feng Wei glanced deeply at Zisheng. Secret technique. Zisheng started laughing. Vice Fort Master Feng, if you think that I know some sort of secret technique, then you're sorely mistaken. Cloud Continent is extremely huge. Besides ordinary martial artists and a variety of demon beasts, Vice Fort Master Feng ought to have heard of variants, right? Variants. Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard this. Even though he'd never seen the variants of legend with his own two eyes, yet he'd seen introductions related to these variants from some books of unusual topics. Variants were the product of the union between humans and demon beasts, and the probability of them being born was low to the extreme. In Cloud Continent, so long as a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage, the demon beast would be a demon that could take human form and be no different from an ordinary human. Moreover, after these demons took human form, many of them would unite with humans and give birth to children. Normally speaking, the union of humans and demons would either give birth to pure humans or pure demon beasts. But there were also exceptions. Supposedly, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that a variation would occur, and this variation was the extremely rare variants of Cloud Continent. Variants were divided into two types, and they belonged to two extremes. One type was mediocre, and their natural talent and comprehension ability was even far inferior to their parents, whereas the other type possessed extremely heaven-defying comprehension ability and natural talent, and this type of variant could be a human or a demon beast. Both of them had a similarity in that was they both possessed a type of extremely terrifying ability. This ability was something they possessed innately, causing it to be unique and impossible to replicate. According to rumor, this ability was called an innate ability. What you mean is, you're a variant. Moreover, this ability of yours that can increase your strength in a short period of time is your innate ability. When Feng Wei looked at Zisheng once more, his pupils slightly constricted, and his voice was filled with astonishment. After all, variants and innate abilities were all something he'd seen in books, and he'd never encountered it in reality. I never imagined that Vice Fort Master Feng is so knowledgeable to actually know about the innate ability of his variants. Zishang smiled extremely brilliantly. Of course, he sneered in his heart instead. Actually, even he didn't know what variants were, nor did he know what an innate ability was a moment before this. All of this was something Ghost Flame, who hid in his body, had taught him to say, and it was only for the sake of deceiving the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort before him. Of course, no matter if it were variants or innate abilities, they really existed according to Elder Ghost, only Zishang wasn't one. Since you said you're a variant, then I really want to witness your innate ability. Feng Wei stared at Zishang with a burning gaze. What he wanted to do the most at this moment was to confirm whether Zishang's ability was a secret technique or an innate ability. If it was a secret technique, it would surely possess a side effect, and he would be able to perceive it, whereas, innate abilities were abilities that variants possessed innately, and it wouldn't have any side effects. As you wish. Zishang nodded. In the next moment, the origin energy in his body surged and caused the energy of the heavens and the earth to roil, and then it converged into 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In next to no time, a small black dot started to appear between Zishang's brows, and the small black dot swiftly expanded after it appeared before transforming into a black-colored flame brand in the end. Right at this moment, Feng Wei's gaze that looked towards the phenomenon of the heaven and earth above Zishang had changed slightly. The phenomenon of the heavens and earth had instantly undergone a tremendous change, and another 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had instantly appeared at the side of the existing 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. With mere origin energy, it was comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely the sign of a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. After half an hour passed, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows withdrew gradually, and the additional 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him gradually dispersed, causing the raging origin energy on his body to withdraw by more than half. As for Zishang himself, his face still remained calm, and one couldn't perceive that his actions from earlier had caused any side effects. Lu Yong, who stood at the side, couldn't help but gasp. Half an hour. Never had he imagined that Zishang was actually capable of maintaining a state of being at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage for half an hour. After all, after Zishang exploded out with the strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage that day, he was crushed in the blink of an eye, and he was pressed down by Zishang's strength to the point he wasn't even capable of fighting back. It's really an innate ability. Feng Wei's pupils constricted as after he saw that there were no side effects present on Zishang's body, he believed Zishang's words. I truly never imagined that I, Feng Wei, would actually be able to see a rumored variant in my lifetime. It's truly a stroke of luck. Besides that, the innate ability of legend is actually so terrifying. It's able to allow a 1st-level void interpretation stage martial artist to increase his strength to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage for a short period of time. Feng Wei sighed, and then he thought of something and asked. According to my knowledge, even the innate ability of a variant requires the consumption of spiritual force. Does your innate ability have any restrictions? It can only be sustained for almost an hour every day. Zishang was prepared for this since long ago, and he answered calmly. Almost an hour every day. The pupils of both Feng Wei and Lu Yong constricted at the same time, and they couldn't help but curse aloud at the same time. Freak. Zishang, could it be that Duan Ling Tian is a variant as well? Suddenly, Feng Wei seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. I heard Yang say that you said Duan Ling Tian is capable of executing soul skills. According to my knowledge, unless a human martial artist breaks through to the martial emperor stage, otherwise, it would be impossible for a human martial artist to execute an ability similar to a soul skill. Chapter 801. Zishang's Scheme. Duan Ling Tian, variant. Originally, Zishang hadn't thought of that Duan Ling Tian might be a variant, yet when Feng Wei called it to attention now, he couldn't help but be stunned. Elder Ghost, haven't you always been unable to discern why Duan Ling Tian is capable of executing soul skills? Do you think that he might be a variant? Zishang contacted the strand of incomplete soul in his body and asked with a low voice. It's possible. After a short moment, an aged and ghastly voice sounded out. Of course, it's also possibly because of something else. Nothing is certain. No one in this world dares say that he knows everything. Zishang's pupils constricted and slight fear was faintly mixed within his eyes as he continued to guess. I feel that it's very likely that he's a variant. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such a formidable strength at such an age? No matter if Duan Ling Tian is a variant or not, he absolutely can't be allowed to live. I have a feeling that if you can't kill him as soon as possible, then it will be you that'll die in the future. Eldest Ghost's words were filled with fear. Moreover, he possesses the devil-seal tablet and knows of my existence, and he even knows that the devil-seal tablet can counter me. Once you're dead, it's impossible for me to survive either. So, Elder Ghost, you must help me. We have to find a way to deal with him once and for all and completely wipe him out of existence in this world. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke ruthlessly. I'll absolutely not allow him to live. Elder Ghost's ghastly and hoarse voice was filled with icy cold and bone-piercing killing intent that caused Xianxia to be unable to help but shudder. Up until now, even he didn't know the true ability of this Elder Ghost, but he knew that Elder Ghost was absolutely an expert above the martial emperor stage at his prime. Xianxia. Feng Wei couldn't help but frown when he saw Xianxia didn't answer him but was instead in a daze, and he called out to Xianxia. Xianxia returned to his senses. Vice Fort Master Feng, you've guessed correctly. There's something that I was thinking for a long time earlier, and I've decided to tell you about it. Speak. Feng Wei's brows raised and slightly anticipated it. The reason I want to kill Duan Lingtian is mainly because he's capable of countering my innate ability. We're both variants, yet his bloodline is comparatively special, so when I execute my innate ability and launch an attack, my innate ability would automatically disperse before I've even approached him, causing me to return to my normal strength. Xianxia spoke slowly, and this excuse was taught to him by Elder Ghost. So that's how it is. Feng Wei nodded with understanding, and then he asked with a smile. Xianxia, you probably feel extremely awful in your heart since you have such a counter to your ability, right? Of course, I wish for nothing more than to tear him apart before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Xianxia's expression went serious as he said ruthlessly. Very good, since it's like that, then we have a common enemy. Do you have a method to deal with him? Asked Feng Wei. Unless we enter the illusory purgatory once more and Lu Yong is allowed to attack and kill him. Otherwise, no matter if it's me or Lu Yong, we don't have the strength to kill him. Xianxia shook his head. Illusory purgatory. Feng Wei frowned. Every single time that illusory purgatory is activated, it will cause an extremely great consumption. It's not likely for it to be activated again. If it's like this, then it's extremely difficult to kill him during the following selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, said Xianxia. Exactly how strong is that illusory realm soul skill he possesses? According to my knowledge, no matter if it's a special demon beast with extraordinary natural talent or the martial emperor stage experts of legend, their spiritual force abilities are at most capable of going against existences that possess a spiritual force that's inferior or equivalent to themselves. Feng Wei frowned as he said, Yang is a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and his spiritual force is at the third level of the void interpretation stage as well. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's cultivation has stepped into the third level of the void interpretation stage as well? As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Vice Fort Master Feng, Duan Lingtian is different from ordinary martial artists. According to my estimation, he has probably consumed one of those spirit fruits that improve one's cultivation of the soul, and it caused his spiritual force to be higher than his cultivation by 2 levels. Xianxia said, during the dynasty's martial competition of the Darkened Dynasty 1 year ago, I witnessed his illusory realm soul skill. At that time, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, yet his spiritual force was instead at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. What? Feng Wei was greatly astonished as he'd heard of spirit fruits that could improve the cultivation of one's soul in the past. So in this way, once he breaks through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage now, his spiritual force will break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage along with it. Yes, Xianxia nodded, and then said with a fearful expression, moreover, according to my estimation, his cultivation might not simply be at the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, and it's extremely likely that he has already broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. A young man that was only 28 years old. Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, he'd started to really take Duan Lingtian to be a genius figure, that he possessed extraordinary natural talent and could make him examine closely. In other words, his current spiritual force is extremely likely to be at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Wei took a deep breath. If it's really like this, then once he executes that soul skill, there'll probably be no one that's a match for him amongst the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties that have come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's not necessarily so. If there's an existence amongst the 40-plus remaining young geniuses that has broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage and is an inscription master at the same time, then perhaps that person will just happen to be able to counter Duan Ling Tian and defeat him. Said Zishang. Would there be such an existence? Feng Wei frowned and seemed to no dare believe that such an existence existed. Nothing is certain. Zishang said, once an existence like that appears, I believe that so long as Vice Fort Master Feng makes a heavy promise to ask that person to help kill Duan Ling Tian, he ought to not refuse. When Zishang spoke up to hear, he revealed an evil smile. HMPH. Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Zishang, and then he grunted. If that time really comes, then the happiest person will probably be you, Zishang, right? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can't say it like that, it's just that all of us will be happy. Zishang smiled lightly. Right, you spoke earlier about some treasure that was easily within my reach. What's that? Feng Wei asked when he recalled what Zishang had said earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng, that was actually just a stalling tactic of mine and I only spoke of it casually. Vice Fort Master Feng is wise and knew that I was being deceitful since the beginning. Zishang spoke unhurriedly as a bright light flashed within the depths of his eyes. Since no matter if he spoke of the existence of the devil-seal tablet or not, the members of Skywolf Fort would still want to kill Duan Ling Tian. Why should he reveal the existence of the devil-seal tablet? Once the devil-seal tablet fell into the hands of Skywolf Fort, even though he would be able to take it from them in the future, but who knew if an unexpected event would occur during this period of time? Let's first see if there's an existence amongst those young geniuses that's unafraid of Duan Ling Tian. Once there's such an existence, then he'll surely kill Duan Ling Tian under the promises of the Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, the spatial ring in Duan Ling Tian's possession would most probably fall into that person's hands. Even if he's in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, so long as I ask Elder Ghost to possess my body, I'll still be able to kill him in a short period of time and seize Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian started scheming in his heart. Of course, if no one can suppress Duan Ling Tian in the later selections of the martial competition. At that time, I'll tell Feng Wei about the fact that Duan Ling Tian possesses the devil-seal tablet that's capable of providing an amplification of 100%. For the sake of the devil-seal tablet, I believe Feng Wei will stop at nothing to kill Duan Ling Tian. Zishang made a backup preparation for his scheme. Duan Ling Tian, this time, you're dead for sure. Zishang's eyes were filled with extreme icy coldness. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know everything that occurred within the inner fort. Presently, he was silently comprehending wind concept in his room in Narcissus Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian, who held a wind concept fragment in his hand, was surrounded by strands of clearly visible strong winds, and the strong winds were profound and strengthening ceaselessly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as if he'd completely fused into the wind. He was the wind and the wind was he. As he comprehended in meditation, Duan Ling Tian forgot the time. Big brother Duan. Duan Ling Tian only returned to his senses when a familiar voice entered into his ears from outside, and then he put away the wind concept fragment in his hand. Tian Wu. After he opened his room's door, Duan Ling Tian noticed that dawn had already arrived in the horizon, and a new day had arrived officially. Big brother Duan, we ought to go over already. Feng Tian Wu, who'd rested for a night, seemed to be even more beautiful and moving. It wasn't just that, Duan Ling Tian noticed some slight changes in her. Tian Wu wouldn't have broken through, right? Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then his spiritual force stretched out, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Feng Tian Wu's cultivation was still at the 1st level of the void interpretation stage. Looks like I'm too suspicious. Right, Tian Wu has just broken through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage a few days ago. Even if she wants to break through again, it would at least require a period of time. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he walked side by side with Feng Tian Wu to gather with Feng Wu Dao before heading towards the combat arena. At the same time, many people were already present in the sky above the combat arena. Brother Ling Tian. Not long after, Su Li and Zhang Shouyang arrived as well, and Sword 13 who walked before Su Li nodded to Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 and could be said to have greeted them. In next to no time, Saber 5 and Long Yun arrived on time. Before long, All the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had arrived. After a night of rest, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were full of spirit and energy, and they were utterly devoid of the dejectedness they revealed when they saw the corpses of the numerous young geniuses at dusk yesterday. A howl of the wind sounded out from the inner fort, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from raising their heads and looking over. A tall young man flew over and arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Lu Yong. When they saw Lu Yong, the people present knew that the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort ought to be arriving soon. Chapter 802, Illusory Crypt. Just like everyone expected, the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had appeared in the sky above the combat arena not long after Lu Yong made an appearance. Vice Fort Master Ning, Vice Fort Master Feng. The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties bowed to Ning Kan and Feng Wei successively. Ning Kan and Feng Wei nodded indifferently, and in next to no time, Ning Kan said with a sonorous voice, "The martial competition of the 10 dynasties will continue today. The second round of the selection will be held at our Skywolf Fort's Illusory Crypt." Illusory Crypt. Instantly, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal bewildered expressions, as they obviously didn't know what sort of place the Illusory Crypt was. In next to no time, everyone saw that the 10 Skywolf Fort elders that had made an appearance yesterday had flown out of the inner fort to appear before all of them. "You, open the exit of the Illusory Crypt." Ning Kan looked at one of the elders and spoke indifferently. "Yes." The Skywolf Fort elder replied respectfully before plunging down to descend onto the top right corner of the combat arena. Under the gazes of everyone present, the elder's leg stomped down, causing the large brick on the top right corner of the combat arena to actually loosen up and show signs of leaving the ground. Subsequently, the Skywolf Fort elder struck out with his hand to actually pull out the large brick. That's. In next to no time, everyone was shocked by the scene beneath the enormous brick. An expanse of dense fog was rising slowly from there, and it caused them to be unable to see through what was within the fog. "This is the Illusory Crypt's exit. You 50 must enter from another 50 entrances and pass through the entire Illusory Crypt to exit here." Ning Kan's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it caused all of the young geniuses including Duan Ling Tian to return to their senses. 50 entrances. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked as they never imagined that a mere crypt would actually have so many entrances. The rules of the second round of the selection isn't difficult to any of you. All 50 of you will enter from one of the 50 entrances into the Illusory Crypt. After you enter, you have to traverse the layer upon layer of barriers within the crypt to come out from the one and only exit. Ning Kan continued, "At the exit of the Illusory Crypt and right before all of you come out, you'll see a total of 50 number tokens. 50 number tokens from number 1 to number 50, and it represents the exact ranking in the second round of the selections. The second round of the selections won't eliminate anyone, and it'll only rank all of you." As soon as Ning Kan finished speaking, the gazes of most of the young geniuses lit up. The lack of elimination also meant that the second round wasn't like the first round, and there would be no danger within it. Besides that, I have to remind all of you about something, and it's the most important thing. The people that enter the Illusory Crypt and obtain the top-ranked tokens will possess the power to choose their opponent before others. For example, the person that obtains number token number 1 will be able to be the first to choose his opponent during the third round of the selections. After that, the person that obtained token number 2 would choose his opponent, and so on and so forth. The person that obtains the last token in the second round of the selections will have no power to choose his opponent during the third round of the selections and can only be challenged. Besides that, even though the people that obtain token number 1 to 10 possess the power to choose their opponents first, yet they can't challenge each other and can only challenge the people with number tokens outside of the first 10. Ning Kan continued. For a time, the gazes of the group of young geniuses including Duan Ling Tian lit up. Those that obtained higher ranked number tokens were able to select their opponents at will during the third round of the selections. Besides that, the people that obtained the token numbered 1 to 10 would actually obtain the power of immunity in the third round of the selections and would be immune against being challenged by another. The higher rank the number token, the greater the benefit. It would be great if I'm able to obtain one of the tokens from number 1 to 10. Not only would I not be challenged by another, I can gain priority to challenge those people that obtained lower ranked number tokens. Looks like I have to try my best during this second round of the selections. I'll surely strive to obtain a number token in the top 10. In the sky above the combat arena, most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties seemed as if they'd taken stimulants, and they were exceedingly excited. They wanted to obtain the top-ranked number tokens. Only in that way would they have the chance of advancing in the third round of the selections. Even though the second round of the selections wouldn't eliminate anyone, yet based on the present circumstances, there would surely be many people that would be eliminated from the third round, whereas if they wanted to advance in the third round, then the competition for the number tokens in the second round was extremely important. This second round of the selections is slightly interesting. The young geniuses that obtain the top 10 number tokens will surely be the top figures amongst the 50 young geniuses. These 10 people won't fight each other during the third round of the selections, so the most interesting battles have been left for the last. Zhang Shouyang's eyes flashed as he smiled lightly. Looks like the third round of the selection is probably to decide on the top 10 people in the martial competition this time, whereas the fourth round of the selection is probably the final round of the selections, and it will probably decide on the exact rankings amongst the top 10. Su Li couldn't help but guess as he finished speaking. It should be like that. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement. The third and fourth round of the selections are undoubtedly the main event of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. If we're able to obtain the top 10 number tokens, then we'll be able to occupy an advantageous position in the third round of the selections. So long as we're not defeated by the person we challenge, we'll be able to easily occupy the top 10 ranks in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Feng Tianwu spoke with a light anticipation. It's like that, but it isn't so easy to obtain the top 10 number tokens. After all, there are a total of 50 people competing for those 10 number tokens. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and wasn't so optimistic. 50 entrances and 1 exit. Obviously, everyone will gather at the same place at the end of the illusory crypt, whereas that place is probably the place the 50 number tokens are kept. Feng Wudao said, once a few people enter that place at the same time, they'll surely fight to seize the number token that's ranked higher. So there'll be no lack of fighting in this second round of the selections, unless you're willing to take the lower ranked number token. Feng Wudao's words received the deep agreement of Duan Ling Tian and the others. If they entered the place that stored the number tokens with another at the same time, they would surely not watch idly by as the higher ranked number token was obtained by another. A total of 50 people want to obtain the top 10 number tokens. The competitions will surely be intense. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a resolute glow and he resolved in his heart. No matter what, I'm determined to obtain one of the top 10 number tokens. Not only that, my target is the number 1 token. Even though all 10 of the top 10 number tokens had special privileges, the privilege of token number 1 was undoubtedly the greatest. The person that obtained token number 1 was able to be the first to challenge an opponent. At that time, the possessor of the token would be entirely capable of directly challenging the person at the end who'd had obtained token number 50. Actually, it wasn't only Duan Ling Tian that was thinking like this, and the other 49 young geniuses were thinking like this as well. Now, all of you follow the 10 elders of my Skywolf Fort to head to the 50 entrances of the illusory crypt. Vice Fort Master Feng will follow all of you over. At that time, all of you can enter after receiving his order, said Ning Can. Let's go. As soon as Ning Can finished speaking, Feng Wei commanded and took the lead to flash out. Instantly, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that included Sword 13 and Saber 5 followed. For a time, only Ning Can remained in the sky above the combat arena. After a short moment, their group of people arrived at the eastern area of the Skywolf Fort's outer fort. 50 large bricks had been lifted open there, and it revealed the completely pitch-black true scene beneath the bricks. All 50 of you stand before an entrance, and then enter at the same time once I give the command, said Feng Wei. Instantly, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties flashed out successively to stand at the side of an entrance to the illusory crypt, and they were prepared to enter it at any time. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's group flashed out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang. Everything within this illusory crypt is unknown to us, but since Vice Fort Master Ning said there are layer upon layer of barriers within it, then I presume it won't be so simple. I'm afraid we'll have to encounter many difficult dangers to traverse it. No matter how difficult it is, we'll surely traverse it with the fastest speed possible. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang were filled with confidence. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a light smile when he saw they were in a good condition, and he followed along to descend to the side of an entrance. At the same time, the other young geniuses took their positions successively. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed a cold gaze looking at him, and he couldn't help but raise his head instantly and meet this gaze. Zishang. Duan Ling Tian's face sank and killing intent flickered in his eyes when he looked at the owner of the cold gaze. Duan Ling Tian, your illusory realm soul skill isn't of much use in the second round of the selections. You probably have no chance of obtaining the top 10 number tokens. Zishang's voice transmission was filled with dense ridicule. Just you see, I'll obtain token number 1. You're bound to be trampled on beneath my feet. Zishang continued. As far as Zishang was concerned, so long as he asked Elder Ghost's incomplete soul to possess him, his strength would rise explosively and cause it to be extremely easy for him to traverse the illusory crypt. He believed that he would be the first to traverse through the illusory crypt and obtain token number 1. PFF'd. Duan Ling Tian laughed in ridicule and mocked via voice transmission. So what if you obtain token number 1? Even if I'm unable to obtain a number token in the top 10, would you dare challenge me? Would you dare challenge me? Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian's words were extremely overbearing, and it was like a thunderclap in Zishang's ears, causing his expression to instantly darken. Chapter 803, Cheat. HMPH. Zishang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Duan Ling Tian, and then he muttered with a voice only he himself could hear. Duan Ling Tian, be as complacent as you like. I can't be bothered to argue with a person that's about to die. No matter what all of you encounter in the illusory crypt, all of you just have to stick to charging forward. Once you charge until the end and select a number token, you'll be able to leave from the exit at the combat arena, said Feng Wei. When he saw the group of young geniuses had already taken their positions, Feng Wei shouted out abruptly. Enter, enter. Feng Wei's loud shout was like thunder that reverberated in their ears, and it pierced into the eardrums of all the young geniuses including Duan Ling Tian. The 50 young geniuses shuddered before leaping successively into the crypt's entrance. After Duan Ling Tian entered the crypt's entrance, he noticed that he'd entered into an underground passageway, and rough walls lay all around him. After he entered, Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate to hurriedly mobilize his movement technique with his full strength and swiftly dashed forward. Of course, at the same time he dashed out, he didn't forget to stretch his spiritual force out and let it sweep out ahead. Once anything was amiss ahead, he would notice it in the first possible moment. Suddenly, the spiritual force Duan Ling Tian stretched out shook slightly. There's something ahead. Duan Ling Tian's gaze concentrated abruptly as he looked ahead. Even though he realized that something was slightly amiss there, his speed didn't reduce in the slightest, as he had to make every second count. Duan Ling Tian, who's entered the illusory crypt, was like an uncontrollable wild horse that only knew how to arrive at his destination yet entirely didn't care about anything else. It's wind. After flashing forward for a while, Duan Ling Tian finally discovered what was welcoming him ahead, and it was piercingly cold and gale that almost filled the entire passageway as it assaulted him ceaselessly. This piercingly cold gale was also accompanied by some material wind blades that contained an extremely terrifying offensive strength. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate when facing the wind that charged towards him, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before transforming into waves of piercingly cold and strong winds that coiled around his body. Duan Ling Tian, who was enveloped by the vast and strong wind, wasn't the slightest bit afraid of the piercingly cold gale and wind blades that assaulted him from ahead, and he charged head-on while allowing the piercingly cold gale and wind blades to strike onto his body. In a short moment, the material wind concept in the surroundings of Duan Ling Tian's body was suppressed by the gale and wind blades that assaulted him from ahead to the point of almost collapsing, whereas his speed was forcefully pushed down to become slower. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Ling Tian's fists were covered in strong winds before he swept them out ahead to collide with the gale and wind blades that assaulted him. Instantly, the resistance Duan Ling Tian suffered was reduced. It works. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and with a raise of his hand, a sword that emitted a terrifying aura appeared within his hand, quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Since Duan Ling Tian could be sure that there wasn't a second person here, whereas the gale and wind blades that assaulted him from ahead were constructed by inscription formation, so he entirely didn't have to conceal anything. For the sake of arriving at the end of the illusory crypt as soon as possible, he had to go all out. With a raise of his hand, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was utilized by Duan Ling Tian like his own arm as if swiftly pierced out ahead. Instantly, 2 divine dragons that were condensed into form from completely material wind concept whistled out, and their eyes shot out 4 extreme flashes that moved to greet the gale and wind blades. Instantly, the gale and wind blades were suppressed, and it won over a chance for Duan Ling Tian to traverse it. Just a little bit more. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was resolute as he flashed out swiftly with the intention of charging through the last gust of gale and wind blades that were assaulting him from ahead. His spiritual force that had spread out already told him that so long as he passed through this last gust of gale and wind blade, he would pass through the first barrier of this illusory crypt. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand opened the way as his entire body combined flawlessly with the material wind concept to cause his entire body to seem to have transformed into a sword. If someone was here and saw Duan Ling Tian's current state, the person would surely notice to his shock that Duan Ling Tian had practically combined into one with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. The material wind concept that suffused his body and sword had practically formed into an enormous sword that caused Duan Ling Tian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was concealed within to only be faintly noticeable. At this moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was like the tip of this enormous sword, whereas Duan Ling Tian's entire body was the blade of this enormous sword instead. The enormous sword tore through the sky like a swift arrow shot out from a heavy bow. At this moment, the gale and wind blade that assaulted from ahead were split apart by the tip of the enormous sword and were completely discharged to the sides, causing their obstruction to Duan Ling Tian to grow lesser and lesser. "I've finally passed through." In an instant, Duan Ling Tian had passed through the passageway where the gale and wind blades raged, and the inscription formation that condensed it was left far behind by him. Continue. After he passed through the first inscription formation, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate and continued forward. After a short moment and after passing through a corner, Duan Ling Tian felt the scene before his eyes flash, and then there were actually balls of red-colored scorching flames blazing before him, and it was like a sea of flames. First as was wind, now it's fire, and both of them are inscription formations formed with origin stones and concept fragments. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to continue traversing forward. These inscription formations ought to have not been left behind by martial monarchs, right? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. If it was an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch, then the spiritual force contained within it would be extremely formidable, and he would be utterly unable to affect it with his current spiritual force. On the other hand, if it wasn't left behind by a martial monarch, then he would most probably be able to affect it with his spiritual force and even temporarily turn it off. After he approached the flames that were ahead of him, Duan Ling Tian felt a hot weave of air assault his face, and even the piercingly cold and strong winds that flashed about on the surface of his body was unable to obstruct this hotness, thus causing how formidable the flames were to be obvious. Spiritual force. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force swept out to enter within the flames and continue spreading towards the walls around the passageway. After a short moment, he noticed the fluctuation of the numerous inscriptions that formed this inscription formation. Looks like I was thinking too much. How could a martial monarch stage expert help the Skywolf Fort construct these simple inscription formations? Duan Ling Tian had never forgotten that during the first round of the selection, the illusory purgatory was constructed from an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch stage expert. This also caused Duan Ling Tian to subconsciously think that all the inscription formations in Skywolf Fort was constructed by a martial monarch. The facts proved that he was overthinking things. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force passed through the inscription formation without encountering the slightest obstruction, as an inscription formation like this was simply child's play to him. There were many types of methods to destroy simple and basic inscription formations like this within the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Of course, Duan Ling Tian's current spiritual force was incapable of destroying this inscription formation, because even though this inscription formation wasn't constructed by a martial monarch stage expert, it was still constructed by a void transformation stage inscription master. Duan Ling Tian was only capable of temporarily turning it off with his current spiritual force, and he was unable to destroy it. But this is already enough. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as the spiritual force that had fused into the inscription formation suddenly moved swiftly. In the next moment, the flames that filled this area of the passageway vanished gradually. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian easily passed through the area enveloped by the inscription formation. Along with Duan Ling Tian retracting his spiritual force, the area covered by the inscription formation behind him had once again arose with strands of scorching flames. Duan Ling Tian continued to flash forward at full speed. He saw violet-colored bolts of lightning occasionally striking down ahead, and it was precisely an inscription formation constructed from origin stones and lightning concept fragments. As expected of a power in the foreign lands, this Skywolf Wolf is really extravagant. Up until now, there have already been 3 concept fragments that have appeared in my passageway. But unfortunately, my current spiritual force is limited and I'm rushing for time. Otherwise, I'd surely dig out all of these concept fragments. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out once more to fuse into the inscription formation that was constructed mainly of origin stones and a lightning concept fragment before temporarily shutting it off. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian passed through this area that was swept by crackling bolts of violet-colored bolts of lightning and continued flashing forward. When Duan Ling Tian retracted his spiritual force, he was able to clearly hear a wave of ear-piercing thunderclaps resounding behind him, and the thunderclaps grew further and further before quickly vanishing from the detection of his ears. After forcefully traversing the wind area with brute force, and then easily passing through the area that contained fire and lightning, Duan Ling Tian quickly entered into the area of water. This water that appeared from the inscription formation that was constructed from origin stones and a water concept fragment wasn't calm. If it was calm water, then even if Duan Ling Tian didn't possess his cultivation, he would still be able to easily swim past it. But this water was ceaselessly pressing down and colliding within this area of the passageway, and once he entered into it, he would be extremely easy for him to lose control of his body and drift along with the waves. Charge, however, all of this was nothing to Duan Ling Tian, as his spiritual force swept out and easily temporarily turned off the inscription formation that created this water. The water vanished quickly, whereas Duan Ling Tian passed through this area enveloped by the inscription formation. Only after Duan Ling Tian withdrew his spiritual force did the sounds of a vast stream of water that was colliding ceaselessly appear once more, and it gradually became further and further away. Perhaps even the members of the Skywolf Fort have never imagined that I would be able to easily turn off the inscription formations in this illusory crypt. When the attainments of the rebirth martial emperor in the Tao of inscriptions are combined with my spiritual force, it's simply an ever-successful cheat in this place. The word cheat came from the earth of Duan Ling Tian's previous life, and it was usually used towards players who broke the rules by controlling a game in an unfair manner. The next inscription formation is probably constructed from origin stones and an earth concept fragment, right? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart as he looked at the empty passageway ahead. According to logical thinking, after the forces of nature of wind, fire, lightning, and water, it ought to be the energy of earth that was similarly a force of nature. Chapter 804, Waiting for the Prey to Arrive. Right when Duan Ling Tian was prepared to welcome the energy of earth, he strangely noticed that an aged figure had suddenly appeared ahead. When he looked carefully, the owner of this figure was actually the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ningkan. Presently, Ningkan stood there while looking at Duan Ling Tian with an amiable expression as if he was looking at a junior he was very fond of. Congratulations for being the first to completely the first phase of the selection in the illusory crypt. Now, you can choose one of these 3 rewards. After Duan Ling Tian stopped, Ningkan lightly smiled and said, this first, a grade 3 spirit weapon. The second. Ningkan hadn't finished speaking when Duan Ling Tian's expression went grim, and then he flew out to actually pass through Ningkan's body and continue flashing forward. At the same time, Ningkan's body gradually dispersed as if it had never appeared. Damn it, I actually didn't notice that it was an illusion created by an inscription formation at the beginning. Duan Ling Tian's face sank slightly as he continued flashing forward. At this moment, he didn't dare dally and hurriedly stretched out his spiritual force, and he didn't forget to search every corner as he moved forward. Earlier, he'd placed all his thoughts on the energy of earth, and he'd utterly never thought of anything else. So he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Ningkan appear before him. Logically speaking, it was impossible that Ningkan would appear here. After all, Ningkan had clearly announced the rules of the second round of the selections outside the illusory crypt a while ago, and there was no distribution of rewards while halfway through the crypt. So after Duan Ling Tian stopped for a while, he completely reacted to what was going on. It was an illusion formed by an inscription formation with the sole purpose of confusing him and wasting his time. Never mind, even though I've wasted a little bit of time, probably everyone would fall for that scene from before. I was fooled and the others won't be any better. Duan Ling Tian ceaselessly consoled himself, and he still felt that he ought to be able to be the first to arrive at the end of the illusory crypt and obtain the number 1 token. After flying forward for a period of time, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force shook, and it caused his brows to be unable to refrain from raising as he sneered. Another inscription formation. After a short while, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force had temporarily turned off the inscription formation that he'd just noticed. Another inscription formation that's capable of constructing an illusory realm. After his spiritual force fused into the inscription formation, Duan Ling Tian discovered the exact effect of the inscription formation at the first possible moment. So long as one entered into it, then this type of inscription formation would trigger an illusory realm at the first possible moment. Yet now, Duan Ling Tian had utilized his spiritual force to temporarily turn the inscription formation off beforehand, so he didn't have to face this unknown illusory realm. I can save quite a bit of time this time. I'm determined to obtain that number 1 token. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and continued flying forward at full speed. Subsequently, he detected a few inscription formations that could create illusory realms beforehand and turned them off temporarily beforehand, thus allowing him to save a great deal of time. Perhaps my speed if inferior to those young geniuses at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage or above. But with the assistance of my spiritual force, I'm practically moving freely within this illusory crypt, and they ought to not be faster than me. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Now, probably only Xianxia is capable of threatening me in this second round of the selections. After all, an old fellow is hiding within his body. Even though it's only a strand of an incomplete soul, yet that old fellow's lifetime worth of experiences can't be underestimated. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the 2 lifetimes worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, naturally knew how extensive the experience of an existence that seemed to be at the martial emperor stage was. Moreover, Xianxia will probably allow that old fellow to control his body while traversing this illusory crypt. With that old fellow's experience, he'll probably be able to easily see through the later illusory realms, and only the forces of nature at the beginning would be able to slightly obstruct his footsteps. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he felt extremely great pressure. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian, who took another corner in the passageway, had suddenly seen light appear ahead, and it caused his eyes to be unable to refrain from lighting up. Is that the exit? Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Ling Tian continued forward. Of course, he didn't forget to use his all-pervasive spiritual force to open the way. As expected, his spiritual force noticed 2 inscription formations successively. One of them was an inscription formation that constructed an illusory realm, whereas the other inscription formation contained the force of the earth. I never imagined that the inscription formation that possessed the force of the earth would actually appear here. I've arrived at the exit. Duan Ling Tian's face was suffused with a brilliant smile as he looked at the exit that was right before his eyes. When he approached the exit, a spacious crypt was reflected in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and it ought to be the so-called illusory crypt, whereas, the rays of light had precisely descended down from above the crypt. Obviously, that was where the exit was located. It ought to be the combat arena up there. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that charged out of the passageway and entered the spacious crypt before stopping himself firmly. When he couldn't help but turn around to look, he noticed that another few tens of passageways led to this place. These passageways ought to be the passageways the other young geniuses are in. Where are those number tokens? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as his gaze started searching all over the crypt, and then he noticed a stone platform nearby on the right. The stone platform was extremely spacious with 50 tokens arranged nearly on it, and every single token had its own number. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out like a ghost to arrive before the 50 tokens, and he noticed the number 1 token with a glance before casually picking it up. Looks like I'm the first person to pass through the illusory crypt. After Duan Ling Tian put away the number 1 token, his gaze lit up before he soared up into the sky to arrive nearby the exit of the illusory crypt, yet he didn't leave directly. Duan Ling Tian, who stood in the sky, concealed himself in the nearby mist, and his fierce gaze stared at the other 49 passageways. Suddenly, faint killing intent suffused his face. The reason he didn't impatiently take the number 1 token and leave was because he wanted to do something that he impatiently wanted to carry out. He wanted to kill Xianxia. Xianxia had contracted enmity with him in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago. Later on, they encountered each other in the Darkened Dynasty, and the conflict between them escalated to the point it seemed that it wouldn't end until one of them died. Especially after he found out that the incomplete soul of an expert that seems to be at the martial emperor stage was hidden within Xianxia's body, Duan Ling Tian even more clearly felt the extremely great threat that Xianxia posed. He kept having the feeling that if Xianxia was allowed to continue living, then Xianxia would sooner or later become a great calamity. With the assistance of the incomplete soul of the expert that seemed to be at the martial emperor stage, Zishang's future path would surely be completely smooth, and he might have the chance to become a martial monarch or even a martial emperor. All of this was something he wasn't willing to see happen. Zishang, this illusory crypt is your doom, Duan Lingtian muttered. Just like this, Duan Lingtian waited in the spacious crypt, and his gaze locked onto the other 49 passageways that led here as Zishang would emerge from one of these passageways. Unfortunately, I don't know which passageway Zishang is in. Otherwise, I could consider taking the initiative to go in myself. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought in his heart. Outside the exit that was nearby Duan Lingtian was precisely the sky above the combat arena in the outer fort. At this moment, besides Ningken who'd always been waiting here, Feng Wei and the representatives of the various dynasties that had followed Feng Wei to the entrances of the illusory crypt had returned as well. The group of experts of the older generation stood in the sky as they stared concentrated ly at the exit of the illusory crypt, and the exit was suffused with an expanse of white mist that caused them to be unable to clearly see what was below. It was even to the extent that even their spiritual force was unable to penetrate through it. Obviously, a special inscription formation was positioned there. I wonder who'll obtain the number 1 token, said many people, including the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Sword 13, and Saber 5. All the experts of the older generation slightly anticipated to see who would be the first to leave the illusory crypt. At this moment, they were utterly unaware that a violet-clothed young man that could exit at any moment was standing in midair by the side of the exit since a long time ago. He's really slow, Duan Lingtian who stood in the sky near the exit, that was coiled by mist for over 10 breaths of time, yet still hadn't noticed Zishang, couldn't help but frown. Finally, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was movement in one of the passageways that led here, and waves of swift howls of the wind sounded out from there. A figure instantly flashed into the crypt, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. Zishang, as he looked at the familiar face that had a black-colored flame brand between its brows, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as his gaze stared fixedly and locked onto this person that he'd been waiting for a long time for. Meanwhile, Zishang had already arrived nearby the pile of tokens, and his face went grim when he saw that there was one less token. Where's the number 1 token? There's actually someone that's faster than me. An aged, hoarse, and ghastly voice sounded out from Zishang's mouth, and it was filled with disbelief, as if it didn't believe that someone was capable of passing through the illusory crypt before him. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that the current Zishang was possessed by that soul that seemed to belong to a martial emperor stage expert. Old fellow, Duan Lingtian laughed coldly when he heard Zishang, and he completely revealed his figure that was concealed at the side of the mist that coiled around the exit. At the same time, a broken stone tablet appeared in his hand. Inscribed on the stone tablet was dense and complicated words that were difficult to understand, and it caused one to be unable to wrap one's head around their meaning. Duan Lingtian's cold laugh had just sounded out when Zishang had already turned around, and his pair of dim eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Kid, it's actually you. How could you have possibly been faster than me? The aged and hoarse voice was filled with disbelief. Chapter 805, 9th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Nothing's impossible, Duan Lingtian laughed coldly, and then raised up a broken stone tablet before smashing it down at Zishang right away. The broken stone tablet tore through the sky and instantly seemed to have grown eyes as it flashed directly towards Zishang, and an extremely great pressure enveloped down, causing Zishang's expression to instantly go grim. Kid, you win, the aged, hoarse, and gloomy voice sounded out hurriedly before completely dying down. At the same time, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished, causing his pair of dim eyes to be filled with spirit once more. Right at this moment, the broken stone tablet stopped nearby Zishang, and it seemed as if it had lost its target. The old fellow fled quite quickly. Duan Lingtian figure flashed out to instantly arrive before the broken stone tablet, the devil-seal tablet, and then he held it within his hand. But so long as Zishang himself is dead, then you'll similarly be unable to survive. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang with eyes that were filled with extreme killing intent. On the other hand, Zishang's eyes were filled with killing intent as well. Of course, besides this killing intent was traces of fear that came from the heart and soul. Without Elder Ghost possessing him, he knew that he was far from being a match to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you want to kill me? Zishang asked with a low voice. You already know the answer. Duan Ling Tian laughed coldly as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed to instantly transform into waves of piercingly cold strong wind that fused into the devil-seal tablet in his hand, causing it to emit a wave of terrifying aura. At practically the instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Zishang's figure charged into the sky as he shouted out explosively. Vice Fort Master Feng, save me! Zishang's voice contained his origin energy, causing it to be transmitted out and reverberate in the ears of others like a thunderclap. Vice Fort Master Feng, Duan Ling Tian, who held the devil-seal tablet in his hand, was stunned, and then he couldn't help but recall that he seemed to have seen Lu Yong look for Zishang before entering the inner fort together. Could it be that Zishang entered the inner fort to meet the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei? Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold when he thought up to this point, and then he didn't hesitate in the slightest to flash out towards Zishang. He wanted to kill Zishang and remove any future troubles before Feng Wei interfered. Duan Ling Tian's speed was extremely swift, and for the sake of avoiding the devil-seal tablet from being exposed before Feng Wei, he put away the devil-seal tablet on the way towards Zishang, and his eyes flickered with a dim light. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul to execute the soul skill that belonged solely to him. An illusory space appeared out of thin air to sweep towards Zishang before completely enveloping Zishang within it, whereas Zishang, who was enveloped by this illusory space, was like a lamb at Duan Ling Tian's mercy and was waiting to be slaughtered. Die! Duan Ling Tian flashed to arrive before Zishang, and then he raised his hand to slash down towards Zishang's head. Duan Ling Tian's face suddenly went grim when his hand was just about to slash open Zishang's head like a watermelon, because a terrifying aura had suddenly skyrocketed out from Zishang's body, whereas the illusory space formed by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, had shattered instantly. Zishang's figure flashed out to easily avoid Duan Ling Tian's palm that slashed down, and then he stood in the distance as he silently stared at Duan Ling Tian. Old fellow, looks like you're really unafraid of death. Duan Ling Tian already knew what had happened when he saw the black-colored flame brand that had appeared between Zishang's brows. It was precisely the strand of incomplete soul that seemed to belong to a martial emperor within Zishang's body that had occupied Zishang's body just in time at the instant before Zishang was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Not only had the soul occupied Zishang's body, it had even shattered the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, before assisting Zishang in avoiding this fatal strike. Kid, you have to go through me if you want to kill Zishang. Elder Ghost, who'd temporarily possessed Zishang's body, let out an evil laugh as he spoke. You're courting death. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, then he withdrew the devil-seal tablet with a raise of his hand, and the devil-seal tablet seemed to have noticed something, causing it to flash towards Zishang by itself. When the devil-seal tablet was just about to smash onto Zishang, the black-colored flame brand between his brows vanished, causing the devil-seal tablet to once again stop in midair. Zishang, let me see if that old fellow can save you this time. For the sake of taking precautions against that old fellow possessing Zishang's body and saving Zishang once more, Duan Ling Tian didn't put the devil-seal tablet away this time. Subsequently, a dim light flickered within Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he once again executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. Instantly, Zishang was once again enveloped by an illusory space. Die! Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as he raised up the devil-seal tablet before smashing it down towards Zishang's head. He wanted to see if that old fellow would still dare come out, as once the old fellow did emerge, he would surely make the old fellow die along with Zishang. HMPH. Right when the devil-seal tablet Duan Ling Tian raised up was about to crush Zishang, a cold grunt entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Along with this cold grunt was a shapeless and enormous force. A terrifying and enormous force swept out to blast Duan Ling Tian flying, causing the piercingly cold strong winds in Duan Ling Tian's surroundings to shatter and the sheen on the devil-seal tablet in his hand dimmed down as well. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he noticed that 4 figures had flashed in successively from the exit, and they were Feng Wei, Ning Can, Saber 13, and Saber 5. The person that struck out earlier was precisely Feng Wei, who was the first to arrive. Feng Wei, what's the meaning of this? The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held by your Skywolf Fort, yet a dignified vice fort master of the Skywolf Fort like you went against the rules to interfere in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Isn't it going slightly too far? When Sword 13 entered, he just happened to see the scene of Duan Ling Tian being blasted flying, and his expression instantly went gloomy as he spoke out coldly. Waves of sword intent that charged into the sky abruptly swept out from his body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword that would whistle out at any moment and annihilate Feng Wei. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who was locked onto by Sword 13's aura, had an unsightly expression, yet he still said in a low voice, "Sword 13, the second round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a ranking selection, and there's no rule that the young geniuses of the various dynasties can kill each other. You're twisting the facts." Sword 13's gaze was like a sword as he took a step forward, and he was like an enormous sword that stood in the sky and brought an even greater pressure to Feng Wei. "Sword 13, this is my Skywolf Fort, and not your Blade sect. Even you said that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held by my Skywolf Fort, so the rules are naturally set by us." Ning Wei glanced indifferently at Sword 13, and his words showed obvious signs of siding with Feng Wei. "So what if this is your Skywolf Fort? Could it be that I, Sword 13, have to find another place if I want to teach someone a lesson?" Sword 13 sneered, and he moved out at practically the instant he finished speaking. Sword 13 vanished into thin air on the spot in Duan Ling Tian's field of vision. Practically at the exact same moment, a clear sound of a slap sounded out. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shook, and he noticed that Sword 13 had appeared before Feng Wei at almost the instant Sword 13 vanished on the spot. Moreover, he's even given Feng Wei a slap. A clear palm print appeared on Feng Wei's face, causing Feng Wei to be temporarily dumbstruck, as he probably had never imagined that Sword 13 would dare make a move against him and even slap him in front of so many people. "Sword 13, you're courting death." Feng Wei was enraged, utterly enraged, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast that opened up its bloody mouth as it pounced towards Sword 13. But unfortunately, he didn't even touch the corner of Sword 13's clothes. How swift! Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he saw Sword 13's figure that occasionally vanished on the spot and occasionally appeared at another spot. Feng Wei couldn't even withstand a single blow before Sword 13. From the beginning until the end, only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth caused by Feng Wei attacking flashed about in the sky, whereas, there was nothing in the sky above Sword 13. It could be known from this that every single movement of Sword 13 was extremely brief, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was utterly unable to condense in the sky. Even though Feng Wei attacked quickly, yet he was unable to even touch the corners of Sword 13's clothes. Sword 13. Ning Can's expression darkened, and then he joined the battle to join forces with Feng Wei to deal with Sword 13. But unfortunately, even if the both of them joined forces, they were still unable to touch Sword 13. "Sword 13, you've broken through to that level." Finally, Ning Can stopped attacking and stood at the side without wasting any more strength, and he gasped as he asked. Sword 13 figure that vanished had appeared once more before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw Sword 13 didn't dodge this time and instead casually punched out with his fist instead, and it was like a sledgehammer as it moved to intercept Feng Wei's fist that shot out like a cannonball. An enormous bang resounded out. Sword 13 remained without moving on the spot, whereas Feng Wei flew out like an arrow leaving the bow instead, and then he collided heavily onto the crypt's wall. Pooh! Feng Wei couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at Sword 13 once more. How could you possibly be so strong? Feng Wei, I truly admire your courage. Even I don't dare challenge junior brother Sword since a year ago. A mere 7th level void transformation stage martial artist like you dares be arrogant before a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist. Needless to say, your courage is commendable. Saber 5, who'd always been quietly standing at the side, glanced at Feng Wei with disdain, and he seemed to be ridiculing Feng Wei for overestimating his ability. 9th level of the void transformation stage. Saber 5's words caused Feng Wei to be unable to help but shudder, and he revealed an expression of disbelief when he looked at Sword 13 again. How can this be possible? How could you, Sword 13, break through to that level so swiftly? Feng Wei was naturally clear of what the words 9th level of the void transformation stage meant. In the entire Cloud continent, the martial artists with the strongest cultivation beneath the unfathomable martial monarch stage experts were martial artists at the 9th level of the void transformation stage. 9th level of the void transformation stage. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a while when he heard Saber 5's words. Sword 13, Su Li's master was actually a 9th level void transformation stage expert. That was a formidable existence that was the closest to the martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the memories of the rebirth martial emperor's 2 lifetimes, naturally knew what an existence at the 9th level of the void transformation stage meant, and he knew that it was the strongest experts amongst the void stage. The void stage was subdivided into 4 stages: the void prying, void initiation, void interpretation, and void transformation. The 9th level of the void transformation stage was sourced from the 4 great stages of the void stage, yet it also stood at the highest peak in the void stage. In terms of strength, it could be considered to be the strongest below the martial monarch stage. Chapter 806, The First Person to Come Out. When they saw Sword 13 reveal a cultivation at the 9th level of the void transformation stage, Ning Can and Feng Wei both revealed expressions of terror, and they seemed as if they were facing a dreadful monster. Sword 13, since you're already a 9th level void transformation stage expert, the 2 of us know that we aren't a match for you. But the rules of the second round of the selection today were announced long ago, and it's only for the sake of competing, for the sake of ranking the young geniuses by the number tokens. Ning Can took a deep breath and said calmly, "These rules were set by the Lord Fort Master. If you have any question, you can follow me to confirm it with the Fort Master." The Lord Fort Master Ning Can spoke of was the highest leader that dominated over the entire Skywolf Fort, the elusive Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. After Ning Can brought up the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, slight fear flashed past Sword 13's eyes, and then he grunted coldly and didn't say anything further. Even though he wasn't afraid of the 2 vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort before him, but he had no choice but to slightly fear the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort had made a name for himself since many years ago, and even if Sword 13's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage now, he felt that he wasn't a match for the Skywolf Fort's master. Duan Ling Tian, let's go. Sword 13 paid no further attention to Feng Wei and Ning Can, and spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and at the same time that he followed Sword 13 to leave, he didn't forget to put away the devil-seal tablet while fiercely shooting a glare at the nearby Xianxia. When Feng Wei rushed over in time, Duan Ling Tian knew that it would be impossible for him to kill Xianxia. Even if he was unwilling, he had no other choice. No matter what, this place was the Skywolf Fort and Feng Wei was its vice Fort Master. Moreover, the rules of the second round of the selection really didn't indicate that the young geniuses could kill each other. So Feng Wei's interference couldn't be considered to be a breach of the rules. If I knew earlier that this would happen, then I wouldn't have put the devil-seal tablet away when I attacked the first time. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of regret envelop him when he recalled the scene from before. Xianxia had hastily called for help from Feng Wei when he attacked Xianxia the first time, whereas because he was worried that Feng Wei would notice the devil-seal tablet in his possession, he'd put it away at the first possible moment. At that time, he urgently wanted to kill Xianxia and temporarily forgot that there was still an incomplete soul that seemed to belong to a martial emperor stage expert within Xianxia's body, and it allowed Xianxia to be able to escape doom while under his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. When he returned to his senses and realized that he'd made a mistake, and then took out the devil-seal tablet once more with the intention of annihilating Xianxia with the devil-seal tablet, Feng Wei had already arrived and forced him back to save Xianxia. A single mistake caused everything to go wrong. Duan Ling Tian sighed. He originally had the chance to kill Xianxia today, but because of a mistaken decision, Xianxia was allowed to luckily escape doom. Of course, Duan Ling Tian understood as well that since it had come to this, it was useless to continue thinking about this. There was no medicine for regret in this world. What he needed to do now was to not let the next opportunity slip by and strive to kill Xianxia at the first possible moment. He couldn't feel at ease in his heart until Xianxia was dead. All in all, my current strength is still too weak. If I possess a strength that surpasses the Skywolf Fort, then not to mention Feng Wei and Ning Can, I wouldn't need to be afraid even if the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort personally made a move, and I'd be completely capable of killing Xianxia right before their eyes. Duan Ling Tian once again realized that his strength was still too weak. Now he didn't compare himself with the younger generation, but instead compared himself with the experts of the older generation like Feng Wei and Ning Can. Strength. I need formidable strength. Duan Ling Tian shouted ceaselessly within his heart, whereas, the origin energy in his body seemed to have heard his soundless shouts, and it completely boiled and seemed to have transformed into numerous enraged dragons that flashed through the meridians within his body. At the same time, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was originally accumulated in the depths of his dantian had fused into his origin energy a step further. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian felt his entire body filled with strength, and he advanced another large step towards the third level of the void interpretation stage and had even arrived at the bottleneck. So long as I charge through this bottleneck, I'll be able to officially step into the third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed like two flickering dazzling stars. Before he left the illusory crypt, Duan Ling Tian didn't forget to glance coldly at Zishang. One day, he would kill Zishang, and he'd use the devil tablet to annihilate the incomplete soul that was concealed within Zishang's body. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid of Zishang, yet he was afraid of the incomplete soul concealed within Zishang's body, and it was the greatest threat to him. Duan Ling Tian, I'll make you die a graveless death. Right at this moment, Zishang's voice transmission that was filled with a bloody and ruthless feeling entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it seemed as if Zishang wished for nothing more than to tear him into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. We'll see who dies first. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth were suffused with a wisp of disdain as he replied indifferently to Zishang, and then he followed behind Sword 13 and Saber 5 to pass through the mist at the exit of the illusory crypt and return to the combat arena at the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. Duan Ling Tian noticed numerous burning gazes descending onto him when he left the exit, and these gazes contained admiration, disbelief. Numerous feelings indicated the feelings in the hearts of the representatives of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena. It's actually him. How could it possibly be him? He's only 28 years old. A 28-year-old was the first to exit the illusory crypt. Even though I feel it's unbelievable, yet the facts prove that he's indeed the first person to come out. The number 1 token is most probably in his possession. He probably used some special technique and took a shortcut. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to come out of the illusory crypt so quickly. A 28-year-old would at most be at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and it's even possible that he hasn't broken through to the void interpretation stage. Besides the representatives of the Darken dynasty and the Darming dynasty, the representatives of the other 8 dynasties revealed doubtful expressions as they discussed it animatedly. Obviously, all of them didn't believe that Duan Ling Tian possessed the strength to be the first to traverse through the illusory crypt. Duan Ling Tian was actually the first to come out. The gaze of the Darken dynasty's emperor lit up as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations on being the first to pass through the illusory crypt. Did you obtain the number 1 token? Duan Ling Tian raised his head to glance at the Darken dynasty's emperor when he heard this voice, and then he nodded indifferently. Ha, good. The emperor laughed extremely brilliantly. At the same time, the gaze he shot at the representatives of the other 9 dynasties changed, and it was filled with complacency and seemed to be saying, "So you've seen it, right? This is the young expert of our Darken dynasty." Bai Nanyin, Zishang's master, glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Zishang in his heart. He knew clearly of the conflict between his disciple, Zishang, and Duan Ling Tian, and it was a conflict that was irreconcilable until the death of one party. No wonder even Wei Yi lost at his hands. Duan Ling Tian is extraordinary indeed. The representative of the Darming dynasty, the expert from the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan, Elder Qian, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that was filled with astonishment. Duan Ling Tian wasn't unfamiliar to him, and it was even to the extent that he'd heard of this young man that was capable of easily defeating their Zhao clan's strongest expert of the younger generation a few months ago while he was still in the capital of the Darming dynasty. When he arrived at Skywolf Fort and saw this young man for the first time, he felt shock that came from the bottom of his heart. Never had he imagined that this person was actually so young. I originally thought that the first person to pass through the illusory crypt would be His Majesty the Crown Prince. Yet I never expected it would be this Duan Ling Tian instead. Elder Qian sighed in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, who became the center of attention after leaving the illusory crypt, stood silently in the air with Sword 13 and Sword 5. You passed through the illusory crypt long ago and had obtained the number 1 token. Sword 13 glanced at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "So in this way, the reason you didn't come out at the first possible moment was because you were waiting for Zishang? How long were you waiting for?" Saber 5's pupils constructed as he asked with shock. "I waited for around 50 or 60 breaths worth of time," said Duan Ling Tian. 50 or 60 breaths. Sword 13 and Saber 5 couldn't help but glance at each other when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Only a single thought remained in their hearts: freak. Duan Ling Tian is simply a freak. Junior brother Sword, no matter what, this little fellow must be pulled into our blade sect. Saber 5 looked at Sword 13 and spoke with a serious expression. Even though he and Sword 13 weren't on good terms and he was even unconvinced of Sword 13's ability in many aspects, yet that was only a private matter. Once it was related to the Blade sect, then he would instead stand on the same side as Sword 13 and unite against outsiders. I understand. Sword 13 nodded. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know of the voice transmission between Sword 13 and Saber 5 as he was currently holding a wind concept fragment as he silently comprehended wind concept. It wasn't just that, he'd even closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the sky to cultivate concentrated ly. The origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body became restless once more along with him starting to cultivate, and it circulated ceaselessly according to the mental cultivation method of the sword dragon form before continuing to charge towards the bottleneck that lead to the third level of the void interpretation stage. So long as I break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to smoothly break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. After he experienced the incident from before, Duan Ling Tian was filled with yearning towards formidable strength, and he urgently wanted to advance his cultivation with the fastest possible speed. Vice Fort Master Ning has come out. At the same time, someone shouted out, and it caused the gazes of the representatives of the various dynasties in the sky to turn towards the exit of the illusory crypt, even though these people were puzzled towards the reason why. Feng Wei, Ning Can, Saber 5, and Sword 13 had entered the exit of the illusory crypt earlier, yet they didn't know what had happened. Although Zi Shang's earlier shout for help from within was loud, almost 80% of it was filtered out by the inscription formation at the exit of the illusory crypt, causing it to become like the sound of a mosquito. At that time, only Feng Wei, Ning Can, Sword 13, and Saber 5 were amongst the people outside that heard it clearly. Chapter 807, Second Level Intermediate Wind Concept. Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, the representatives of the various dynasties saw that after Ning Can came out, the other Vice Fort Master, Feng Wei, followed him out as well. It wasn't only that, there was another person behind Feng Wei. He seems to be a young genius of the Darken Dynasty as well. Oh my god, the first two people to come out during the second round of the selections are actually members of the Darken Dynasty. Instantly, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were completely in an uproar, and they stared fixedly at Zi Shang as if they wanted to discern something from Zi Shang. Ha 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 ha, good, good. The Emperor of the Darken Dynasty laughed with delight. Never had he imagined that after Duan Ling Tian, the second person to come out of the illusory crypt would be Zi Shang. Even though Zi Shang had no blood relation with his Darken Dynasty's imperial family, yet Zi Shang was the personal disciple of his imperial uncle, Bai Nan Yin. Most importantly, Zi Shang was representing the Darken Dynasty when participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Bai Nan Yin's eyes glowed brightly, and his body trembled slightly from excitement. Never had he imagined that his disciple would actually be able to be the second to walk out of the illusory crypt. After Zi Shang came out, he couldn't help but reveal a complacent smile when he noticed so many gazes converging onto him. But when his gaze touched the violet-clothed young man that sat cross-legged while cultivating in the distant sky, his pupils couldn't help but constrict abruptly as cold lights flickered within. Duan Ling Tian. Zi Shang slightly gnashed his teeth as he looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar. Even though he'd obtained the number 2 token, and it caused Zi Shang to be delighted, but he felt a wave of displeasure when he recalled that it was Duan Ling Tian that had obtained the number 1 token. No matter who surpassed him, he wasn't willing for it to be Duan Ling Tian. To him, being surpassed by Duan Ling Tian was a humiliation that was difficult to wash away. Zi Shang, did you obtain the number 2 token? The Darken Dynasty's emperor and Zi Shang's master, Bai Nan Yin, asked Zi Shang via voice transmission at practically the exact same time. Yes, Zi Shang flew out to arrive by their sides in a short moment, and then he nodded slightly. Both of them beamed instantly when they heard this. Imperial uncle, you've taken a good disciple. The emperor of the Darken Dynasty smiled as he looked at Bai Nan Yin. Bai Nan Yin laughed joyful, and he was happy to the point his eyes narrowed. Since I'm able to obtain a personal disciple like this in my lifetime, what more can I ask for? Zi Shang, I've decided to grant you the title of a non-direct line king of my Darken Dynasty. Moreover, I'll receive your Zi clan into the capital of my Darken Dynasty. What do you think? The emperor said to Zi Shang. Thank you, your majesty. Zi Shang nodded lightly, and his expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest. I hope that you don't forget my Darken Dynasty once you possess exceedingly high strength in the future, said the emperor with a smile. Yes, Zi Shang nodded once more. Zishang. Suddenly, Ning Kanhu'd soared into the sky, first shot his gaze at Zishang, and then he smiled amiably. Are you willing to take me as your master and become my personal disciple? After failing in taking a disciple yesterday, Ning Kan had spoken out once more to take a disciple. The person this time was still a young genius of the Darken dynasty, yet it wasn't Duan Ling Tian, but Zishang. Ning Kan speaking out to take a disciple once more had drawn the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties, and most of the representatives revealed envious expressions as they looked at Zishang. They knew that because Zishang was the second to leave the illusory crypt, he'd obtained the high regard of Ning Kan. He wouldn't do as Duan Ling Tian and directly refuse Vice Fort Master Ning, right? He probably won't. He and Duan Ling Tian are both young geniuses from the Darken dynasty, so he wouldn't really make a similar decision as Duan Ling Tian, right? The representatives of many dynasties discussed animatedly. Zishang, agree, quickly. The eyes of Bai Nanyin and the emperor lit up when they heard Ning Kan, and they hurriedly urged Zishang. Both of them were worried that Zishang would act rashly and refuse this Vice Fort Master Ning just like Duan Ling Tian had. As far as they were concerned, this was a good chance for their Darken dynasty to form a relationship with the Skywolf Fort, and perhaps it would allow the Darken dynasty to obtain the protection of Skywolf Fort. When one man rises high into the sky, his friends and relations follow there along with him. I agree. Zishang flew out to kneel and kowtow to Ning Kan, and he seemed to be respectful and humble. Even though Zishang had an incomplete soul that seemed to belong to a martial emperor stage expert concealed within his body, yet he didn't have an unyielding character like Duan Ling Tian. To him, so long as it was something that had value to be used, then he wouldn't let it slip by. As for taking a master, it was only a formality to him. Even if Ning Kan became his master, if any dispute were to occur between them, then he wouldn't hold back because Ning Kan was his master and would try every possible means to kill Ning Kan at the first possible moment. A master was only a stepping stone to him, an inconspicuous stepping stone on the path to his future. Of course, Ning Kan didn't know the thoughts in Zishang's heart, otherwise, he would probably be angered to the point of slapping Zishang to death. Good, good. Ning Kan laughed with delight, and then he asked, what concepts have you comprehended? The representatives of the various dynasties knew what Ning Kan wanted to do next when he asked this, and they revealed gazes of envy as they looked at Zishang. Amongst these people included the Darken dynasty's emperor and Bai Nanyin. They knew that Ning Kan intended to reward concept fragments to Zishang. Master, I've comprehended the concepts of wind and fire. Zishang's eyes lit up and even his breathing became slightly rapid. Even though the incomplete soul of an expert was hiding within his body, besides teaching him to cultivate and some techniques to swiftly comprehend concept, that expert was unable to give him any material things. For example, high-grade spirit weapons, medicinal pills, and concept fragments were all things that the expert was unable to provide to him. As far as Zishang was concerned, so long as he obtained a concept fragment, then once it was coupled with the techniques to comprehend concept quickly that Elder Ghost had taught him, his concept would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Master just happens to possess an 8th level fire concept fragment, I'll give it to you. Besides that, there's also this 6th level wind concept fragment. With a raise of his hand, a red and a green fragment flashed out from Ning Kan's hand and arrived in Zishang's hand in an instant. 8th level fire concept fragment. Zishang's gaze lit up brightly as he'd never imagined that the 8th level fire concept fragment Ning Kan possessed. The fire concept fragment that he heard of from Lu Yong yesterday would so easily fall into his hands. Besides that, there was also another 6th level wind concept fragment. At this moment, all the representatives of the various dynasties including the Darken dynasty were shocked. An 8th level fire concept fragment. 6th level wind concept fragment. What extravagance! When the concept fragments obtained by the Darming dynasty's Lu Yong yesterday as compared to what Zishang obtained today, it's simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The representatives of the various dynasties gasped with admiration. In next to no time, all of them shut their mouths because they noticed Feng Wei's fierce gaze was flashing past all of them. Only now did they recall that when they spoke like this, it was undoubtedly indicating from the side that Vice Fort Master Feng was stingy, and they instantly shut their mouths and didn't dare speak anymore. Junior brother Zishang, we're brothers in the future. Feng Wei looked at Zishang and smiled as he greeted Zishang. Senior brother Feng Wei, Zishang replied with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian who was sitting cross-legged in midair with a complacent expression, and he seemed as if he was showing off his current noble status. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was cultivating and utterly didn't open his eyes to look at Xianxia, not even a single glance. Congratulations Vice Fort Master Ning for obtaining a superb disciple. Congratulations Vice Fort Master Ning. Instantly, besides Sword 13, Saber 5, Feng Wudao, and Duan Ling Tian who sat cross-legged in cultivation, the group of people in the sky above the combat arena congratulated Feng Wei in succession. Ning Wei's face was covered in a smile, and his gaze quickly descended onto the emperor of the Darkened Dynasty. At the bottom of it all, the reason I and Xianxia would have the fate of becoming master and disciple is all thanks to your Darkened Dynasty. Take these 3 concept fragments as my thanks. As soon as Ning Can finished speaking, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand, and he tossed it out to the emperor of the Darkened Dynasty. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The emperor was extremely excited as he stretched his hand out to receive the 3 concept fragments, and at the same time, he satisfactorily enjoyed the numerous gazes filled with envy and jealousy that shot at him from the surroundings. Suddenly, a wave of sudden violent wind swept over, and it blew onto the clothes of the people in the sky above the combat arena to the point it fluttered and caused many people to look over. Where's this wind coming from? This violent wind came very strangely, and many people looked at the direction the violent winds blew over from. At that place, a violet-clothed young man sat cross-legged while his entire body was completely coiled by gusts of material wind concept. Second-level intermediate wind concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky caused many people to exclaim in low voices. At this moment, there were 30 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiling down from the sky above the violet-clothed young man. Duan Ling Tian. Xianxia looked over and gnashed his teeth in resentment. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Ling Tian, and he'd just comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept. Along with the material wind concept around his body dispersing, Duan Ling Tian didn't have any attention of waking up, and he continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed and cultivate in the sky. What a kid! Feng Wudao's gaze lit up brightly. He knew of Duan Ling Tian's advancement in wind concept, but he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through again in such a short period of time. He has comprehended a second-level void interpretation concept at the mere age of 28. Duan Ling Tian's comprehension ability can be said to be monstrous. A representative from one of the dynasty's side, his words obtained the agreement of many people. HMPH. Ning Can grunted with a voice that only he was able to hear, and his gaze that was icy cold like blades swept towards Duan Ling Tian. If it wasn't for being afraid that his actions would be beneath his dignity, and if it wasn't for him being afraid of Sword 13, he would wish for nothing more than to make a move directly and slice this kid that had caused him to utterly lose face yesterday into thousands of pieces. Duan Ling Tian, even if you're lucky to survive the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, you won't be able to jump around for long after the martial competition ends. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a vicious and ruthless sheen. Once you survive the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, I'll tell my master about the Devil-Seal tablet. Chapter 808, 3rd, 4th, 5th. He just comprehended second-level void interpretation concept. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were greatly shocked when they found out from Feng Wudao that Duan Ling Tian had just comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept. When they saw Duan Ling Tian was first to come out of the illusory crypt, they thought that Duan Ling Tian's strength could be considered to be at the top amongst the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, but never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian had actually just comprehended second-level void interpretation stage concept. Moreover, Sword 13 found out from Su Li that Duan Ling Tian seemed to only be a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist. In other words, Duan Ling Tian had relied on a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage and first-level void interpretation concept to be the first to leave the illusory crypt. For a time, they felt extreme shocked. Looks like it's just as Su Li said. Duan Ling Tian is indeed unable to be judged by convention. Sword 13 thought in his heart. At the same time, the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian was dazzling and sparkling. This was a monster, a peerless monster. Duan Ling Tian, who'd become the center of attention, still sat there cultivating with his eyes closed, and he was completely unaware of what happened in the outside world. Presently, besides holding the wind concept fragment and comprehending wind concept, he was also ceaselessly cultivating the 7th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. Origin energy roiled within his body like a tempestuous storm, and it charged over and over again with the intention of charging through the bottleneck of the second level of the void interpretation stage. So long as he charged through this bottleneck, his cultivation would advance a step further and smoothly break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. Suddenly, a wave of wind howls sounded out at the exit of the illusory crypt, and it caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian to look over. There was a black-clothed young man soaring into the sky from them, and his face that seemed to be carved by a blade was obviously filled with disbelief. After he came out from the illusory crypt, his brows raised greatly as his fierce gaze flashed out as he completely disregarded the numerous burning gazes in the sky to start sweeping past everyone in the sky above the combat arena. In the end, his gaze locked onto Xianxia and Duan Lingtian. The first and second were both taken by them. The black-clothed young man muttered to himself. The darkened dynasty is really concealing many experts. Under the gazes of everyone present, the black-clothed young man soared up into the sky and quickly arrived before an old man and old woman, and the two of them were beaming. He's a member of the Darky dynasty. I have an impression of this person. He's the 9th prince of the Darky dynasty's imperial family, Qifeng. But, even though he's famous in the Darky dynasty, yet he isn't as conspicuous as the others. How did he become the first in his dynasty to come out from the illusory crypt? Some people that recognized the black-clothed young man couldn't help but whisper in discussion. The black-clothed young man was almost middle-aged, with big eyes and bushy brows, and his face that seemed to be carved from a blade gave others a deep impression and seemed to give out an unyielding feeling. Especially his pair of fierce eyes, they gave others an extremely deep impression. The two great vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort glanced indifferently at Qifeng before withdrawing their gazes. Qifeng undoubtedly possessed shocking strength and ability for being able to be the third to come out from the illusory crypt, but they weren't so surprised that Qifeng possessed such achievements at his age. There were many disciples in Skywolf Fort that possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage while at Qifeng's age. As for Sword 13 and Sword 5, only Saber 5 took a glance at Qifeng when Qifeng just appeared, and then he didn't spare another glance as Qifeng as the thoughts in his heart was about the same at Ningqian and Feng Wei. Possessing such a cultivation at such an age was nothing surprising. Duan Lingtian, Qifeng's gaze descended onto the violet-colored figure that sat cross-legged in midair, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Truly interesting. He was the first to leave the illusory crypt at the mere age of 28, the number 1 token ought to be in his possession. I really anticipate battling him later on. Let me see if he relied on luck or strength to come all the way here. Qifeng's eyes were filled with dense battle intent. HMPH. Zisheng instantly grunted coldly when he saw that Qifeng had only taken a glance at him before completely disregarding him and looking at Duan Lingtian. Qifeng glanced indifferently at Zisheng when he heard this sound, and then he withdrew his gaze before standing in midair before the old man and old woman and closing his eyes in meditation. 5 breaths of time later, another figure soared up from the illusory crypt, and it had successfully drawn the gazes of all the representatives of the various dynasties. This was a red-clothed young man with a cold expression, and he still maintained his composure while facing the numerous burning gazes that descended onto him from midair and arrived by the side of a middle-aged man and old man. He's a member of the Darken dynasty. This person was called Qin Kong, the widely rumored number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darken dynasty. Supposedly, Qin Kong stepped into the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage 3 or 4 years ago, and he's at least at the 3rd level or even 4th level of the void interpretation stage now. The Darken dynasty is one of the dynasties amongst our 10 dynasties that possesses the longest history, and its resources and reserves are shocking. The representatives of the various dynasties discussed animatedly. Qin Kong looked to be at the same age as Qifeng. Since they were both almost middle-aged, they didn't draw too much attention from Sword 13, Saber 5, Ningqian, and Feng Wei. After Qin Kong stood in midair, he glanced emotionlessly at Duan Lingtian and Zisheng, and he seemed to be calm, but anyone with a discerning gaze would be able to notice the lack of calm in the depths of Qin Kong's eyes. Qifeng. Qin Kong suddenly looked towards the Darky dynasty's Qifeng. I lost to you last time, but I'll surely wash away my shame this time. As soon as Qin Kong said this, the scene was in an uproar. It turned out that Qin Kong had once lost to Qifeng. Qifeng met Qin Kong's gaze without the slightest bit of fear, and then he laughed indifferently. You probably don't have the chance. You were an entire 5 breaths of time slower than me. The time of 5 breaths was neither long or short, but it could indicate that the gap between him and Qin Kong wasn't so easy to be closed. PFF'd. Qin Kong laughed in ridicule when he heard Qifeng. The ranking in the 2nd round of the selection is only temporary and doesn't amount to much. Unless you admit that your strength is far inferior to those two from the Darkened Dynasty. I heard that amongst those two from the Darkened Dynasty, one of them was an entire 15 breaths of time earlier than you, whereas, the other one was 10 breaths of time earlier than you. Qin Kong spoke frankly. Qi Feng was speechless and at a loss for what to say. He was naturally unwilling to admit that he was weaker than the Darkened Dynasty's Duan Lingtian and Zishang. Not to mention Duan Lingtian was younger than him by more than 10 years, even Zishang was younger than him by 6 or 7 years. It wasn't impossible for him to admit that two young men that were so much younger than him were stronger than him, but the young man had to be able to defeat him in battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't admit it. So in this way, you're just like me, and you're displeased with the outcome of the second round of selection. Qin Kong grunted and didn't say anything further as he stood there with a cold expression, but his gaze never left the violet-clothed figure in the distance. Even though he wasn't willing to admit that this violet-clothed young man who obtained the number 1 token was stronger than him, but since the young man was capable of being the first to traverse the illusory crypt, there was surely something extraordinary about the young man. I look forward to fighting you, Qin Kong muttered to himself. He practically had no opponent amongst the younger generation of the Darkened Dynasty, and besides, for the sake of striving to obtain benefits for the Darkened Dynasty, he'd come to the ancient desert city's Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, even more for the sake of wanting to compete with the most outstanding young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. Based on the current situation, there were indeed a few people that caused the blood in his body to boil and his battle intent to soar. Not long after, the mist at the exit of the illusory crypt roiled once more. The representatives of the various dynasties that were experienced now shot their gazes at the exit as they knew someone was about to come out. Would it be the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Feng, Lu Yong? Lu Yong, the crown prince of Darming dynasty that's around the age of 35, and his cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. It ought to not be a problem for him to step into the 5th level of the void interpretation stage by the age of 40 with the resources of the Skywolf Fort. But he's only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage now, and he's in a slight disadvantage in terms of age when compared with the group of young geniuses from the various dynasties. It wasn't just the representatives of the various dynasties that were curious about who would come out next. Even the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, was similarly curious, and his gaze locked onto the exit as he wanted to see who came out at the first possible moment. He naturally hoped in his heart that the person was his personal disciple, Lu Yong. In this way, it could be considered to be bringing honor to him. But unfortunately, in next to no time, the anticipation on his face froze because the person that soared out from the exit of the illusory crypt wasn't Lu Yong. Damn it, I've finally come out. The robust young man with a dignified and strong appearance soared up into the sky as he cursed and shouted. I'm a fucking genius, an absolute genius. How could there possibly be people that came out of the illusory crypt before me? Were they cheating? They were surely cheating. After the robust young man cursed a few times, his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, Zishang, Qi Feng, and Qin Kong as he spoke without the slightest restraint. For a time, besides a robust old man that stood embarrassedly in midair, the representatives of the 9 dynasties were all speechless. Where did this clown come from? Old fellow, I've come out. The robust young man acted as if no one was around as he arrived before the old man, and he was still casual and unrestrained when facing a senior. HMPH, you're the 5th to come out, what are you being complacent about? The robust old man reprimanded with a serious expression. He's a member of the Daryuan dynasty. It's said that the Daryuan dynasty is filled with robust men, and now that I've seen it, it really deserves its reputation. Many people recognize the origins of this robust old man and robust middle-aged man. Hey, Vice Fort Master Ning, Vice Fort Master Feng, I want to report the 4 of them for cheating. How could they possibly be more of a genius than I, Tom Yu? This is impossible. Under numerous dumbstruck expressions, the robust young man acted as if no one was around and spoke casually to Ning Can and Feng Wei. Chapter 809, Feng Tianwu, the 7th. Presumptuous. Ning Can's face sank when facing Ta Mu's rudeness, and the aura on his body swept out towards Ta Mu, causing Ta Mu's expression to become extremely unsightly. Show mercy, Vice Fort Master Ning. Ta Mu doesn't have any ill intentions, his mouth is just unforgiving. The representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the robust old man, hurriedly begged for mercy on Ta Mu's behalf. Ning Can's expression eased up slightly after hearing the words of the robust old man, and at the same time that he withdrew his aura, he glanced indifferently at Ta Mu. Remember properly in the future that you don't have the qualifications to question the Skywolf Fort. Questioning the first 4 people to come out as cheating was undoubtedly questioning the fairness of the Skywolf Fort. As the Vice Fort Master of the Skywolf Fort and also the one who presides over the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Ning-Kan naturally wouldn't watch on idly by someone questioned his Skywolf Fort. Otherwise, what would happen to the dignity of Skywolf Fort? What face would the Skywolf Fort have? If they didn't cheat, then they didn't. Why are you so fierce? Watch out, the more you get angry, the faster you'll die. Tom Yu didn't dare be so presumptuous after being pressed down upon by Ning-Kan's aura, but he still didn't refrain from muttering to himself. Even though his voice wasn't loud, but how great was the hearing of everyone present. They naturally heard it clearly. Instantly, everyone present was speechless. This young man from the Daryuan dynasty is a little too bold, right? You're courting death. Ning-Kan's expression went grim, and with a raise of his hand, he intended to punish Tom Yu. Vice Fort Master Ning, show mercy. The robust old man from Daryuan dynasty hurriedly begged for mercy, and he raised his hand to slap the back of Ta Mu's head at the same time and reprimanded with a stern voice. You stinking kid, hurry up and apologize to Vice Fort Master Ning. Ning-Kan took his status into account and put down his raised hand when he saw this, and he awaited Ta Mu's apology. Why must I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. Ta Mu spoke with a serious expression, and this also caused the expression of the robust old man to completely darken, whereas Ning-Kan's expression became more and more unsightly. Looks like you won't know how high the heavens is and how thick is the earth unless I punish you today. Ning-Kan's gaze went cold as he raised his hand once more, and then his origin energy raged as he casually struck down with him palm, causing a palm print to whistle out and press down onto Ta Mu like Mt. Tai pressing down. Instantly, the expression of the robust old man that stood by Ta Mu's side went grim. Even though Ning-Kan had held back when attacked, this palm strike wasn't something that he could receive. The robust old man only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw a saber light whistle pass and shatter the palm print, and then he hurriedly looked into the distance and thanked. Thank you, Lord, Saber 5. Right when the gazes of most people descended onto the person that launched the attack, Ning-Kan looked at the person with a gloomy expression. What is the meaning of this? What does my actions of teaching a lesson to a kid that doesn't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is has to do with you? The person that launched the attack was precisely Saber 5 who stood by Sword 13's side. No matter if it was Ning-Kan or Saber 5, they attacked only briefly, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was utterly unable to condense into form. Moreover, they'd obviously made a casual attack earlier and hadn't utilized their entire strength, so even if the phenomenon of the heavens and earth condensed into form, it wouldn't be able to represent their true strength. But according to the estimation of the people present, both of them were at least existences at the 7th level of the void transformation stage. Ning-Kan, you're the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort at any rate, yet you're fussing about things with an outspoken junior. Acting like this is beneath your dignity, right? Saber 5 met Ning-Kan's gaze calmly, and he spoke frankly. Ning-Kan was instantly speechless and at a loss for words when he heard this. I'm the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, whereas, he's only a junior from a remote little dynasty, so making a move against the young man is reasonably unsuitable. Master. Right at this moment, Xianxia took a step forward and stared at Ta Mu with a fierce gaze as he said frankly, this person has questioned my Skywolf Fort and was disrespectful to Master. Master, your status is respected and it isn't good for you to make a move against him, so let me teach him a lesson for you during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Haha, good. Good. Ning-Kan, who was already in a difficult position and didn't know how to get out of the situation, started laughing joyfully when he heard Xianxia, and for a time, he felt that he didn't take this personal disciple for nothing. Quickly thank that lord over there. The representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the robust old man glared at Ta Mu. Meanwhile, Ta Mu, who was terrified by Ning-Kan's palm strike to the point of going ghastly pale, hurriedly looked at Saber 5. Thank you, senior, for this life-saving grace. Ta Mu will surely repay this favor in the future. There's no need to repay it. Saber 5 nodded with a smile. You're to my liking, kid. Ta Mu grinned, then seemed to have recalled something, and he looked at Xianxia as his defiant gaze abruptly became fierce. You want to teach me, Ta Mu, a lesson? Then we'll see if you have the ability. I'll let you see it. Xianxia glanced at Ta Mu with disdain as he spoke arrogantly. In next to no time, the 6th person came out. Shockingly, it was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, the personal disciple of Feng Wei, Lu Yong. Master, disciple is useless and has lost face for you. After Lu Yong exited the illusory crypt, he glanced at Feng Wei and then lowered his head. His target was originally the first 3 number tokens, yet who would have imagined that when he exerted all his strength to traverse the illusory crypt and intended to choose a number token, he instead noticed that not only were the top 3 number tokens gone, even the top 5 were gone. He only obtained the number 6 token. Strive for better later on. Feng Wei spoke indifferently and didn't have the intention of fussing about it with Lu Yong. Yes, Lu Yong instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Right when Lu Yong returned to the side of the Darming dynasty's representative, another figure soared up from the illusory crypt to appear before everyone. This was a fiery red figure, and at the instant it appeared, it successfully drew the gazes of everyone, because this figure was truly too dazzling. It's her. Many people couldn't help but speak out in astonishment. Tian Wu, Duan Ling Tian, who's always been sitting cross-legged in midair while cultivating, had already opened his eyes and stopped cultivating when Lu Yong came out. He's roughly found out about what had happened during his cultivation from Feng Wudao when he saw a familiar figure leave the illusory crypt's exit. After Lu Yong, the person that came out was actually Feng Tian Wu. Tian Wu was the 7th to come out from the illusory crypt. How did she do it? At this moment, it wasn't just Duan Ling Tian who was moved, even Feng Wudao, Sword 13, and Saber 5 couldn't help but be moved. The 2 great vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort were utterly dumbstruck. This drop-dead gorgeous red-clothed woman before their eyes wasn't unfamiliar to them, and it was precisely one of the 10 young geniuses from the Darken dynasty that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. At the same time, she was the youngest amongst the 100 young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition. She seemed to be only a little over 20, and her true age was only 25. A 25-year-old was the 7th to traverse the illusory crypt after the 3rd level void interpretation stage Lu Yong. It's another member of the Darken dynasty. The members of this Darken dynasty wouldn't know any shortcuts, right? Otherwise, how could they possibly pass through the illusory crypt so quickly? She's only 25 years old. Could it be that she's also a 3rd level void interpretation stage martial artist? Feng Tian Wu had successfully drawn the gazes of everyone present to become the center of attention. This young woman in red clothes possessed an extraordinarily beautiful appearance, and was like a fairy of fire, shocked everyone present extremely. Feng Tian Wu's beautiful face was calm when facing the numerous burning gazes, and only when she looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao who stood in the distance did she reveal a smile that could overthrow the world. A single smile could overthrow a city, a second could overthrow a kingdom. Under the numerous burning gazes, Feng Tian Wu flew out to arrive by Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao's side in a short moment. Big Brother Duan, Father, Seniors. Subsequently, Feng Tian Wu greeted Sword 13 and Saber 5 who had dumbstruck expressions. Sword 13 and Saber 5 returned to their senses and looked at Feng Wudao in unison before sighing. Elder Wudao, you've really given birth to a good daughter. A proud expression was revealed between Feng Wudao's brows when he heard this. What a beautiful woman! Amongst the 6 young geniuses that had come out before Feng Tian Wu, besides Duan Ling Tian, Zi Shang, and Tom Yu, Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Lu Yong stared at Feng Tian Wu with burning gazes and wished for nothing more than to take her for themselves. But unfortunately, they were bound to be dreaming. Feng Tian Wu only had Duan Ling Tian in her heart. If she had the fortune, she was willing to hold hands with Duan Ling Tian for her entire life in old age. If she didn't have the fortune, she would rather be alone until old age and be alone until the moment she shut her eyes forever. The 2 great vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort looked at Feng Tian Wu from afar, and their expressions sank slightly. They knew clearly in their hearts that since this woman was with Duan Ling Tian, it would surely be impossible for her to join their Skywolf Fort. If she couldn't be of use to them, then they would eliminate her. Both of them looked at each other and were able to clearly see killing intent that was difficult to restrain in each other's eyes. Wu, how did you come out so quickly? Feng Wudao asked in surprise as he felt that he was more and more unable to see through his daughter. Tian Wu, congratulations. On the other hand, the nearby Duan Ling Tian was stunned after his spiritual force stretched out, and he congratulated Feng Tian Wu when he returned to his senses. Not only was Feng Wudao puzzled, even the nearby Sword 13 and Saber 5 couldn't help but be shocked when Duan Ling Tian said this. They didn't know what Duan Ling Tian's words meant. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian has discerned something? Big Brother Duan, you have noticed. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian with surprise. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. I truly never imagined that you've only broken through to the void interpretation stage not long ago, yet you've broken through once more. Could it be that you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the illusory crypt? Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force spread out, he detected in the first possible moment that Feng Tianwu's current cultivation was actually at the second level of the void interpretation stage. After all, less than a month had passed since Feng Tianwu broke through to the first level of the void interpretation stage. In other words, after she broke through to the first level of the void interpretation stage, Feng Tianwu had broken through once more to the second level of the void interpretation stage in less than a month. Such an advancement was even faster than he, who had consumed the rebirth pill. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian guessed that Feng Tianwu had probably obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the illusory crypt. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.